Chapter 301, a landmark event that changed the world. Haha, silly. Why don't you jump? Jump. Big V knows the party members. Why don't you jump? To be honest, you can't understand such a person. Most of them are distorted personality. Every West must blow, every where must step on, Marder mentally retarded. Oh, it's just a matter of how much money there is. And it will not be a joke if you don't sell it. How much money do you have? I just want to say that this kind of brain damage upstairs, right? What's the matter of being rich? Your dog owner still fell in front of the banknote without hesitation. Haha. Angry? This kind of spirituality is very spiritual. It was sold by the dog owner's father. It is estimated that the dog legs in front of the screen are angry and the labor is very good. In reality, I can swallow my heart, inferiority and cowardice, and dare not insult others, but in the internet, deity. Strike hard, swear at netizens, win the world, be full of spirits. If you don't have a keyboard man in the sky, it will blow out like night. Xian at the top of the world, there is heaven with my keyboard. One key can shake the world. One breaks the dust and cuts for 9 days. If there is no true immortal in the world, I would like to hold the key to immortal, and the key comes. Admire it, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evening at 8 o'clock. You are invited to join the Blue Star Video Network to watch the epic drama The Legend of Fairy Tail. Are you ready? What's the difference between being so heavy? Calm down, you guys. I'm still Gil. So can I be cool? Why, I'll go. This turn is too fast to flash to my waist. You lose me. With a smile of 12 packs, Nemu is all talented. Blue Star's technology is bad, and it didn't say anything at all from the beginning to the end, because there is no bird at all. Despise it. This is the arrogance and arrogance. It's just that the jumping clowns feel very weighty and intoxicated. But it is still a bit a good thing for the princes to be happy. On the buzz of the internet, Blue Star Technology Group's 2008 annual results report was finally released to the public. According to the audit data of the annual report, Blue Star Technology Group's total revenue in the past year of 2008 was $25.57 billion, compared with $552 million the previous year, a decrease of $100 million. Blue Star Technology Group made a profit of $100 million in 2008. With the disclosure of detailed audit data in the annual report, Wall Street was shocked because Wall Street analysts generally predicted that Blue Star's 2008 annual revenue would be about $19.8 billion. Which exceeded analyst estimates about 29%. We need to know that the estimates of the Wall Street analysts are accurate, and the deviation will not be too big, but this report of Blue Star Technology exceeds the 29% estimate. What happened last year? The financial disaster that swept the world broke out, and Google's annual report came out a long time ago. A quick comparison will reveal how explosive Blue Star's data is. Google and Blue Star Technology have always liked to be compared by industry insiders and Wall Street. After all, they are known as the twin stars of the IT industry and are often compared for comparison. Google's 2007 revenue was $16.6 billion and its profit was $4.2 billion. Last year's 2008 revenue was $10.6 billion and its profit was $2.56 billion. Which means that Google's revenue last year was compared to the previous year about 63.8%. For Blue Star Technology, last year's revenue was positive compared to last year's revenue, but the percentage was as high as 26%, which was about 26% more than Google's. Support Blue Star Technology Group in 2008 to create such dazzling data. Its cloud computing service Nebula Star Cloud contributed. In this financial report data, Blue Star Technology disclosed the financial information about cloud services that has been kept secret for more than 3 years for the first time. Last year, Nebula Star Cloud brought Blue Star Technology $7.5 billion in terrorist revenue. This data is what shocked Wall Street and Silicon Valley. and also supported this dazzling transcript. Affected by the global financial turmoil, the revenue of Blue Star Technology Group's non-computing cloud computing services has dropped by about 35%, which can be said to be a cliff diving. Instead, it is an opportunity to take off. A financial turmoil that swept the world forced thousands of companies to go bankrupt, and the rest was in terror. They kept open source and throttling, and tried their best to reduce expenses and save costs. How to do? How can I live? For global IT companies, if you want to reduce expenses and save costs, there is nothing more suitable than choosing the Nebula Star Cloud solution provided by Blue Star Technologies Cloud Services. Countless IT companies seem to see the savior. The Nebula Star Cloud solution has become their life-saving straw. Many enterprises that would have gone bankrupt and closed down have survived thrillingly. It is precisely because of this environment that the revenue of the cloud service segment of Blue Star Technology Group has suddenly exploded in the second half of the year, and it has generated $7.5 billion of terrorist revenue in one fell swoop. Including that it is still exploding, not only Blue Star Technologies cloud services, but the scale of global cloud services are exploding. Let cloud computing services surprise the industry. FTSE has snatched $1 billion from the big cake of cloud services. If it is not the bright performance of Nebula Star Cloud, it will definitely not support this year's annual report that can make Wall Street blind. The Blue Computing Technology Group's cloud computing services can eat about 71% of the market share because international competitiveness is too strong. Some people in the industry say that if even StarCloud cannot come up with a solution that satisfies customers, then what Microsoft, Amazon, FTSE, Google and other giant cloud services are even more unlikely to provide. Nebula Star Cloud solution can provide customers with a complete set of cloud computing stacks of infrastructure as a service IaaS, platform as a service PaaS, and software as a service SaaS. The real disadvantage of the Blue Star Technology Group's cloud computing services is that the peer-supplied cloud services, Star Cloud, are both better and better, and those that are not, for example, as one of the main service categories, IaaS services. This service can provide virtual computing resources, such as virtual machines, storage, networks, and operating systems, to individuals or organizations of cloud computing providers. So what kind of solutions and services does the so-called Nebula Star Cloud provide? If you remove the industry terminology, and change those tall terms into easy-to-understand words, XIABI can understand it. IaaS infrastructure as a service, PaaS platform as a service, SaaS software as a service, these three major types of cloud services. IaaS infrastructure as a service is equivalent to assembling a computer. You have to buy a lot of computer accessories. What CPU, motherboard, memory module, graphics card, etc. And then complete the assembly, install the system and you can go online, and your own home. It's the venue and the environment. Power PaaS platform as a service is equivalent to a brand computer. You can buy it directly and turn it on. Then you can access the internet, but you need to provide the venue and environment. SaaS software as a service is equivalent to internet cafes. You go to the front desk to pay for an ID card and then choose a machine to access the internet. As for computers, venues, and the environment, internet cafes provide a complete set of online service solutions. Therefore, whether it is enterprise level or personal needs, Star Cloud, a subsidiary of Blue Star Technology Group, can provide a set of the best cloud computing service solutions in the world. The core benchmark is actually one: reduce costs. This is not exactly echoing the current financial crisis. In order to survive this winter, countless companies are going crazy trying to reduce costs. The cloud computing service solution of Blue Star Technology Group is especially impossible for these companies to get money. Small and medium-sized enterprises are just strained in time, and some companies say it is too much to save their lives. As a result, I came to the door one after another, hoping that Blue Star Technology could provide them with reliable solutions in reducing costs. In fact, StarCloud is not so complicated. It is mainly to help enterprises reduce the cost of IT investment and maintenance costs. As simple as that. It's like a person surfing the internet. If he happens to have little money to buy a computer, but he needs the internet urgently, he may not need it much later. The best way is to go to an internet cafe to solve his needs. This is also for him the best result. Otherwise, you need to buy a computer, access broadband, etc. Of course, the cost will go up. The key is that he may only use it once or twice. The price is obviously very high. If you go to an internet cafe, you can get at least a few dollars for a few dollars. If you buy a computer and then go online, you also need to provide the venue and environment. The same is true for enterprise-level requirements. It is not as simple as a few dozen or so pieces, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, to millions to tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. I have to play so much from the start. The cost pressure and the risk-taking index are high. It is conceivable, as was the case with the financial turmoil of last year, and accidentally faced the risk of a broken capital chain and the verge of bankruptcy. It can be said that a complete set of high-quality cloud service solutions provided by Blue Star Technology Group's Nebula StarCloud www.metalnovel.com has rescued thousands of enterprises that would otherwise go bankrupt, especially small and medium-sized enterprises. The situation is getting bigger, and it has also made a huge contribution to the subsequent global economic recovery. A large number of companies would have closed down in this economic winter, but because of this, they can indirectly save how many people can avoid unemployment. These are all is an invisible contribution. Affected by this, after the release of Blue Star Technology Group's annual report, the stock price soared. Early 2009 was the worst time for this financial turmoil, but it was a little bit intriguing that FTSE Incorporated disclosed the $1 billion cloud service revenue report at this time point no later than this time. The disclosure of this statement has a deeper meaning, as more than 90% of the media in the world have not reported it. That is, cloud computing services have been proven to create business value from nothingness to the present. At the same time, it indicates that cloud computing will profoundly change the world. Enterprises can reduce maintenance costs and IT investment costs due to cloud computing, which will inevitably lead to a consequence. That is to inject new momentum into the global economic recovery. In addition to Wall Street, the U.S. Federal Reserve, and the bankers' frenzied rescue of the city to inject liquidity, a profound change in the field of technology has brought a whole new force to stimulate the overall recovery of the global economy. The iconic event that led the global economy through technological change came just after Blue Star Technology Group disclosed its financial results. The next day, stimulated by the annual performance report, the stocks of Blue Star Technology Group jumped higher and opened higher. At the same time, the entire technology stocks collectively skyrocketed, even driving the broader market up. Chapter 302 Shengfeng Investment Management Fund. Prior to the disclosure of Blue Star's 2008 annual report, the top 5 IT companies listed in the world's current market capitalization were Microsoft $165.44 billion, Blue Star $98.8 billion, Cisco $85.6 billion, and Google $79.8 billion, Intel $71 billion. Then, the day after the disclosure of the full-year performance report, the stock of Blue Star Technology Group jumped open, as if with a Saturn V rocket, soaring upwards, watching the whole Wall Street excited. The total market value of the afterwards trading price was locked at $139.77 billion, and the market value soared by percent. It was not only that Blue Star Technology's stock went crazy. Technology stocks generally rose from this day. I also started from this day. After experiencing this global financial disaster, technology stocks have officially entered the stage of full takeoff. The reason why this day is historic and that the market value of Blue Star Technology Group soared by $40.97 billion a day is a landmark event of historical significance, because from this point in time, technology is the driving force to replace oil and finance began to dominate global. The era of tech giants is coming. Blue Star Technology Group started from today and has embarked on the road of ranking among the top 10 listed companies in the world. No matter how this list fluctuates, how new and old are changed, how the market value fluctuates, Blue Star Technology, this name is always on the list and never falls out of the top 10 in the world. Prior to this, Blue Star Technology had a face appearance in top 10, a global public company, and soon fell off when it reached a peak value of US $207.1 billion. Today, Blue Star Technology Group directly airborne to the list of the top 10 listed companies in the world with $139.77 billion US. As of today, the top 10 companies with global market capitalization are: Top 1 ExxonMobil $336.72 billion. Top 2 China National Petroleum $290.44 billion. Top 3 Walmart $203.73 billion. Top 4 US $100 million in the first row of the universe. Top 5 China Mobile $175.74 billion. Top 6 Microsoft $165.44 billion. Top 7 American Telephone and Telegraph Company $148.51 billion. Top 8 Blue Star Technology Group $139.77 billion. Top 9 Royal Dutch Shell Group $139.11 billion. Top 10 Procter & Gamble $138.8 billion. The data of this top 10 list is not just a series of data. It contains too much meaning behind it, and it also has a profound impact on the world. In a sense, the world's unprecedented changes in a century can also be seen from the data in this list. From a technology perspective, high-tech companies are almost half of the country. From the perspective of the time node, the financial and oil groups began to decline, and the technology giants began to rise and strengthen in an all-round way. This list indicates that the next decade is destined to be a decade in which the technology giants will set sail. From the perspective of the country they belonged to, it was basically a situation where American companies dominated the rankings. Today, 4 companies are from China, 5 are from the United States, and 1 is from Europe. Another manifestation of the two super and many strong changes that have not occurred in a century. After today, Liu Sheng and Blue Star Technology Group have once again become the focus of worldwide attention, and the headlines of mainstream global media are racing to report. With the news of the North American stock market returning to the domestic internet technology circle, there is almost no doubt about news reports related to Liu Sheng and Blue Star Technology. Among them, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group skyrocketed to $179.8 billion yuan, $40.97 billion in one day. The news even shocked the industry's countless eyes, and the chin was about to fall off the rhythm of the knee. Because it's really exaggerated, you may feel more exaggerated by comparing with the benchmark. Blue Star Technology's market value increase on this day is almost the current 3.47 whiteness market value total US $11.8 billion, or 3.56 US market value US $11.5 billion, or 1.16 Tencent market value. As the brand of Huago Technology Company today, Blue Star Technology Group deserves its name. As for his personal value, the media has long been uninterested, because owning 2 companies, the Blue Coast and Blue Star Technology Group, has already become the world's richest man. Unless it is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. This is a record that no one has ever broken, and everyone knows that no accident. Liu Sheng will become the first person in human history to reach $1 billion super-rich man. So far, Wall Street's current valuation of the Côte d'Azur company is about $38.7 billion. This company's assets, excluding bank debt, have about $15.9 billion in net assets. Wall Street analysts' current valuation of the Côte d'Azur company is quite reasonable, and no one can say the future. The valuation mainly refers to Apple according to the existing series of indicators. The valuation of less than $40 billion is because, first of all, the Blue Coast products are single, the heritage and the traditional old technology giants are still a lot weaker, and the risks are large. Secondly, a large proportion of more than 30% of revenue is invested in research and development in China. The profits have been diluted. Don't look at the Côte d'Azur, which is very profitable, and its products have high profits. But after diluting R&D expenses, the net interest rate of the Côte d'Azur companies is only about 8%. As a high-tech company with high added value, such a net interest rate is really misrepresented. A line with a net interest rate of less than 20% cannot be regarded as a high value-added technology company. Regarding the prospects of a company, although the profit is very important, the revenue is more important. The annual revenue of the Côte d'Azur company has exceeded $10 billion, and the company that has been established for only 5 years is really an exaggerated figure. Already, although the current net assets scale is less than $20 billion and the valuation is less than $40 billion, the market value of Blue Star Technology has not increased much in one day. But no one will question the Azure Coast's ability to make money, and no one will doubt the potential of this emerging technology company to become a giant, because Wall Street has generally believed that this is a company that has the potential to be in the hundreds of billions of magnitudes in the near future. Emerging technology giants can be described as promising. Liu Yuoxing founded 2 such promising technology companies, which is a miracle in legend. These news seem to be quite exaggerated, very eye-catching, and also allow the media to quickly harvest a large number of clicks. But in fact, there is not much nutrition, but people who eat melon love to watch these contents, so the media will naturally engage in hype on these issues, driving up heat and detonating traffic. In all small money, the real elite in the industry are constantly researching and thinking. What is the reason behind the Blue Star Technology Group's market value can soar 279.8 billion yuan a day? No doubt, the reason is that cloud computing services have suddenly opened an unprecedented new outlet to the world, making the concept that people originally thought that they were out of reach has become reality, and has started to generate such considerable profits. Now more than half of the IT industry practitioners are staring at Blue Star Technology and waiting to release the open-source cloud platform based on Nebula Star Cloud. They are also looking forward to the open-source cloud platform OpenStack jointly developed by Silicon Valley IT giants. For people, this is what they expect to happen. It is best to have another powerful force to counter Blue Star's dominance in the cloud service field, otherwise there is only one open-source cloud platform on the market, and no choice is the most terrible. As for the monopoly problem, it is likely that the result is that, as with Microsoft, it is extremely difficult to break up. Blue Star Technology and Liu Yuoxing have done much better than Microsoft and Gates in dealing with the monopoly problem. However, what they don't know is that Google and other Silicon Valley IT giants created this OpenStack to imitate the Nebula, which is also no way. Silicon Valley engineers don't want it, but they can't do it without it. Liu Yuoxing didn't pay much attention to external news during this time. Since the beginning of the year when he left the shopkeeper has been refreshing for a while, and has always been refreshing. Easy is definitely much easier than before, but he is not the shopkeeper for salted fish www.mtnovel.com but to have more energy to do other things. The villa where Qin Huaimou is located. I have done the business of investing in a company, and you can make it work at any time. At this time, Qin Huaimou and Liu Yuoxing were sitting opposite each other at a dining table and enjoying breakfast. This is Qin Huaimou with a good nutritious breakfast. Her villa is not small, she doesn't have the luxury, but she has a high sense of quality. She just hires a housekeeping aunt to take care of it. Well, what's the name? Liu Yuoxing, who was sitting opposite her, nodded and asked casually what the investment company's name didn't matter. It was left to Qin Huaimao to handle it entirely. The key was the investment company's functions and roles can meet their own requirements. Shengfeng Investment Management Fund, referred to as Shengfeng Capital. Qin Huaimao replied briefly, but added for a moment, according to your request, the current asset management quota is 20 billion, which has been transferred from offshore family funds to Shengfeng Capital. In other words, the actual controlling shareholder of Shengfeng Capital is Luo Sheng's family fund. Haha, it seems that from the name you still respect me as the head of the family, Luo Sheng said with a smile. Qi Wenyan said. Qin Huaimao tilted his head and glanced at him, and said lightly, you got out of bed and you were my assistant to help. But I went to the bed and the house had the final say. Luo Sheng stunned for a moment, then immediately bowed his head with a serious fist. In obedience to Her Majesty's orders, the minister must do his duty as a knight. Chapter 303 High-profile conference with the establishment of Shengfeng Capital. Luo Sheng positioned this company as a strategic investment company. It is a very important part of the spare tire plan. The purpose of its establishment is to create a domestic semiconductor industrial chain that is not constrained by Europeans and Americans. It needs a strong system to bring a group of younger brothers instead of fighting alone. Single fight is not tough, but a bit silly. Everyone beat you in groups. However, building the entire domestic semiconductor industrial chain is by no means accomplished overnight. The shocking Hang Seng was a heavy blow to the development of the domestic semiconductor industry, making the semiconductor industry that has lagged behind people even more vulnerable. And the capital heard when you say you want to engage in independent research and development of semiconductors, you won't have to bird. In recent years, it has only been possible to rely on the support of the state, and its support has been limited, because the country had no money in the past. It is not as rich now, and the semiconductor industry is too rich. To make matters worse, then came a Hang Seng. It can be imagined that the damage to the entire industry is great, and the result is that the domestic civilian semiconductor business has collapsed across the board. It is better to buy or buy than rent. Until now, some of the leading semiconductor companies in China seem to be strong, but there is really no one that can fight internationally. Even the Lanxi Semiconductor jointly established by the Côte d'Azur and Huawei is still behind the international level and is always catching up. Don't look at the powerful app processor of the Côte d'Azur mobile phones, but it is actually an air tower, which can easily collapse. Only some modules are developed independently. Once the supply chain is stuck, the core business of the French Riviera will face the fate of shock. I can say that the current development momentum of the French Riviera is very good because of the Americans' generosity, and if they want, they can destroy the French Riviera at any time. Americans' generosity is not really generosity. It is clear that they are raising pigs. This point Luo Sheng had a strong premonition. At this moment, Luo Sheng drank the remaining yogurt in the cup, smoked a paper towel and wiped it off. He ended up with Qin Huaimao and talked about the business. Shengfeng Capital hasn't announced it to foreign officials yet. Okay, let's talk about it later. You will sort out a report on the status of the domestic semiconductor industry and give me an assessment to determine which projects and entrepreneurial teams can invest in. Our money is also it's not a gale. In the semiconductor industry, if 20 billion yuan is thrown in, a lithography machine won't make a big splash, not to mention the entire industry. Let us start, and start well, so that we can drive it. More capital is coming in, including Shengfeng Capital, which also accepts foreign capital investment, but the premise is how I spend the money. Wu Qin Huaimao nodded. Since working with Luo Sheng for 5 or 6 years, he has also become a female elite in the IT industry and is a rare and versatile man. It's not difficult for her to solve such a problem. Shengfeng Capital currently has 119 employees, both at home and abroad. A branch office has been established in Göttingen, Europe, and a branch office in Vancouver, North America. but 70% of its employees are domestic. It will definitely expand further in the future. Shengfeng Capital must invest not only domestically but also globally. The decline of the West is inevitable. In addition, Luo Sheng's existence will accelerate the decline of the West to a certain extent. Because the East has him, it will recover faster. It is worth mentioning that Meng Ke joined Shengfeng Capital. Before that, he worked for Goldman Sachs. At the beginning stage of the pyramid stage of Blue Star Technology, Meng Ke was in the early stage of the entry of Goldman Sachs. Now, the investor has switched from Goldman Sachs to Shengfeng Capital. The current environment, financial collapse, more than a year, but Wall Street is still laying off staff. Major investment banks are laying off staff, which gives Shengfeng Capital a lot of opportunities to absorb a large number of investment elites work for it. Xun Meng Ke was not laid off, but Luo Sheng dug him over Shengfeng Capital. How could the other party never think that there would be such a day? He would actually become the other employee. After the meal, Luo Sheng started a new day's work. Now he doesn't care much about the daily operations of the two companies, but he still goes to work for an hour or two every day. The main thing is to look at the reports. More reports are generally at home, also known as the Science and Technology Complex. The artificial intelligence Cortana who accesses the security systems of the two companies will report to him regularly every week. The other working time is devoted to R&D. Recently, he did not work at Lancy Semiconductor or the Azure Coast Lab. Most of the time he spent in the Innovation Workshop, hosting two projects of the Submarine Data Center and open-source platform BlueStack. After the cloud computing outlet was completely detonated, all parties flocked to it. Like the major domestic IT companies who want to enter this field are waiting to be fed. They have no strength but do not want to miss this gold mine. There is still a chance, waiting for Blue Star Technology to launch an open-source cloud platform. Of course, many people have set their sights on the open-source cloud platform OpenStack that is also being launched in the United States. But domestic companies have two major concerns about this. The first concern is the risk of national condemnation. If you choose OpenStack, it will definitely be criticized by netizens, and the corporate reputation will definitely have a negative impact. The second concern is technical issues. Of course, Silicon Valley's R&D strength should not be underestimated. However, in the field of cloud computing, at least at present, Blue Star Technology said that the second is that no one in the world dares to say the first. When imitating Blue Star Technology's Nebula Star Cloud, for domestic players, it has begun to tilt the BlueStack open-source cloud platform where Blue Star Technology did not even announce its name. Since they are all open source, there is a cottage in Silicon Valley, and Blue Star's open-source cloud platform is properly orthodox. There is not much doubt about how to choose it in terms of reputation or technology. The only doubt is that I can't wait too long. So many domestic companies are anxious, and now I am just sure that Blue Star Technology will launch an open-source cloud platform, but I don't know when it will be launched, and I don't even know the name. Time goes by day. Finally, with March, countless companies who want to enter the field of cloud computing services finally look forward to their favorite open-source cloud platform. The BlueStack open-source cloud platform based on the underlying foundation of Nebula Star Cloud is finally after all the calls came out. On March 2nd, the highly anticipated BlueStack conference was held today as scheduled. As Blue Star Technology Group announced the open-source cloud platform BlueStack on the official website, the name spread to the industry that day. OpenStack's BlueStack, this is the word that the media likes to use for titles. As soon as the news came out, Eric Schmidt and other Silicon Valley giants were caught off guard. I didn't expect the other party to hold a press conference so soon, but when I looked back, I didn't feel too surprised. Blue Star Technology must have been preparing for a long time. If the other party knows that it only takes a quarter of the time, they will probably be mad. In the first 2 days of the conference, developers from all over the world gathered in Sioux City. Every time Blue Star Technology made a big move, Sioux City's leaders attached great importance to it and escorted the whole process, but it was always met when needed. Nowadays, Sioux City is very famous all over the world, because there is a technology giant group that is now famous all over the world. The landing of Blue Star Technology in Sioux City not only caused the local fiscal revenue and urban GDP to soar, but its reputation also radiated to the world. The leader of the last session has already risen ahead of schedule. Ji Shenqing was very distressed, and right next door, but out of reach. Today, the development speed of the city of Sioux City can be described as a small change in 3 months and a big change in 1 year. The solid financial revenue has fed the development of the entire city. There were no large venues before, which led to the annual meeting of Blue Star Technology Shenqing office. It is not used now. At the end of last year, a national comprehensive stadium with a scale of 100,000 people has been completed. Star-level hotels have sprung up and various surrounding infrastructures have been comprehensively planned and upgraded. This is a typical and inevitable economic law. A giant group located nearby has also made Xiangqing District the new king of the land, and even the entire house price in Sioux City has been heated up, driving house prices all the way. With the upgrade of consumption, the growth of Blue Star Technology has actually squeezed many local small and medium-sized enterprises to die. It's hard to walk, and it's difficult to survive without it. www.mentalnovel.com. There is no way to change the economic law, but it must be more competitive to stay, and the city must retain Blue Star Technology. There is no doubt about it. Then it is necessary to provide better and more comprehensive peripheral infrastructure facilities, and real estate developers see the opportunities here also swarming in, which is what the city of Suzhou expects to see. Of course, the land price will go up, the infrastructure facilities will be upgraded, the shops will also rise, and of course the consumption will go up. Employees like Blue Star Technology have high benefits, and consumption upgrades do not have any economic pressure on them. However, employees in other neighboring companies are different. There is no such high income, but consumption has gone up, requiring additional wages. Small and medium-sized enterprises must not be able to bear it, just leave or die. These Luo Sheng can't control, nor can he manage it. It can only be seen how the leaders of Sioux City solve the contradictions. But in general, as long as the leaders do practical things, they use the two giants of Blue Star Technology and the Blue Coast. The taxation of technology companies to support other companies is also a good choice. Although high-tech companies enjoy tax reduction and exemption, Blue Star Technology's annual revenue of more than 170 billion yuan is large, and the absolute number is still amazing. At this moment, in addition to the developers from all over the world leaving from their hotels and heading directly to the Blue Star Technology conference site, the same major media rushed to the Blue Star Technology headquarters early in the morning. This press conference can be described as the attention of the IT industry. Chapter 304. Damn. God is so unfair. At around 10 a.m., the conference venue's seating area of more than 1,500 seats was full. All developers from all over the world, especially sitting in the front row. The companies behind them are all playing with a sneeze. The IT community is about to shake. The proper card is in charge. A mainland media carrying a camera to shoot at the seating area couldn't help feeling a lot of emotion. I am afraid that only Luo Sheng has this energy. In fact, I was very excited. I used to watch foreign companies hold such a large and eye-catching press conference. Now it is indeed a domestic company. Many people are uninvited. Looking at this row of seats, all the leaders in the front row or the vice president level of the world are the same. Needless to say, the domestic internet IT companies have basically come, and there is no absence of bat. All are present. But in Silicon Valley, many giants have sent a global vice president and a group of developers to participate, and any one of them is one of the top giants. There are dozens of Cisco, Intel, Seagate, Google, Yahoo, Microsoft, FTSE, etc. Half of the IT technology circles in Europe and the United States have come, Even Llama has sent people to participate. In the eyes of the general public, this is a North American military giant. In fact, Lockheed Martin is also an industrial software giant in the IT industry. The 11 IT giants that basically contributed to the birth of OpenStack are all coming 1 yard at a time. The Blue Star Technologies Nebula Star Cloud leads the world. Even if it does not respect its competitors, it is a reason to spy intelligence or something. Blue Star Technology is naturally generous, which is a manifestation of self-confidence and confidence. Luo Sheng likes to make friends. His attitude is to make friends from the left, right, and right. As a friend, kill him. Luo Sheng is not a kind-hearted person. Otherwise it would not be possible to achieve today's achievements. When a company can reach the level of $100 billion, its influence is also global. Not to mention that Blue Star Technology Group is now a member of the global listed company Top 10 Club, and now this Top 10 has removed the prefix IT. The scope has been expanded to Top 10 global listed companies, and is still a member of the Top 10 Club's influence is self-evident. At this moment, Lucci in the front row is chatting with the Silicon Valley gangster next to him. He is basically unaware of everyone in Silicon Valley. Although he has joined Blue Star Technology, it does not prevent his friendship with his old friends. At this press conference, the people eating melon paid little attention. After all, this is not a consumer terminal business, but its influence is even more horrible. At the end of the round, the press conference arrived as scheduled. Under the attention of every developer or big-name audience attending the conference, Luo Sheng moved from the backstage to the middle of the stage. Are the tech big guys so personal? A reporter under the field laughed and groaned. They found that the famous tech big guys were all distinctively dressed. For example, the old yellow of Nvidia. Leather clothes will not change. Alice Horse always wears yellow sweaters. Luo Sheng is often shown in the shape of shirt plus jeans plus sneakers. Except for this shape you cannot see him in public. There is a second match. Regardless of spring, summer, autumn and winter. It's actually cold now, but the venue provides ample heating supply. Even if you wear a shirt, the temperature here is very comfortable. After all, the specifications are placed there, and it goes without saying that the on-site hardware is complete. I think everyone is most familiar with the open source software is Linux. It is undoubtedly the most successful one in open source software, both from its current ecological construction perspective and from the perspective of the industry, including the foundation of today's cloud computing. Rely on the contributions and cornerstones of Linux. Luo Sheng came to the middle of the stage and went straight to the topic. Even simple opening greetings were saved. The scene was very quiet. People who came here were enterprise-level developers and few independent people. This time, Luo Sheng did not invite ordinary people to eat up the crowd to promote the rhythm of the scene. After all, this conference is aimed at enterprise customers, not consumer business. Of course, I believe that we will soon release the first version of the open source cloud platform, BlueStack, which will also be very successful. This open source project is also a low-level technology. I firmly believe that the emergence of BlueStack will support the entire world of big data and cloud computing in the future. Development of, if only from an ecological point of view, the ecology of the French Riviera is also very open, and we are about to launch the open source WOS operating system. In this respect, in fact, both are the same, but the open source and open way is not. It's the same, that's all. This remark made Google and a group of members of the Open Mobile Alliance wrong, and came to the scene that Google's global vice president was angry in the heart every minute, yelling at Luo Sheng that he was too greedy. And WOS was not enough. WOS comes out. Google was caught off guard. When I came here to sit down without feeling hot, I felt like sitting on the floor, deeply doubting whether Luo Sheng was deliberately targeting. Absolutely. Suddenly got bad news. Android's biggest enemy is already brewing. One WOS is enough. Now there is a WOS. The media at the scene was very pleased to see that there was a lot of material in it. This conference seemed quite normal. But everyone actually had competition. They were secretly targeting their opponents. They were so full of drama. Just Luo Sheng's trivial sentence contained a lot of information. Tomorrow's news report, some write. Luo Sheng on the stage of the press conference said methodically, from the perspective of commercial value, open source is already an inevitable trend in the basic technology field. This is undoubted. Without open source basic technology, there is no vitality because it is difficult. It is widely used. Commercially, an open source project is widely used, which can make the entire technology upgrade mature and become extremely rapid. It may take 3 to 5 years or even 10 years to evolve in the past, and because of the power of open source, it can be completed in just a few months. From another perspective, the growth of open source will back up supporting business. After all, many customers want commercial support and value. For developers, a big difference between open source and non-open source is that you are a lone warrior or someone who can be with the best developers in the world. Because if you do a closed or projects, the resources you can communicate and contact will inevitably be limited by the application scenario, and will be very limited. But if you are doing an open source project, whether you lead the open source yourself or participate in open source, you can play technology with the world's best developers and discuss and communicate in the community together, so that your growth is rapid. This is also some of my thoughts on playing the MySQL community myself. Now that we have acquired MySQL, we will also use the secret of its success and apply it to BlueStack. After hearing these words, a lot of IT big guys under the field smiled and felt unhappy. Was Luo Sheng right? I seem to be right, but only part of it. Anyway, everyone was talking at the time, and the letter was only half of it. If you open source the Nebula, everyone will believe it. Otherwise I believe you a ghost. What makes the big guys want to confuse is that even half of the pair is in your favor, which is equivalent to letting the world's best developers help you discover the problems of Blue Star technology and the French Riviera. This is inevitable and mutual. If you develop yourself with other people's open source platforms, you will also feed back the platform. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, the press conference continued. Luo Sheng on the stage pressed a small remote control in the palm of his hand, and a giant picture caption appeared behind the giant screen behind him. We strive to be confident that BlueStack will become the most influential cloud computing management tool in the world today, and manage IaaS cloud server, storage and network resource pools through commands or web-based visual control panels. The solution we provide is that the BlueStack system or its evolution can be widely used in various industries, including self-built private clouds, public clouds, leased private clouds, and public-private hybrid clouds. We very much look forward to seeing all of you here as BlueStack user. In the science and technology circle, I am afraid that throughout the country of China, only Luo Sheng can still have the self-confidence in the face of the Silicon Valley gangsters in the audience. I have to say that this has made many domestic developers or industry gangsters. They were convinced and had to admire. At the same time, I saw Luo Sheng glanced at the huge screen behind him and click the small remote control button. BlueStack can support virtual machine software or containers such as Docker. The default is KVM. It also supports ResXi by installing drivers. However, some features are not supported for the time being, although our team is working very hard. After all, BlueStack is the first. It only took more than 2 months to develop the version, but please pay attention to the content posted on our official website for the specific virtual machine manager support matrix. Luo Sheng smiled at the audience. Developers? ? Is there such an abundant open-source cloud platform in more than 2 months? Some big guys at the scene for a while. www.mentalnovel.com. The developers seemed to have been hurt by 10,000 points of crit and felt deeply malicious from Luo Sheng's words. What makes the developers of the OpenStack open-source cloud platform project embarrassing? At this moment, the idea of the competitors is this: how do you play against an opponent like Blue Star Technology? How does this play? I play with Nima. This can't be played at all. In the front seat area below the stage, A vice president of Hewlett-Packard looked at the hot man on the stage for a while, turned around and suddenly lowered his head and asked Lucci, who was sitting next to him, "Presumably ask you a sentence, Mr. Lucci. Which technology leader in your company BlueStack developed?" I brought BlueStack out in more than 2 months. It's impossible for such a technocrat to be anonymous. It stands to reason that he must have his place in Silicon Valley. After hearing the words, Lucci smiled and whispered in response, "You are too bad, Rogers. You want to dig into my corner, right? But I can tell you exactly who you are. And the technical big coffee you said is just being on stage." The speaker, "If HP can dig him out, he'll follow HP." Rogers. Hearing such an answer, Rogers couldn't say a word for a long time, and finally he couldn't speak up after a long time. Damn. God is so unfair. Chinese website. Chapter 305. Googlers are in a bad mood if it's someone else, it's okay. But this technology gangster really can't dig. Maybe digging and digging, maybe if the North American authorities don't obstruct, people will in turn buy your company directly. After knowing that the core developer leading BlueStack is Luo Sheng, he directly said goodbye. But having said that, now Luo Sheng's 2 companies are now being dug by IT giants all over the world. The other sections will not be mentioned. Let's just say that this cloud computing section has more than 12,000 teams under the Blue Star Technology Group. This lineup is called Luxury, is the world's largest cloud computing R&D team. Personnel movement is quite frequent. This is a normal thing. You dig mine, I dig you. Isn't Lucci dug up from Silicon Valley? Luo Sheng doesn't care about this. He can retain the core developers. Part of it is the treatment of the issue. The other is his charisma. The more powerful the technology, the harder it is to dig it out, because there is a stronger person than him. One is worship, and the other is to learn something to improve yourself. In fact, in addition to digging talents in Silicon Valley, Luo Sheng is digging talents in Russia. Russia has no internet giants that can affect the world, but this country is rich in IT talents. Russian hackers are very famous in the world. There are also many talents in mathematics. Blue Star Technology has been funding Moscow University, and has already funded nearly $100 million. If some talents do not want to come to China, Blue Star Technology will directly build experiments for him locally. Room to give him peace of mind. Alas, the same is true of the French Riviera. As long as you are a talent, everyone will be eager to ask for it, especially the multinational technology giant group. For those true top technology talents, they will never hold the money and resources in their hands, including sharing stocks. At this moment, Luo Sheng on the stage is still presiding over the press conference. BlueStack is developed in C language, but we have achieved almost equivalent development of Python language, which means lighter weight and higher efficiency. Of course, it also follows the Apache open source agreement, and releases a new version every 6 months. When hearing Luo Sheng's words, Google's developers and managers suddenly had a pessimistic mood spreading, although it was well covered because they realized that OpenStack in conjunction with other Silicon Valley IT giants did not know how can we beat the opponent. Unless Luo Sheng's words just said are false, but I'm afraid it exists in the theory. This is the scene of a serious conference. Blue Star Technology is also a listed company. The first version was immediately identified. Google's managers are now very worried, afraid that OpenStack will finally be so powerful, and it will end up being feathered. At the same time, Luo Sheng said methodically, "We believe that many companies will develop around BlueStack in the future and provide customers with BlueStack implementation, training, operation and maintenance, customization and other services." Luo Sheng said that he suddenly stopped here. He looked down at the floor and walked back and forth, but immediately looked up to the audience. Before that, you need to consider that developers may always join more or less of their own closed technology, resulting in impaired interoperability of BlueStack. To this end, we will officially launch the interoperability certification at the same time as the first version is launched today. Products that pass the certification are labeled with the BP logo, which is short for red. All the developers present didn't say a word. There is no way to face this authoritarian behavior of Luo Sheng, because now there is only one open source cloud platform in the world, which is BlueStar Technologies' upcoming BlueStack. As for Google, OpenStack with a group of Silicon Valley IT giants has a name, as if nothing else has no shadow. Looks very powerful. In fact, each has a misfortune, so that the project progress can get up quickly and it doesn't make sense. Luo Sheng said with a smile, for users, choosing a cloud service provider certified by BP can achieve free migration between different BlueStack-based cloud computing. The BlueStack ecosystem jumps directly from the incubation integration model moving to the Big Tent model, where we maintain our focus on smaller core projects and actively encourage free innovation in the broader mainstream ecosystem. Developers and audiences on the field are watching silently, and there is a sentence saying that although they are dissatisfied with Luo Sheng's dictatorship behavior, the solution he gave is indeed very good. If it can be maintained like this, then this big brother, it's good to admit it. By comparison, BlueStar does not learn from Sona's taste of forcing third parties for its own sake. At the same time, Luo Sheng pressed the remote control button in his hand, and the giant screen behind him updated a brand new large picture group, a rectangular matrix with a circle inside the matrix, forming what he called a Big Tent mode. Very clear relationship. At a glance, the Big Tent model categorizes the components of BlueStack. It currently includes 6 core components and 14 optional components. Each component contains several services. The classification and number of components may change in subsequent versions. Luo Sheng looked at the huge screen behind him, said so. The picture on the giant screen shows that the 6 core components of the first version of BlueStack are computing services, networking, object storage, block storage, authentication services, and mirroring services. The 14 optional components are big data platform construction, governance services, container services, file system coexistence, orchestration, messaging services, metering, databases, key management, application software management, bare metal management, and web-based management interfaces, DNS service, workflow service. Luo Sheng looked back at the developers of the seating area and said, BlueStack has many components. According to the implementation process of the cloud, let's sort out the role of each component. The cloud needs to run many virtual machines, so it needs to be installed in many servers. And running virtual machines software, some customers may be willing to lease physical machines at high prices for security reasons, so they need to use ironic components, that is, bare metal management, to pool physical machines so that users can use them remotely. The press conference is still going on. Luo Sheng introduces the 6 core components and 14 optional components of BlueStack under the first version to all developers. Over time, the open-source cloud platform BlueStack has been continuously introduced and analyzed in Luo Sheng, and independent developers are extremely excited. They did not expect that the underlying technology under the first version has been so perfect. It is easy to understand that even some mediocre developers can easily set up their own private clouds through BlueStack as long as they are not too wasteful. The only thing that makes developers feel a bit uncomfortable is that BlueStack uses C language. They prefer Python because, relatively speaking, C language is not very friendly to developers. However, those giant companies, especially Google and others who are engaged in the OpenStack open source cloud platform, have mixed feelings, and perhaps most of them are worried. Googlers are very worried about one thing now, and they are increasingly worried that OpenStack will become the first joke in the field of cloud computing services. And it is a very shameful international joke. The technology itself is not powerful enough, and now the orthodox BlueStack released the first version so early, which made the developers of OpenStack momentarily stressed. It's not enough. For Google, The real hard work is to hear another bad news at this conference. www.intelnovel.com. The other party is also working on the open source ecosystem WOS mobile phone operating system. This is bad news for the Android team. Under the leadership of Eric Schmidt, the Android team has completely restructured the architecture and loaded it lightly, starting from imitating WOS. It's almost 3 years now. A solution has been launched before, but it's finally gone. But the progress is not bad, even if it is a pig, for nearly 3 years, plus the strategic tilt of Google's multi-party resources. The Android project must also make progress. I did make a good progress, but it was unsatisfactory. But Luo Sheng suddenly revealed the WOS system intentionally or unintentionally at the press conference, not to mention that Google's Android team is close to the enemy. But the pressure is huge and practical. Luo Sheng certainly did not say this at the press conference casually, but deliberately. But this is definitely not to the Android team or the developers in Silicon Valley. I said it to the domestic developers. In the audience area, there is a developer who can be said to be one of the pioneers of the internet in the mainland. Luo Sheng once sought Talu investment during the incubation stage of Blue Star technology. Rejected. This developer is only the acquaintance of Rebsl, but Mr. Xiaomi has not yet shadowed. He came for the news today. For votes. Chapter 306. The pulse of the times is so exciting. The domestic IT community who participated in the conference had too many frontline players, and Rebus was just one of them. Originally, Mistel came out of this time to lay out cloud computing for Xunlai, who is in charge of his own. He specifically dropped his other work and came to see Blue Star's BlueStack open source cloud platform conference in person. However, when Luo Sheng pointed out the open source system of the WOS smartphone during the press conference, Lawlways suddenly became more interested in this than the BlueStack open source cloud platform, because just at the beginning of the new year, Mistel has begun brewing a new venture plan in his heart, and gathered a team. The team coming out of DXN Wireless. Although Mistel was missed by Blue Star Technologies' angel investment, the media and netizens occasionally came out to tease the textbook-like intestinal regret series, Mistel, and missed Blue Star Technology. If you don't regret it, it must be false. But even if you miss it, it won't be as hot as the media and netizens. Mistel did not feel that his intestines were regrettable, nor would it affect his status as a big-name player in the IT industry. After the conference, the first version of the open-source cloud platform BlueStack was officially released, and developers around the world can download it for free. Of course, there will be some value-added services in the future. Lucci is in charge of this project and decided to follow the model of MySQL open-source database. But at this stage it is completely free. Data show that not only domestic developers, but also a large number of access addresses in Silicon Valley. Next, BlueStack was handed over to Lucci, the person in charge of Blue Star's cloud computing services. 1 week later, Lucci also went to the United States to participate in a developer conference. The purpose was naturally to promote overseas. Good stuff is basic, but let people know you have good stuff. On the night after the press conference, Luo Sheng invited the domestic IT industry to come to the technology complex building for dinner, and all the invitees came to the show without exception. As the de facto #1 player in the domestic internet industry today, Luo Sheng's invitation letter does not know how many people dream of getting it. If he also imitates the operation of Buffett, he will have a chance to lunch with him at the auction. It is also in line with the rhythm. Regardless of whether it is acknowledged or not, this meal cannot really come without a certain level and influence. The people invited this time are the 20th and 30th people, including people from the scientific and technological circles and investment people. Around 19:40 p.m., a group of industry leaders and Luo Sheng gathered in a hall of the Science and Technology Complex building. The housekeeper specially arranged the domestic employees to arrange a matrix-shaped long table. The big brothers sat side by side. It is no exaggeration to say that here is half of the country's IT industry. I chatted with a friend some time ago, and talked about President Liu when you were chatting. He sighed and said that it was an honor and a sorrow for you to talk to President Liu in an age. Your light is too bright so that everyone else in the IT community is overshadowed. The man who spoke this sentence was a middle-aged man sitting at the dinner table. His name was Shen Wai. The words made people laugh and nodded again and again. Shen Wai, one of the co-founders of Vivo, is a new brand focusing on the field of smartphones, which was only established early this year. In this regard, I don't want to be too humble. Liu Sheng said. Everyone felt a stomachache, as proud as ever, with a sharp edge. Amidst the coquettish laughter in the dining room, Liu Sheng added, but no matter how dazzling you are, you can't stop Anon's light. The world is colored, and one color is so monotonous. I like colorful anyway. In the world of Vivo, wasn't this born? Coolpad also announced that it has fully entered the 3G terminal consumer business market and so on. As the youngest person in charge of this table and dinner, he has become the #1 player in the world, and is the undisputed protagonist in the crowd at this moment. After all, you have to speak with strength. If hard strength is not there, it will not get the recognition of these long-established big brothers, let alone invitations. The following period of time properly entered the famous scene of commercial mutual blowing. The big brothers have automatically ignored Liu Sheng's age. It is right to blow anyway. Time passed little by little. After 3 rounds of drinking, Rebus looked at Liu Sheng at the scene and said, General Liu, during the day you talked about the open source operating system for the Woz smartphone. I still think about it, and don't hide it. My interest outweighs the BlueStack open source cloud platform, and I think the few big guys who have entered the mobile terminal here have similar ideas to me. Why? Mr. Law also intends to enter the field of smartphones? Shen Wai looked at him with a smile and scolded another friend who was robbing money in his heart. These days are getting worse. Every big man present here has secretly boosted the spirit, knowing that the key point is coming. No one will believe that this is just a simple meal. Obviously, Rebus took the lead in cutting into the hole. Faced with Shen Wai's inquiries, Mr. nodded and said frankly, I have already pulled a few tanners to work on a team and came out of DXN, Xiaomi. Haha, the name is very grounded. People who don't know thought Law always entered the agricultural field. Haha. All the people present laughed and laughed. As a long-established veteran of IT, Law always wanted to start a second business and quickly set up a team, just willing to have someone follow him. Liu Sheng laughed without saying a word. Law always entered the smart mobile terminal business. It will not be long before most of the friends on this table have to hate him, because Rebus just made a high value-added profiteering industry into the price of cabbage, so that ordinary consumers can enjoy mobile internet life without paying too much economic cost. Helplessly, many people look down on Xiaomi, and they don't know if there is no Xiaomi as a spoiler. How can they enjoy a smartphone with more than 1,000 yuan? It is completely understandable that friends can hate Xiaomi, and you can look down on Xiaomi, but as a mass consumer, it is a bit incomprehensible to ridicule Xiaomi. However, the emergence of Xiaomi as a spoiler did not pay much attention to Liu Sheng. And what's wrong with Xiaowing? The birth of Xiaomi will accelerate the development of the mobile internet. More and more people can use smartphones, and the user base will explode. It is also a good thing for Blue Star Technology Group, and its major business units can usher in a strong increase. Another Azure mobile phone or Azure series mobile phone under the French Riviera will not be impacted, because the main focus is the positioning of the high-end market, and it will not enter the low-end market. Here, I will let friends to fight and kill. Most of the profits have been taken away by the Azure mobile phones. Whether you admit it or not, the world is divided into 3, 6, and 9, even if it is a product. Because of this, you can rely on the vast number of friends and business and the low-end market to set off the high of the Azure mobile phone. This is a very simple consumer psychology. Just like a free game, The leopard head Lin Chong player inside is also an indispensable part of this ecology. The significance of their existence is in the eyes of game developers as tool people for the abuse of local players. Although it is a bit disrespectful to say that the leopard head Lin Chong player is a tool man, this is true, not real. Then local tyrants will be happy to pay for it. Local tycoon players are cool. Developers also make money, and zero-charge players can also play free games. Everyone takes what they need at different levels. This is a perfect ecological closed loop. If the Lin Chong player is gone, the tyrants will lose their fun, the developers will not make any money, the ecosystem will collapse, and the game will die. Lin Chong players have no games to play. The reason is the same. The existence of the low-end market in mobile phones is the basis for carrying the high-end market. Without a large number of smartphones of 1 to 2,000, how can it set off the taste of the Azure mobile phones that are thousands of fast? From the perspective of consumer psychology, labor and capital are obviously richer than you and use a mobile phone with you. How can it show that I am rich and distinguished from you? Let us talk about ground gas. www.mentalnovel.com. How can I pretend in front of you? It is for this reason that the Azure mobile phone has become a symbol of the kidney machine. It's no secret that we have already developed the WOS open source system internally. It is no accident that we can launch it this year, just to match the open source operating system Android open source operating system in Silicon Valley. Liu Sheng said, but for a moment, he added, exactly, taking this opportunity, I also want to invite all seniors who are interested in doing end consumer business to join the WOS camp, whether it is BlueStack and OpenStack, or WOS and Android. This is a thing. Fang's team battle is also an era when the whole world enters a new node of change. Having said that, Liu Sheng looked around at everyone. Did you feel the pulse of the times is beating? The rhythm of that beating is so exciting. Chinese website. Chapter 307 Epic Level IT Team Battle Park. As the words fell, Liu Sheng drank his mouthful of wine and stopped talking. The big men who were present looked at each other. What this means is that everyone shows that Liu Sheng intends to lead the domestic IT community to form a loose alliance, and then form an epic park with the alliance formed by the Silicon Valley IT community. Aside from other things, this story is very exciting. This is something that everyone has never dared to think of before. It is worth mentioning that, although today, Liu Sheng is younger than everyone on the scene, but because of his dazzling achievements, he has convinced the older generation of bosses completely. Otherwise, if Liu Sheng said this a few years ago, the big brothers present would not be enthusiastic, but would think, there is no problem in forming a group park, but the captain's turn cannot be yours. Now it's different. This group has been completed. No one at Liu Sheng's group will feel inadequate. Silicon Valley, which is a sacred place in the minds of many IT people. Now I suddenly heard someone say that he wants to overthrow this sacred place, and start a new era with one hand. How can he not excite people? In fact, the Chinese people are inherently combative in their bones. Confucius had saber swords more than 2,000 years ago. Otherwise, could such a large area be given as a charge? Only a few thousand years of civilization sedimentation have become the old yin ratio, superficial and kind, thinking on the back you. When you can't beat you, you build walls, build up grain, and promote. If you can't do it, then go out of the Hangzhou Valley and compete in the Central Plains. How dare you ask? I went to read the 5,000-year history of China, which is actually a history of how you rebelled. Mad. Why can't you be the boss? Don't give labor and capital a chance. If you catch me, I can't kill you. That's why there is an old saying like a gentleman hides his possessions and stays moving. This is how Lei Oin became. Of course, this is too direct and too deceptive, but it is better to be subtle and stable. Therefore, there is Tang Xingjian, a gentleman strives for self-improvement. Topography, a gentleman carries virtue, said groundedly, which is insignificant. Develop, don't wave. And then my fist gets bigger. I overthrew the US emperor, and everyone in the world refers to the deer as a horse has agreed that it is a horse. This kind of thing I actually want to do and want to achieve in the dream. On the surface it is not. The body is very sincere. Crazy development. General Luo, when will this WOS system be released? Rebus asked directly. None of the big men present was a fledgling existence. Luo Sheng's story was very pleasant, but he would not rely on his words alone. Let these big brothers leave their minds behind. I'm really good. Suddenly everyone focused on Luo Sheng and did not admit that they had to accept the fact that even Google's Android was staggering to imitate WOS, and other domestic players were not able to play. Well, it's not that they can't fight, but that the French Riviera under the leadership of Luo Sheng is too good. Let them work on the underlying design of the operating system. The best way to start is to imitate WOS, but even Google is so difficult, let alone them. Even with a plug-in genius like Luo Sheng, the Côte d'Azur spent 10 billion yuan in financial resources, 6 or 7,000 engineers, and it took more than 3 years to pry open the door to the mobile internet world. This is not something other domestic IT players can afford. Even now, if a smartphone manufacturer says that it has a team of thousands of engineers, it is a luxury lineup. And the team that Rebus is currently preparing for has not yet broken 100, and the Vivo brand is now only more than 100 people, many of whom are talented from the side of the French Riviera. Luo Sheng wouldn't care too much about the movement of these people. The company has grown larger. Now the number of employees on the Côte d'Azur company is 50,000. Every day, some people join the company, and some people leave, and they are also digging people. Why not? Doug, that's too hooligan. But as long as you don't dig into my core executives and P9 level or above, everyone is still a good friend. You can sit down and chat and brag about something. After all, it is difficult for employees above P9 level to dig them up. If such employees can be robbed, he would have gone alone and led a group of entrepreneurs. The company department system inside the company allows those who want to start a business to be absorbed in it, and eventually grows stronger. The parent company of the separated company will also take a stake, and eventually become a branch of the parent company. The business that comes out is also highly overlapped. In fact, the parent company is the largest customer and is its own person. The Côte d'Azur now has more than 30 subsidiaries, including accessories and marginal products, etc., which have become a link in the parent company's industrial chain, large or small, and some marginal industries can be stripped out. To support its subsidiaries, the Blue Star Technology Group has more. There are already 70 or 80 subsidiaries. Some have millions of assets, some have tens of millions, and even hundreds of millions. Everyone takes the parent company as the core branch and keeps on branching and loosening to form a huge group system. In the face of general's inquiries, Luo Sheng also did not hide it. This time, he invited the big brothers to come to the dinner. The purpose is to do so. Look at the progress of the internal development team's project, but it is certain that the first version will be launched within this year. It is no doubt. After Luo Sheng's answer was complete, but for a moment, Shen Wai said with a ridiculous tone of worry, the Azure Coast is a behemoth and a maker of redefining smartphones. It is no problem to jointly fight against the Silicon Valley Android Alliance under the WOS system. But if you solve Android, you will come back and solve all of our tool people who have no use value. This can be said very directly, and everyone heard Yan Qiang laughed, and they all looked at Luo Sheng. This is a very real problem. Without foreign enemies, distant relatives are new outsiders, not to mention relatives. Everyone is really panic. Who doesn't want to be the boss? And the boss certainly does not want to be challenged by others. The best way is to simply wipe it out, and the province's spring breeze will blow. If you can't die, you have to fight. Once WOS defeats Android, it becomes the only authority dog, and everyone must live in the shadow of the Azure Coast. It seems that the seniors are very confident in me and WOS doing Google and Android. I am honored, but if Silicon Valley is so easily overthrown, it is not Silicon Valley. Our Far East department is still too weak. Especially the details are too weak. It is too early to say this, Luo Sheng said with a smile. The big guys who heard the words smiled awkwardly and elegantly, and their hearts were ashamed. The subtext of Luo Sheng's words was that all of you in this room except brother, you can fight. See people in Silicon Valley, Google, Microsoft, IBM, Intel or whatever, the team pools is playing. And one can play more than one. Let's do it here. One brings N pits. If he can't bring them, he can say 2 more. But I can make an oral promise. In the consumer electronics market, the French Riviera is only high-end, not low-end. Luo Sheng said with arrogance, I want to come in and do low-end. I am afraid that other domestic friends and merchants have won. Most of them will be squeezed to death by me, and the rest will not have much living space. The pool is so large. When an elephant comes in, it only squeezes out a small amount of water in the pool. In the end, no one can quench thirst, so expanding the pool is the top priority. Although Luo Sheng's remarks are very hard-hitting, they can't be refuted. They are not as good as people. Now, if you don't like the words, you still have to eat and drink. This is also very realistic. Let's leave things for tomorrow first. Let us talk about it today. I can't get through today, and tomorrow has nothing to do with you. The dinner ended around right and left. It was basically very harmonious. Behind each big brother was a strong IT company, even more than one, and it was common to compete with each other. However, this will not prevent them from privately communicating with each other. They are unequivocal in commercial competition. They are all committed and will never let go of a fatal blow. However, if the personal relationship is froze because of commercial competition, it means that the position is not enough, and it is impossible to appear on the dinner this time. With the end of the dinner, some big brothers have also left, and some big brothers have left to talk with Luo Sheng further, such as President L. However, there is no banquet in the world, and L finally left. The next day, the Xiaomi team was convened to start a new layout, decisively tilt resources to the WOS operating system, and prepare for this. Before, the Xiaomi team has been discussing whether the operating system section is doing it by itself or looking forward to Google's Android. In the end, everyone agreed that using Android can quickly build the brand and ship quickly. Xiaomi actually started from assembly and adopted a cost-effective strategy. But at yesterday's BlueStack conference, I accidentally learned that there was open source system www.mtlnovel.com directly disrupted the established strategies of many manufacturers in the industry, and how to choose is actually not difficult. First of all, Android also started from imitating WOS. Now Luo Sheng wants to engage in WOS. It must have more imagination than Android. This is similar to yesterday's BlueStack, and everyone has seen the technical strength of Luo Sheng's team. OpenStack, jointly developed by Silicon Valley, has not made any substantial progress so far. BlueStack has already released the first version of the world on the day of the conference. There is no reason not to believe that WOS is more competitive than Google's Android. Not to mention the smartphone operating system, the strength of the WOS system is obvious to all. Secondly, the WOS system is a domestic operating system, which is the same as the BlueStack open source cloud platform. Aside from the advantages of the two systems, if you don't use WOS and use a foreigner's Android, this will face huge public opinion. Under pressure, the product may not be sold in the end. The last reason is that after all, Android is a foreigner's thing. It is also a stuck neck. If it is a WOS stuck neck, anyway, you can also respond to let the leader do Luo Sheng's ideological work. But if the Americans stuck your neck, would you go to the old American Congress to reflect that they would do ideological work for Google? I might do this kind of ideological work for Google, as long as the car doesn't die. Go to the dead. Chapter 308, Buffett living in IT. After the dinner was over, the next day, the big brothers shared the photos taken on the scene on their Weibo, which quickly attracted a lot of strong crowds to eat melon. 666. This is the meal of big brothers. Half of the IT world is here. I think it's more than 2/3. Always Liz here. Intestinal Regret Series 2333. This is the board of the Archbishop of IT. Well, look at this picture where Mr. and Master Luo met in the office. The wall behind it. The periodic display of the periodic table of elements. Miss Tweed, the invisible display of wealth is the deadliest. This wall is worth hundreds of millions. Bullying, I don't have culture. Why are there hundreds of millions of cabinets? You can find out the value of some elements. Some are worth a few thousand yuan and some are worth tens of millions. From the picture display, Mr. Luo's wall has collected all element entities except radioactive elements. Alas! The big brothers show off rich and low luxury with connotations. However, I have no culture. I have a lie in the world, I lie on the grill. Now Luo Sheng's fame is not a star celebrity in the entertainment industry. His popularity are even worse than those of the first-line star celebrities. Sealing the gods again and again, let the people of the rivers and lakes send the nickname IT Archbishop. The pictures of the fan meals released by the Big Brothers are the dreams of countless Luo Sheng fans and young people. In the generation after Ju, Luo Sheng had a huge impact on their lives. They are full of blood and inspirational stories, which are simply comparable. The plot of the hot-blooded anime is compelling. The industry is also very curious about this dinner, and various speculations from the media are endless. Because this dinner is all domestic big coffees, there is no international big coffee. People who come to participate in the BlueStack conference, Silicon Valley University, a lot of guys came, but none of them appeared at Luo Sheng's dinner. It is not because Luo Sheng does not have this influence, and it is not because the Silicon Valley big guys do not give face. This cannot help the outside world wonder what happened at this dinner. However, this kind of thing basically has little chance for the general public to contact, because some news is also spread in a small circle, such as this meal. It is clear that Luo Sheng will vigorously promote the WOS open source ecological operating system to counteract Android Alliance. Many domestic friends have begun to actively arrange, and they are very tacit and will not easily leak to the outside. The news is delayed as long as it is delayed. Too much is leaked. Many people come in, and many people are divided. This reflects the value of knowing the information in advance, and making less preparations in advance, and saving the cost of making mistakes. Of course, it has an advantage over the less advanced. The release of BlueStack announced that the cloud computing service has officially entered the global era of global competition. All parties have raised or entered the game, completely detonating the development of this market, driven by the overall recovery of technology stocks. What I have to say is that the rise of cloud computing has given IBM a great opportunity. Today, the stock price has skyrocketed, and it has once again returned to the $100 billion mark from its previous market value of more than $60 billion. Global technology stocks are rising sharply. Google also returned to the $100 billion market cap, reaching $112.5 billion. In addition, during the worst financial crisis that swept the world, the market value was almost cut off at the lowest point. But even so, Microsoft's market value continued to lead the IT-listed company, and it has now risen to $171 billion. On the third day after the BlueStack conference, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group has been pushed up to US $157 billion. Second only to Microsoft among IT-listed technology companies, and still ranked 8th in the top 10 list of market capitalization. First name. Among the global IT-listed companies, Blue Star Technology has the fastest growth rate, with its market value from the lowest value of $98.8 billion to the current $157 billion. The momentum may not slow down. Wall Street analysts even commented very optimistically, saying that Blue Star Technology may lead the IT industry in the near future, becoming the world's largest high-tech company beyond Microsoft. According to the current momentum, many people believe this. Mainly, the potential of Blue Star Technology Group is too terrible. Its volume is as huge as the internet. In addition, It leads the global cloud computing business. Its 71% market share is simply picturesque. The release of BlueStack has made industry veterans comment. In the near future, the field of cloud computing services is likely to be firmly dominated by BlueStar technology, and its hegemonic position is almost impossible to shake. OpenStack, jointly developed by Silicon Valley IT giants, is huge, but rival BlueStack has already released the first version for the world, and OpenStack has not even set a date for the conference. Nebula Star Cloud, a subsidiary of BlueStar Technology Group, has firmly dominated the market share of 71% of cloud computing. Now BlueStack is leading the market in open-source cloud platforms. Most of the time, the situation and the people are occupied. For the future of OpenStack, many IT elites in Silicon Valley have expressed pessimism. I am afraid that it is difficult for anyone to shake the dominance of BlueStar technology in the field of cloud computing. This is the price of missing the air vent and also the report of the air vent in advance. However, in addition to envy, jealousy and hatred, this situation has nothing to say. 3 years ago, people directly clouded cloud services without billions of dollars. At that time, the market was once frustrated by Luo Sheng's move, and his confidence led to BlueStar Technology's stock price plummeted. No one believed it. They all felt that Luo Sheng had thrown $5.6 billion into a black hole, and it would never be recovered again. I didn't expect that after only 3 years, I finally got an unimaginable return. BlueStar Technology made $7.5 billion in cloud computing services and took away about 71% of the market share. Although the net profit after $7.5 billion in revenue after spending is very small, in the past 3 years, BlueStar Technology has invested more than $12 billion in cloud computing services, and is still increasing its strength. This is the future, the trend of. People had to dig out and analyze again the predictions made by Luo Sheng at the developer conference that year. The result I got is that as long as I follow Luo Sheng, I can make a small profit without blood, and the probability of loss is small anyway, because the people following him just made more or less money. Those who want to see his joke either lose money or have nothing to do with them. Luo Sheng has already become in the industry, and is regarded as a Buffett in the IT industry. In fact, this has also brought some troubles to Luo Sheng. For example, now that he wants to acquire a company or something, you have just expressed your thoughts, and a group of people are already staring. If this company is a listed company, even if it is in a downward situation, however, as long as Luo Sheng was watching, it stopped falling and rose in response. Can just open up the metaphysics. He is so amazing. Investors have become more and more blind to him now, and unknowingly became another field of Buffett. In the coming days, www.mentalnovel.com BlueStar Technology Group has 2 major products to be launched. One is a cross-platform chat application tailored for foreign users, and the other product is online cloud translation, referred to as OCT. The previous plan was to be released early this year, but the plan could not keep up with the changes and internal adjustments, because Lucci asked to do the open-source cloud platform as soon as possible, and most of the company's resources were tilted to the urgent development of BlueStack, so that Luo Sheng personally led the development process. Without the company's clear resources, BlueStack will not be able to release the first version in such a short time. Now that the first version of BlueStack has been released, the company's various resources can also be reorganized, and the release plans for the 2 major projects have also entered the countdown, and the 2 product releases will be completed by the first half of this year at the latest. However, Luo Sheng will not personally host the launch of these 2 products. The cross-platform chat application is hosted by the subsidiary BlueSpace, headed by Jack Stopperman, and the conference will be held in Seattle, North America. This new application product will not be released in China, and the conference for overseas users will naturally be held abroad. The OCT translation service product was hosted and published by Zhang Bowen, and the venue of the conference was set in Paris, France, Europe. For these things, Luo Sheng believes that the following subordinates can also be successfully completed. As for himself, he has now devoted more energy to technology research and development. Chapter 309 Ministry of Information Industry and State-Owned Assets Management Office come to visit a week later. Luo Sheng stayed at Ian's house tonight. The current living conditions are that I spend 3 to 5 weeks at Qin Weimer's house and 2 to 4 at Ian's house every week. However, Luo Sheng had a great dream in his heart, dreaming that one day he could pick a lantern and draw red candles at night, or 2, or 3, or on the floor tent. Multiple pleasures are wonderful. Sandwich cookies are the cutest. I hope this dream will be realized soon, Luo Sheng said with great enthusiasm. He had never had such a big ambition before, but if people learn to satisfy, they will not be human. What dream? Irene said suspiciously. No, just suddenly want to eat sandwich biscuits. Luo Sheng coughed a few times, then said. Somehow, Irene gave him a white look and turned her attention to the computer screen. A moment later she said in amazement, "Do you guess what information I saw?" Luo Sheng immediately leaned in and looked at the laptop screen. A series of English pages showed that Irene was on Shanghai.com and the page displayed a foreign news message. Luo Sheng couldn't help but see the title content. Haha, NASA actually came out to save the scene. A little interesting. The main idea of this article is that the OpenStack open-source cloud platform jointly developed by Silicon Valley IT giants, did not expect that these days seem to be infighting, and now the technology circle in North America is making a lot of noise. This report is also published a snapshot of Eric Schmidt's face frowning. It can be seen that in order to promote OpenStack, it is also very difficult. 11 members are tech giants, and no one can beat anyone else. Although Eric Schmidt is the initiator of this initiative, Google's cloud technology is not as outstanding as Blue Star Technology Group's Nebula Star Cloud to lead the world. It's not a surprise to get out of a concubine. After all, they are all giants. Why listen to you? Eileen said curiously and puzzled. How can an agency such as NASA jump out and reunite the coalition that is about to collapse? Luo Sheng glanced back and looked back with a smile. Bringing doctrine can't afford to build high-rise buildings, and the cloud developed independently can go further. This sentence is applicable to any party. Europeans and Americans don't want the future sky. The only cloud that floats is not its own. In any case, OpenStack must be supported so that other new cloud computing vendors in North America can quickly deploy and provide customers with basic cloud computing services. In the current internet era, news is spreading very fast. What happened in North America was quickly reprinted online by domestic media. The huge open-source cloud platform alliance has almost killed many mainlanders in the end. For many people in the country, Americans can actually eat such a big tadpole in front of Chinese technology companies. Many netizens are even more proud to see such news. I did not expect that the strength of Blue Star Technology is still beyond expectations. The old IT giants in Silicon Valley have failed to get an open-source cloud platform. Isn't the flagship Star Cloud invincible? Don't watch, ride a horse for a while, tired to sleep and sleep, Aileen said with a smile. Then immediately put the laptop cover aside. Then, Luo Sheng Solugu. In the early morning of the next day, Luo Sheng received a rather unexpected news. People from the Ministry of Information Industry and the State-Owned Assets Management Office came to visit him in person. After eating a nutritious breakfast at Irene, she returned to the Science and Technology Complex. At about 10 a.m., the other party came to Luo Sheng's home on time to visit her. Comrade Luo Sheng, we haven't asked you to disturb you. At this moment, in a reception room in the Science and Technology Complex building, Luo Sheng met with several people in the system, and King Su arrived for a few cups of tea and then silently left. The speaker was a leader from the Ministry of Information Industry, called Lee Xingo. It's okay. I don't know what are the instructions for the two leaders to visit, Luo Sheng said with a smile. The instructions will be avoided. Ha. Oh, I forgot to introduce. Lee Xingo smiled, but for a moment, he glanced at the middle-aged man sitting next to him, and then his eyes fell back on Luo Sheng again. It is Deputy Director Zhong Yuan Hong from the State-Owned Assets Management Office. After the introduction, Li Xingguo went straight to the topic after a brief greeting. This visit is mainly for two things. Let's talk about the first thing. Earlier this year, the ITU, the International Telecommunication Union, called for Advanced Candidate Technology, that is, 4G technology. A total of with 6 candidate technologies. The International Telecommunication Union will meet in October this year to finalize the selection of the 4G standard. The success of the proposal depends on the confrontation and good offices between the giant manufacturers. I heard that Luo Sheng probably knew what they were doing here. The two technology companies that he founded were not only one of the hundreds of 3GPP members, but also one of the few influential members. 3GPP voting does not look at the number of votes, but the weight. A ticket from a small manufacturer cannot be compared with a ticket in the hands of the giant Blue Star Technology. The Blue Coast belongs to equipment vendors, while Blue Star Technology is similar in nature to Google and belongs to network service providers. Luo Sheng's 2 votes can be said to be very critical. Deputy Li, can you tell us what are the 6 plans? Luo Sheng could not help asking. Unclear for the moment. Li Xingguo shook his head and said, after all, this is an international standard-setting conference, or is led by Westerners, and only when China developed, did the right to speak rise. After a while, Li Xingguo added, however, there have been 4 plans to participate in this 4G standard race, including RTD 2000 follow-up evolution standard and WiMAX follow-up evolution standard. We only know that there are 6 plans, but the full picture of these 6 plans is unknown. In October of this year, the International Telecommunication Union will hold the 6th meeting of the ITU 50 Working Group in Dresden, Germany, soliciting and selecting 4G candidate technologies. China will be headed up by the national team to participate in and submit advanced technology solutions with independent intellectual property rights. Li Xingguo sighed. The 3G standard has been specified in 2000. But the popularization of 3G in China only started in the first half of last year. There is almost no right to speak, although there are also TSCDMA for independent research and development. But the number of 3G users, there are certain disadvantages in terms of the number of terminals and operating areas. Therefore, China regrets that it has lost the opportunity to lead and can only hope to fight a turn in the coming 4G era. 3G is a high-speed IP data network. Although internet access is no longer a luxury, it cannot meet people's growing needs. So when the popularity of 3G is not high, the research and development of 4G is already on the road. The internet speed can be increased to about 50 times that of 3G mobile technology, and high-quality transmission of 3D images can be achieved. If the 3G era can only be used for blue space, Weibo and other applications, then the future 4G era is the full rise of webcasts, short videos and mobile internet. At this time, Luo Sheng couldn't help asking, how big is the odds of winning the standard proposed by China? Of course he is confident that in the last generation, neither Blue Star Technology nor the Côte d'Azur won it. Not to mention now, Luo Sheng's 2 technology companies have undoubtedly won great power for their motherland. Li Xingguo said with a smile, when I was in the capital early this year, a reporter asked a similar question and asked me what estimates I have for China's LTE entry into the International Telecommunication Union. At the time, I was bolder and said 75%. I then talked specifically with the director of the ITU Radio Communication Bureau. Speaking of this, Li Xingguo sipped tea and added, I said, how big do you think this is? Before he spoke, I first said whether it was only a probability. The answer he gave me was that your estimate was too conservative. I think the chance of winning is %. I ask why? His answer is that your country has Luo Sheng as a 3GPP member. Whether it is the Blue Star Technology of the network service provider or the Blue Coast of the mobile terminal equipment manufacturer, your China is even more powerful in this 4G standard race. Li Xingguo said with a smile, I didn't expect his confidence to be better than us, Comrade Luo Sheng. You have contributed a lot. After hearing such an answer, Luo Sheng couldn't help but hold back for a while and laughed. It's an exaggeration. Although it makes a small contribution, it is not the main thing. China can set the standard without any experience more than 10 years ago. Now that we have this successful experience, we also understand the requirements of the international communications industry and how the rules of the game are played. In this case, I feel that even if I do not participate in voting, that bill submitted by our country will eventually be able to include it in 4G standards. Ha ha, Comrade Luo Sheng is too humble. Lee Xinggo laughed, nodding his heart secretly, could not help but look side by side. For the first time, through a simple conversation, Luo Sheng felt to him that he was a calm young man. It is extremely rare to grow such a young talent. There is nothing wrong with voting. www.intelnovel.com. Whether it is the Blue Coast or Blue Star technology, there is no doubt that it supports TDLT. Luo Sheng's affirmation, straightforward, he would not do some kind of slapstick operation. The leaders of the Ministry of Information Industry came here this time. They did not feel too much surprise about Luo Sheng's decision. Most of them came over to say hello. The Chinese people like to do things with stability and plan before moving. But this is not the main reason for this visit. The second thing is the focus of communication. After a while, Lee Xinggo looked at Zhong Yuanhong who came with him. The latter said, Comrade Luo Sheng, as far as I know, you should set up a capital investment management fund called Shengfin Capital, right? Luo Sheng nodded. Zhong Yuanhong said straightforwardly, that's the case. The State-owned Assets Management Office here wants to give you a sum of money for you to operate. Luo Sheng was surprised when he heard this, and he couldn't help it for a while. He really didn't expect this kind of thing. After he reacted, he laughed and said, Director Zong, what is passed on from outside is metaphysics. What do I look for? Following the messy remarks made by investing and earning money, I am not a professional investor, but fortunately I haven't rolled over the car. I have nothing to worry about. If it ruins the country's money, I am not good to the whole country. The people explain. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Luo Sheng added, and it's not a secret. The investment fund I set up this time is basically losing money for research and development, such as the semiconductor industry chain. It is not possible to throw billions into it. A few drops of spray. Chapter 310. Hot money needs to be cooled to get it. Comrade Luo Sheng, don't rush to refuse first. Zhong Yuanhong smiled calmly, but added to Luo Sheng for a moment. The country has always wanted to help because it sees you want to work in the semiconductor industry. But after the scandal of the Hang Seng incident, it is very difficult to obtain a sum of money for the development of the semiconductor industry. Now it is difficult to obtain a sum of money, and I do not know who to give it to. Luo Sheng was surprised when he heard this, but he didn't rush to speak. Zhong Yuanhong obviously hadn't finished the words, so don't interrupt. I just heard you say that Shengfin Capital is going to vigorously boost the semiconductor industry. It is a snap. Finding someone who is willing to invest heavily in the semiconductor industry is not easy. After organizational research, it was finally decided to support the development of the domestic semiconductor industry. You are the current candidate. Therefore, the superior decided to give you the 50 billion yuan allocated to you and enter your investment fund in the form of state-owned assets. After speaking, Zhong Yuanhong looked at Luo Sheng, stopped talking and waited for the other party's reply. Luo Sheng could not help but bow his head into deep thought. After thinking about it for a while, he quickly looked at Zhong Yuanhong and said, Director Zong, 50 billion yuan is a huge sum, but if the country wants to build a complete semiconductor industry chain, I'm afraid to multiply it by this space. 10 is not necessarily enough. This is a black hole in burning money. In fact, the older generation of scientific workers with less money than others to produce more results is contrary to reality. The age is different. The environment is not the same. In the face of Luo Sheng's frank statement, Zhong Yuanhong nodded and smiled. Of course, we are very clear about this. The 50 billion yuan is indeed a fortune. The country is not afraid to invest money. The fear is that all the money invested is lost. Even more afraid that there will be another Hang Seng incident. As long as it can produce results, it will definitely increase investment, which is beyond doubt. Luo Sheng said, I don't have 100% confidence in this thing to produce results in a given time. The reason why I still have to engage in the layout of this field is to avoid getting stuck by foreigners in the future. Vote at any cost. In fact, Luo Sheng is confident that he will be able to produce results, but in the face of Zhong Yuanhong, he will definitely not pack tickets. If he is too full, there will probably be an accident, which will also bring tremendous pressure to himself, and even the trouble he can't shake off. Luo Sheng added, it is very expensive to build a semiconductor industry chain. Shengfeng Capital now has 20 billion funds. Most of the starting hands are gone. I really lack money and need to raise money. State-owned assets sent to Shengfeng Capital. Of course it is a very happy opinion. Hearing this, Zhong Yuanhong smiled and nodded silently, not too surprised. I'm happy to give you the money to spend. However, Luo Sheng's words turned around, but he did not expect it, adding, but if state-owned assets sent to Shengfeng Capital, I need to agree on 3 prerequisites, because Shengfeng Capital is basically a business investment to drive technological development. Entering will change its nature to a large extent, and I don't want to change. Zhong Yuan said succinctly, I would like to hear the details. Luo Sheng nodded, and then listed one by one. First, state-owned assets must not interfere with the operation and management of Shengfeng Capital, because I will probably use these funds to invest globally, which may cause some to think that I am a private equity owner. Misunderstanding to escape requires great trust. Secondly, I have the right to refuse or agree to the possible capital increase plan of the subsequent state capital, including but not limited to agreeing or refusing to introduce other investors' capital management. Thirdly, I do not absolutely guarantee it must yield results, so I do not accept deadline-based hard indicator tasks. When I heard him say these 3 conditions, Zhong Yuanhong and Li Xingguo couldn't help it for a while, and they couldn't talk for a while. Dare to come to your door to send money to you and put forward such harsh conditions. To put it plainly, the 3 conditions of Luo Sheng are the conditions of dumping pots. You can give me money to invest and operate, but you can interfere with me. What will the money do, and what will the money do at the same time? I will not bear the consequences. If you can agree to these conditions, then leave the money to me to toss. This, Zhong Yuanhong said in distress. Comrade Luo Sheng, are these 3 conditions too much? Luo Sheng smiled and said humorously, it's a bit off, but it's better. The money is very hot, and my hands are unprotected. I don't even wear leather gloves. Let it cool down, and I dare not take it. Stand up. Wu Zongyuanhong was speechless for a while, and didn't know how to return to him. Luo Sheng is rich. Now he is actually the richest person in the world, but his richness and the configurable wealth resources he has now, compared with his upcoming business, no amount of money seems to be spent. Therefore, no matter whether it is state-owned or foreign capital, as long as he is given money and agrees to his harsh conditions, any capital is always coming from the source. But some hot money must be cooled before taking it, otherwise it is better not to take it. Luo Sheng now has this confidence to reject, because he is really too rich now. The offshore family fund has more than $45 billion. Shengfeng Capital is actually an asset management under Luo Sheng's family trust fund, because the money is invested from this trust fund to establish Shengfeng Capital. In addition, Luo Sheng's family fund now holds about 9% of Blue Star Technology Group shares. This is the original operation. Blue Star Technology spent more than $10 billion to buy back 9% of the shares as treasury stock. It was then sold to his trust and paid interest to Blue Star Technology on schedule. Everything is legal. These 9% of stocks are estimated at about $15 billion based on the current market value, and will definitely double or even double in a few years. At that time, The backhand jumped off at the high level. After the family fund repaid the principal and interest to Blue Star Technology Group, it could still make a net profit of about $20 billion. Luo Sheng now personally holds % of Blue Star Technology Group's shares, at current market value of $43.2 billion. Even if he does not count the personal stocks he holds, his subsequent appreciation will exceed $100 billion, of which $65.8 billion are real cash flow, which is the most terrifying. In other words, when converted into renminbi, Luo Sheng's disposable wealth at any time is as high as about 449.5 billion yuan. This is probably the so-called rich and enemy country. Now Luo Sheng has only injected 20 billion yuan into Shengfeng Capital, so the 50 billion yuan of state-owned capital is really not as attractive as Zhong Yuanhong's imagination. Although Luo Sheng wants it, he also hopes that it will be better and better. After all, building the entire semiconductor industry chain is really expensive, but if the money is too hot, it will definitely not be required. Saving money can be earned slowly, and technology can also slowly rise and develop, but if you dig a huge pit for this problem, you will have to pay for it with tears. If you can play by yourself, try to play by yourself. At the end of the day, Zhong Yuanhong looked at him seriously and said, "Comrade Luo Sheng, this is not a small sum, not to mention that if you do well, the country will continue to invest in you." Luo Sheng laughed. "It's not a small number indeed." Yu Kanzu. I heard Zhong Yuanhong's stomach ache when he heard this, and he felt that he was perfunctory, no matter how attentive he was. The people in the two systems found that Luo Sheng was all good. The only bad thing was that he was too rich. If I changed to another person, I'm afraid I promised it on the spot without saying a word. The actual 50 billion yuan plus the endorsement of the state-owned assets can hardly be sought. And what are the three major conditions? For a while, the two sides had nothing to say. At this moment, Li Xinggo and Zhong Yuanhong saw Luo Sheng take up a teacup and sip on his own. The two looked at each other and speechless again. As a Chinese, I immediately realized what he was doing. Duan tea. Drop off. Wu Zhong Yuanhong has no doubts. This is an obvious thing. If he does not agree with the three prerequisites he put forward, these 50 billion yuan, or the subsequent increase in investment, will not be accepted. Comrade Luo Sheng, we understand what you mean, but this matter involves a lot, and further research is needed within the organization. So, I will contact you when the organization discusses the specific results. For a long time, Zhong Yuanhong said, "No problem, it should be any time." Luo Sheng laughed. The exchanges between the two sides are generally quite harmonious. Two things were done, that is, the state-owned assets office entered Shengfeng Capital for the time being. Basically, it's almost time, and the two sides didn't talk for too long, so Zhong Yuanhong and others took the initiative to leave. Chapter 311. Only the routine is popular. 3 days later, around the afternoon of the same day, Qin Weima's villa fitness room. Luo Sheng got down from the treadmill and sat down to take a rest. Qin Weima was also here. She was doing yoga. Generally speaking, exercising in the afternoon is the best time, but for most urban modern white-collar workers, their schedule is basically impossible to reach this time. Of course, except for the rich. At this time, Luo Sheng was enjoying Qin Weima in a state of yoga with great interest. In this case, the scene was very eye-catching, with beautiful long legs and flexible body. Qin Weima took a look at him and then turned his eyes away, focused on his own affairs, and incidentally asked, "I heard that the people from the state-owned assets management office of the past 2 days have come to you." Luo Sheng, who was slightly thirsty, drank a half bottle of mineral water and nodded. "Well, I want to enter Shengfeng Capital and intend to give me 50 billion yuan for me to squander." Qin Weima was surprised. "So much?" Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng glanced at her and smiled. It's like the banker is least willing to lend money to small and medium-sized enterprises that are really short of money, and always willing to lend money to large enterprises that are not short of money. The scene is different, but the truth is the same. I don't lack money, but I am getting richer. Who knows? Maybe the State-Owned Assets Management Office thinks that I am reliable and a person who can do great things. After saying that, Luo Sheng shrugged indifferently. Zai Qinhuaimu shook him a big white eye, but for a moment, she was quite concerned and said, "So you promised?" She was really worried that Luo Sheng had agreed. It was not because of resistance to the State-Owned Assets Management Office. Qinhuaimu was worried that it would be too much of a loss. If the state capital now takes 50 billion yuan into Shengfeng Capital, it will account for about % of shares, and it is not possible to set up another investment company midway. Although this can be done and legally works, but in this world and society, although no law is absolutely impossible, the law is not everything. Some things are not. It cannot be solved by law. I really did it like this. Eating it will give people a very unsightly feeling, and it will also lead to dissatisfaction with the leadership of the State-Owned Assets Management Office. The reasoning here is also very simple. In the early stage, the country invested so much money for you. Better. If you see results, you can start a new stove. How dare you pick the peach of state capital? Are you daring? Luo Yuosheng shook his head. It should be said that the conditions I mentioned cannot be accepted by the State-Owned Assets Management Office, or at least did not give me an exact answer. Can this matter be resolved? Wu Qinhuaimu couldn't help wondering. The State-Owned Assets Management Office can throw away 50 billion yuan in such a generous way to splurge you. What conditions do you have? Luo Sheng simply told her that. Qinhuaimu couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard, "You guys really dare to mention any conditions?" These 3 conditions should be able to promise you, basically to give you money. It is necessary to be prepared to be full of water and not to blame you. It is only strange that others can accept it. Who knows? Luo Sheng shrugged and sighed with laughter. The more money, the better. No matter who I am, I can receive it all, but there is a prerequisite that this money cannot bring me any constraints. I help, not stumbling blocks. After a while, Qinhuaimu ended his yoga training, glanced around and found that there was no additional drinking water. When he saw Luo Sheng holding the remaining half of water in his hand, he went up and grabbed a few sips. "By the way, sit down next to the seat," cannot help but said thoughtfully. "I think Shengfeng Capital still has to raise capital further. Now it is 20 billion, if not add." Speaking of this, Qinhuaimu looked at Luo Sheng and asked, "In case the State-Owned Assets Management Office suddenly came to you and said to you that the 3 conditions were agreed, why do you still have reasons to refuse?" As soon as this remark came out, Luo Sheng could not help but hesitated for a while. That's right, although this possibility is not high, but 1% is possible. Qinhuaimu's words made him understand instantly. If the State-Owned Assets Office promised, then it would really pass if he refused again. The country took the money to talk to you honestly, but you played like a treasure. One thing is to give shame to your face, toast without eating and drinking. In this way, you can only agree, and once agreed, the State-Owned Assets Management Office will enter Shengfeng Capital with 50 billion yuan to account for about 71% of the shares, and the remaining percent will be owned by the family fund. Although Luo Sheng is very rich, how can he have the financial power of the country no matter how rich he is? After a while, Qinhuaimu ended his thoughts and proposed, "I have a suggestion to see if you can. I will run it and inject another 130 billion yuan into Shengfeng in the form of other capital parties, including the identity of foreign investors. Capital. In this way, if the State-Owned Assets Management Office took in 50 billion yuan, it would not have to divide out more than 70% of the equity. The State-Owned Assets Management Office accounted for a quarter, and about 25%. I think it is the most reasonable and not much more. It is worth mentioning that Luo Sheng's current value is almost close to 100 billion US dollars. Without counting his Blue Star Technology equity, he just harvests the returns from the North American housing market, which has a book value of more than 40 billion US dollars. Funds are available at any time. According to the current exchange rate of 6.83, Luo Sheng is now equivalent to about 322.8 billion yuan at any time, and it is all offshore currency. This fund is actually held in US dollars, euros, pounds and other currencies. The exchange of RMB into USD is difficult, especially for such a large amount. It will even cause interference to the international foreign exchange market. But the US dollar is not the same as the REN currency. The Yangma side is how many dollars you can exchange for you, because the country needs to use the US dollar to purchase oil, mining and other commodities internationally. There is no way out. All human beings now live in a world dominated by dollar hegemony. Commodity transactions such as oil can only be settled in US dollars. In order to develop the economy, the entire country of China needs to work hard to earn dollars to buy the resources needed for its own development. Beimi finally had an oversight. This problem can be really big or small. Fortunately, you saw this loophole. Well, let's do it. You can make up for it, Luo Sheng said with a smile. All said that a man's success is behind a woman is silently supporting, and I totally agree with that. Qi Qinhuaimu nodded and said briefly, it will take about a month at the earliest to get this done. After a while, Luo Sheng suddenly turned around and looked at Qinhuaimu, who was sitting beside him, and said solemnly, when it comes to the loophole, I found that there are also loopholes in your body. It is necessary to apply a patch. What do you think? Vulnerability? Me? Qinhuaimu looked at him for a moment, and then reacted over a moment, speechless. Wu Qinhuaimu suddenly gave him a bad look, but the next moment, she suddenly changed her attention, staring at Luo Sheng with a smile, and the mineral water in her hand was pushing the other side down. Oh, I'll take a look. How do you fix 3 loopholes with 1 patch? When I heard this, Luo Sheng glared suddenly, his face shocked, and he looked at Qinhuaimu subconsciously and exclaimed, I find you are getting harder and harder. Oh wow, horses and ducks. 1 week later, Qinhuaimu began to actively operate, withdrawing $19 billion from the offshore family trust fund pool, dividing it into up to 20 new funds, and then the money entered China as a foreign capital to complete the exchange. After that, it was 130 billion yuan. What I have to say is that Luo Sheng has Qinhuaimu, a talented woman who supports his career. I don't know how to save a lot of heart, so I can't pay for it. I can only repay by showing my physical status. Well, it's impeccable in life and career. Capital operation is simple to say, but it is actually very troublesome to handle. Luo Sheng now has more and more funds and shell companies controlled directly or indirectly under his own name. Playing the game of capital operation, Qinhuaimu is indeed very talented in this area, even better than her legal main business on the surface. Goldman Sachs failed to invite her to Wall Street, which is definitely a big loss. With her so talented talent, I am afraid that she will be promoted quickly within Goldman Sachs and become a pivotal core executive. With the smooth entry of these 20 funds into China's capital market, but things have not ended yet. www.mtnovel.com On the contrary, it has just begun, and the real entry into Shengfeng Capital requires some operations. To this end, under the plan of Qinhuaimu, an investor party was arranged. In the personal name of Luo Sheng, major VC investors were invited to come to his science and technology complex building for his private dinner. In view of Luo Sheng's popularity, social status and influence today, it is not an exaggeration to say that as long as he stands up and draws, it is bound to come. The so-called hustle and bustle of the world is lie, because Luo Sheng is really too profitable. This is almost the default consensus in the industry. If you want to pull big guys together to make a lot of money now, there is no reason why. Putting aside this level of problem, you have to sell your face. The representatives of these 20 funds will also be present at that time. These fund managers have not yet known who the boss behind the real service they are serving, but this is not important. Obviously, through this gathering of wealthy people, not only can 20 funds be allowed to enter Shengfeng Capital justly, but the effect caused by it is that Ji will let other invited VC capitalists also invest money. This world routine is always the most popular, so it is no surprise that in fact, The funds that can be raised for Shengfeng Capital may be far more than the 130 billion yuan invested in itself. This can basically be determined. The only uncertainty is what the amount of other VC investments will be. Already, new week, all understand. Chapter 312 say, Mr. Luo, how much money do you want to raise this time? 2 weeks later, Luo Sheng's private dinner was held as scheduled. After receiving a letter of invitation from Luo Sheng, a large group of people from the investment community came to the invitation without exception. Those who could not be present in person would send a client. The plenipotentiary came to the meeting. In addition to the 20 funds established under the operation of Qin Weimu, more than 50 investors have also come. This private dinner can be said to be a luxurious lineup. There are more than 100 guests and more than 70 investors, which can also reflect the influence of Luo Sheng today. The site of the Science and Technology Complex building is very large, let alone more than 100 people, even more than 1,000 people are rubbing their hands. The private dinner was held in the third-floor lobby of the building. The interior layout here is European style. At the moment, the banquet scene is a lively scene. Men and women are wearing evening dresses, and everyone gathers in groups. Such a high-end dinner is a good time for many people. Maybe they can talk about a business or something. In short, all the people present are comfortable with such entertainment. Meng Ku is on the list, and is talking with old friends very much at the moment. The VCs who came this time have almost invested in the VC institutions of Blue Star Technology Group, SoftBank, Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Venture Capital, Joaquin Securities and so on. After all, more than 70 VC institutions or investment funds. Mr. Meng, I have to say that your brother is moving fast. I didn't expect you to change from Goldman Sachs to Shengfeng Capital. The person who said this sentence was Li Yan, currently the head of SoftBank Capital in Greater China. How about, or you can jump over and get over? I can go to find the errand of General Manager Luo for you. Meng Ku said with a smile. Ha ha, don't regret it. If I go, you, the general manager of Shengfeng Capital, will not be able to sit in a stable position. Li Yan laughed and said, and immediately caused the two sides to laugh. I was all a scene. The atmosphere at the scene is also very good, accompanied by music and wine. The head of the venture capital fund at the same table, Liu Wen, couldn't help but ask, I said that Meng is an old man. Should you spoil the spoiler for a few of our old friends? To be honest, just here I was very shocked when I was here. I never expected that there would be so many colleagues. What kind of big move is Luo trying to make? As soon as this word came out, the people sitting at this table looked at Meng Ku with unanimous consistency. The latter looked at them, and couldn't help but smile, and said, this is still a question. Of course. Luo wants to pull the big guy. Making money together is good anyway. Everyone couldn't help but shine. Luo Sheng was indeed able to make money. Anyway, as long as he invested in his institution, he almost made a lot of money. Suddenly, everyone's interest immediately came up. As for the specific thing, I don't know. Meng Ku said with a smile. Suddenly ushered in a hiss. Drink, drink. The private dinner has just begun. But the protagonist tonight has not yet appeared. There is no doubt that the protagonist is Luo Sheng. He didn't let the guests wait too long, but for a moment, the crowd gathered in the hall finally stopped to talk to each other, and all looked in one direction. Wu Zhengzi finally appeared at the banquet for about 3 minutes. Luo Sheng rarely changed his look today and put on a formal evening dress. The female companion who appeared with him was not others but Qin Weimu. Her shape was wearing a high-end customized backless tuxedo evening dress. It was a pity that such a delicate beautiful back could not be cupped. As long as he knows Luo Sheng's people, he must be no stranger to Qin Weimu who is with him, because when Luo Sheng is away on a business trip, the talented beauty will always be with him. And no one will treat her as a vase. Anyone who knows Luo Sheng knows Qin Weimu, his right and left arms in his career are absolutely credible. I heard that before Miss Qin was hired by Mr. Luo, Goldman Sachs threw olive branches many times and was indifferent to the temptation of Goldman Sachs. It really was extraordinary. As soon as Qin Weimu appeared, The beauty of the crowds overshadowed the women in the audience, but if only that was the case. In the eyes of these VCs, Liu Wen and others who were present at the scene did not show any courage, just glanced at it with appreciation and then focused on Luo Sheng. At their level, almost all of them are worth hundreds of millions. Beauty is not a rare creature that has never been seen before. Of course, the most unique thing about Qin Huaimu is that she doesn't eat by the same manner as other social flowers present, but by talent. But the most important thing is that Liu Wen and these people have a more horrific vision than one. It can be seen at a glance that the relationship between Qin Huaimu and Luo Sheng is not just a subordinate relationship on the surface. Of course, everyone is unspoken. This is not the key to this banquet. Luo Sheng, who came to the banquet hall, took a glass of wine from a plate held by a passing waiter. Qin Huaimu was seated in the exclusive seating area. Luo Sheng held a glass of wine, and at the same time picked up a microphone, raised a glass of invitation to the banquet hall and laughed. "You are honored to be invited to come, as a tribute. In addition to this glass, I think it is far not enough, so I want to invite everyone to make a lot of money together." As soon as Luo Sheng came up, he picked the key points, and the investors who attended the meeting couldn't help shaking his mind. Right now is the scene of a large high-end dinner. The dinner is the key. Luo Sheng continued with a smile and said, "I keep telling myself never to talk about business after drinking, because it's usually too wrong to be too hilarious." Then I drank. Everyone couldn't help laughing, and also invited a glass to indicate that after drinking the glass, everyone looked at Luo Sheng without saying a word. Everyone knows that the highlight of today's private dinner is coming. At the end, Luo Sheng dropped the empty wine glass at random, and looked around the audience and said, "I never thought that I would become an investor one day." Shengfeng Capital was not long established, but I want you all to be the elite of the investment community. Knowing this, Shengfeng Capital's current book capital is about 20 billion yuan smaller. Everyone, Liu Wen and others couldn't help but twitched their faces. It has a long time to carry a small character in front of 20 billion yuan. Okay, your current value is already above Gates, which is new in the world. The richest person in the world, and the one who is most likely to become the first super rich man with the basic wealth of 100 billion US dollars. You are small is small. I just said that, but Li Yan and Liu Wen couldn't help but touch the scene. Who would have thought that the young entrepreneur 6 years ago has now become the richest man in the world, and they all have to look forward to it. At that time, they felt that Luo Sheng was a talent capable of accomplishing great things, but he never imagined that this great thing was not ordinary, and it only took 6 years to reach today's accomplishment. It was like a dream. Legend. A young man like his age, just graduated from the age of 24 to apply for a job, but he has reached the peak of his life and still does not see his personal ceiling. Luo Sheng said with a faint smile and an orderly voice, "As the saying goes, the wealth is gathered and the wealth is gathered, just like the Blue Internet Technology Group's main internet businesses. The core is sharing, and sharing makes me successful." So he still believes that Shengfeng Capital should adhere to the concept of sharing in order to succeed. When I heard this, the investors present instantly understood. Sure enough, and guessed earlier, the subtext of Luo Sheng's words is nothing more than asking for money. The investors who are here will smile with a heart. This is easy to say. As long as you give me money, you can bring me more money. I can give as much as you want. Luo Sheng looked around at everyone. Do you feel that the pulse of the times is shaking? Where is the core? This land standing under your feet has increased the number of internet users in the single market in Greater China in the past year 1 billion. How much economy will such a huge increase drive? Equipment, network, software, hardware, etc. With Luo Sheng's interim speech, his infectious words along with his past dazzling achievements, spent little thought, and just a few words have already warmed the hearts of investors present. Stand up. Another one we talk about is the Vent and Invest. The industry generally thinks that a project is deemed to have been out of play for 10 years, and investors basically do not go back and touch it, and it certainly has not returned. In fact, What I have been doing is only to see it after 10 years. In return, some people may say that Blue Star Technology has started to reap huge returns in less than 5 years. That's good, but what I want to say is this appetite. Speaking of which, Luo Sheng's hands spread out, and all investors who were present were staggered for a while. Gradually, a pair of eyes stared at the young man. Mr. Luo, what position do you think the market value of Blue Star Technology Group will reach in 5 years? I don't know which investor raised such a question off the court, and Luo Sheng could not investigate it. Everyone has returned to God. But then Luo Sheng's answer left them dull. After 5 years, a conservative estimate of a market value of $450,500 billion is possible. Luo Sheng said lightly. Seeing that all investors heard this sentence was a dull expression, Luo Sheng immediately smiled. Added, there were a few old friends present. 6 years ago, when Blue Star Technology raised its pre-round of financing, I said that last year, Internet users in China will surpass the United States. The most important thing is that they still invested in me. www.intelnovel.com, and the report is full of money. After hearing this, Liu Wen, Li Yan, Chen Tao, and others who were present couldn't help but smile. They could not help recalling the original scene for a while, and still feel incredible. And the most incredible thing is that Luo Sheng's predictions are all that's true. His exaggerated remarks are too incredible, but after being beaten again and again, investors can't believe it. The most recent and most shocking one is that Luo Sheng bought Marvel. Is a classic case. Luo Sheng looked around and said faintly, whether you believe it or not, a word I have released here is that the single market of Huago alone, and from the perspective of the internet industry alone, this market is enough to carry more than $500 billion giant, and it won't be too long, then you may wish to think about how much Blue Star Technology is a multinational technology group. The hearts of all the investors at the scene couldn't help but fluttering, knowing that Luo Sheng was painting a super cake for them, but somehow felt that the aroma of this cake was flowing in the entire banquet hall. Especially, people who are tracking and analyzing the development of Blue Star Technology Group also realized that Luo Sheng seems to be intentionally or unintentionally shifting its focus to the operation of the Greater China market. This is a fact that really happens and can be felt. At this moment, a lot of investors in the audience have begun to figure out how much money they can pay. Some people even cut off immediately. Mr. Luo, you can just say it. How much money do you want to raise this time? Chapter 313, The Rhythm of the Group Freipot. This is the wonderful chemical reaction of the miracle effect. For investors, the safest and most profitable investment is probably to hand over money to Luo Sheng. Let him spend it, and be at ease. Although they couldn't find a reliable theoretical model to describe it, the facts have no need to be questioned again and again. In the face of Luo Sheng's sturdy record, those who invested in him were lying and counting money, and questioned that his intestines were now regretful. Luo Sheng is deeply honored for your enthusiasm, but I don't think it's better to be blind and confident about me, which is not advisable. Luo Sheng said with a smile, and this made the investors present full of laughter. Luo Sheng added, technology is developing too fast. I see countless opportunities with each passing day. Therefore, Shengfeng Capital came into being. At the same time, it is also for the purpose of sharing wealth and gathering people. The so-called firewood has a high flame, only one together. Only by pushing hard can we catch up with this rapid development era. Can we quickly make the cake bigger and become a winner to enjoy the fruits of victory in this era? Shengfeng Capital only invests in emerging technology industries, which is basically the case. The front is a pure incubator. The investment is also nothing in return. When the investors present at the meeting heard Luo Sheng's words, the original enthusiasm finally cooled down, and the investor representative of Goldman Sachs could not help asking, Mr. Luo, the emerging technology industry you are referring to is the semiconductor industry. Luo Yuoshing answered without hesitation, including but not limited to this. Representatives of foreign parties, except for those 20 fund managers, hesitated. And the investor representative of Goldman Sachs asked again on the spot, Imho, companies like Goldman Sachs already hold stocks of technology giants such as IBM worldwide. If you invest in you, wouldn't it be realizing and suppressing yourself? Luo Yuoshing smiled and said, Mr. Paul cannot put eggs in a basket. As the most successful investment bank on Wall Street, the word hedging has probably penetrated into the bone marrow. We are in an era of unprecedented transformation. Paul Watson was not responding, and thoughtfully fell into silence. Goldman Sachs is now in a very bad situation. The position of the world's largest investment bank is no longer held. After the financial turmoil, the era of belonging to Morgan has arrived. Shengfeng Capital invested in the fourth industrial revolution. Luo Sheng looked around the audience again. He just said this, the investors at the scene are all friars. What? Invest in the fourth industrial revolution? All such VCs never thought about it, and Luo Sheng did not give them much time to think at all, and continued, we all know that the representative of the first industrial revolution was the steam engine, and the second was the internal combustion engine, and we are in the third industrial revolution. Is the computer representative? When is the fourth industrial revolution? 10 to 15 years later, humankind will usher in the beginning of the fourth industrial revolution. This is my prediction. The investors at the scene found that Luo Sheng's words were getting bigger and bigger, and everyone wanted to get into his mind to see what they were thinking. I'm too far ahead. If other people say so, then the investors who are present must treat him as a neurosis. But Luo Sheng is now the nickname Buffett in the IT industry. It is the hottest technology coffee in contemporary times. So far, the miracle has continued. Such people say such things, can't help them think hard, think more. In case he is right again. I squinted and saw that I was missing something within my reach, and then my mind would definitely explode. And Luo Sheng continued to talk eloquently. Shengfeng Capital invests in the fourth industrial revolution. We hope to go in before it comes and erupt and follow the tide of the times. So specifically, Shengfeng Capital will invest mainly as follows: 5 areas: new materials, genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, quantum technology and controlled nuclear fusion. These 5 directions are where the fourth industrial revolution of mankind is really brewing, not the internet, technology or cloud computing described by the outside world. These are just the deepening of the third information technology industrial revolution, and of course we will continue to cultivate in this field. Speaking of this, Luo Sheng could not help but smile, and said to the crowd, Yun Qingqing said lightly, this is my appetite, I wonder if everyone here is interested. Everyone looked at each other, and no one talked for a while. The big pie painted by Luo Sheng was unprecedentedly large. For a time, investors such as Goldman Sachs, Morgan and Venture Capital were in a tangled state. On the one hand, they felt this was too stingy, but on the other hand, Luo Sheng hit them again and again. Face. What if he was beaten again this time? That's the point. If you are beaten again, you will not lose a little or two. It is unforgivable to miss such an opportunity, and you may even face a crisis of survival. Luo Yuoshing could not help but emerge in the minds of major investors. The cost of trial and error is only a small loss of money, the cost of making mistakes is a crisis of survival. At the end, an investor who was present couldn't help asking, Imho, Mr. Luo, this should not be done by a company. This has exceeded the limit that a company can carry. This is a state-level force to things. Luo Sheng said with a smile, from another perspective, the return is comparable to the national level, right? The investor was stunned and had to say that this sentence was also fatal to them. Even those of the world's top investment banks could not help but feel ashamed. They always felt that their appetite was the biggest, but they felt ashamed when compared with the appetite of the youngest person in this banquet. But more is surging. At this moment, when everyone's attention were focused on Luo Sheng, Qin Weimar quietly left the banquet hall, a signal or an instruction from here to the world, and then from overseas came to the mobile phones of the 20 fund managers in the banquet hall. During this period of time, Qin Weimar quietly went out and returned casually, and the heads of the 20 funds who attended the meeting one after another turned out the mobile phones in his pocket one after another. After a while, the heads of these 20 funds began to perform. Mr. Luo, Swell Fund is willing to invest 5 billion yuan. Sirui Venture Capital invested 4.8 billion yuan. Sky Arc Capital follows 7 billion RMB. 1Y Fund invested 3.7 billion yuan. With the sound of a series of statements of funding, Liu Wen, Li Yan, or Paul Watson and others were listening to the stupid rhythm on the spot. What's the situation with Nima? Chen Tao whispered. Their expressions were shocked. Are these foreigners crazy? Are they too blind? Is Liu Sheng's effect so terrible? Isn't he afraid that he will use this mentality to dig a pit? Liu Wen, who was at the same table, said dully. How many people just shouted? Even Menku was a little dumbfounded. He really didn't know and couldn't know about it. Only Liu Sheng and Qin Weima knew about this kind of thing. Menku cast a sacrifice on the 5 bodies admired by Liu Sheng in his heart and sat next to him. Li Yan with a hoarse voice said the volume words they could hear at a table. Every pen is no less than 3 billion yuan. I don't know exactly, but if I heard it correctly, there are more than 100 billion yuan of funds entering Shengfeng Capital. Oh my god. Stupid really? He knows that many people now have a blind worship and self-confidence in Liu Sheng, but now after experiencing this personal experience, he finds that he still underestimates Liu Sheng's personal charm. More than 100 billion, this is not 10 million, but 100 billion. In fact, for the heads of these 20 investment funds, they are also very confused and shocked, but this is their purpose here, and the actual owners of the funds require them to do so. Obviously, if you don't understand the boss's requirements, you have to act according to the requirements. Anyway, it's not your own money. Finally, the situation has begun to change. After more than 100 billion yuan is actually 130 billion yuan willing to enter Shengfeng Capital, it is impossible for other investors to say nothing. Even these elites can't get rid of the herd effect described in the congregation of Wu He at this moment. In short, so many people follow, there must be reason in it. 10,000 steps back, even if hedging risks have to follow. Xia then shouted, only to see Liu Wen grit his teeth and said, Venture Capital is willing to invest 800 million yuan. Liu Wen can mobilize 2 billion yuan of investment in venture capital funds. He does not have all the all-in, but 800 million is not a small amount. Li Yan, who was sitting at the same table, was not far behind. SoftBank Capital invested 7.5 billion yuan. 20 funds successfully brought the rhythm up. More than half of the external investors have quoted. None of them invested less than 100 million yuan, and here 100 million are embarrassed to take the shot. It might as well not invest. The broadest shot is SoftBank Capital. Old Sun is simply a model of K, followed by 2 major investment banks, Goldman Sachs and Morgan, both investing $500 million or 3.4 billion yuan. In this scene, Liu Sheng was divided into satisfactions, and all the small money came to his pockets. Time is passing by every minute. In the end, at this private banquet, Liu Sheng successfully raised an incredible 167.7 billion yuan in private. Of course, his own self-directed investment was 130 billion yuan. And the remaining 377 billion were from outside the conference. The money the investor throws at him is greatly unexpected. As the private fundraising was over, Liu Sheng held up his wine glass and picked up the microphone again, smiling brightly. Only 2 people can succeed in this world. One is a fool, and the other is a lunatic who dares to play with the fool. 167.7 billion yuan. It only took us 33 minutes to raise this number. This will be a world record that is difficult to break. I think my popularity is really high. After speaking, Liu Sheng invited the cup to signal, and everyone paid tribute. An investor put down his wine glass and said with a hearty smile, "Haha, we are all waiting to lie down and count the money. I hope this day will come soon." Liu Sheng smiled slightly. "Give the money to me, then go home and lie down patiently waiting to prepare to count the money to cramps. www.untilnovel.com. As always, do not ask anything, think nothing, do nothing. Everyone smiled, and Luo Sheng's subtext was, "Follow me." Everyone has met. Liu Wen and others are most impressed by the 3-0 in Luo Sheng's mouth. He also said so at the beginning, and the final result is exactly what he said. For example, venture capital funds now hold about 6% of Blue Star Technologies stock. With the rapid recovery of technology stocks, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group has reached an increase of $170 billion this month, returning to the $200 billion mark. All investors are extremely optimistic. From the current market value of $170 billion, the stocks held by venture capital funds are worth $10.2 billion, and the return on investment exceeds 147.4%, and this number will rise further. "I really cramped my hands," Luo Sheng did say he did. At the moment, he dug a bigger pit. The key is that everyone jumped into it happily, all looking forward to the next grand feast. With the end of this private dinner, the news that Shengfeng Capital raised privately up to RMB 167.7 billion in 33 minutes spread out. With so many investors, it is impossible to hide it, and Luo Sheng never thought about it. Hide. The news came out unbelievably, and the news quickly passed to the State-Owned Assets Office, shocking Zhong Yu and Hong, and the media. Netizens and people from all walks of life were collective friars. Chapter 314 Return Visit of the State-Owned Assets Management Office. Crazy and crazy. The news is overwhelmingly reported. A private dinner raised 167.7 billion soft sister coins. Ferocious duck. Bad broken. Bottom. What else can you say besides the bottom? This Nima, I was stupid when I saw the news headline. I lied to 166.7 billion yuan from investors in 33 minutes. This is not 1,677 yuan. I'm afraid this is a brand new world record. The world of rich people is really not something we can understand. Poverty limits my imagination. This unprecedented financing myth has occupied the headlines of current domestic and foreign news. Luo Sheng is a never-ending rhythm on the road of sealing the gods. Many people are almost shocked when they first learn the news. On his knees, his eyeballs were also startled. Even under the impact of this news, the stock of Blue Star Technology Group rose sharply. On the surface, this matter has nothing to do with Blue Star Technology, but it is still related. Because of Luo Sheng's relationship, this is probably considered to be driving effects. After the intraday trading market value, the total market value of Blue Star Technology Group was pushed to $180 billion, ranking 9th in the world's top 10 listed companies, and the ranking dropped by 1 because the global stock market is recovering. Microsoft has risen to the $200 billion market cap. State-Owned Assets Office. At this moment, the head of the State-Owned Assets Management Office and Zhong Yuan Hong and others started a discussion on this matter. No wonder he lacks interest in the 50 billion yuan of state-owned assets entering Shengfeng Capital. Luo Sheng is a model for investment promotion. If he can be hired to be in charge of investment promotion, the effect will surely stand out. He smiled and joked. Wu Zhongyu and Hong and others couldn't help but laugh for a while, but this is definitely just a joke. Luo Sheng's influence, especially in the overseas capital world, passed this matter far beyond the estimation of the State-Owned Assets Management Office. The earthly saying is that he didn't expect his popularity to be so explosive at all. Up to now, the leaders of the State-Owned Assets Management Office have not figured out how these venture capital funds so willingly gave him such a large amount of funds to do it with confidence. Investment management. Those venture capital funds are investing money in Shengfeng Capital, and they must also accept Luo Sheng's 3 harsh conditions. When they throw money in, they must be prepared to take the water. This investment requires great courage. If Luo Sheng's record is too sturdy, investors would not dare to agree to such harsh conditions. The young man Luo Sheng has become a trend now. Once the trend rises, it is irresistible. It can be described as the sun, the sky and the bustling world, all of which are profitable. Since he has never failed, the big cake he painted cannot be seen or felt. Overwhelmed by the smell, the participant said with emotion. Tong Zong Yu and Hong looked at the top man. Director Liu, do you want to enter the State-Owned Assets Management Office? Director Liu nodded and said neatly, come in. Of course you have to go in. Now that we have a momentum, let's push it a little bit further, and help this momentum be even more violent. Zong Hong said, if you want to go in, I am afraid that Luo Sheng, a young man, will not give in. Director Liu laughed. 167.7 billion yuan has been entered, indicating that there is a high probability that this will happen. Similar to Hang Seng should not happen to this young man. Those foreign capitals are not profitable and cannot be early. Lord, explain that there is a lot of excitement here. Besides, there is no risk in doing anything. Sometimes, you can be bolder and more aggressive. Comrade Luo Sheng is young but dares to take the lead. Time passed by bit. The meeting of the State-Owned Assets Management Office ended quickly and the exact agenda was reached. One word, come. 20 days later, Zong Yu and Hong came to Sucking again and visited Luo Sheng at the Science and Technology Complex. At this moment, Luo Sheng is receiving Zong Yu and Hong, and the two are sitting and chatting on the sofa in a hall. Wu Zong Yu and Hong laughed. Comrade Luo Sheng, the action you recently did is really not small. The domestic and foreign front page headlines are all covering your deeds. Luo Sheng laughed. To be honest, I didn't think of it, but in my opinion, the 1,677 billion is not just a huge amount of capital, but also the great trust and responsibility of investors in me. Zong Yu and Hong, who has already met with Luo Sheng's eloquent speech and behavior, is not surprised. Perhaps because he has the calm and no lack of courage factors that should be beyond this age, he can relax easily. Raised such a huge amount of huge capital. After a few simple words, Zong Yu and Hong took the initiative to enter the topic and said with a smile, Comrade Luo Sheng, is it not too late for the State-Owned Assets Office to come in? It's not too late to come in. Luo Sheng responded without hesitation, but added a smile immediately, if the State-Owned Assets Management Office can come in, for Shengfeng Capital, the momentum will be immediately on the next one. Steps, you can't ask for it. Tong Wenyun said. Zong Yu and Hong said with a smile, after internal research, we have decided to agree to the 3 conditions you proposed to increase the capital of Shengfeng Capital by 500 billion yuan in the form of state-owned assets. The meeting was very smooth. The State-Owned Assets Management Office now brings 50 billion yuan into Shengfeng Capital, and the shareholding will certainly not exceed 70%, but only 21%. However, for the country, this is secondary. In fact, the main goal is to hope to boost the development of the domestic semiconductor industry and even the major technology industries. Luo Sheng's entry into the country's vision is to see him firmly walk a path of self-reliance and independence of science and technology, and it is really real. It is putting out a huge amount of money to build a domestic semiconductor business that is not controlled by others. This point convinces the country that Luo Sheng will not be the second place for Hang Seng. After the matter was concluded, Zong Yu and Hong seemed relaxed and comfortable. Zong Yu and Hong laughed. I heard that you set up Shengfeng Capital to lay out the 4th Industrial Revolution. The long-term vision of the good guy is shocking. This statement is not polite, but really shocked. It should be known that human beings have only entered the 3rd stage of the information technology industrial revolution in less than 2 or 3 decades. Who would have thought that Luo Sheng had already set his sights on the layout of the 4th Industrial Revolution? Even a country may not have such a long-term strategic plan, but Luo Sheng did it, and now with the funds from the State-Owned Assets Management Office, It has raised a total of RMB 237.7 billion. This is a real astronomical figure. Sui Zhong Yuan Hong suddenly felt a sense of awakening. No wonder the superior paid so much attention to Luo Sheng as a young man. Such a person is absolutely a person. He asked the world's richest man in 6 years. How could such a person be an ordinary person? It is said that I know that you said at a private dinner some time ago that the fourth industrial revolution must be brewing in 5 major areas: new materials, artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, quantum technology and controlled nuclear fusion. Zhong Yuan Hong said. Here he paused, but watched Luo Sheng for a moment and added, "Is this what you say is foolish or true? How much is true and what is false?" Hearing Zhong Yuan Hong's inquiries, Luo Sheng could not help but smile, and said with certainty, "Of course it is a complete success. We are not afraid to be heard by foreigners and increase our investment in these 5 areas." This is Yangmu www.mtlnovel.com. Because even if you invest more, it is difficult to make a real breakthrough in any of these 5 areas. Luo Luosheng does have this confidence. Even if he doesn't say it, others will surely realize it, because these 5 fields are all cutting-edge and hot fields of technology. But realizing and knowing is one thing, and whether it is possible to open the door to the 4th industrial revolution is another matter. This front door fights hard power, which is not at all true for Luo Sheng. Any research institution in the world. However, Zhong Yuan Hong was confused for a while, and then bluntly said, "Since it is so difficult, why do you die? Isn't this more than 230 billion yuan? Luo Sheng looked at him with a smile. "I have such doubts. I think it's not just Director Zhong Yu alone. It's not difficult. But as long as there is a real genius, it will actually be a matter of course." As soon as this remark came out, Zhong Yuan Hong couldn't help but stay awake and laughed a few times after the reaction. Luo Sheng's remarks made him wonder how to answer it for a while. Reasoning, the words swelled to the limit. The interpretation of Luo Sheng's words to Zhong Yuan Hong is that the subtext is that Luo Sheng is the genius who is close to the door. "I met twice." The young man showed a calmness and sophistication different from ordinary people. For a time, Zhong Yuan Hong forgot about him. He was still a proud young man, and he didn't make drafts at all. The key is that he has also achieved. This is the most explosive, and the past 6 years of resumes have always proved this. Chapter 315. The pattern of Luo Sheng. Zhong Yuan Hong had already settled his business on this trip, but he didn't leave in a hurry. It was still Luo Sheng's knee-length talk. Because Zhong Yuan Hong wanted to know more, Luo Sheng didn't hide too much. "As far as my own family is concerned, the 4th industrial revolution is definitely not on the internet, nor on the Internet of Things in a narrow sense." Luo Sheng was talking to him, and he once again reiterated the Internet predicted by the developer conference from the 1.0 era to 4.0 speech of the times. Now, it is in the 2.0 era of the Internet, between the 3.0 era. At the developer conference, Luo Sheng described the future as the data era where everything can be connected and everything is connected. Now that with Luo Sheng's halo more and more dazzling, some of the speeches he shared before, especially some of his predictions, are now very marketable. Many people are even convinced. "Why are you talking about these 5 areas? Let's talk about new materials first." Luo Sheng drank tea and moistened his throat, while Zhong Yuan Hong sitting opposite him listened carefully and really, and today's meeting and conversation are like looking back. Reported by the superior. A few moments later, Luo Sheng began to bluntly say, "Graphene, or tinine, is the new material. Let us talk about graphene first." 2 scientists at the University of Manchester in 2004 used a slightly special piece of tape to divide the graphite sheet. Second, in the end, I got a sheet made of only 1 layer of carbon atoms. This is the graphene material, and it is likely that a Nobel Prize will be torn off with a ticket. This is a new material for the electronics industry, with outstanding technical performance and a wide range of applications. For example, as a battery application, A car can run for thousands of kilometers in a 10-minute charge, and it is the only replacement for silicon material chips. This is my key investment and research area in the future. When he heard Luo Sheng say this, Zhong Yuanhong nodded and muttered to himself, graphene, tynene. Luo Sheng continued, however, although the new material of graphene has extremely attractive prospects, the cost of preparing graphene with current technology and industrial standards is too expensive to dilute the cost. There is no competitiveness. But there is no doubt that the future megatrend at this time, if the cost of preparing graphene comes down one day, it will definitely replace silicon wafers completely. Zhong Yuan firmly remembered the term graphene. He is neither a research institute nor a businessman. Although graphene has been discovered for 5 years, he did not know that there was such a magical material before. In fact, you can also glimpse the leopard from here. At present, the state's investment in scientific research still seems to be stretched. The side also proved that the country is willing to spend 50 billion yuan for Luo Sheng to splurge. Although it promised his 3 harsh conditions, this will not affect the country's high expectations for him. After all, it's really not a small sum of money. Next, Luo Sheng introduced the following 4 major areas one by one: life, genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, quantum technology, and controlled nuclear fusion, all of which are simple and easy to understand. As for the controllable fusion, which is always 50 years behind, Luo Sheng is the last and most important of the 5 fields. Because once this technology has made breakthrough progress, it will fundamentally completely overturn the current pattern of all humankind. It is summarized in one sentence: who can master the controllable fusion technology first, then who can become the world unshakable boss. Among these 5 fields, Luo Sheng has actually begun to quietly work in the field of artificial intelligence, because this is the easiest to cover up. Once the other 4 fields are unfolded, it is impossible to survive and has a breakthrough. The progress will soon be exposed and cannot be hidden for long. But artificial intelligence can be perfectly hidden, and then look at the technology. In addition to this level, the other level is a test of the existing industrial level of human beings, and the requirements for high-end equipment are very harsh. Although artificial intelligence also requires advanced hardware indicators, compared to the other 4 major areas, the requirements are really much lower. Among them, the core difficulty of supercomputing is actually not on the processor. Thousands of processors coordinate architectural solutions. If the system architecture is not well designed, adding more processors will slow down the supercomputing power level. With the passage of time, half an hour has passed unconsciously between Luo Sheng and Zhong Yuanhong. At this moment, the 2 sides are exchanging information on a larger scale. Some of the things that can't be said blatantly to the outside world are also spoken at this moment. After all, the exchange is private, and the object of exchange is not comparable to ordinary people. Now Luo Sheng's career has achieved such a degree. If the pattern is still placed on the relationship between the enterprise and the profit level, it is basically over. How to say, I think that each has its own advantages, and in the near future, our odds will be greater than those of the United States, but the advantages of the United States are indeed overwhelming. And they are overwhelming worldwide. Sexual advantage. Luo Sheng said in a deep voice. The current national strategy is very simple: deep digging, accumulating grain, and not seeking hegemony. Once the world changes, you can run against the Central Plains. Technology and industrial manufacturing are always top priorities. The advantage of the United States lies in its unparalleled ability to innovate. In recent years, Blue Star technology has grown rapidly, and the development momentum of the French Riviera has not been weak. I also think that these technology companies are good, but this is only a local and individual phenomenon. A general phenomenon to look at. Luo Sheng looked at each other seriously. In this remark, Zhong Yuanhong nodded in agreement, sighing in sorrow. You are right. In the past 2 or 3 decades, Most of the best high-tech in the world were provided by Americans, and the scope was expanded by Europeans and Americans. The bigger one is Western countries like Japan. In short, there is basically nothing in our country here, which sounds very uncomfortable, but it is an objective fact. It is worth mentioning that although Japan is an Asian country, he is an Asian country geographically, but it is a Western country in Zhengzi. Suddenly, Zhong Zonghong asked himself, why are Americans so innovative? Luo Sheng heard a moment of silence and then said, this issue. My famous words can be summarized into 3 factors. The first is that Americans have very good capital operation methods. The capital of the world will go to the United States. We invite investment or something, they are all struggling. The capital goes to the United States and venture capital in Silicon Valley, and is particularly rich. Zhong Yuan Hong couldn't help but smile. I'm deeply impressed with this rich thing now, haha. Luo Sheng couldn't help but smile at each other. In Zhong Yuan Hong's opinion, there was nothing wrong with this sentence, because the young man who talked to him in front of him easily raised 167.7 billion yuan in a private dinner a few days ago. Natural capital, and most of them are foreign capital, at least on the surface it is mostly foreign capital. It's important to have money, so there are so many angel funds in Silicon Valley. Many messy projects throw money into them. There are many projects with lots of money. The final results must be relatively large in absolute numbers. Inevitable. Zhong Yuan nodded silently. After a while, Luo Sheng still elaborated clearly. Secondly, the talents in the United States are outstanding, rich, and the values are more attractive. The cultural output of Hollywood is in place, and life is more relaxed. After all, per capita resources are much richer than ours, and few large cities like ours have a lot of super tall buildings. There are very few high-rise buildings in big cities like Los Angeles, and the downtown is a bit. This series of reasons makes it easy for the United States to harvest talents from all over the world. And China has worked hard to cultivate itself from more than 1 billion people. And some will be lost to the United States. In the end, we have to talk about Silicon Valley. The above 2 factors directly lead to the formation of the third factor, which is the success of Silicon Valley. There are money, projects, and people here, and they are also more flexible. After all, they are dominated by private capital, giving you a comparison of venture capital. Easy. And Silicon Valley is more tolerant of failure than elsewhere. For example, the last time you failed to start a business, the investors saw that you were very focused, did not have financial fraud, and the character was very good. It just failed. It doesn't matter. I will give you some money to toss. Then the results will give you some course stocks, options, etc. Form a continuous development system of positive circulation. Of course, with results, it also needs to be able to become real business value in the market. From an economic perspective, no matter how good a technology is, it cannot be transformed into a product that consumers can accept in the market. It's a piece of waste paper. Your technology is worthless. It's not that an academician of the Academy of Sciences writes a recommendation letter for you, but it's decided by millions of consumers. Through such an exchange, Zhong Yuan Hong seems to have roughly inferred Luo Sheng's strategic layout, and the latter's words directly proved the guess in his mind. Silicon Valley is a very good model. It is very successful. This must be faced up and acknowledged. Luo Sheng gradually took it seriously, and met with Zhong Yuan Hong. Shengfeng Capital has now raised 237.7 billion yuan. My investment strategy: the focus is to prioritize the research and development of semiconductors and new materials. www.intelnovel.com. This is the core expectation, which can produce results in the short term. Guangzhou takes into account other areas. The specific operation is to benchmark the entire Silicon Valley model. Shengfeng Capital is a mini version of the Silicon Valley model. Wu Zhongyu and Hong couldn't help but exclaim, "Good guy, this skill and courage are really rare." Comrade Luo Sheng is really a very extraordinary person. Luo Sheng continued, "So I think that state-owned assets enter Shengfeng Capital. The 3 requirements that I put forward are necessary. Even if Shengfeng Capital fails in the end, it is also a precious post-mortem report for the country. At least the failure can prove that this road is not accessible, can take a few detours, save a lot of resource costs, especially time costs. Of course, if it succeeds, it is best. This sentence made Zhong Yuanhong look sideways, and he couldn't help but be a little respectful. This kind of words can't be said by ordinary entrepreneurs or businessmen. In this case, it is a national feeling that dares to be the first in the world, and the pattern is highly unknown how many ranks have been thrown out by those well-known big coffees. Regardless of Luo Sheng's words from the heart, or deliberately, Zhong Yuanhong thinks this is not important anymore, because one thing is undeniable, that is, he is not only saying, but also using actual actions to practice Ro. No word is more than words, no matter how gorgeous the words are. They can't be compared with actual actions. Zhong Yuanhong concluded that this time when he went back to write the report and handed it in, his superiors would definitely take another step if he did not take Luo Sheng seriously. A talent like this has such a high national feeling, it is not easy to be able to produce such a person. Chapter 316 Zhong Yuanhong's visit again this time was more than double the last time. The two sides talked for more than 2 hours before the meeting ended. With Zhong Yuanhong's resignation, this 50 billion yuan of state-owned assets was successfully transferred to Shengfeng Capital just the next day. On that day, all the RMB 50 billion yuan was received in a lump sum. I became the fastest among all investors, and even the 20 funds actually held by Luo Sheng had to wait for 3 days before they arrived. This is national efficiency. In China, one thing, the speed of efficiency can be described as you want. Dragging can drag you to your heart's strength, or even feel ashamed. Fast enough to make you incredible, with a look of embarrassment. Fast and slow, depending on who and what to do. With the news spreading, the State-Owned Assets Management Office brought in 50 billion yuan of funds to enter the market, which once again led Shengfeng Capital, which is now in the news outlet, to an unprecedented peak. Countless people are foolish, without exaggeration. In the absence of anything done by Yun Shengfeng Capital, it has already raised 217.7 billion yuan and achieved a total asset size of 237.7 billion yuan without any achievements. This series of numbers really looks silly to countless people. There is also endless discussion on the internet. When you see this news, you can't find any adjectives other than lying on the floor to express your feelings. The leader is mighty. Is this the Luo Sheng phenomenon? A phenomenon that cannot be explained by science. It is like a magic halo. Even the State-Owned Assets Management Office has succumbed to it. It is a bad idea. I'm really curious. Now I don't know how many curious people want to get into Mr. Luo's head and see what methods he used to get the investors' money. Nima's 237.7 billion soft sister coins raising such an astronomical figure is just like drinking water. It is really too much. I have gone further and further on the road of sealing God. I am convinced that it is indeed the new richest man in the world. Oh, look. Once you fall down, you will be crushed. A spy broke into my teaching territory to provoke alienation and get him. Don't be angry. This kind of words have been repeated 10 times. Cora always flew higher than once, but he couldn't fall. You said that he wasn't angry. Haha. This kind of person just don't need to bother. It's either a neurosis or a matter of money. Wu Mao has arrived. Get out of here. The legend of the internet Shengfeng Capital was established to lay out the fourth industrial revolution. How far ahead is my general thinking? He is already thinking about the fourth industrial revolution? True. Where's the news? It's not reliable to hear. It should be true. There are dozens of capitalists who attended the private banquet some time ago, and some people have exposed it. So it is not surprising that the State-Owned Assets Management Office also entered the bureau. It is even possible to disagree with the news spread by the network. General Manager Luo did what the Academy of Sciences should do. Maybe this is God bless me Huaxia. There is always a godman at a critical moment. Jiang Shan is on behalf of talented people, And each leader has said this for hundreds of years. This is really convincing. It is likely to be written in the history textbook. Which one of the names that can appear in the history book is not the real Big Brother who blew up in that era? I thought I was living in a dull and peaceful age, but I didn't expect to live in the most turbulent era. Loke, Tao Gwen Yang Hewitt, Tao Gwen Yang Yang. The work of the War Negligence Bureau is getting harder and harder. What will we do in the future? I won't be able to do this for too long. The outside world has been hotly debated. In a sense, the 50 billion yuan of state-owned assets in Shengfeng Capital is more than other investors combined. This is not just a simple matter of 50 billion yuan. The market indirectly represents that the country is endorsing Shengfeng Capital. I have far surpassed investment funds, in the general sense. Facts have proved that there is a magical thing called potential. Once this potential rises, it can't stop it. Now even Luo Sheng himself can hardly suppress this potential. The entry of the State-Owned Assets Management Office directly led to another consequence. That is, the dozens of investors who came in before saw this result more reassuring. The willingness of major capitalists to pay willingly is, on the one hand, the Luo Sheng phenomenon that cannot be explained by scientific analysis. On the other hand, it is optimistic about the takeoff of the Chinese economy. And the last one is to invest in the future and hedge the risks. No one expected the financial disaster that swept the world in 2008. After entering 2009, China was actually the first country to achieve economic takeoff. The market consumption potential of Greater China is beginning to show the tip of the iceberg. And capitalists with keen sense of smell have already attached importance to this. For multinational capital groups, regardless of the rise of China, it can hedge against the uncertainty brought about by the world's great changes. None of the capital is a fool, and capital has no borders. Where profitable will appear the chemical reaction formed by various factors directly led to Shengfeng Capital welcoming a large number of capital contacts in the following month, waving banknotes and shouting for pits. You must know that the conditions for entering Shengfeng Capital are very harsh for external capital. Simply speaking, you can give me the money, but you cannot intervene. Don't come to me if you lose blood in the future. Accept it and invest. Even with such harsh conditions, there is no risk protection for investors at all, and there are still countless capitals coming in, all of them with hundreds of millions of capital requirements into the pit. Since this month, Shengfeng Capital has once again accepted 47.5 billion yuan, and the total capital size of the fund pool has reached an unprecedented 288.5 billion yuan. This incredible phenomenon also monopolized the headlines of global news media during this time. People thought that the stock market and the international foreign exchange market were crazy, but this event-driven of Shengfeng Capital was even more crazy, so crazy that ordinary people are simply I don't know how to explain this phenomenon. Economists around the world have the largest research interests, and they all want to lift the table and stubbornly quit. I can't do this job. Can you tell me how to explain it? Any parameters? Nothing at all. Only metaphysics can explain. Research and analysis of a hammer study. Villa in Kinwaimu. Today is Wednesday. After finishing work, Luo Sheng and Kinwaimu went to her house. According to the default contract, they would return to Irene every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, and 1, 3, and 5 would return to Kinwaimu. This situation has been around for a long time, which is fine. Kinwaimu took a goblet of wine and sipped a glass of red wine, looking at Luo Shengqian who was sitting opposite her with a laugh. The market and investors have blindly respected you, and even Wall Street has failed to do so. Exceptional, interesting, never seen such an interesting phenomenon in history. In a sense it is indeed an incredible miracle. At this moment, the candlelight in the quiet living room at night is just a man, a woman, a table, a song, a glass of wine. When Luo Luoxing heard her say this, she nodded again and said solemnly, I don't think this is the most legendary place. Kinwaimu raised his eyebrows slightly and watched him. Yes, let's hear. For Luo Sheng, who can open a dying house with a little color, she is not surprised, but she does have the strength, even without a color. Liu Yuosheng confronted him. The most miracle and legend is that you can get such a man, or you are great. Qi Wenyan, Qin Weima Swing could not help but stunned for a while, suddenly felt a forbearance, flung him with a big white iron removed from the other person's eyes. Liu Yuosheng laughed. Ha ha. Does it make sense? Wu Qin Weima said angrily, I got cheap and sell well. I have never seen such a shameless man. After a while, Qin Wei took the initiative to change the subject, and her eyes were entwined with the other's eyes again. I'm thinking about one thing. Is it possible to do it? Liu Yuosheng said without hesitation. What? Wu Qin Weima whispered thoughtfully. The market and investors now respect you more and more blindly, and there are more followers than followers, which can actually be used here. Liu Yuosheng paused for a while. You mean, let me take advantage of this market and the blind admiration of followers for me, and deliberately dig these people, for example, pretending to be very optimistic about a project that is really a giant pit, so as to induce others jump inside? Qin Weima said lightly, yes. Why not? The followers are usually our competitors. Although this practice is not very authentic, if it is an enemy, then there should be no kindness. Liu Yuosheng said subconsciously, it's so ruthless. I often say you are kind. Qin Weima took a glance at him and then drew back his gaze. A sip of red wine with a stubborn red lips and a light and elegant reply, good to everyone, even to the enemy, is equivalent to the virgin. I am not a virgin and do not want to be a virgin. And my goodness is limited. The limited goodness has been consumed by you, my man. Nothing more. There is nothing more. Liu Yuosheng rolled his eyes. It is good to be good to yourself, but to be the enemy. However, Qin Weima heard Liu Yuosheng's unique sense of accomplishment, and could not help but secretly proud of 3 points. There are really not many things that can get his vanity now. www.mentalnovel.com Shengfeng Capital easily raised 288.5 billion yuan of funds without making him feel any excitement and vanity. Fulfilled. Instead, Qin Weima hit a bull's-eye on his vanity. These words fully explain what a true career woman is, and what a shame is not allowed to be an eyebrow, and a kindness that is overwhelming can be hurt and used. It is too difficult for to take advantage of her, unless she voluntarily happens. Liu Yuosheng thought back and thought it would be the same. If Qin Weima did not have her unique wrist, she would not be able to take care of the offshore family fund so impeccably. After a while, Liu Yuosheng shook his head and said, the idea is good, and there is a lot of room for operation. It can definitely pit a large group of people, but the pattern is a bit low. As Qin Weima relies heavily on his personal staff, he almost nodded to accept most suggestions. But this time Liu Yuosheng did not agree with Qin Weima. Everything has two sides. The two harms are less important than the two benefits. This is the rational choice. The advantages of digging pits are limited, but the negative effects are greater than the positive effects. On the contrary, if you can continue to maintain the current halo, and let the market and investors continue to respect me blindly, just like this time Shengfeng Capital raised funds, you roar out and come in, and you will willingly become an instrumental person for my use. At the highest level, aren't instrumental people more fragrant? Chapter 317 285.2 billion needs to be up and running as soon as possible. Liu Yuosheng likes to make friends. Subjectively, he hopes that he has more friends and fewer enemies. It is better to be friends if he can make friends. But this does not mean that he is a kind-hearted person. I can't be friends. I am okay if I don't have intersections, and I can also be a passerby. But if you don't make friends with me, I can only put the carrots in my pockets, and then take out the machete on the back, and give it another chance, reorganize language and be friends. Without doing that, the machete fell. I was very decisive, and when it was time to do it, I was absolutely unambiguous. When Liu Yuosheng finished saying that, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Then he looked at Qin Weima with a doubtful look and said, "Oh, that's not right. We don't get along for a day or two anymore. the pattern of development should not drop so severely. Liu Washing suddenly felt that there was something wrong. Qin Weima's ability already had a measure in his mind. According to her performance in the past, the words of this pattern should not be spoken from her mouth. Yan Qin Weimu Yanzan smiled. Today is April 1st. Liu Washing, suddenly helpless. Liu Sheng found that he was seriously talking about this matter. Shed better, and give you a boring god turn. Liu Sheng leaned back against the chair, and after a while, turned his eyes to Qin Weimu, watching and admiring her beautiful and charming face and temperament without any other indiscriminate thoughts, and smiled involuntarily for a while. To be honest, every time I am alone with you, I feel particularly lucky. My career cannot be so smooth without you, including, of course, not just careers. Brilliant, kind and generous. Be kind, tolerant and even indulgent, and my heart is proportional to the size of my breasts. In short, they are all big. Only the perfect heroine that can exist in a fantasy novel story, and I have such a woman. After hearing this, Qin Weimu couldn't help but laugh and quickly covered his mouth. He tilted his head angrily and shook his head, but for a moment, she intertwined with the other's eyes and hummed gently, "I'm afraid the second sentence of this sentence didn't you say that to Irene?" Liu Sheng suddenly said with an unhappy expression, "Under such circumstances, this atmosphere, can you not mention that the third party destroys this rare atmosphere? Okay? And this sentence should not come out of your mouth. Let's not say anything, all right? Right? This sentence must also have been said to Irene. The same word has not been changed." Qin Weimu replied lightly. But having said that, in fact, her heart could not help but a touch of sweetness, just proud of it's just a good cover-up. When Liu Sheng was born with no love at all, Qin Weimu could not help pouting and laughing with his expression. However, the goose just laughed for a few seconds, and the next moment she waited for Liu Sheng with a smile on her face, and immediately switched to Zhao to drink. "Wait a minute. What you just said is directly proportional to the size of your chest. Is it because I dislike my chest compared to Irene? Liu Washing was stupid on the spot. A series of question marks flashed through his head. The ferocious horse and duck can also be linked together. This is the thinking logic of women. Make a 180-degree turn without greeting you, and turning the face faster than turning the book. Seeing Qin Weimu still looking badly, Liu Shengxing said ruthlessly, "It's not really small. Xiao Ai's just looks big. You are really good." This is me. I have experienced the nature of contrast firsthand. The person who must have the most say, really, Tong Tong is not bullying. Why don't I take another picture and compare it with you? As Liu Sheng patted his chest and vowed, Qin Weimu found that he could not refute his words, but heard the last sentence decisively, "No, not so boring." At this moment, Liu Sheng's mind flashed suddenly, and he couldn't help but secretly joy, and his thinking jumped to another place. Suddenly thought that if this young man looked at it from another angle, it would be a good omen to look at it. Qin Weimu did not resist as much as before, and provoked Ian's topic. I have to know that before that, she immediately froze when she heard the name, and now she can actively pick out the topic to flirt. What a good thing. Anyway, Liu Sheng is now suddenly optimistic, super optimistic. He thinks that time can be slowly resolved. When the time is ripe, sooner or later, everything will be logical. One day, the most anticipated happy trio will be here. Think about it and get excited. After a while, Qin Weimu took the initiative to switch off Ian's topic. It's getting late. This palace is running out. Wait and sleep. This time you will be the rider, and you will take the initiative and give it a good performance. Liu Sheng answered honestly, "Observe, Her Majesty." Early the next morning, Liu Sheng woke up earlier than Qin Weimu, but instead of getting up, he sat on the bedside, focusing on a laptop computer in front of his face, his hands constantly beating on the keyboard. The keycap of the laptop does not crack like a mechanical keyboard, so he quickly taps on the keyboard without affecting the beauty who is still asleep. But Qin Weimu didn't sleep for long, and she naturally woke up after 10 minutes. When she saw Luo Sheng next to her, she couldn't help secretly whispering, "This guy is really energetic. Don't you feel tired after such a toss?" However, Qin Weimer thinks this is a good thing, and a happy thing. Woke up? When Qin Weimer thought for himself, Luo Sheng whispered a word at random, seeing that his eyes were still staring at the computer intently, and he kept tapping on the keyboard with both hands. Qin Weimer also quite curious at the screen. "What are you doing?" "Write a book and prepare a personal book," Luo Sheng said casually. His hands still did not stop, and quickly edited this line of text on the software Word 2003. "What do you do for a book?" Qin Weimer stood up curiously and suspiciously and leaned against Luo Sheng, glanced at what was on the screen. It was indeed a paragraph after paragraph of text being edited. Luo Sheng stopped writing and turned to look at Qin Weimer. Her current hairstyle is rather messy, but she has a hazy and lazy beauty. "I said that the only person who was born with natural beauty and temperament was beautiful." Shengfeng Capital already has 28.52 billion yuan. The ultimate purpose of making so much money is to climb science and technology. But money alone is not enough. You have to have talent. How do you recruit talent? You have to let people know what you want to do. Write this. This book is for that purpose. Xia said that Luo Sheng's eyes were removed from Qin Weimer, and then he hit the keyboard again to edit the content quickly. At his current speed, he could edit 5 or 6,000 words. Luo Sheng wrote while adding, "Doesn't everyone in the industry want to read my mind? Good, I can directly write something that can be published publicly, and save them to read it blindly. What I want to do, if it happens to be the same thing you want to do, but you have no money, then come and follow me. Do what you want." Qin Weimer responded to the fluttering sound and took the lead in getting up. After going to the bathroom and bathing, he returned to the bedroom and saw Luo Sheng sitting on the bedside writing continuously. She rubbed her hair and asked at random, "When will your book come out? Would you like me to contact the publisher?" Luo Sheng replied, "Well, you can contact, not much, about 280,000 words. It can be written in 3 or 4 days." Wu Qin Weimer said, "Will that be a little too fast?" Luo Sheng glanced back and smiled. "Only when you are waiting for you will not finish things so quickly. Everything else is faster and better." I heard Qin Weimer glared at him angrily. Go. Qin Weimer no longer cares about him, and walks barefoot towards the dressing table to simply dress up. The good-looking value does not require too much powder and daisies to decorate and still flourish. Besides, it is better to be moisturized than any cosmetics. Very effective. After a while, Luo Sheng did not continue writing, and uploaded the document to his private server. He could do it at any time when he wanted to write. Putting the computer aside, he also went into the bathroom and took a bath. By the way, he simply finished the washing. When he came out of the bathroom, Qin Weimer had taken off his bathrobe and put on a work suit today, and left the bedroom. The restaurant compliments today's nutritious breakfast. Luo Sheng came to the restaurant and sat down next to Qin Weimer and said, "After 1 week, you can arrange a press conference and get it done as soon as possible. Shengfeng Capital must operate as soon as possible. First, the depreciation of so much money every day is a big sum. The second is that Americans don't give us too much time. That is, 1 year, 2 years, at most 3 years may be necessary to fully prepare for and limit my expansion in the field of science and technology. I hope I am wrong, but it is best not to. There is too much hope." Subjectively. Qin Weimer nodded silently and continued to enjoy breakfast. After a while, she looked up and looked at Luo Sheng. By the way, www.mentalnovel.com, I almost forgot one thing. The thing over Marvel. Yesterday morning YCEO's CEO Kevin Fitch personally sent me an email. Iron Man 2 inches is about to start shooting, and the crew will come to Sioux City, and the set can be completed in 1 day. It will be in the Science and Technology Complex building, and tomorrow you can complete a few shots of your real-name guest appearance, and you can do it in half an hour. Luo Sheng nodded and said, "This is a trivial matter. It's like going to a reception. It's fine. Just a few seconds of guest scenes, and it was performed at an indoor reception. So Liu Sheng did not have to go abroad to shoot this guest scene, but the Iron Man 2" crew directly brought people and equipment to the scenery in Suza Desert. Anyway, it's a shot taken indoors. It's really not a special effect. After a long journey across the ocean, others might do it for such a few seconds, but Liu Sheng is not among them. He is not the real Big Brother now. This is not the key. The most important reason is that he is the behind-the-scenes boss of Marvel. It is not his honor to promise the guest appearance of the movie Iron Man 2", but the honor of this movie. It is the honor of Nobel Prizes for big men like Einstein. This is probably the highest-priced guest actor ever, and the cards are right. Moreover, Liu Sheng's popularity in the country is no less than that of frontline superstars. Marvel now attaches great importance to the box office market in Greater China. Liu Sheng can make a guest appearance in the movie, a big gimmick selling point. L0NS3V3 Chapter 318 Real name Guest After breakfast. The two also officially entered their respective work today. Qin Weimar went directly to the Côte d'Azur. In addition, she also served as CEO of Shengfeng Capital. Liu Yuosheng dug up Menku, but he still didn't trust much. Shengfeng Capital was too important. It was better to give it to someone who could absolutely trust it. Qin Weimar is undoubtedly the one who is absolutely trustworthy, and his ability is not bad at all. The most important thing of Shengfeng Capital is the management of the account. The investment direction does not need to be determined by her. No one knows how to lay out the future technology industry better than Liu Sheng. Today's work. Liu Sheng went to Blue Star Technology Group first, and then to the Azure Coast Lab, mainly to check the game console plan and the next generation Azure mobile phone research and development plan, and also went to Lancy Semiconductor. Liu Sheng is undoubtedly the most technology-savvy person in the two technology groups, but as the helmsman, he is destined to rarely end in person. His principle is that scientists, researchers, and engineers in the R&D department can do things. Get involved and just look at the progress report. Otherwise, I would be exhausted and not say, and what would it cost them to hire them for? Isn't it shouting 6 or 6? Liu Yuosheng is currently in a state of no control over the daily operation and management of the two companies. Blue Star Technology has Lao Jiang and Azure Coast has Yao Jianhong. Now they do not have the name of the CEO, but they are exercising the CEO's true rights. However, when he went to Blue Star Technology, it took him 4,050 minutes longer than he expected, because Irene caught him and robbed the company fiercely, and he would not let go of the gold if he did not surrender the gold on him. There is no other way. Liu Sheng can only hand in the gold honestly. Fortunately, he has some goods with him, otherwise he will not be able to redeem himself. In addition to the established arrangements in the next few days, Liu Sheng's more work is to write his personal works, while collating and analyzing the current status of the ICT industry, especially the current status of the domestic semiconductor industry. I decided to go into this industry for deep cultivation. Now that I have money in my hand, it is not fake, but I will not go straight in blindly. It is necessary to have a systematic review and understanding of the current status of the entire industry, and then shot. If not, maybe one day. I also encountered the second Hang Seng incident, and it was fun to be cheated by a large sum of investment funds. Saving money is not the key. Liu Sheng is definitely not short of money. So you must understand, if you don't know, you don't want to take a shot, or take a shot later. But what I have to say is that the introduction of state-owned assets made Liu Sheng's plan more smoothly, and the efficiency of work was faster. Besides, he wanted a report on the status quo of mainland semiconductors. He sent him the most complete industry report as soon as possible. Li Shengfeng Capital is certainly also collecting information on the ICT industry, but the establishment of this investment fund is too short. Most of the data collection is data shared by the two Liu Sheng companies, Blue Star Technology and the French Riviera. In addition, it also includes strategic partners. For the data owned by other companies, you may not be able to obtain the data. The materials provided by the State-Owned Assets Management Office are quite complete. Some materials are not even mastered by other companies. From this, we can see that the country really has high hopes for Luo Sheng's ability to make a famous semiconductor business. The resources will be plentiful. Of course, being able to be so generous here is also the result that Luo Sheng's own ability has been recognized by the state. It also depends on who is right and what is right. On the other side, during Luo Sheng's work, the cast team of Iron Man 2 inches arrived in Shenxing by special plane early this morning. He arrived in Sioux City for a few hours at noon and rested for a few hours. In the afternoon, he entered the set scenery work. The filming location was carried out inside Luo Sheng's private science and technology complex building, and there was a special venue for large-scale party activities. I'm kidding. This is a building with an area of tens of thousands of square meters. About 15 p.m., the crew and behind-the-scenes staff of Iron Man 2 inches arrived at the entrance of this mansion. Directors John Favreau, starring Robert Downey Jr., Scarlett Johansson, and other people in the 60s and 70s have arrived to shoot for a period of less than half a minute, but the preparation is very difficult. Welcome to the Science and Technology Complex. When the crew members came to the Science and Technology Complex building, Xiaona's voice passed into their ears. She spoke English and the door opened automatically. John and others looked at each other, but still led the team into the building, and the housekeeper of the Science and Technology Complex soon came out to receive them. The two sides discussed the matter in advance and greeted them. The steward took everyone into the building and went to the reception venue. The plot was also a reception. The main plot was that the protagonist Tony Stark went to Monaco to participate in the reception and then dragged, and was beaten by Ganksbridge while racing. Because of this kind of plot, indoor scenery can only be set in Sioux City, otherwise you have to go to Monaco to shoot, or use special effects completely. Luo Sheng will certainly not make a special trip to Monaco for this. The crew members first came to Huago, the super-rich private residence, and was also shocked by the luxury and artistic beauty here. Several starring actors knew that the building was from the world-renowned architect Zaha Hadid. Germany's masterpiece has won a grand prize. Butler led the crew to the venue where the scenery was set. A private dinner was held here and a large amount of funds were successfully raised. Director John didn't waste time, and immediately told the staff behind the scenes to prepare props to set up the stage. Don't look at it just for shooting less than half a minute, but the time is very fast, only a day and a half. Luo Sheng also came back to the Science and Technology Complex after work. It was already dusk. I'm playing Iron Man, and you are a realistic version of Iron Man. The technology here is more advanced than Donner's mansion in the movie. I think the screenwriter's imagination has been updated. Robert Tang Jr. laughed. This is the truth of Donnie. Tony Stark's private mansion in the movie seems to many fans to be extremely luxurious and full of technology, but compared to this technology complex, he is still a little witch. It was dinner time at this moment. Luo Sheng hosted a dinner to entertain the crew members, and many other members, including the starring and its director and producer, were sitting at the same table with him. I'm in the IT business, not the arms business, and I won't be involved in the military industry in the future, so I think the title of Iron Man might be given to Elon Musk. Luo Sheng laughed, said, immediately invited the cup to signal everyone. Do not do military work. That is impossible to drop. Even if Luo Sheng does not want to do it, he has to do it, because once he has made cutting-edge technology, it will definitely be applied to the military. Even the IT technology giants such as Google, Microsoft, and Amazon of the last time did not cooperate with the Wagon Tower. Of course, Luo Sheng must have intentionally established here. He knows better than anyone what kind of benefits the black technology he will develop in the future. Some advanced technologies will certainly be favored by the military. However, it is still too early to enter the military industry. The country has not yet developed a military-civilian integration strategy, and private companies cannot enter this field. It's not enough to have your own knowledge. Did you know that when I entered this technology building, I was thinking about future sequels. Tony Stark building may be able to get inspiration and reference from you. The keeper Kevin Fitch said suddenly. Wow, great idea, said Scarlett, smiling at the value on the table. Ha, yes, I totally agree, and do not charge royalties. Luo Sheng said with a smile, could not help but look at Scarlett, had to say that her current value is indeed very unfeminine. The big wave's partial distribution makes her uncharming. Wisdom sister should now be at its peak. However, Luo Sheng's eyes did not stay on her for a long time. Although the waves were a bit wavy, he was still a person with his own principles and abiding by them. No matter who or how beautiful a woman in the entertainment industry is, he won't touch it. It's boring. It's better to explore Victoria's secrets like little plums, so that Victoria has no secrets. After dinner was a dance party, all members of the crew participated, and frankly, many group shows felt so many scenes this time. This time is the best, not only fortunate to have dinner with the world's top rich, but also enjoy a cool high society life for the rich. Early the next morning, the crew of Iron Man 2 Inches arrived at the Science and Technology Complex building early. At around 10:30 a.m., all the prop scenes were completed, the equipment debugging was completed, and the actors' makeup was also completed. Playa Scarlett plays Natasha in the movie, which is commonly known as the widow sister of fans. Today, her headdress is extremely stunning, with a lace edge on the corners, which has a high-end taste. Luo Yuoshing also got up very early. His appearance in the movie is the same as in reality, and he appeared in the movie with his iconic shirt, jeans, and sneakers. After all, this is a real guest appearance. As time passed, the crew was preparing for the scene. The guest scene was the protagonist Tony Stark's bridge to Morocco. There was a high-end reception in the movie. Group performances for men and women have been replaced with suits, leather shoes, dresses and other props. As for wine and food, Luo Yuoshing was also chatting with several starring actors before he officially started. Frankly speaking, when he saw Scarlett's movie character shape today, he had an urge to break the principle. But in the end he still kept his own principles. Finally, at about the minute, everything is ready and the actors are in place. With the directors, this guest lens officially started shooting. The Tony Stark in the camera took the little Pepper, who had just been promoted to the CEO of Stark Industries, into the reception, and the group performances played by reporters kept snapping along the way, and the two chatted as they walked to their dining table. Xiao Chili saw a young Asian-faced man sitting at the table next to him and immediately greeted him. "How are you?" Luo Sheng, a well-known guest, immediately turned around and looked around. When he saw the little Pepper, he stood up and shook politely with a smile. Congratulations on your promotion, little Chili. Thank you. www.mentalnovel.com. At this time Tony Stark also came over and shook hands with Luo Sheng. The StarCloud cloud computing solution you provided for Stark Industries is very powerful. Luo Sheng laughed. Thanks. Stark Industries is our important customer. I think I have more secret projects. Maybe you are also interested. Tony Stark, really? Luo Yuoshing. Of course. Tony Stark, then work together. After speaking, Tony Stark in the camera left with a small Pepper while chatting. As the deputy director shouted, the shot was over and the scene passed very smoothly. Director John looked at the video and immediately looked at Luo Sheng and said, "Perfect, your acting skills are beyond my expectations." Really? That's good. Luo Sheng laughed, whispering in his heart, how could it be mixed up in the mall without acting this year? Reality is more exaggerated than movies. With the completion of several guest scenes, you can also announce the end of work. The crew of Iron Man 2 Inches began to pack up props for Marvel Pictures. The filming schedule is very compact, and it will be released next summer. For other projects, the entire Marvel Universe project is not just a film project. It is time-consuming and labor-intensive just to prepare. For Luo Sheng, real name guest appearances in Iron Man 2 are fun, and he spent half an hour here. Chapter 319 Launch Conference. A week passed quickly, and Luo Sheng had finished his writing 3 days ago. The whole book was about 270,000 words, which could be revised into a book. Qin Weimu also contacted the publishing house smoothly, and the publication of the book had been settled. The version number was easily settled. 100 or 2 copies were temporarily printed for the next press conference. The release conference of Luo Sheng's first personal work was arranged at his alma mater. All these work were arranged by Jiang Weimu in Jiangluo. The school received the news and was quite surprised. When did Luo Sheng start writing? Still want to be able to hold a new book launch conference at Fuda? However, no matter what Luo Sheng's operation, the school attaches great importance to this matter. Of course, he did not hesitate to agree, and will arrange it as soon as possible. The news of the newly promoted world's richest man to publish his personal works spreads wildly, and it has been confirmed that the press conference will be scheduled on April 12, 2009, and the venue will be in Shenqing Fuda. For a while, the students at Fuda University were very excited when they learned that their idols were going back to their alma mater. Luo Sheng was a legendary character at Fuda University. He had a high popularity in the school, and almost no one knew it. Since he became famous, Luo Sheng has not returned to his alma mater to give a lecture or other activities. Of course, Fuda has invited them, but they were all rejected by Luo Sheng. This time, it attaches great importance to Fuda. It is worth mentioning that the current 407 bedroom is now also very famous. And this house has been sealed intact by the school. It represents the birthplace of a technology giant and has extraordinary historical significance. What I have to say is that the Big Brother is the Big Brother. The news that Luo Sheng is about to release his personal works is quite sensation in the industry. Many senior practitioners in the IT industry also went to Fuda when they learned the news. But more of investors. Everyone is studying Luo Sheng. There are all kinds of messy interpretations. They all want to understand his thinking. It is at this time that he published his personal works. These people want to get first-hand data analysis and research. This is good reading material. If you can understand Luo Sheng's thinking, the probability of making a lot of money will increase greatly, and naturally it will come one after another. The University of Fufu knew that Luo Sheng's influence today is comparable to that of the sun, but still exceeded their estimates, and did not expect a large number of social elites to hear from them. The invitation was not issued at this press conference, but there was a steady stream of people from the news, or the business or technology community. On the morning of April 12th, Luo Sheng's convoy entered Fuda University. He arrived in Shenqing yesterday and stayed at the hotel for one night. Today he came to his alma mater. After getting off the car, Qin Weimu next to Luo Sheng laughed. "Your popularity is higher than once." Luo Sheng smiled and said lightly, "When it is not true, seriously you lose." At least 80% of the fans here are looking for opportunities to make a fortune from me. Of course, this is understandable and very good. Soon after she came out of the car, the then president of Fuda had already come to receive him. Naturally, it was unavoidable to be polite, and Luo Sheng responded easily and freely. It is indeed a world-class technology coffee, and the principals who have not seen the dragon but have seen it all have appeared. The senior is so handsome, I really want to have children with him. Donnie, would you be so direct? I heard that a lot of big business and technology circles came to join the crowd this time, and they all took the initiative. This is the world's richest card, a mobile hotspot of human news. Along the way, all the girls in the school took out their mobile phones to capture photos, and kept talking in a low voice. If the social elites who arrived this time were all for money, then these fangirls may be excluded. Luo Sheng can be said to be the perfect fantasy object in their hearts. The news that he came to Fuda immediately caused a sensation among the students in the school. Of course, this kind of thing required the participation of the media. Along the way, Luo Sheng and the school leaders went on a chat, and the media reporters followed the camera. Luo Sheng talked with the school leaders for a period of time. Basically, they were official poker and polite words. These were common to Luo Sheng, and there were no obstacles to dealing with them. I can't stop talking about it. In the end, Luo Sheng still vaguely heard the hope that he would donate money to the school. Anyway, colleges and universities in the mainland will definitely chase after donations if they see the great success of those who leave the school. Limp. Donate 100 million yuan as an individual, no more. It's all trivial. Around morning, Luo Sheng's personal publication conference was held as scheduled, and the specific location was in a multimedia hall of Shenxing Fuda University. The venue was full, and the audience was full. Rough calculations gathered more than 3,000 people. Many people did not have a seat, either standing on the aisle or finding something to sit on, and more than 70% of them were students of Fuda. Most of them are students who are about to graduate and enter society. 600 or 700 people from the business and science and technology circles also came. In addition, they were media reporters. At this moment, many people in the industry are also chatting and discussing in private. Don't predict it anymore. To be precise, don't predict Luo Sheng's operation. The hair is running out, so cherish it. Horror. Who would have thought he would publish a book? Luo Sheng's divine operation really made a large group of people who were analyzing and studying his behavior and thinking angry and helpless. It was really various predictions. I want to quit. However, the employer has given too much money, and his legs have been abducted by money. Before the news was released, nobody expected that Luo Sheng would publish his personal works. However, people in the industry are also quite curious. They even believe in big brothers like Luo Sheng. It is certainly reasonable to engage in these operations. With a round of applause, Luo Sheng came to the middle of the stage and took the press conference from the host. Good morning, classmates, as well as industry guests and media friends who came to the show. Luo Sheng said with a smile, and then quipped, frankly, I haven't got my Fuda diploma yet. Just talk about it, it really failed. The college students at the scene laughed and laughed. Okay, I don't know if it's a bit of smile or something. Is this still failing? The student group at the scene smiled on the surface, the inner MMP, and it was a little overwhelming to give all the students a wave of crit damage. Speaking of which, Luo Sheng originally wanted to drop out of school, but Fuda refused to let it go, so he filled it out. After this break, he has been resting now, and Fuda has not fired him yet. After the opening, he adjusted the atmosphere with a few words, and then Luo Sheng went straight to the topic and started his formal speech. In the recent period of time, I concentrated on thinking for a long time and wrote this book, he said. Luo Sheng walked towards the table on the side of the stage, where there was a book just printed, which was Luo Sheng's work. After hearing this, Qin Weimu in the background rolled his eyes at him secretly. Only she knew how much time it took for her man to write this book, but she did not reveal Luo Sheng. Qin Weimu was his first reader. He read the manuscript. What I have to say is that she was very surprised after reading this book. She was full of dry goods and very selling points. After reading it, Qin Weimu personally has determined that it will surely sell well in the technology industry, including the business world. Whether the mass market will sell well is another matter. On the stage, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Luo Sheng picked up his book and showed it to everyone on the front. The big screen behind him also gave the book a close-up shot. When I saw the title of the book, everyone was surprised and more puzzled. The title of the book is just 2 words: inevitable. Luo Sheng said, the name of this book is Inevitable. The content mainly describes my personal observation and analysis of science and technology, commenting on the inevitable trend of the development of science and technology, and the book is published and shared with everyone. As soon as this remark came out, people in the industry were in front of them. The subtext is that this book is Luo Sheng's great prophecy. This is something that many people like to hear, especially in the scientific and technological circles and the business community. You must know that everyone is studying Luo Sheng crazy. not for this purpose. Luo Sheng played with books and looked around and said, compared to us 30 years later, we know nothing about this now. But we must believe in those impossible things. www.untilnovel.com because it's the first hour of the first day, the beginning of the beginning. Having said that, Luo Sheng looked at the book in his hand and added, at today's new book conference, I want to talk about the trend of technology in the next 20 years or so. Technology will have a general direction of progress. I call him inevitably, it is the name of this book. Just like gravity, it must happen. For example, with chips, radio waves, etc. The internet and mobile phones will inevitably appear. I don't want to talk about whether Blue Star technology will win, whether the Blue Coast will win, what will happen to China in the future, and what will happen to the United States in the future. This is not necessarily inevitable. I'm talking about a general trend. I believe these trends can be predicted, but the details of it cannot be predicted. For example, the telephone will definitely appear, but the Azure Coast may not. The internet will definitely appear, but Blue Star technology may not. So what I want to share today is a long-term trend. This is an inevitable trend, all intertwined and together, interdependent, but ultimately all moving in the same direction. When he talked about Luo Sheng's prediction, now everyone has his ears raised. Over the past 6 years, he has also made a lot of predictions. Most of them are considered whimsical and boundless. But the face came too fast. The development of the times is advancing according to his prediction. With such a premise, Luo Sheng once again predicted that people could not ignore it. Chinese website. Chapter 320 Industry sought after dry goods. Luo Sheng paced back and forth on the stage in the multimedia hall, and methodically said, this book is about 270,000 words in total, divided into 12 chapters, each explaining 12 major trends. The title of the first chapter is Formation. Everything is constantly upgrading. This is the first chapter in inevitability, that is, everything has become something else. Everything is a kind of flow. The state of each one is constantly changing. How the water drops into the valley when it rains, the route is certainly unpredictable, but you must know the direction. Because of gravity, the rain must go down. The business trend is also inevitable, and the overall trend must be predictable of. Hearing this sentence, many people have a sense of sudden realization. Is he always able to succeed because of this? The title of chapter 2 is In the future, the performance of cooperation with artificial intelligence will determine your salary. The impact of future technological changes will be permanent. Technology will be related to artificial intelligence. What technology does is to make everything is more intelligent. This intelligent process is the change brought by technology. In the future, no matter which field is the smartest person plus the machine, the performance of cooperation with artificial intelligence determines your salary. You must cooperate with the machine. Instead of confronting them, this technology will bring a fundamental change in the technology of our society. Just like the previous printing, the title of chapter 3 is Screen Reading. Any kind of flat surface can become a screen. This trend has now begun to surround us. Screens are everywhere, including mobile phones. We are about to enter a screen era. Everywhere. The screens used to be reading books are now reading screens, and even more so in the future. The title of chapter 4 is Mobile. All your business is data. Whether you are in real estate, medicine, chemicals, or education. In fact, your business is data. Business is the business of data. In the final analysis, what you are dealing with is just data. Just as important as dealing with customers. The cloud forms a variety of streams. Through Weibo, BlueSpace, QQ, etc., we can listen to music on the streaming media and watch the streaming media. Video. Everything becomes a stream, a data stream. The title of chapter 5 is Remix. Most innovations are reorganizations of existing things. Economists have found that there are very few new things. This reorganization is what I am talking about here. This is the development of the world. Direction? An important trend, applying chemical concepts to enterprises, is like a periodic table of elements. Let's take a look at the periodic table of elements in an enterprise. What are the necessary elements? A new split and reorganization will form a new thing. The title of chapter 6 is Filter. You can make money by attracting attention in this era. This is the other side of the world. There are various options now. For example, 5 or 6 million songs are produced every year. New song. But obviously we can't finish it. Movies, books, magazines, articles are all like this. So people need some people to help and find what you really need. And this is filtering. The title of chapter 7 is Interaction. In my opinion, the impact of interaction may be as profound as artificial intelligence, and computers and smartphones rely on interaction. The title of chapter 8 is Use. All values become the value of the right of use. The word use is actually difficult to interpret. Blue Star Technology Group is the world's largest online media company, and can even take the internet off. But it doesn't own the content. Alibaba is the nation's largest retailer, but it has no inventory. But it's not important anymore. The concept of ownership has changed, and the right to use is better than ownership. The title of chapter 9 is Share. The core is not sharing, but collaboration. I recently read the news and found that some people like to talk about the sharing economy, including inside Blue Star Technology, and even the former me, but I want to expand this now. Concept. Sharing is a very elementary stage. The world is large and many things can be shared. In fact, what we are sharing is not sharing in the general sense, but talking about collaboration and creation, with a large-scale cooperation method. Thousands of people can share, tens of thousands of people interact to bring about social change. The title of chapter 10 is Beginning. The use of technology is used. As for technology, at the beginning, no one knew what the new invention was suitable for, such as the gramophone invented by Edison. He did not know what this could do. Was later applied to two scenes. One was to record the last words, and the other was to record the speech, including singing. The title of chapter 11 is Question. I think a good question is more important than a perfect answer. Finding the answer today is simple. You can ask Yunj, Baidu, Google, all of which are very good, and the answers are getting more and more the cheaper it is. But asking questions is getting more and more expensive. Good questions are new areas. To ask a good question, you must have the ability to control the problem, and you must consciously dig the problem. Whatever the assumption, the problem must be proposed. The title of the last chapter, Subversion. Internal causes are never the main reason. Finally, I want to say that subversion is where our creativity comes from. There are 3 rules when we think. The first rule: no matter in which industry, subversion does not occur from the inside, but is driven from the outside. Innovation and development in the medical industry are not driven by the medical industry. Search engine innovation does not start with search. The second rule: some phenomena and technologies that appear overnight, seems very sudden, but it has been brewing for many years. For example, cloud computing has been for more than 2 decades. Just because it has not met the minimum requirements to become a product, so out of sight. The third law, innovation or invention, is a market that does not make money. First of all, most of the inventions failed, and the risks were high. At the beginning, the quality was poor, and the profit was low. Any businessman will tell you that investing in this business is very profitable. Successful companies don't need these risks, but startups have no choice, because they can't squeeze into those large and profitable markets. They can only start with some seemingly poor businesses, and then subvert. Liu Yuosheng roughly introduced the 12 chapters of this book, and made a few words, but it has made the industry insiders be impressed and secretly decided that they must read the first copy. Although some people are wondering, why did Liu Yuosheng share these business stories so generously? If Liu Yuosheng listened to it, he would definitely reply to him silently, "It's simple, because I need a lot of tools and a lot of tools." Without releasing the fragrant fishing bait, how could you guys be willing to hook up? Of course, these words are too direct. and definitely cannot be said clearly. Luo Sheng is not afraid of how much loss he would lose by saying these secrets, because the reason is very simple. Since it is an inevitable trend of technology, it will be realized sooner or later. But the word of technological innovation is not to say that I will tell you. You can develop and master it, especially high-tech. So, what's the use of knowing? You can't do it, especially if you know it too early. You can't do it yourself, and seeing others make it, it's so anxious to die of torture. Luo Sheng on the stage continued. For example, the future disruptor of airlines is drones. Drones can definitely carry people, and there will be more development in the future, which means that the disruption of the aviation industry will come from Man-Machine Company. The disruptor of the telecommunications industry is not from mobile phones, mobile communication networks, but wireless networks. The disruptor of cars is not from cars, but mobile computers with wheels. So I am very optimistic about the same year as Blue Star Technology. Elon Musk, a Tesla company founded, is an outstanding technology entrepreneur. The disruptors of the banking industry will come from external companies such as Alipay. The people present at the meeting, some people from Ma were suddenly excited when they heard this, and some people couldn't sit still because Ma always stripped Alipay from Ma. Are you suffering? How powerful is Luo Sheng's words now? Immediately after his speech today, the other side of the ocean immediately responded. The number of files downloaded by Tesla's subscription account, which is seeking an IPO, has suddenly increased. At the same time, Aju's stock price rose sharply. Although Alipay was stripped, Luo Sheng's optimism also indirectly shows that Aju's path is right. This is the best interpretation of the Luo Sheng phenomenon. During the evolution of species, they constantly think about how to evolve to improve fitness. Low species will be eliminated, high fitness species will survive, and companies or individuals will be the same. I conclude by saying that everyone knows that the future it's incredible. People talked about computers many years ago. At that time, computers were very large. If you said then that computers would be in your pockets, people would think you were stupid. But now, in the past few years in the industry, I have discovered that we must believe in those things that are impossible, those things that seem impossible to be used by us, and they will definitely be used by us in the future. The first hour compared to us 30 years later. We now know nothing. We look at the past and think that the past was a good time to start a business. Similarly, the future is also the best time. We are also in the best age of entrepreneurship because we are in an era of starting points. It's been 30 years since we joined now. What would people say? Maybe someone would say, I really want to live in the world of 2009 to start a business, because at that time is the best time to start a business. It is easy to find business opportunities. It's easy to change the world. I believe some people will say that if we go back to 2003, that's the best time. And when we reach 2039, some people will say the same thing. The greatest thing in the world is that it has not been invented yet. Means that it is not too late for you to act now. Thank you for listening to me. At the end of the day, as Luo Sheng nodded and complimented, the scene was quiet for a few seconds, and immediately gave a warm applause. Everyone at the conference listened to God and thought about it, so that it was a half-time slower, but the applause was even more enthusiastic. Next, hundreds of physical books of Inevitable brought by Luo Sheng were looted, and dozens of foreigners came on the scene, including some famous people in the industry, and several people grabbed several. But all of them stared at each other. Shit. The Chinese characters don't understand. Mudfak died suddenly, and the book has its own golden house, which is an opportunity. Hurry to hold the physical book to recruit someone to translate. At the same time, the news here is spreading outwards like wings. Within a few hours, someone in Silicon Valley will know, especially the IT industry, including the investment community. Immediately let them know when they heard the news. Continue to get the book Necessity, and then interpret and research. The overseas publishers also saw business opportunities and called to find Blue Star Technology or the French Riviera because they did not have Luo Sheng's personal contact information. As for the domestic, the publisher of the book Inevitable chose the Electronic Industry Press, and the second edition has already begun printing. It is scheduled to print 300,000 copies. Chapter 321 Technology Independence is forced. Many people in the industry and media have obtained the first physical book of Inevitable, and after reading, they have also published their post-reading feelings on the media platform. Silicon Valley Magazine commented on the book the next day. The Book of Inevitable beautifully commented on the inevitable trend of the current development of science and technology, and provided a very forward-looking vision and guidance for the development of the global science and technology industry. Over time, overseas translations are also available. The Daily Mail commented this. The Inevitable by Luo Sheng is a must-read book for IT practitioners and investors in 2009. For a while, this book became the focus of much discussion in the industry, especially in the investment and IT industries, and even for those who are enthusiastic about Luo Sheng, the book Inevitable is a treasure. Naturally, the ensuing praise is endless. Luo Sheng's act of sharing must be welcomed by the whole world. The only thing that does not welcome him is the North American authorities. Suddenly there was such a bull and a young man on the side of Zihuago, which made the teeth of a large group of beautiful politicians itchy. But Wall Street loves Luo Sheng more and more without him, because Luo Sheng can bring them huge returns. Rather than love Luo Sheng more and more, it is better to love him more and more. Luo Sheng knows this too, but it's good. His pattern is to make friends from the left, middle, and right. This series of factors are all feedback to investors who are extremely expecting to dump money to Shengfeng Capital. Now many outside speculations are whether Shengfeng Capital will enter the 12 major trends described in Inevitability. The issue of overseas publishers has already been discussed. The book Inevitable was printed overseas in 37 languages at the end of this year. It is expected to issue 4.5 million copies worldwide this year. Amazon can already pre-order it. The data here is very eye-catching. Definitely selling. For the Blue Coast Company, Qin Weimer came to Luo Sheng's office. At the moment, he is working in this company. How is the feedback? Luo Sheng asked. Feedback? Qin Weimer thought about Yan Zhan and smiled. Feedback is that the halo on your body is even more eye-catching, and the majority of netizens have officially named you as the Prophecy Emperor. Wu Wenyan said. Luo Sheng laughed. Forget the fun of eating melon, netizens. I care more about how many technology practitioners this book can affect, which is critical to my next layout. You need a lot of tools, and they are willing to be tools. Wu Qinweimer said, the next work is to save money. Shengfeng Capital has raised 300 billion yuan in funds so far. Don't use it as soon as possible. Don't you feel bad if you depreciate every day? No. The next work is more important than this. Luo Sheng looked at Qin Weimer in front of him. His voice fell, and he did not wait for the other party to react, and soon took him into his arms. Wu Qin Weimer reacted suddenly and angrily resisted and warned, this is the company, you don't have to go in. Luo Luoxing, then get the inch first, it's alright. Wu Qin Weimer, in the end, I still got into the ruler. The man's words must not be believed. After the incident, Qin Weimer took a break and then looked around. She seemed to be looking for something. It didn't take long for me to find the materials she had brought before, and she sat on her own, with a light apple mark imprinted on it. Qin Weimer threw the document to Luo Sheng. This is the material that I have compiled and summarized the current status of the latest integrated circuit industry in China, covering EC design, manufacturing, packaging and testing, power devices, MEMS, materials and equipment factories. Take a look. After finishing talking, she drew a sheet of paper towels and began to organize herself silently. Luo Luoxing immediately opened the file at a glance. As a semiconductor material, the most used element is silicon, and the main source of silicon is sand, so it is not rigorous and grounded to say that as the highest level of semiconductors in human process technology, the process is how to finally turn sand into chips. The first step is the melting and purification of silicon. After the pure silicon element is refined, single crystal silicon ingots are prepared, and then silicon wafers are sliced and polished. Here, extremely advanced chemical technology is required. The Japanese are the best in the world. Generally, semiconductor manufacturers directly purchase already prepared silicon wafers for subsequent production, and then make chips with circuits on the silicon wafers. In total, they have to undergo diffusion, photolithography, etching, ion implantation, thin film growth, the 7 production steps of polishing and metallization. This series of steps is actually refined through more than 1,000 processes, and then hundreds of millions of transistors are born in such a small semiconductor chip. The final step is to test the package and pack it for retail. The production process of a chip is simple to say, but it is absolutely difficult to do it. The investment of a complete chip production line requires only billions of RMB to start, and the majority of them are lithography machines. Production equipment. Coupled with the Moore's law of the semiconductor industry, the speed of iteration is very fast. The chips you have produced have been eliminated after a year or two. The billions and tens of billions of inputs have been directly drained, so no one wants to do this line. Most of the key technology links of the semiconductor industry are controlled by Western countries such as Europe, the United States and Europe. In order to restrict the development of the semiconductor industry in China, the most advanced foreign production equipment, such as lithography machines, are not sold to the Chinese, and are strictly restricted. Now, they are all outdated products that have fallen behind for generations. And www.intelnovel.com. Even if you have equipment, you may not be able to produce chips. Since the Japanese collapsed in the semiconductor industry, this industry has been completely dominated by Americans. At present, all manufacturing powers in the world, except China, have given up on competing in the semiconductor industry with Americans, because it's really hard. If you come up with a bit of fame, the Americans will punch you hard and die, even if they die. Conversely, as long as you don't challenge the US's position in the semiconductor industry, you can take you to play with it. So now the industry giants have joined the North American Semiconductor Industry Association, and leading companies in other countries have become one of its international members. For those companies, instead of being killed or disabled by Americans, it would be better to mingle with American dad and drink soup in the back. It is also pork rib soup. Sometimes it's good to have some meat. Zai Huago once thought the same way, and wanted to play together very much. He asked for addition to the group, but the Western countries, such as Europe and the United States, did not agree, and he also created a Batumi technology to restrict and block. The properly hot face was put on the cold ass, touched a grey nose, and was mocked by the crowd. Well, since you don't take me to play, you can always sell things to me to make trouble. The price is easy to negotiate, and you can ask for it. I can't. That's really no choice but to start another stove by myself. I embarked on a path of self-reliance in science and technology. Chapter 322. Kinwai's material regulations are very clear and the focus is obvious. Among them, 65 semiconductor companies in China are introduced. These semiconductor manufacturers appearing in this material report are by far the best domestic semiconductor companies. Already, of course, it is only relative to domestic. The top 10 semiconductor companies that specialize in integrated circuit design are Lanci Semiconductor, Ziguangzhan Ruai, and Huada Semiconductor. No doubt, Lanci Semiconductor, established in 2004 and having gone through 5 years, is currently the largest and most powerful IC design company in China, and there is no one in China. This company was established by a joint venture between the French Riviera and the company. The first year of research and development investment is $500 million. By this year, the investment has reached $3.5 billion a year. Because according to the agreement, YY wants to spend 15% of its sales on R&D, of which IC Design accounts for about 34% of R&D investment, which means that this year R&S investment in IC Design has reached $1.19 billion. The US dollar, excluding exchange rate changes, is 8.12 billion yuan. At present, those leading semiconductor companies in China do not even have a half-a-year turnover. Of course, Lanci Semiconductor has undoubtedly become the current leader in the field of integrated circuits in China, but it is also limited to IC Design. From the R&D investment in the past 5 years, we can see the degree of money burned by the semiconductor industry. Even so, Lanci Semiconductor is only the strongest in the country, and it is actually a younger brother in the global scope. At present, the only product that can handle it is the app processor and accelerator chip for Azure mobile phones supplied to the Azure Coast, and the communication baseband is still licensed by Qualcomm. It is worth mentioning that the contract with Qualcomm's authorized patent will expire next year. The tempo of Qualcomm Jian is regrettable. The total sales of the Azure mobile phone has now exceeded 40 million units, which means that in the past 3 years, Qualcomm has been pitted by a commercial gambling agreement, and at least lost $1 billion. Paragraph. This money was originally easy to earn. Qualcomm was once incensed by this Pit-Father's business gambling agreement. In addition, the sales volume of Azure series smartphones under the French Riviera is rising steadily. In the first quarter of 2009, the sales volume for the first time in this year exceeded 10 million units in a single quarter. Without counting the subsequent growth, this year's shipments, the volume can reach 40 million units, and in 1 year it can exceed the total sales volume of the past 3 years. This growth trend is too horrible. Although angered by Qualcomm, it is very excited. It has begun to flex its muscles and looks forward to it. Isn't the contract expiring right now? Of course I'm excited. Well, the next generation of licensing schemes has started. Qualcomm vowed this time to take back all the losses it had made before, and it took a while to eat a fat man. I'm sorry for the regretful intestines in the past 3 years. Liu Yuoxing continued to browse the top 10 semiconductor manufacturers, the top 10 semiconductor packaging and testing manufacturers, the top 10 semiconductor power device manufacturers, the top 10 semiconductor material manufacturers, and the top 5 semiconductor equipment manufacturers in the mainland. Several majors may sound very strong, but in fact, if you get an international park, there is no one who can play, but it is just a short person to raise it up, which is also no way out. Moreover, most of these manufacturers are joint ventures with foreign investment status, and the imported technology is still backward technology of foreigners. Otherwise, the domestic semiconductor business may be worse than this. We can see that there is a long way to go in the semiconductor industry between China and the international community in the field of integrated circuits. After looking at the material for more than 10 minutes, Liu Yuoxing closed the file and thought silently for a moment and then said, Lanci Semiconductor is currently the leader in the field of IC Design, so continue to cultivate in this field until it becomes the world leader. We do the IC Design, and then the Riviera Labs make the equipment. The lithography machine is the focus, and the Dutch's blockade must be broken at any cost. And there is. Liu Yuoxing pondered further. After a while, he tilted his head and looked at Qin Weimar, who had finished his dress. There is chip manufacturing, wafer purification is also chemical technology, and a front-end industrial software EDA. These key areas are all left to the Azure Coast laboratory to do, and all the dead will have to be found out. As for other links, we will support domestic companies and bring a group of younger brothers. Of course, we also need to make chip manufacturing, wafer purification, and industrial software. Support the development of other enterprises through Shengfeng Capital. Shengfeng Capital has now raised 300 billion yuan of natural capital. At least a third or even half must be used to build the semiconductor business first, and the remaining money is used to invest in other fields, such as life genetic engineering. New materials wait for these cutting-edge hot areas. Anyway, there is no money, and then the investor can be fooled. Shengfeng Capital, which has 300 billion yuan of natural capital, is indeed too much money, but it still looks stretched to build a technology that can catch up with the world-class semiconductor industry chain. Compared with Lanxi Semiconductor's investment in the field of EC design in the past 5 years, it has accumulated $2.9 billion in R&D investment, which is about 20 billion yuan. Such a large investment is second to none in China. After 5 years, it still has not reached the world-class level. Of course, in the past 5 years, the technology precipitation and achievements of Lanxi Semiconductor must be affirmed, otherwise it will not be the leader of the domestic EC design field. But the problem is that you have been improving in the past 5 years, and people are also improving, and you are making faster progress, because you are being beaten from time to time by the neck, but they are running like a runaway wild horse. The imaginary teacher IBM has stopped playing with him now, afraid to teach the students, and the master will starve to death in the end. Wu Qinweimer left the office after completing the memo he ordered, and Liu Sheng shook his head helplessly when he saw the rather messy scene. He suddenly missed Irene. Xiao I will take the initiative to clean up before leaving. Qinweimer is a good woman, she only cares about herself, she organizes herself, and then baits her. I am too selfish. No way, Liu Sheng had to do it himself. The following days, Shengfeng Capital began to attack in various ways. As the general manager of Shengfeng Capital, Meng Ku was immediately confused and turned around. What are you doing? Busy dinners and entertainment invited by semiconductor companies or technology industry bosses, as well as meeting various entrepreneurs. Meng Ku is painful and happy. It turned out to be so refreshing to be offered as a dad. This is much cooler than working for Goldman Sachs. Money and treatment are really secondary. www.mtlnovel.com for him. Financial freedom had long been achieved. I feel the most important. This is because no amount of salary can be obtained. You may not be able to make tens of billions of investment decisions for giving you an annual salary of 100 million. Lu Mengqiu now has a heavy burden, which is that Liu Sheng is required to spend 30 billion yuan in Shengfeng Capital in the second quarter of this year, and an average of 10 billion will be spent in a month. Frankly, this task is definitely not easy. It's not easy to spend money. Liu Sheng was assured to let him invest, and he was not afraid of messing with him, and there was no need to mess around. Qinweimer has now resigned several important positions at the Côte d'Azur company, but she has not resigned completely. She is still one of the core executives, but her focus has obviously shifted to the management of Shengfeng Capital and the family fund. As for the Azure Coast, Yao Jianhong, the executive vice president, is completely sufficient, and the change of personnel has been completed smoothly, and Qinweimer's talent is undoubted, and he can take control of the party. Shengfeng Capital mainly deals with accounting and investment. And Liu Sheng is in control of the general direction. There is Qinweimer in charge of Shengfeng Capital. She can audit every expense in it clearly. Moreover, her work style and self-requirements are extremely strict. It is necessary to trace back the circulation of every dollar of Shengfeng Capital. Liu Sheng has no one who can use it under her hands. No one is more suitable to run Shengfeng Capital. Chapter 323 The brain of modern industrial equipment in Bangqing. In an apartment building, 3 or 5 men were sitting in a room in a piecemeal manner. Li Haidong, a 30-year-old returnee, graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and worked for 3 months at Synopsys. Everything was fine, but he finally took the brain and chose to return home. At that time, Many of his classmates are in the United States. All his friends advised him to stay in the United States and got his green card. But Lee Donghai returned the green card to the United States and chose to return to China to start a business. Now his situation is an entrepreneur. He returned to China and found a few friends to discuss partnerships. In Homer's epic Iliad, the ancient Greek of war Achilles was impenetrable and dominated Greece with a half-man and a half-god. But he had a fatal weakness: he was flimsy because he was the only he didn't soak in Shinshui. In the end, he also lost his life in the Trojan War because of this weakness. Li Haidong talked to several partners about this Western legend, and after a moment he said eloquently, "In the long river of history, the Achilles heel has also become a cautionary motto of people. Always beware of your self-weaknesses." Nowadays, industrial software has become the Achilles heel of the development of China's manufacturing industry. This is definitely not a joke or an exaggeration. At this moment, Li Haidong and several of his friends and partners have decided to co-found a technology company. The name of the company is Jingchuang Technology, which means keep improving and innovating. There is no doubt their startup company can tell from Li Haidong's recent remarks that they are in that field. Obviously belongs to the field of industrial software. What specific fields? There are many categories of industrial software: industrial design software, mechanical and product design software, processing programming software, simulation analysis software, etc. After hearing the inquiry from one of his friends, Li Haidong said without hesitation, "Of course our startup company does EDA software." Another friend nodded, "Also, you just gave up the high salary of the new Cisco and chose to come back to start a business. You are doing EDA." The so-called industrial software is software that is dedicated or mainly used in the industrial field to improve the level of R&D, manufacturing, production management and industrial management performance of industrial enterprises. This is the brain of modern industrial equipment, showing the importance of industrial software. For example, various EDA software in the chip industry chain, CAD software in the field of mechanical design, and so on. With the rise of computers, EDA vendors have sprung up. After more than 20 years of mergers and acquisitions, EDA field currently has only SIMPSI, Cadence Electronics and Mentor International. Mentor. Of these three giants, three of them currently occupy more than 90% of the EDA software market. The real terrible problem is that the current contribution of domestic EDA tools in the entire chip design process is almost zero, which can be said to be annihilated. For system manufacturers, if the chip is a bullet and food, then the chip EDA tool is a tool for making bullets and processing food. The market may not be large, but it is a terrible thing. In the semiconductor industry and lithography machines, the status is not to be overstated. The current EDA company mainly sells EDA tools to downstream customers. Its source of income mainly depends on certificate authorization fees, just like the use of office software. Antivirus software or other software requires registration of serial numbers. However, this authorization certificate from EDA is quite expensive. How expensive is it? In 2008, Lancy Semiconductor spent US $24.8 million, or approximately 170 million yuan, to obtain a software certificate for Kane Electronics. Today, we can still see the evaluation of the product of the app processor division of Lancy Semiconductor on the official website of Kane Electronics, from a small payload of 3 million to the design of hundreds of millions of departments. We can simply and effectively ensure that system functions. In early 2009 of this year, another major industry giant Synopsys also reached EDA's premier strategic partnership with Lancy Semiconductor. But if EDA is suspended, how much will it affect the current Lancy Semiconductor and even the French Riviera? At present, Lancy Semiconductor's existing software is still available for use. If it is stopped, it will have two effects. The first is that there is no technical support. If there is a problem, you need to explore it yourself. The second is that there is no software in the future. The new version, the current semiconductor process evolution speed is extremely fast, almost a year and a half to 2 years, a generation difference. The emergence of the new generation of chips requires updated EDA software version. Therefore, if Lancy Semiconductor's EDA tools are stopped, even EC design cannot be done, and it will certainly result in the inability to launch the next generation of smartphone products. It is no exaggeration to say that if Americans are determined to put the Côte d'Azur to death, there are N ways to say. Maybe it is because of this that Lomai has such a fearless pig raising. From an American perspective, there is no need to panic. EDA will be disabled if you stop offering EDA. Are you done? How about the wafer purification card? The chip makes the card for you. What? Did this also break? Then click on the lithography machine. If any link is stuck, a chip cannot be successfully output. From this we can see how tight the perimeter of the integrated circuit industry is, breaking through a large mountain, and there is a larger mountain waiting behind. Finally, there is extreme darkness, facing the suppression of the world hegemony with the power of the country. Huawei's semiconductor business has not been conquered for so long. I can pay 100,000 quick money. I have 150,000. I have 80,000. I can make 120,000. At this moment, Lee Haidong and several friends and partners are discussing the cause of innovating science and technology. Several people have put together less than 500,000. Not enough. You have to find a venture capital company to raise funds. Lee Haidong said wryly. If the investor hears us say that we want to do EDA, I think we are neurotic. A partner laughed at himself with a smile. Nowadays, domestic EDA industrial software is almost obliterated and no hope is seen. As long as investors are not fools or lunatics, it is generally impossible to smash money to the Lee Haidong team. Hey! Do you know that the most popular in the VC world during this time is also the recently established Shengfeng Capital? Just when these aspiring young people were distressed because of the shyness in their pockets, one of them, the partner, suddenly said something. Shengfeng Capital? Yes, that's the investment fund established by Luo Sheng. The partner nodded again and pouted. It is indeed an idol in my heart. Shengfeng Capital is really exaggerated. According to the content of the news report, it has raised more than 300 billion yuan of capital. My God, 300 billion yuan. And it also has a background of the state-owned assets management office and Wall Street. For those who want to start a business, they must understand the information of the investment community if they want to do a business. If they can't get venture capital, then it is even more impossible to find a bank loan. The bank has no interest in small and medium-sized startups, especially it is a technology venture, and the risk is almost 99% of the loss. Generally, the bank has made your achievements. When you see that you are not short of money, you will come to the door to lend you money. As long as you know the news of the investment community, it is impossible to know that Shengfeng Capital, which has been in the investment community recently, is so influential. Then try it. Lee Haidong immediately made a decision. www.mentalnovel.com. He is the leading person in Jingchuang Technology, a startup company, and the company has largely referenced Luo Sheng's Blue Star technology in the top-level design. I used the limited partnership structure. Today's companies are playing the limited partnerships structure. Although there were few before, they are now led by Luo Sheng. Especially in the field of IT startups, there are countless followers. However, none of the founders can be as powerful as Luo Sheng. It is enough to know that investors only need to pay for money with him. Don't worry about anything else. Don't ask anything, don't think about anything. Countless entrepreneurs dream about what they want to do, but they basically call their dad when facing investors. Lee Haidong and several partners immediately started to act. First, they visited the official website of Shengfeng Capital on the internet, then found the consultation phone number, and then made a phone call. It turned out that it didn't work at all, because at the same time, there were too many people calling. I was out of luck, so I had to ask for customer service help on the official website, and found that the online customer service was also busy and needed to line up. I tossed for more than half a day and finally figured it out. Shengfeng Capital is a capital management organization for science and technology investment. That is, a startup company focused on investing in the technology field. No other financial or real estate investment. This makes Li Haidong and others very excited. This kind of venture capital organization is just the only one. No wonder the customer service phone will be blasted. And online customer service is also waiting in line for information. Chapter 324 Li Haidong in the Circle Through Understanding. Li Haidong and others roughly understood some of the financing processes of Shengfeng Capital. The official website has opened an online investment application channel. Startups and entrepreneurs who want to obtain angel round financing can apply for angel round financing through this channel. The application conditions need to provide basic information of the startup company, including the shareholding structure, entrepreneur resume, team, development plan, and so on. However, on this issue, Li Haidong's partner team had its first disagreement. This application is to fill in the information 151, especially the plan. Is it a bit improper? I mean, this is also considered as the campaign's trade secrets. Not afraid of 10,000, just in case what? Li Haidong shook his head with a smile and said, entrepreneurship is a risky move. This risk is really not a risk. Moreover, Jingchuang technology is now in a state of nothing. Who makes us anonymous? Sometimes it can't. Look at yourself too high. This makes everyone unable to refute, but can only helplessly turn into a grin, because your startup did not see hope in the early stage. So it is called an angel round of financing. Basically it is good to listen to a story. Look, another partner leaned on the wall with arms around and shrugged. Li is right, unless we rise like lightning at Blue Star Technology and lead venture capital firms to come in. This is another matter. Now, after chatting for a while, Li Donghai discussed with everyone and finally reached a consensus, or decided to fill in the information and apply online. Nationwide, only in the IT field, large and small entrepreneurial teams are popping up every day, and they all need financing, but more than 90% of them cannot actually attract venture capital, and the remaining 90% are pulled to one. There is no follow-up after the investment. Now the layout of Shengfeng Capital is rolled out. Thousands of entrepreneurial teams, including some college student entrepreneurial teams, are applying for investment online, even if they are lucky. For an unknown entrepreneurial team, it is impossible to see the big brothers in Shengfeng Capital. As for a super big coffee like Liu Sheng, it is even more difficult. The anonymous team that can be seen by him, that's a small probability time for luck to happen. Moreover, Liu Sheng cannot do this, even if there is another chance, but because he is a person, and there are thousands of people who want to get investment, even the management of Shengfeng Capital cannot do it. Every startup team meets. However, the power of the internet is powerful. It can greatly improve the efficiency of the audit, and at the same time minimize the potential of missing fish. Menku is currently working weekly. On average, he will meet with an entrepreneurial team in about 5 to 8 minutes, and usually give each other 5 minutes to introduce his career. In addition, Menku himself will go to some more promising entrepreneurial teams to investigate. This kind of teams are generally promising, and they are relatively few. In order to be able to meet as few potential teams as possible, the official website of Shengfeng Capital has also opened up an online application investment channel. Entrepreneurs fill in the information as required, and then enter the system background. The VC inside Shengfeng Capital, the administrator, will cross-review the data. After the review, confirm that a certain project is good-looking and confirmed as an investable object. Then, the applicant will be contacted through the back office, and then make an appointment with the other party to make the final decision in Shengfeng Capital interview. The preliminary knowledge of the written materials determines whether the decision to invest will be made after seeing the interview. This step is also passed, and the angel round of financing is passed. Online mechanisms such as Shengfeng Capital are all angel round financing, to a large extent. They provide a good communication channel for those anonymous teams, And you can also filter out many things that are not useful by this link. Of course, it also improves investment efficiency and hit rate. 9 tiny times of angel round investment are trading at a loss, even 100 shots. And one shot is a big win. Luo Yuoshing's strategy is also to invest in the entire track, rather than a single racer, which is similar to those of the old investment institutions. I am a wide-spreading net, rich and simple to do whatever they want. I can't afford to have enough small money to play. It happens that Luo Sheng is very rich now, and the most important thing is money. Li Haidong and others completed the application for data filling, and then waited for a reply. If there is no response within 3 days, it is basically cold. And they are not just staring, they are also looking for other financing channels. No one dares to pack tickets. The entrepreneurial team is also seeking funding. 23 days passed quickly. On the 4th day, Li Haidong received a message that inspired him and immediately called the team together. Li Haidong laughed. Shengfeng Capital responded, expressing great interest in our project. The appointment time has been determined, and the day after tomorrow. Nice. Suddenly, several other friends and company partners listened to each other's excitement. In fact, Li Haidong was similar, but he was still more calm. On the one hand, he was almost digested. On the other hand, he was the leader of the team. Naturally, he must be stable a little. Don't get too excited. Just go to meet up. You have to pay for your own toll. If you don't get it, you will lose your toll. Li Haidong said, the meeting can only say that the distance is one step further, but can it be pulled from Shengfeng Capital? Angel round financing still has variables. Brother Li, it's up to you. Tell a story. You must tell a good story. Li Wendong laughed. Li Haidong laughed. If I had Luo's eloquence of 1%, I would have already invested in Silicon Valley. Hey, don't be arrogant. I think you right. Anyway, I was tricked by you, or you would have already entered the Blue Coast. Anyway, I gave up the offer on the Blue Coast and went with you. No way back. Haha. Okay, let's do it. First, please be happy, but don't be too happy. We still have to look forward to the best direction and plan for the worst place. I have already booked the flight ticket and will start tomorrow. Go to the Shengfeng Capital headquarters in Sucking. Li Haidong said immediately, and he said that several members of the startup team were quickly immersed. Yeah, it's too early to be happy. Even if you get angel financing, it's just the beginning. To start a business, you have to complete the IPO before you can say that it is successful. Even after the IPO, the road is also long and the business is unlimited. In the early morning of the next day, Li Haidong got up early and repeatedly checked the materials and documents to be taken away, and confirmed that all the preparations were correct before he went to the airport. This trip is with the hope of the newly born Jingshuang Technology Village. Li Shengfeng Capital has not been established for a long time, and the branch office of Pengqing has not yet been completed. Otherwise, Li Haidong will not have to go to Sucking. Just talk to the branch directly here. I came to Sioux City. Li Haidong stayed in the hotel for one night. The next day according to the appointment time. During this period, he did not leave the hotel, but practiced his own expressive ability in his guest room, and expressed what he wanted to say in the shortest possible time, because he knew that the meeting time might not be too long. If the opportunity comes, it does not mean success. www.mentalnovel.com. It depends on whether we can grasp the opportunity and seize it. Starting a business is not easy. With the passage of time, the next afternoon arrived as scheduled. Li Haidong changed into a new suit and leather shoes, and arrived at the headquarters of Shengfeng Capital on time according to the address. The headquarters is a high-rise building with a height of 150 meters. The transformation has been completed. This is the direct purchase of the entire commercial office building by Shengfeng Capital. Anyway, it is an investment company. It is not necessary to build the headquarters and it takes time. For Luo Sheng, the most important thing now is time. Li Shengfeng Capital is located in the center of Sioux City. In fact, this is also an investment. If you look at the housing price 10 years later, This investment will definitely make a profit. Lee Haidong entered the headquarters building, and through communication with the front desk staff, someone soon came to the reception and led him upstairs. When Lee Donghai entered an office and saw that the person he met was a face younger than himself, it was a while on the spot. Luo Sheng. He never thought it would be this big man. He didn't even think that Meng Ku could meet with him. At most it was a director-level manager under Shengfeng Capital. Lee Haidong is now a bit entangled. He suddenly found that the expression of the drill for a long time and the current situation is wrong, because he never thought that he would meet with Luo Sheng and prepare for it. What does it mean that the plan cannot keep up with the change? It is the current situation. Chapter 325. Yes, there is a pattern. Do it well. Hello Mr. Luo. Lee Haidong did not get too ill. He greeted him immediately after making a mistake. Sit down. Luo Sheng put his hands on the table. He didn't leave, and Lee Haidong immediately sat down on the chair opposite him, and put the briefcase in his hand on the thigh of the front body. Frankly speaking, when meeting this young super big man, it is impossible to say that Lee Haidong's heart is not restrained. Although the actual age may be several years older than Luo Sheng, this is not comparable. Luo Sheng also saw it, but he didn't say anything like "don't be nervous." I have seen the materials of Jingchuang technology. It is very rare for startups to choose to engage in domestic ADAR software. Why do you choose to go this way? Is it because there are too few domestic competitors and it is easy to succeed, or something else? In the face of Luo Sheng's curiosity, he seemed to be interested in interrogation. Lee Haidong's prepared speech seemed to have forgotten, and he did not know where to start. He shook his head, but did not answer immediately, and Luo Sheng was patiently waiting for his reply. Lee Haidong was actually very anxious. He knew that he would delay too much time for the big brothers. After a while, he finally reorganized his language and said, "If the road of domestic ADAR software is easy to go, it will not be almost extinct." Luo Sheng said briefly, "How do you say this?" Lee Haidong looked at the other party and said, "I personally combed the entire supply chain inside the Côte d'Azur from the information available on the market. I think that the most deadly and stuck link may be the ADAR tool. You can see it in the tube. The same is true for the circuit business. Not many people engaged in the domestic ADAR industry are not because no one is going, but the gap between them and the international giants is daunting, even desperate. How do you say this? One of the more prominent features of the ADAR industry is that it has a particularly strong monopoly nature, very high technical barriers, and long investment cycles. This makes it more difficult to break the game and fewer people are engaged. This is the result of a vicious circle. ADAR is a very typical application-oriented industry. Downstream EC designers need to provide whatever ADAR they need, so they need ecological support in particular. After opening the box, Lee Haidong's expression became more and more smooth. Luo Sheng motioned for Qin Weimu, who was also present, to come to 2 glasses of water, which made Lee Haidong be flattered. He knew that the beauty now exists in the VC world, because she is now the CEO of Shengfeng Capital. Of course, she was already famous in the IT industry before that. Thank you. Lee Haidong took the cup. Luo Sheng laughed suddenly. Continue to say, in detail, say what you think in your heart. There is no time limit. This reassured Lee Haidong and made him realize that Luo Sheng seems to take ADAR software very seriously. If you think about it, you don't need to look at the person sitting in front of you. You must have seen industrial software in modern industry, especially semiconductors. The importance of industry. Lee Haidong nodded, organized a few words, and said freely, reviewing the development process of the global ADAR industry is basically based on integration, which can be made larger through integration on the basis of autonomy. In these years, the national funds have not exceeded the ADAR industry. 50 million yuan, almost no one pays attention. This is actually very frustrating. Having said that, Lee Haidong couldn't help sighing. At present, I have hardly found any domestic enterprises that have ADAR tools. To be discouraged, From the perspective of the total number of professionals, the number of people engaged in domestic EDA research and development in a country in China is definitely not more 200, and Synopsys has more than 7,000 EDA R&D staff in a company. What about the domestic market share? According to the data I have obtained, China's EDA market currently accounts for about 3% of the global market. Last year's total domestic EDA sales should be under $100 million, and domestic EDA tools account for about 3.7% of the domestic market. And Synopsys R&D expenses last year amounted to $500 million. The global EDA structure is solid. There are currently about 50 or 60 EDA vendors worldwide, but the core is only 3 at the first level, namely Synopsys, Kane Electronics, and Mentor Graphics International. The 3 companies have complete, full process products with overall advantages. They have absolute advantages in some areas, accounting for about 80% of the global market, and billions of dollars in annual revenue. The second level has full processes in specific areas. Local areas are leading in technology, accounting for about 15% of the global market, with annual revenues between $20 million and $100 million, and about 40 companies in the third tier. Together, the annual revenue is generally below $15 million. Li Haidong took a breath and drank his throat. At the end of the day, Liu Sheng nodded slowly and smiled. I have been paying attention to the EDA industry. This road is difficult and difficult. How confident are you to take this road and make a name for yourself? Li Haidong stared at Liu Sheng's eyes and said earnestly and sincerely, Mr. Liu, I have no confidence in the truth of this question, and the probability of failure is very high. But I personally think that domestic EDA must be done by someone, otherwise the West will not. It takes too much to stop the development of the domestic integrated circuit industry by simply stopping the supply of EDA software. This may be a bit sensational, but it is 100% sure to restrict the development. This is also what drives me to start a business in China. The biggest reason is that even if Jingchuang failed, it can train some talents for domestic EDA, he said very firmly, and looked straight at Liu Sheng without evasion. Any part of the body would lie, only the eyes were traitors, and Liu Sheng saw from his eyes a kind of resolute and no regrets. After a short while, Liu Sheng said lightly, okay, I don't think it's necessary to talk anymore. Li Haidong's heart was cold. But the next turning moment caught him off guard. Liu Sheng watched him and smiled. Is $10 million enough? Li Haidong's heart leapt violently, and when he reacted, he quickly shook his head and said, Mr. Liu, I want 8 million yuan is enough. Maybe 8 million is too much. The Jingchuang technology team currently has no more than 5 people. He didn't expect it to be so smooth. Liu Sheng nodded, and it was also very straightforward. Okay, then I will vote for you. 8 million, not enough to come to me to ask. Li Haidong asked, Mr. Liu, how much equity do you intend to create? Liu Sheng said without hesitation, then follow the normal investment process. The angel round financing entrepreneurship team transfers no more than 25% of the equity. I take your campaign's 22% equity without attaching other special agreed terms. No comment? Li Haidong immediately responded, no opinion. I think there are fewer transfers. This is not a polite word. Li Haidong really feels that he has given up less. Although there is not much rhetoric to express, he is really grateful. Liu Sheng laughed and said, get famous, or you give me 100% of the equity is also waste paper, and my money is still a piece of cake. Li Haidong nodded solemnly. After a while, Liu Sheng picked up a landline phone and ordered a few words, and then looked at Li Haidong again. I've already said hello. Just like this, there will be staff to take you to sign out of this, or the contract can provide you with legal advice free of charge. Of course, you can also hire a lawyer yourself. It will do. You can take the money today. That was a neat one, and it was settled in 6 minutes. After speaking, Liu Sheng with a smile was still sitting but with one hand out. Li Haidong quickly stood up and leaned forward, holding hands with him as a sign of respect and saying, "Thank you very much for your trust, Mr. Luo." In addition, I want to tell you another news. It should be worthy of attention to Jingchuang Technology. You have opponents in China. Luo Sheng retracted his hand and looked at the confused Li Haidong with a mysterious smile. Just 2 days ago, Huadijushan Software Co. Limited was established. It is a new company jointly invested by Shengfeng Capital, Huada Group and Stick High Tech. It is a new company specializing in ADAS software development and services. www.intelnovel.com registered capital gold is 200 million, and Shengfeng Capital has invested 150 million. The news has not been announced to the industry, but it is coming soon. Li Haidong laughed when he heard the words. As a practitioner in the ADAS industry, I am really happy from the bottom of my heart. As if woke up and changed the sky, with the support of the country, and strong social capital like Shengfeng Capital. Participation and strengthening of financial strength may be the best era for the entire domestic ADAS industry. This is good news. He is really happy from the bottom of his heart, which shows that Luo Sheng attaches great importance to the development of the domestic ADAS industry. There is a great probability that this industry will change dramatically because of him. This is a lot higher than he expected. Luo Sheng could not help but look at it. Three-pointer, yes, there is a pattern. Do it well. Li Haidong nodded, then I will not disturb you. Luo Sheng laughed and said, go. Li Haidong came out of this office, and sure enough, there is already a staff member waiting here. He followed the other party, and the meeting time with Luo Sheng was like 6 or 7 minutes. He quickly talked about an 8 million RMB angel round of financing, but it certainly took several hours to sign the specific contract. As long as the contract is signed, the funds can be remitted to the account of Jingchuang Technology on the same day. Shengfeng Capital now lacks everything. The only thing that is lacking is money, not to mention 8 million, even 8 billion can be used today. Arrived. Chapter 326. No one will go straight to the university with the departure of Li Haidong. Luo Sheng and Qin Weimar remained. She glanced at Li Haidong's direction of departure and looked back at Luo Sheng, saying gently, "It seems you are very optimistic about the appearance of this returnee." Li Haidong's resume has naturally been seen. Immediately after graduation, he was hired by Xinsi Technology, one of the 3 giants in the global ADAS field, at a high salary. He was in Silicon Valley with high salaries, and the conditions were not bad, but he chose to return to China, starting a business, hoping to contribute to the cause of domestic ADAS. But there is no reliable ADAS software company in China, so I have to start my own stove. Luo Sheng sighed slightly and looked at Qin Weimar, her arms wrapped around her chest in a thoughtful manner. It is admiration. Seeing him is like seeing me 6 years ago, but he is much luckier than me. It should be a dream start. I met an angel investor like me who likes to invest in dreams. Seeing Luo Sheng's solemn look, Qin Weimar could not help but pouting and teasing. You are enjoying yourself. Luo Sheng shrugged. No one has said that while admiring others, you can't admire yourself. By the way, I think I have done a good job. I have eaten meat with me. The matter of Li Haidong was quickly skipped. For Jingchuang Technology, it was exciting to get this 8 million angel round of financing. But Luo Sheng said that it was only a trivial matter. How much is now in his name? Indirectly controlled companies, invested companies. He didn't ask Qin Weimar or let Xiona give the subdata without knowing how many. Roughly calculates the total of Blue Star Technology, Azure Coast, and Shengfeng Capital. In addition to the core wholly-owned subsidiaries, there are 200 or 300 large and small enterprises under it, with large assets of tens of billions and small ones of hundreds. There are also many, and with the increase in the number of meetings of Shengfeng Capital. Skip the matter of Li Haidong, Luo Sheng said, industrial software is the brain of modern industrial equipment, not just ADAS software. We must lay out other industrial software to win the future. How much has Shengfeng Capital spent recently? Wu Qin Weimar, about 3.6 billion yuan. Luo Shengxing said, "Is that so? How much is the investment in industrial software?" Qin Weimu. The largest amount of investment is Huada 9 days. During this period, President Meng shot more than 20 times in the field of industrial software. According to the purpose and expression, he has researched and developed design software, information management software, production control software and embedded software, of which product research and development, design and production control software have invested in 12 companies, among them, CAD computer-aided design, PLM product lifecycle management, EDA electronic design automation, etc. R&D design software. Now Qin Weimer has completed a gorgeous turn from financial legal affairs to IT technology. Of course, this does not hinder her professional level in the original field. Luo Sheng nodded and instructed, "We must increase our efforts and set up some open-ended topics to complete the innovation projects and the transformation of scientific and technological achievements in the information technology industry such as industrial software one by one. We can have an implementation period of about 10 years and an average annual budget about 3 billion yuan. With key investments in basic scientific research fields such as electronics and microsystems research, software systems and knowledge processing, communication technology and networking. Li Huaguo's industrial software market has a bright future, and in addition to avoid being stuck in the West, localization is imperative. And to be honest, as long as you make excellent products in the Greater China market, there is no shortage of markets. Wu Qinweimer's professionalism in the IT field has become more and more outstanding over time. She is really proficient and proficient. She only thought that she thoughtfully. According to the Huago Industrial Software Development White Paper released this year, the global industrial software industry scale continues to grow at a rate of nearly 6 to 7% per year. And the market size in 2009 was approximately US $233.4 billion, of which, the share of North America was 38.8%, the proportion of Europe is 32.4%, Asia Pacific is 23.8%. From the perspective of global development, Europe and the United States lead the technological development direction of global industrial software with a strong attitude. And the United States has a number of globally renowned industrial software enterprises have almost monopolized integrated circuit design tools, and Germany and France have dominated the subdivided field by virtue of their accumulated deep industrial heritage. Having said that, she turned to Luo Sheng. In the United States, industrial software has been used as a national strategy. This is the fundamental reason for the rapid development of the industry and dominating the world. Some time ago, the White Paper of the United States Competitiveness Commission White Paper relying on modeling and simulation to maintain global leadership. They regarded high-performance computing in modeling, simulation, and analysis as the trump card to maintain the global competitiveness strategy of the U.S. manufacturing industry. This shows that. Luo Sheng smiled. I understand what you mean. You are worried that the Americans will become more and more alert to me, and even formulate some strategies specifically for me. Especially Blue Star Technology and the French Riviera may become potential targets. Qin Weimer nodded calmly. You have been too high profile recently. Shengfeng Capital is currently investing heavily in high-tech fields, and the semiconductor industry is the lifeblood of Americans. The global market size of industrial software alone has reached more than $200 billion. It is estimated that its market size may reach $400 billion in 10 years. Which is completely comparable to the size of the chip market. What you are doing now is to challenge the core high-tech industry in the United States. Luo Sheng shrugged helplessly and spread his hand. I also want to be LOC, but the strength is not allowed. If you want to be LOC, don't engage in it. As long as you engage in LOC, you can't hide Americans, and the other party is not a fool. You should always come. Some problems cannot be avoided. You can only face the reality. I have been preparing for this. I have never begged the Americans to give me peace of mind. All that I do it's abandoning illusions and being ready to fight. I couldn't help but hear Qin Wei's words, and for a while couldn't come up with any powerful words to refute him, and sighed quietly. This question seems to be unsolvable. If you want to develop, you definitely need talents, so you definitely need to make your own voice. Only in this way can other talents know what you are going to do, and talents will come naturally. Li Haidong and Jing Chuang Technology are typical examples. A returnee PhD willing to give up the high treatment in Silicon Valley, leave Synopsys, and return to China to start his own business to develop EDA software is also with great ideals. If you don't speak, Li Haidong may not know Shengfeng Capital, then he may not get financing, and eventually start a business and fail. As a result, more people like Li Haidong will flow to Silicon Valley. And you speak, it must not conceal the Americans, and the other party is not stupid, and found that you are staring at the hinterland of my kingdom. As long as you are not stupid, you will definitely react. Don't look at the Western arrogance, but in fact, Europeans and Americans, especially Americans, are very vigilant towards the Chinese, and they will definitely not be vague at first. The last example was the best example. As soon as I found out that the signs were wrong, 5G was a bit overwhelming. Immediately, a series of combined punches greeted me. In the face of the power of the world's hegemonic power, Alstom fell. And the blow to the sham was better than Alstom, and it was a miracle not to fall. However, Qin Wei's consciousness of worry made Luo Sheng look sideways. It is rare for a woman to have such a pattern. www.mentalnovel.com. Don't worry too much. We have just begun to engage in it. Smart people can't come directly to open big. There is a price to open. Americans should wait and see for a while to see if we are not famous. If we can't do it, we will laugh at it in the back. If we do something, we will see some young talents. We'll try to stifle. Lomai also wants to see if we are a few pounds or two. They also need data. Luo Sheng said with a smile. I have a sense of crisis, but I won't be as close to the enemy as I am. But I will calm down. Americans are gradually attaching importance to that, but it has not yet come to the forefront of the enemy, and the US Emperor still has his own card there, and the world hegemony, who is a soldier and a soldier, is too failed. The main reason is that there are too many cards in the hands of Laum. Let us say that in the semiconductor industry, you can design chips. People have restricted your lithography machine. You have made them, and they have restricted you from all kinds of top chemical materials. You have also cleared the level. The next level is chip foundry, and there is industrial software behind. There are too many cards that can be played hand in hand. From an American perspective, it is perfectly acceptable to allow the cost of some areas to be lost and touch the bottom of the opponent. Make sure you threaten me too much, just fight again. In the end, whoever laughs depends on the game and the means of the two sides. The game, to put it bluntly, is to continuously peep and approach the opponent's true bottom line in the process of mutual compromise little by little. Chapter 327. Remember to pay taxes. Tax evasion is illegal with the passage of time. By the end of April, after approval by Luo Sheng, Blue Star Technology Group officially released the audited financial report for the first quarter of the fiscal year. He is still the CEO of the company, but he is rarely in charge, but still in charge. According to the financial report, the first quarter revenue was $7.83 billion, an increase of 18% from the previous month and an increase of 11% year-on-year. Net profit was $2.25 billion, an increase of approximately 19.8% year-on-year. After excluding traffic purchase costs, Blue Star's net revenue in the first quarter was $5.98 billion, which was higher than analysts' expectations. Due to the severe impact of the financial turmoil, excluding cloud computing services, revenue in the first quarter declined sequentially. During the current economic downturn, Blue Star's revenue and profit growth mainly came from the strong growth of cloud services. In the first quarter, Nebula Star Cloud brought in $2.82 billion in revenue for Blue Star Technology. During the first quarter of 2009, the global cloud service market generated approximately $3.9 billion, and Blue Star Technology led the market with a market share of 72.3%. Global cloud service. The Nebula Star Cloud solution has become the largest cloud in the world, and there is almost no sign that it can be shaken. This financial report feels as if Blue Star Technology has not received the impact of the financial crisis. This is all due to the strong revenue of cloud computing. Otherwise, the report card for the quarterly report must be only more than $5 billion. The news was disclosed on the Chinese side, and the North American side was the first to sign up for a report. Wall Street was very excited and investors were very excited. These sentiments were reflected in the stocks after the Nasdaq opened. On the same day, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group surged $16.6 billion, an increase of about 9.2%. And the market value of afterwards transactions reached $197.43 billion. The market value from the previous peak period is $207.1 billion. It is already nailed beyond the previous peak. Wall Street is extremely optimistic about it. In addition, the surge in the market value of Blue Star Technology has another extraordinary significance. After this surge, it surpassed Microsoft $193.3 billion for the first time, and it was also the first time that a technology giant from outside Silicon Valley had reached the top of the global IT market. The company's first throne position, and in the top 10 list of global listed companies, Blue Star Technology Group currently ranks 5th in the world, and 6th is Microsoft, which has just been surpassed. However, the difference in market capitalization between the two sides is not large. Science and Technology Complex Building, Luo Sheng in his mansion this weekend, according to the unwritten silent contract, go to Qin Wei's home every 3 or 5 every week, to Ian's home in 2 or 6. After waking up, she gazed at the ceiling for a while, then got up, and left the bedroom after a simple Washington. Mr. Luo, breakfast is ready for you. Luan Kingsu's unique sheep sound that came to listen to people feels very comfortable. Early in the morning, there was a beautiful and super-sounding housekeeping lady who thoughtfully served, foreshadowing the beginning of a good life in the new day. At this time, Luo Sheng was enjoying breakfast and incidentally picked up today's newspaper while eating and reading. As always, a newspaper related to science and technology and a newspaper related to finance and business. He is reading a financial newspaper. The headline of the newspaper is that Blue Star Technology Group surpassed Microsoft to reach the top spot in the IT-listed company in the city. Foreign media are racing to report, and the media in the mainland is reporting the matter. The news headlines are also particularly eye-catching. For Huago, especially the majority of netizens, this news is really exciting. Among the top 10 IT-listed companies in the world, only Blue Star Technology has a single seedling, but this single seedling has now surpassed Microsoft's login top in the world. This is something that no one would dare to think before, but now it is a fact. Mr. Luo, it's good to practice morning exercises together for a while. It's been a long time since morning exercises. King Zhai came to Luo Sheng suddenly, and said softly with both hands holding his arms, "Let's go to another day, okay, tomorrow noon or afternoon." Scientifically proven that physical exercise in the morning is actually harmful. Luo Sheng put down his newspaper and looked at King Zhai paper seriously. He doesn't want to be so young and so muscular. It's okay to serve Qin Weimu and Irene in succession. If the frequent happy trio is really a bit difficult, he is not a Superman in the movie, and exceeds the physiological limit in the normal biological sense. Occasionally it is yiking, after the iron body is getting thinner. Alright. Tong King Sui slammed her cute, pretty face and murmured, a little disappointed. However, she is also very grateful to this young employer. Actually, She has made a lot of money these days, and she knows that Luo Sheng will definitely not say anything as long as she says it, so she can definitely exercise tomorrow, and do some part-time training. You can earn a bonus. But money is not as easy to make as it used to be. I can't help it, especially in early 2009. When we are experiencing the most severe crisis of crisis. Everyone is storing grain for the winter. Luo Sheng is relatively high yielding but also has big expenses and big business. I spend a lot of money, and the landlord's family has no food left. Remember to pay taxes. Tax evasion is illegal, you know. Luo Sheng, who had breakfast, suddenly said, Wu Kingsui nodded again and again. The twin ponytails tied on the small brain followed the quivering. Very cute. Speaking of which, Kingsui my paper is still very distressed, because each part-time sparring can get a large bonus package from Luo Sheng. The amount varies. According to the 20% tax rate, a single bonus must also pay at least 7,000 yuan. The maximum payment of 10,000 yuan at one time means that the bonus of that time was about 50,000 yuan. After Wu Kingsui came to the Science and Technology Complex building, the main source of income was not fixed salary. Even fixed salary was only a fraction, because on average, she will practice with her employer 3 to 4 times a month. According to the calculation of a single bonus package of 8,500 yuan, she earns 170,000 yuan a month, and her fixed monthly salary is only 14,200. Of course, the housekeeper will give the Indo-Fire awards to these housekeeping ladies and sisters. Anyway, these Luo Sheng will not care. The housekeeper will manage all the financial expenses of this building. To say that the most happy day of Kingsui my paper should be in the first 3 months of the second half of last year. Because I made a lot of money during that time, because Qin Weimu and Irene were playing with Luo Sheng at that time. Cold War. And Kingsui made the most money at this time, and the employer was super generous, and each time it was the current settlement. She vaguely remembered to practice 5 times a week. That time can be said to be the most missed and happiest time for King's my paper. However, she is not greedy. She is very satisfied. Now she has been working in the technology complex for almost a year. The average monthly after-tax income is about 290,000 yuan, and her worth is 3 million yuan. This is real deposits without a debt. Because the food and accommodation are all covered by the employer, and there are also benefits such as 5 insurances and 1 fund, so the expenditure will definitely not be large. And the expenditure will be cosmetics or the like. Professional executives in IT companies. Technology complex building is not only in Kingsui, a young lady who is a housekeeper, but some of her are not receiving such high treatment. The main income gap is the bonus. I can't help it. Luo Sheng is more inclined to let King's my paper work out with him, and rarely sees the other paper brand. Recently, and Kingsui also has a new personal plan. She plans to go to Shenxing with a few sisters while on vacation, and then take a look at the house over there. With her personal disposable property, she can buy it in Shenxing city center. A house, full of hope and anticipation for a better life in the future. www.mentalnovel.com. King's my paper feels that she has been here for 3 or 5 years. And the income she earns can be achieved as long as she does not live an extremely luxurious life in the future. Become free. Of course, she wants to keep doing it, so she also decides until her employer fires her. For the current state of life, and Kingsui is very happy, both psychologically and physically. Well, as long as you don't have a big heart, it is already envied by countless people. And it is not an exaggeration to say that you have the advantage to lead 99% of the country. She Kingsui my paper never looked forward to taking advantage of the opportunity or even normalized, and she was actually very afraid of Qin Weimu. Although she hadn't seen it many times, only a few times she met Kingsui my paper felt very guilty, especially the other person's size. Kingsui didn't dare to look at each other. But one time, when she looked at her, she felt as if she had been seen through by Qin Weimu. She didn't know why she was afraid. The gas field may be a guilty conscience, In short, it is afraid of ducks. Those days in Kinwaimuli Science and Technology Complex, although not many, have been honest since then. So she has never had such a big heart and never thought about it. It also saves a lot of troubles, anyway, knowing that if you want to fight for the position, it can never be Kinwaima's opponent to the woman, and Kinksu still knows a few pounds or two. It's fine now. Chapter 328. During the development of the third generation as your mobile phone, Luo Sheng had a full-body spa by the way after breakfast and started working around 10 a.m., but the location was in the Science and Technology Complex building. Today is a weekend. For the rest day, Luo Sheng will not deal with the company's affairs at this point in time, but will do his own private research and tinker with his own dark technology. Except for something that is particularly urgent for the company. Master O? Shugwang Technology's latest batch of hardware equipment will be delivered tomorrow. Xiao Liuoxing just sat down in his private office, and Xiona's voice came into her ears. Luo Sheng nodded and said casually, "Put it in the warehouse first." Xiona, the owner wants to upgrade Xiona again? Luo Liuoxing was sitting at his desk, leaning back against the chair and holding his head in his hands, thinking with his eyes closed. Yes. Xiona? The host is awesome, super looking forward. Oh. The upgrade of supercomputers depends of course on the advancement of semiconductor technology, but the more critical thing is the system architecture and algorithms. Algorithms are always the soul and core of computers or artificial intelligence. Do the same instruction. The U algorithm needs 100 steps to implement, but the B algorithm only needs 10 steps to implement. Luo Sheng is going to forcibly upgrade his personal supercomputing this time. The hardware part must not be done in a short period of time. This depends too much on the technological development of the semiconductor industry. Now the semiconductor industry represented by Intel can only achieve nanometer manufacturing. Craftsmanship. Throughout the entire semiconductor chip industry, the toothpaste factory is the industry's first chip manufacturer to launch a 32 nanometer processor, and the mainstream technology is still 45 nanometers. As for the 7 nanometer and 5 nanometer processors in this era, it is simply science fiction. The current chip technology in China is hard to say, let alone say. Obviously, hardware upgrades are not something to think about for a while. You can only improve the performance of private supercomputing based on the existing hardware based on the two paths of system architecture and algorithms. This is very difficult and extremely difficult for outsiders, but it is very simple for Luo Sheng to develop a new algorithm. Even one person can handle it. Now Xiaona can also assist him to further improve the development efficiency. After the completion of the upgrade this time, the performance of the private supercomputing in the technology complex will increase by about 10 times, from trillions of calculations to the order of trillions. Can be called black technology. At present, Luo Sheng's personal supercomputing NAF, which is named after Xiaona's official name, has a performance of 230 trillion operations per second. In other words, Luo Sheng will achieve a computing speed of at least 2,000 trillion times per second after upgrading for this time. It is estimated that it will take about 1.5 months to complete the upgrade plan. Some hardware replacements are required. The total budget for the major upgrade will be around RMB 120 million. At that time, it will surpass the current U.S. Department of Energy's Puma located in Oak Ridge National Laboratory. In the 2009 Top 500 Supercomputing list, Puma currently tops the list with 1,800 trillion calculations per second, and is a civilian computer mainly used to simulate climate change, energy generation and other basic science research, etc. Luo Sheng's personal supercomputing can certainly perform these tasks without pressure, but the fundamental purpose is to upgrade and optimize Cortana, which is the first priority. Corona's upgrade optimization brings the overall benefit, has an unparalleled meaning. The upgrade and optimization for Xiona is only part of Luo Sheng's personal work. It takes more than a month to complete this round of update and upgrade, and it is impossible for him to spend all his time on it, otherwise he can get it in half a month. Luo Yuosheng has not officially stepped down as the CEO of the two companies. He has to participate in some major meetings, but most of the time has been spent on technology research and development. Since 2009, Luo Sheng's focus has been on development. Beginning in May, he was separated from BlueStacks cloud computing development team. He has left the BlueStack open source cloud platform and basically gave it to the following technical team and Lucci to operate this business segment. Luo Yuosheng focused on the research and development of the third generation Azure mobile phone of the French Riviera. This year, the latest generation of smartphones will be released on the French Riviera. Lance Semiconductors Mobile Processor Division. The 45nm process introduces a high insulation metal gate configuration. This is a milestone and Intel developed this technology. Both technologies are actually designed to solve the same problem, that is, in a small size how to ensure effective gate operation. The speaker is Xu Zhaijun. Currently he is also the CEO of Lancy Semiconductor, but he doesn't have much right to speak in the mobile processor division. Here is the final decision of Luo Sheng, which is also a privileged cause of Lancy Semiconductor Ministry, and there is an independent research and development building, which was agreed upon when the two parties jointly established this company. But it is critical that both sides have opened up barriers to talent and patents. Luo Sheng was also present at the conference. Several scientists, research scholars, and some mathematicians were included in the conference room for discussion. The focus of the discussion now is the processor of the third generation Azure mobile phone. The chip processor of the new product uses a 45nm process. This has been determined, and many technologies have been completed. A senior research expert looked around and said, "Our R&D department thought of using metal as the gate, because metal has an effect called image charge, which can neutralize the dipole channel in the insulating layer of high materials and Fermi level. This will have the best of both worlds." But what are these metals? Except for the Western high-tech companies that master the technology, no one outside knows that this is their trade secret. The insulation layer is the most critical one of all the components of a transistor. Its function is to isolate the gate and the channel. Because the gate switching channel is performed by an electric field, the electric field is generated by applying a certain voltage to the gate. Ohm's law tells humans that when there is a voltage, there is a current. If the current flows from the gate to the channel, what switch is there to talk about? I missed it long ago. Another participating researcher said, although silicon dioxide is good, problems also occur when the size is reduced to a certain limit. In this process, the electric field strength is constant, so from the perspective of energy band, because the volatility of electrons, if the insulating layer is very narrow, there is a certain probability that electrons will tunnel through the effect and cross the band barrier of the insulating layer, causing leakage current. Said, the scholar sketched. It can be imagined that through a wall higher than himself, the magnitude of this current has a negative correlation with the thickness of the insulation layer and the barrier height of the insulation layer. The smaller the potential barrier, the lower the leakage current and the more detrimental to the transistor. On the other hand, the switching performance and operating current of the transistor all require a large insulating layer capacitance. It can be seen that there have been a bunch of contradictions in the design goals. Should the thickness of the insulation layer continue to shrink? In fact, before this node, the silicon dioxide has shrunk to a thickness of less than 2 nanometers, which is 10 with the thickness of several atomic layers. The problem of leakage current has replaced the performance problem and become the #1 enemy. Speaking of this, the scholars in the conference room were quiet. All the smartest humans are sitting here. Of course, if you have any questions, you will start to think of ways. Humans are very greedy. They are neither willing to give up the performance enhancement of large capacitors, nor willing to take the risk of leakage. The current situation is that a material is needed, the dielectric constant is very high, and the energy barrier is also high. In this way, The capacitance can be continuously improved without reducing the thickness. In other words, materials that protect leakage current and improve switching performance. In the academic world, in recent years, various new designs with wide brain holes have been proposed, such as tunneling transistors, negative capacitance effect transistors, carbon nanotubes, and so on. But in fact, all these designs are basically in four directions: materials, mechanisms, processes and structures. At this time, Xu Zhaijun looked at Liu Sheng and looked around and said, "What about graphene transistors?" The idea of using graphene as a channel is the second item, which is transportation, because the electron mobility of graphene is much higher than that of silicon. As the words came out, a scholar shook his head and said, "This amazing material is indeed very imaginative, but the problem is that graphene transistors have made little progress. Most of them are in the conceptual and theoretical stages, and graphene has a flaw. It just can't saturate the current." But I noticed that some people in the Western academic community said that it may be possible to regulate the opening and closing of the band gap of graphene in the future. It is no longer just a zero band gap. Anyway, graphene is a very promising future materials, but it's too early to talk about this. Xu Zhaijun immediately looked at Liu Sheng and asked, "General Liu, www.mentalnovel.com, what do you think?" At this time, Liu Sheng was looking at the data information and a theoretical model on the big screen of the conference. Everyone also brushed his eyes on him. The latter stared at the data and function model on the screen and said, "Listening to your discussion, I have been thinking about a question. Since the electrons are moving in the channel, why do I have to leave such a large depletion layer under the channel?" Of course, I know the reason. Because the physical model, this area is needed to balance the charge. But in short channel devices, there is no need to put the depletion layer and the channel together and wait for the leakage current to flow in vain. A group of scholars looked at each other, and they never thought about it. Liu Sheng snapped his fingers, motioned to a scholar and then stared at the data model on the conference screen. "According to what I said, remove this part of silicon directly to me and replace it with an insulating layer. The remaining silicon is under the insulating layer, so that the channel is separated from the depletion layer because the electrons come from the two poles. But the two electrodes and the depletion layer are separated by an insulating layer so that there is no leakage except the channel." Everyone's eyes brightened, as if the clouds and fog were suddenly clear. Everyone is the top IQ group among human beings. Liu Sheng understood this instantly. Xu Zhaijun said inspiringly, "Wonderful idea. Liu is indeed a design genius." In the phrase, "it is deeply vital." Why didn't so many of us think of it? Chapter 329 Explain the patent arrangements clearly. Just now a group of scholars exchanged their academic knowledge. Everyone spoke freely and almost ignored Liu Sheng. At this time, I came back to realize that Liu Sheng is not only an entrepreneur who is proficient in business, but also has a larger hidden attribute, that is, a technology big coffee. Liu Sheng apparently didn't finish. He stared at the revised mathematical model and continued, "One more thing, since all of them take the depleted layer of silicon and insert an oxide layer, then why have to put a bunch of useless silicon underneath? Wouldn't it be nicer to have another gate directly under the oxide layer with the channel sandwiched on both sides?" Everyone stumbled for a while. After returning to God, they all made a case and Liu Sheng added, "This is not enough. In this case, what else is necessary to bury the oxide layer in the silicon? I can completely make the silicon out. Isn't it cool to wrap the insulation layer like a sandwich and put a grid on the outside?" A semiconductor research scholar said with great excitement, "It's a genius-like idea. Such a solution not only greatly reduces the leakage current, but because there is another gate, these two gates are generally connected together. Therefore, it is equivalent to greatly increasing the capacitance of the insulating layer mentioned earlier, which greatly improves the switching performance of the transistor. I dare to make a decision. This Trigate transistor is definitely a revolutionary improvement in architecture. Not only 45 nanometers, but also 32 nanometers, 22 nanometers, and 14 nanometers of great imagination, which is another victory for Moore's law. It is worth mentioning that the evolution of process nodes in the semiconductor industry can be predicted, and Moore's law has emerged at the historic moment, which is how many nanometers the next generation chip, for example, 130 nanometers, 90 nanometers, 65 nanometers, 45 nanometers, 32 nanometers, 22 nanometers, 14 nanometers, 10 nanometers, 7 nanometers, 5 nanometers, you will find that this is an equidistant series with a ratio of about 0.7, which is why. However, this is just a naming convention, and there is still a gap with the actual size. At this moment, a group of research scholars present are very excited, but some people have returned to reason after the excitement. A scholar tactically supported the mirror and said, "This is a genius design." Basically, I don't need to use supercomputer simulation to verify that I dare to judge that it is feasible, but it is difficult to realize this idea. Why? Because the part that stands up silicon, which is used as a channel, is too thin, with less than 10 nanometers. It is not only far smaller than the minimum size of the transistor currently, but also far smaller than the smallest size that can be carved by the most sophisticated lithography machines today. How to get this plan out is the real problem. As soon as this word came out, other excited researchers also calmed down. Yeah, this problem cannot be avoided. And in the end it came back to the difficult problem of lithography machines. At present, the most precise lithography machines are uncertain. Besides, it is impossible for China to buy the most advanced lithography machines. Lithography machine equipment. At present, Huixin International is the domestic leader in this field, but it is frustrating that foreigners have been able to mass-produce 32 nanometer process chips. And Huixin International now does not even produce 65 nanometer chips, which is still being introduced. In the case of a lithography machine, it is impossible to make lithography machine of 65 nanometers process. Liu Sheng laughed. Everyone understands it wrong, and it takes a lot of process flow diagrams to explain it in detail, but the basic principle is that this part of silicon is not lithographic, but grown out. It is first etched with ordinary precision lithography. Make a pile of shelf, and then deposit a layer of silicon, then the thin layer of silicon will grow on the edge of the shelf, and then selectively etch away the excess material, and the rest is these standing it s so thin, it s so simple. When everyone heard about such a method, everyone was fooling for a long time. I knelt down completely. This IQ is too crushing. Seeing that everyone was speechless, Liu Sheng could not help but add a smile. Actually, the physical model of this Stargate and Ring-gate transistor can be traced back to around 2000. Professor Hu Zhengming of Berkeley. This is the first he proposed. But so far no one has achieved it. But this solution can be achieved. Xu Zhaijun said exhilaratingly. He said other things, and made the patent arrangements clear on other issues. This may be one of the few solutions that Lancy Semiconductor can compete with the world's top semiconductor manufacturers. It is a FinFET solution, which is a FinField FET transistor, a new leading-edge complementary metal oxide semiconductor transistor. Patents are required. Lance Semiconductors can be said to be a leader among domestic semiconductor companies, but it is still a younger brother than international manufacturers. Weak patents can be reflected, and there are basically no top patents. I have accumulated too little. In the following days, under the leadership of Liu Sheng, whether it was Lancy Semiconductor or the French Riviera Laboratory, research scholars went to war. Liu Sheng worked out the process flow chart one after another. Verification. And then the R&D team began to use violent methods to find many strange materials and test them one by one. How else would it be called a violent method? There is no way. Except for those companies that have mastered the technology, no one outside knows it. They can only try violently. Graphene materials are very good choices, and tynene materials are also very good. However, the current technical conditions cannot be prepared at all, and the cost cannot be reduced. Naturally, it is not competitive at present. If these materials can be produced, no less than a subversive change initiated with new materials. The fourth industrial revolution may come sooner. The development of new materials is definitely necessary. Whether it is graphene or tinene, the research and development of these new materials are part of Luo Sheng's future layout, but the food still needs to be eaten bite by bite. It is still the era of silicon chips, and the performance of silicon materials has not yet reached its limit. At present, the mainstream process is still at the 45 nanometer stage, and the 32 nanometer process has not been fully rolled out. Moore's law is still strong. The R&D team worked trial and error, and tried and produced results on almost a dozen materials every day. Science and technology complex building. Hundreds of engineers are busy here in the supercomputing room on the ground floor of the building. Most of these people are from Shuguang Technology, and Luo Sheng is also present. The focus of recent work is undoubtedly the problem of the chip design and production of the third generation as your mobile phone. But Luo Sheng will not bury himself in a module 24 hours a day, and his family is a big business. He also has to manage the submarine data center. He has almost all of his core technologies in all aspects. It is no wonder why Luo Sheng feels that talent is never enough, especially high-end talent. At this time, a person in charge of Shuguang Technology came to Luo Sheng and said with a worried expression, "Mr. Luo, is this really feasible?" Because Luo Sheng overthrew the solution of dawning technology www.intelnovel.com. This made them very worried. In case the computer goes down, it will cause trouble. Luo Sheng was staring at a liquid crystal display panel, tapped on the keyboard a few times, and brought up a list of data to view. He said without raising his head, "Just do what I say, you don't need to worry about it. It's bad. I won't come to you for a lawsuit. It's my fault. The contract has been signed. What are you worried about?" When the other party heard him say this, it was a lingering speech and said nothing. "I can only say that I am rich and willful. This is a supercomputer, not a civilian PC. Lime, you said so. Anyway, this is your personal supercomputer. You have to be blind and don't follow Party B's suggestion. When the computer is damaged by you, Shuguang Technology will not back it up." In a sense, if Luo Sheng broke his supercomputing, it would be a good thing for Shuguang Technology, because it would definitely cost more money. Then Shuguang Technology would definitely make a lot of extra money. Since Luo Sheng has all said this, the person in charge of technology also shut up obediently. Lime, Partia has the last chance. "Mr. Luo, President Zhang of Huixin International came to visit. Would you like to meet him?" Just as Luo Sheng was troubled by his supercomputing upgrade, the housekeeper of the complex came to him and whispered to inform him. Luo Sheng nodded. "Well, I see, you can receive it first. Let him wait, and say I'm dealing with things. I now have more people who want to see him. Wait." Chapter 330. I come to talk about business, but you want to eat me. Technology complex building. There is a man over 60 sitting on the sofa in the living room, but he looks young and is not much different from a man in his 40s. This man who has been waiting for half an hour is the founder of Huixin International, Zhang Rujing. He didn't make an appointment, but went directly to the door to visit. It stands to reason that Luo Sheng could not be seen at all, and the other party had nothing at all. I waited for nearly 40 minutes, and President Zhang finally saw the Lord coming. "I've made you wait a long time, Mr. Zhang, and I'm sorry for the poor reception." Luo Sheng walked in with a smile, and immediately sat down in the empty seat on the opposite sofa. Where? I am uninvited. I should be right if I forgive you." President Zhang quickly and politely replied. Today, Luo Sheng's social status, wealth influence and industry influence are undoubtedly higher than Zhang by several ranks. Even Luo Sheng, even Gates and Buffett, who have been famous for a long time, have to be polite to three-pointers, and will never pose in front of him. Everyone is already the same echelon. What are you doing? The relationship between the size of your ability and your qualifications is really not proportional. I like to act fast. President Jiang asked me to talk about anything. Luo Sheng said with a smile. He didn't meander. He was busy. The supercomputer below was just about tossing. It is currently being measured. Wait for the results. So come up and meet each other. I have done a good job of supercomputing upgrade. I have to go to Lancy Semiconductor in the afternoon. The news there has informed him that the research and development team has achieved significant results. After hearing this, Mr. Jiang also decisively put down some polite words and touted straight into the topic. It's no secret that Huixin International has made breakthroughs in R&D on 65nm process projects, and all technical indicators have reached the international mainstream technology level. It is expected that we can take customer orders for mass production starting in the third quarter of this year. In the industry, 65nm product technology is the mainstream production technology for mass production. This visit is to hope to obtain the processor chip foundry of your components as your mobile phone. The smartphones released by the Azure Coast in 2006 adopted the 65nm process. At that time, Huixin International could not achieve this level. After 3 years, the Azure series of smartphones sold 40 to 50 million units worldwide. Chip International is also very enthusiastic, but the technology at the time did not meet the requirements at all. Now that the 65nm process has made breakthrough progress, President Jiang can't wait to talk about business. However, the other's response poured cold water on him, and his heart was cold. Luo Sheng bluntly said, "Sorry Jiang, 65nm technology is already a phase-out technology. 45nm technology is the mainstream production technology for large-scale mass production at the stage, and Intel has even made breakthrough progress in 32nm technology. Next, our products will focus on 45nm technology products, and Huixin International does not have this technology." As soon as he said this, Mr. Jiang, who had been expecting so much, had a stunned face. His heart was suddenly anxious, but he quickly said, "Do you want to launch a new product?" Luo Yuosheng nodded. The first generation of products in 2006 and the second generation in 2007. In 2008, the French Riviera did not launch a product. It was just a big move in 2009. There is nothing to hide. Mr. Jiang said immediately, "My company's new product chip foundry, Iwasan International, dare not think about it, but the previous generation of products still use 65nm technology. The order here is now able to compete, so the cruelty of the semiconductor industry lies in this. You managed to spend a lot of money on R&D, and it turned out to be obsolete. Without a customer source, all the money was thrown away, thus forming a vicious circle. I am not a super-rich business giant group who is constantly transfused and cannot afford it at all." Luo Sheng shook his head again and said, "I don't hide from you, Mr. Jiang. The French Riviera has planned to regret the full-scale production of 65nm technology at the end of the second quarter of this year, and no longer produce the second-generation products. We will focus on the third-generation 45nm starting this year process. Our company has now begun to prepare the inventory plan." "What? Discontinued? How can it be discontinued? This phone is now sold crazy, and its commercial value is still great. How can it be discontinued so soon?" The news was too bad for Mr. Jiang. General Jiang said, "You are so stupid. Can't you learn how to operate the toothpaste factory?" "Mr. Luo, can it be postponed for 1 year? Huixin International needs orders too much." It can be said that the French Riviera can determine the life and death of domestic chip foundries to a certain extent. Mr. Jiang said, and he doesn't care about his face here. He knows that this requirement may be excessive, but it doesn't matter anymore. As long as the order is better than anything, Huixin International may take off like a BYD mobile phone OEM. Jiang Ao looked at it. "I believe that Huixin International can live without the orders on the Azure Coast. I'm really sorry. Deferring the release will definitely not work." "Of course, We know that the commercial value of this product is far from being exhausted. However, technological progress is too fast, and games must give up part of it, especially in the field of smartphones. We cannot learn to squeeze toothpaste like Intel. We must further stimulate the market and launch new products to ensure that the Azure Coast leads the industry in the world. Liu Yuosheng said indifferently that he was not a big virgin who cut his own flesh to feed others. Now there are Xiaomi and other domestic smartphone brands appearing together, and there is also Huiqiangbai, which is famous for its copycat. Overseas, Samsung, HTC, Microsoft, Google and other players sharpen their swords. The future of the smartphone industry has already begun to see a trend in the Red Sea. The fierce competition can already be seen, and Liu Yuosheng has not neglected the Qiao gang who is addicted to tablet computers. He knew what Apple was doing. I see a lot of invisible competitors. Liu Yuosheng is confident that it is one thing, but does not take the opponent seriously and pays the price. What's more, the Côte d'Azur is now leading the world. In fact, many supply chain links have not yet got rid of the danger of being stuck. What's more, why? The conversation between the two parties fell into an awkward situation for a while. After a while, Liu Yuosheng suddenly proposed, "The domestic semiconductor industry has a long way to go. I have a relatively compromised solution." President Jiang seemed to see a ray of hope, and quickly said, "What plan?" Liu Yuosheng bluntly said, "Shengfeng Capital entered Huixin International, skipped 45 nanometers and 32 nanometers processes, and aimed directly at 22 nanometers processes. Of course, the midterm R&D process must accumulate the precipitation of 45 nanometers and 32 nanometers process technologies. It is impossible to skip the 22 nanometers process directly from the 65 nanometers process. But the money lost in this research and development process is a huge amount of money. I will provide blood transfusions." After a moment, Liu Yuosheng added, "That is to say, once Shengfeng Capital acquired Huixin International, I needed it to delist and concentrate on R&D without considering customers or orders. During this period, Shengfeng Capital would fill the losses. In this cave, technology has passed. The first customer is the Azure Coast. Huixin International's business scope includes integrated circuit chip manufacturing, test packaging, etc. And the benchmark is Sunchip. Mr. Jiang has also previously held the position of CTO. Chip Foundry is a core part of the semiconductor industry. Liu Yuosheng is sure to have a layout here. It is very tempting for him to be able to include Huixin International, which was established in 2000. It is equivalent to eliminating the initial stage. Direct mergers and acquisitions and then restructuring the architecture can be carried lightly. President Jiang was speechless for a while, and it was impossible to say that he wasn't in trouble. "I'm here to talk to you about business orders. Better, thinking in my heart that you've swallowed me up." Although Huixin International has a big gap with the top international manufacturers, it is important to be in a fast-growing emerging market country. This year, it is possible to mass-produce 65 nanometer products. It lags behind, but the needs of the mainland are the development of the electronic information industry in Huaguo, and the demand for 65 nanometer process manufacturing for general-purpose chips such as mobile communications, digital television, and multimedia are also very urgent. No way. www.intelnovel.com. The whole country is catching up. As long as the Dutch do not get stuck on the neck of the lithography machine, even if they buy a few generations of lithography machines, there is no problem for the current Huixin International to survive. Mr. Jiang did not have any consideration when selling Huixin International, and Huixin International did not say that it would be so easy to sell it. The state-owned Assets Management Office holds shares in it and is one of the key semiconductor companies supported by the state. It's complicated. Mr. Liu, I'm afraid that's not okay. Mr. Jiang froze for a long time, and at last he could only say such a sentence, and he could only endure the fire in his heart. After a while, Mr. Jiang added in his heart, "But Huixin International can accept Shengfeng Capital's investment. but you can't control it. Luo Sheng naturally raised his gangster-like Erlang leg and said lightly, Huixin International is not a startup company. If it cannot be held, then I will not need to invest. Don't think about investing hundreds of millions or billions. Certainly get water drift. No matter how you chase others, you will always be 1 or 2 generations ahead of you. Now it is the gap between 3 or 4 generations or even 5 generations. It will take 10 years to equalize, so it goes without saying. I don't have so much time to spend foreign money, so the investment of Shengfeng Capital is billions and hundreds of billions. I must be able to decide how to go the future of Huixin International if such a large amount of money is invested. Otherwise I will throw so much money into it. I can't talk to you when I go in. At night I won't sleep. No doubt, the result is naturally unhappy. Chapter 331 10x Performance Improvement. Mr. Zhang looked forward to coming, and finally left disappointed. He not only failed to achieve his intended purpose, but made him panic. From Luo Sheng's words, it is not difficult for him to hear a very important message. Does that mean that if he fails to acquire Huixin International, will he build a new stove himself? Qin Shengfeng Capital's huge amount of money is there. Alas, the customer did not get a copy of the order, but it seems that a strong competitor is looming out. Mr. Zhang's heart is now broken, and there is something MMP must say. This matter did not attract much attention to Luo Sheng. In the case of Huixin International, frankly it was not that he looked down, but that ordering the other party meant cutting his own meat, which he could not convince himself, nor did he maybe persuade the executives of the French Riviera, although they will not oppose him. If Huixin International can now get the technology level of 45 nanometers process, there is no doubt that as long as the other party can provide as much production capacity, all orders will be passed over until it has occupied the entire production capacity. What's more, Zhang Rujing didn't say explicitly that he couldn't hide Luo Sheng. Even if Huixin International mass-produced in the 3rd quarter, I am afraid that it is only tens of thousands of pieces. Well, tens of thousands of tablets can also be called mass production. This can be of great use. The capacity requirements of the Azure Coast are all on the order of tens of millions. And this kind of thing is not a simple problem such as 1 or 2 foundry orders, but it will lead to start the whole body. The French Riviera also has its own weaknesses and shortcomings, and is now making up crazy. At the beginning of this year, we had already negotiated with the foundry side of the chip foundry cooperation. In the 3rd quarter of the 3rd quarter, we will begin to produce 45 nanometer processor chips, and the first shipment will be delivered by the end of the quarter. The Azure Coast is now a large customer of SunPower, and its proportion is getting higher and higher. Not long after Zhang Rujing left, Luo Sheng, who was preparing to go to the supercomputing room, received a call. At first glance, the electric display found that Zong Yuanhong had called. Director Zong, don't tell me first, let me guess. Luo Luoxing answered the phone and laughed. Is someone from Huixin International asking you for your relationship to ask me for a plea? Zong Yuanhong on the other end of the phone sighed for a while, then sighed helplessly and said with a bitter smile, it really can't hide anything from you. Yes, Zhang Rujing just contacted me. Comrade Luo Sheng, if you can support domestic semiconductors, it's better to support the company. After all, in the long run, this will also be very helpful to your business. Luo Sheng unknowingly walked to the floor-toasling window next to him, admiring the scenery of Yangqing Lake outside, and laughed. Of course, it should. So I'm not saying that I want Shengfeng Capital to enter Huixin International. President Zhang has to agree. Here I am. He could take away 30 billion yuan immediately, but he didn't agree. Cheng Zong Yuanhong replied with tears and laughter. Where is your support here? It is clear that you want to swallow Huixin International. He must be able to agree. Luo Luoxing shrugged. That's okay. We're not a charity. Even if the money is lost, I have to watch a splash. The relationship between moving out of the state-owned assets management office is useless. Shengfeng Capital accepted the 50 billion yuan investment from the state-owned assets management office. This is what Luo Sheng dared to take after cooling down the money. This is not, if it does not cool, it means that there will be more twists and turns. I chatted for a while, the communication between the two parties ended. And Zhang Rujing's trust in this layer of relationship did not play much role. I ended the call and Luo Sheng got out of the supercomputing room. Just now, I found that the engineers here were in a state of boiling, and the supposedly supercomputer room and warehouse became noisy. The person in charge of the technology sent by Shuguang Technology saw him immediately and greeted him with excitement, saying, "General Luo, the official magical miracle. How can the operating speed reach the peak data of 2,239 trillion times per second? This. How did you do that?" He knows exactly what this data means. He just finished the test shortly afterwards. The data shows that he surpassed the Leopard of Oak Ridge Laboratory in the United States and has become the fastest supercomputer in the world. Just now, every engineer staying in the supercomputer room has witnessed the birth of the world's first. Advanced hardware is naturally indispensable, but the core foundation of supercomputing is architecture and algorithms. This upgrade is tossing this. Otherwise, I will spend 1 or 2 billion to let Shuguang Technology customize a batch of products for me. Luo Sheng laughing. His words were simple. But the technical person in charge from Shuguang Technology was extremely excited. "Mr. Luo, I think Shuguang Technology definitely hopes to be able to buy your invention." "Buy?" Luo Sheng looked back at the other person, and the other person seemed to think that was a bit of that. Luo Sheng said with a smile, "Frankly speaking, I didn't mean to hit it. As for this system architecture and algorithm, 10 Shuguang Technologies can't reach it now. How do you plan to buy it?" The person in charge sent by Shuguang Technology was speechless for a while, but he couldn't help asking, "Don't take the liberty to ask President Luo, will you enter the field of supercomputing?" For Dawning Technology, this is definitely a big thing to be concerned about. If the original customer is not a difficult competitor, I have the heart to cry, just because what is happening now is too shocking, and even makes people feel downcast. You are doing research and development with enthusiasm. You might as well just upgrade one at a time, or on the premise of not relying too much on the progress of the hardware level. The person in charge of technology is very clear that the power and value of Luo Sheng's self-developed system architecture and magical algorithms are simply the same level of hardware, and the performance shown is 10 times that of others. If the hardware level is above A grade is even more incredible. Haha, don't panic. I want to enter the field of supercomputing. I want to insert a bar in many frontier fields, but my energy is limited and my career is unlimited. You can't insert a bar in every aspect. Luo Sheng appeased, but the other party apparently remained skeptical. Open up any international joke. You have made the product. I will not sell it, but I can authorize it to Shuguang Technology. 300 million a year plus bear the costs of subsequent hardware upgrades for this supercomputer. I can also give priority to Shuguang Technology for subsequent updates. Luo Sheng said with a smile. I'm afraid I can't take the lead. I have to go back to the headquarters to report. The technology leader of Shuguang Technology said with a smile, smashing his lips secretly, "It is worthy of being the richest man. Zanima will make money. It doesn't matter." Luo Sheng nodded and laughed. To him, it was just a penny, but he still had to make money. If the other party agrees, then in the future, Xiona's support fee can be reimbursed by Shuguang Technology, and another 300 million license fee will be given each year. This is very beautiful. In this way, instead of directly entering the supercomputing industry, you can lay down a considerable profit in this industry. You can raise prices in the new version in the future. How good. Why do you have to go in and smash people by yourself? It's annoying. A lot of friends, a few enemies. Isn't this more fragrant? Of course, if Shuguang Technology's own R&D is not strong, it will kick out of the group and end in person. 25 hours later, The people of Shuguang Technology also left one by one. Then Luo Sheng restarted Xiona's agent. Although the current performance foundation is still not enough, it is not very obvious to help Xiona's upgrade, but it can only be used. The real stage victory. The supercomputing has reached 10 billion computing speed, and the ultimate goal is undoubtedly a quantum computer, which is the hardware foundation for carrying super artificial intelligence. But this is farther away, and it is currently not at all in Luo Sheng under consideration. Kulu has to go step by step. Done here. It's noon. King Sui my paper has prepared a rich and delicious meal for him. After the meal, Luo Sheng rested for a while. He suddenly felt that in order to balance www.mentalnovel.com something to spit out to eat something, and King Su looking at the tableware suddenly said, King Su, do you know there is a magic python that foams in the rainforest? Wu King Suima looked back and looked at him with a curious expression. Ah, the python spit white foam. Shouldn't it be sick? Is there such a magical creature in the world? Luo Luoxing said, of course there is, and it is very magical. Do you want to listen? Luoj just happens to be able to speak to you. King's my paper doesn't like to listen to such boring stories. But seeing that the young employer and boss are so excited and don't want to ruin his yaxing, so they pretend to be very interested, so they let go of the work at hand, go to Luo Sheng and listen. Then, after listening to Luo Sheng telling the secret of the story, she not only changed from pretending to be interested, but also became interested in the story all at once. It's a long story. However, Luo Sheng was born as a king of stories. She would tell stories and explain things in a simple way. King Zmai became more and more ecstatic and intoxicated until Luo Sheng finished telling the story, over and over again. However, Luo Sheng did not patronize with King Zmai to tell a story. In the afternoon, he had to go to Lancy Semiconductor. After finishing the story, he took a half-hour nap before going to Lancy Semiconductor. As early as in the morning, the good news has come, so let's check it out. Chapter 332 Teng Xun is really a little panicked this time in the afternoon. Lance Semiconductor, R&D Department of Mobile Processor. Mr. Luo, these days our research team has finally verified after trying hundreds of different materials and identified a material called Pho2. The department director reported to Luo Sheng. Rhenium is an elementary material that is not even known to those in the industry. Its Chinese name is rhenium dioxide. Rhenium is an oxide and is a white solid at room temperature and pressure. There are actually many materials with high properties. The so-called K is the relative dielectric constant relative to silicon dioxide. There are many high materials, but they can be used in the end. They must have excellent electrical properties. The manufacturing process flow and other manufacturing steps of the integrated circuit can be easily integrated. The process of turning a high-end chip from sand into a CPU requires more than 1 or 2,000 processes. So it is absolutely amazing to find such a high-performance insulating material that meets the requirements of semiconductor process manufacturing in all aspects. Engineering achievements. Good job. Luo Sheng certainly praised it, but added for a moment, as soon as possible, the patent issues will be solved. I will work out the process flow chart in 2 days. Once these issues are finalized, ISK will be allowed to enter mass production. Lancy Semiconductor S45 nanometer process chip has its own self-developed technology that is about 65% more than the previous generation. Most of them are innovative technologies, especially system chips. The app processor can be said to be the look and feel of Azure series smartphones. One of the best things. But the baseband chip also has to rely on Qualcomm's technology license. It's up to you here. We are devoting no effort to spare the cost of baseband chips. Its R&D investment is rising year by year. It is a very important secret research of why there are too many chips in a smartphone, involving system chips, baseband chips, radio frequency chips, and memory. This represents a complex and huge supply chain system, and this brings a large number of patent payments. Many patents cannot be bypassed. Because of this, Qualcomm simply abandoned its mobile terminal equipment and specialized in chips directly. Then it lay down to collect patent fees. Prevents making big money. The third generation Azure series of smartphones owned by the French Riviera company has a manufacturing cost of 1,688 yuan per unit. If the funding for research and development is evenly distributed to nearly 2,000 yuan, the specific dilution depends on future sales. Naturally, the larger the sales volume, the more the R&D costs can be greatly diluted. The design of mobile chips is now firmly in their own hands. At present, there is no SoC chip comparable to the Azure Coast in the field of mobile equipment. At the same time that Luosheng moved to Lancy Semiconductor and the Côte d'Azur laboratory to lead the R&D team to overcome each technical problem, the Blue Star Technology Group in the middle of May caused a huge sensation in the industry. Zhang Bowen officially launched a new product service online translation at the press conference in Paris, France. Jack Stopperman, the head of the subsidiary Blue Space, also launched a foreign internet user at a press conference in Seattle, a new social product, a tailored cross-platform chat app. Blue Star Technology is constantly changing the world and is advancing towards the highest ideal and mission. People around the world have undergone epoch-making changes in the way they socialize. At the end of the last century, people would still sit together. The most extravagant thing is probably watching TV together. The social conversation at the time was close to nature, let alone how wonderful. But the inconvenience is that instant information cannot be transmitted, and many times the information that needs to be conveyed quickly is lost little by little during the long transmission. Later, there were mobile phones and phone text messages, which were particularly convenient to use. Young men and women fell in love and the phone was essential. Later, the internet era came quietly. Everyone can communicate through the internet without leaving home. It is more convenient than text messages and phone calls. Sending messages can form chat records. Nowadays, the tide of mobile internet is coming, which is further profoundly changing the way people socialize. The official launch in Seattle this month is definitely not a simple instant messaging software, but an important piece of Luosheng's strategic plan to realize the Blue Star Technology Group. In the strategy of the group company, not only its huge traffic pool and user source, but also a new factory that collects user behavior data. Most importantly, it also generates revenue for Blue Star Technology. Business services has always been a market that Luosheng wants Blue Star to enter. He doesn't need the pioneering spirit of the CEO of the subsidiary. The executives who really have this ability can come to the parent company. As for the head of the subsidiary, as long as the person who can execute the parent company strategy with meticulous perfection and efficiency is sufficient. Luosheng's strategic plan for this product is very clear, including now and in the future. After the launch, subsequent plans to launch commercial applications. This service allows companies to establish official pages on the platform. After qualification verification, they can display their business profile, website, phone, international Blue Space page and other information, and can also set up automatic responses to interact with users, and even can integrate pages with your own products through business application programming interfaces, improve drainage, and provide users with multiple services. In the early stage of the launch, I insisted on not advertising, nor officially launching commercial applications and other services. Everything is basically a user base. We must first turn this app into the world's most popular instant messaging application before we can talk about others. As the first category of social software in the instant messaging field under Blue Star Technology Group, once it was launched, it received great attention and set off a new wave in the overseas mobile internet market. Blue Star Technology Group is now a global social network leader with an incredible size. As long as the products launched are not too bad, the market response will not be bad. And if the product's innovative elements are good enough, It is incredible. Once launched, it can quickly occupy the market. This is the Matthew effect. The winners are notified. The strong is always strong. The launch of the app is the best example. At the end of May, Blue Star Technology headquarters, Mr. Luo, launched the market. The response was great. In a week, we harvested 3.22 million users and were well received. It is almost an easy task for us to get users today, Zhang Bowen said with a smile. At this moment, Lao Jiang reports his recent work in Luo Sheng's office. Luo Sheng still comes to the company every day, but he rarely asks and personally handles the daily operations of Blue Star Technology Group. The recent work has also focused on the Blue Coast, third-generation smartphone development. At present, there is only the iOS version, and other platform versions will be launched at the end of the year. The current competitiveness is to pass messages through the network, and the goal is clear to replace SMMS. As of now, the average amount of information processed on the platform is as high as 23.74 million messages per day, and the current average of more than 3 million users has to send 7.37 messages per day. Such a dazzling result is simply envious of peers. The team originally wanted to charge each user $9.90 per year for service subscription fees, which is not expensive abroad. It can still be accepted as an annual fee, but it means to become a paid software. Luo Washing rejected the suggestion of management without thinking. Blue Star Technology Group lacks this money. The user base is the foundation of everything. Isn't it more fragrant to make it the world's most popular instant messaging software for mobile internet terminals? Blue Star Technology is not an internet company that is eager to realize and make a profit from the beginning. Harvesting users at a loss, harvesting the traffic pool, and finally harvesting profits must be a rhythm of earning money. You are reading book www.yuukanzu.com. Well, the response is good, everything is satisfactory, but we must pay attention to be aware of privacy security issues and being targeted by spyware, especially privacy issues. Luo Sheng reminded that foreigners are very sensitive to privacy issues, and are particularly sensitive. Easy to be rhythmic is the reason FIB likes to investigate. For Blue Star Technology Group, its greatest value lies in collecting user behavior data, and data mining is where the value lies. These must let users know what information the software will collect, write clearly in the terms of the user agreement, and agree to get the full service. When the future development plan of this mobile internet-based instant messaging application was approved last year, Luo Sheng had made it clear that he would launch the product in the first half of 2009, launch other platform versions in the second half of 2009, and add a voice message function in 2010. 2011 The read receipt function was added in the year, and you can choose to disable the read receipt. In 2012, end-to-end encryption was added. In 2013, the document sharing function was added. In 2015, the desktop version is available. The grand strategic direction follows the plan that Luo Sheng has formulated, and the process can be flexibly changed according to the actual market feedback. After its launch, it was highly sought after and praised by the market. Not only did the share price of Blue Star Technology Group soar, but this instant messaging software tailored for foreign users also made the domestic Tencent feel a huge sense of crisis. The internal meetings have been running for 3 consecutive days. All around the meetings, Tengzun is really a little panicked this time. Chapter 333. Even if the translation is online, break the barriers to international exchanges. Bangqing, executive meeting of Tencent headquarters. It's an exaggeration to easily harvest 3 million users in just 1 week. The real exaggeration is that Blue Star Technology Group has achieved such a huge scale, but its innovation ability has no bottleneck at all, which means that it is far from reaching the ceiling. After all, the overall scale of overseas internet users is much larger than that of China. Blue Star's international business has been very successful. Only with these foundations can they harvest users. At this moment, the senior executives inside Tengzun say nothing to me. and they are full of emotion and envy. I am afraid that no internet practitioners are not envious. Users are the foundation of all internet companies and the cornerstone of everything. WhatsApp's performance is obviously another super explosive, debuting at its peak, harvesting more than 3 million users in the first week of launch, and growing by 10 million monthly users. This is still the case where the number of mobile internet users is far less than that of PCs. Why didn't Blue Star Group launch the same service in the mainland? Xiao Ma said succinctly. Everyone looked at each other, and no one immediately commented on this question. This was not only a question from Teng Xun, but also a big question in the hearts of many people in the industry. According to the usual operation of Blue Star Technology, it is generally dual-issue international and domestic versions. But WhatsApp, a cross-platform chat application, only launched an international version. The official Blue Star Technology Group did not explain it, and everyone who was engaged in it was puzzled. It may be a problem of the scale of mobile internet users. Xu Chenghui responded, and after a while he analyzed, at present, the scale of PC users nationwide has reached 338 million. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology said at the third Mobile Internet Symposium the number of mobile internet users has reached 192 million. Which is an increase of about 62.7% over last year. However, my opinion is that this is a mobile internet user in a broad sense. The true user scale is only 10 million. According to the statistics of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, those mobile phones that can be easily and practically used on the web are, to put it bluntly, feature phone users are also included in mobile internet users. But in the true sense of mobile internet users, just look at the shipments of the Cyan Coast mobile phones these years, because so far only the Cyan Coast family is selling real smartphones. In other words, the current number of mobile internet users worldwide is just over 50 million. The internal analysis of Tencent really hit the third. Luosheng did not launch it in China because the mainland market has not yet started. Instead, it will be madly fleeced by his peers if you launch it first. If you are creative, you can do it now. The next second is a friend. The business is up. What is ? Is the enemy. Treating the enemy usually kills him. So Blue Star Technology intends to wait another year before releasing the corresponding application in the mainland, because after 2010, the environment is a sea change. Now major mobile phone manufacturers or new brands are struggling to make a big move. Around 2010, new smartphone brands like Xiaomi will launch their own products, and then the cottage will take off in full, and internet users in the mainland will explode directly. Teng Xun is now suddenly feeling the situation of Blue Star Technology's trouble. Although the two sides have begun to compete for a long time, they are also in the field of social software in a broad sense. And now the other party launches WhatsApp. This thing is instant messaging software. The threat to QQ is much higher than the Blue Space. The Blue Space is just a social networking site, not an instant communication. The competition between the two parties is just about robbing users of the time to use their products. But Blue Star Technology Group's entry into the instant messaging business this time has caused a huge threat to Teng Xun's hinterland. What is more helpless is that you have nothing to do. Because of the release of WhatsApp and overseas, Blue Star Technology's global business is doing very well, but Tencent's QQ is limited to the domestic. At most the Southeast Asian generation cannot go out to sea, and you have no means to threaten the other party. I can't follow you. This made Xioj can't help thinking about how YY got up. At that time, YY couldn't mix in the mainland anymore, but miraculously took off overseas, and then returned. He is very doubtful whether Luosheng is also implementing such a strategic approach, allowing WhatsApp to occupy the market abroad, build a world's most popular instant messaging application on the mobile internet, and then work in the mainland with potential pressure. By then, the ceiling of QQ had been forcibly locked by opponents, and then besieged in the mainland to gradually eat and strangle. The final decision made by Tengzun, who held a 3-day conference, was to repeatedly study what app, then find the flashpoint, and then develop functions that conform to the habits of domestic users and add them to QQ. As for the so-called WeChat, now Tengzun does not have this awareness. Even if there is Liu Sheng, there will be no panic. The scale of mainland mobile internet users is so large that it will be dead unless Tencent can make WeChat extremely perfect. What is the circle of friends, public accounts and the like elements can't be thought of all of a sudden and launched so quickly. For Tengzun, the biggest crisis is knowing that the other party is not good, but can't think of a good solution, which is undoubtedly frustrating. At present, the domestic internet company, Tencent's market value is second only to Blue Star Technology Group, reaching $49.7 billion. Which can be said to be a very successful internet company. There are two main factors that support Tencent's market value of nearly $50 billion. The first is to hold about 8% of the equity of Blue Star Technology Group. Tencent has sold a portion of Blue Star Technology's stock. Now it looks a bit regretful. For the current 8%, everything is in your hands. The other is its game business. Not so much as Tencent is a social network company, it is better to be an online game agency company. Its two big cash cows, CF and DNF, continue to attract money for it. The former claims 300 million mouse shootout dream. The latter is known as 8 million warriors. This penguin continued to cultivate quietly after he tasted the sweetness in the game field, because QQ's advertising monetization ability is really touching, and the blue space is completely indifferent to the grade, even if it is limited to the domestic market. However, QQ grabbed the student and game player groups, perfected the drainage to the game board to achieve a strong monetization ability. But this operation, the consequence is that Xiaomu is now being scolded by the majority of players hundreds of thousands of times per day, and the data is still on the rise of Liu Jun is an ordinary young Chinese, but he really likes to go to the internet. Of course, this requires scientific internet access. But Liu Jun has an irreparable shortcoming, that is, he does not understand foreign languages. www.intelnovel.com. Of course, the word starting with the F letter is known, but it is not useful. Want to see the international version of the BV video website? All of them are or meet. The page text is in a foreign language, and the video is also in a foreign language, or English, or Spanish, or French, or German. Liu Jun has nothing to do today and surfs on the internet. The world is so big, I want to see it everywhere, but my wallet is not powerful. So understanding the outside world through the internet is an important way. Today he is logged into Blue Space as usual, and he also has an international version of Blue Space account. When he landed in the Blue Space, a small advertisement popped up. This kind of operation users are very annoying, but compared to QQ or other free internet products in China, there are endless advertisements. Blue Star Technology should not be too conscious. Liu Jun had to subconsciously close the small advertisement window in the lower right corner, but when the mouse moved to the upper right corner of the small advertisement window, he closed his hands in time. Instant translation. Can communicate with international friends without understanding foreign languages. Barrier-free browsing of the internet. Liu Jun stared at the small advertising window for a while, and then decided to click in and see that it was an accident. Surprise! Liu Jun suddenly felt that Blue Star Technology knew too much about himself, and he just fell asleep and sent him a pillow. He just lacked such a service to solve his troubles of surfing on the internet, so began to go through the details of this product. Chapter 333 Online translation is available to break the barriers to international exchanges. Xunbangqing, executive meeting of Tencent headquarters. It's an exaggeration to easily harvest 3 million users in just 1 week. The real exaggeration is that Blue Star Technology Group has achieved such a huge scale, but its innovation ability has no bottleneck at all, which means that it is far from reaching the ceiling. After all, The overall scale of overseas internet users is much larger than that of China. Blue Star's international business has been very successful. Only with these foundations can they harvest users. At this moment, the senior executives inside Tencsun say nothing to me, and they are full of emotion and envy. I am afraid that no internet practitioners are not envious. Users are the foundation of all internet companies and the cornerstone of everything. WhatsApp's performance is obviously another super explosive, debuting at its peak, harvesting more than 3 million users in the first week of launch, and growing by 10 million monthly users. This is still the case where the number of mobile internet users is far less than that of PCs. Why didn't Blue Star Group launch the same service in the mainland? Xiao Ma said succinctly. Everyone looked at each other, and no one immediately commented on this question. This was not only a question from Tencsun, but also a big question in the hearts of many people in the industry. According to the usual operation of Blue Star Technology, it is generally dual-issue international and domestic versions. But WhatsApp, a cross-platform chat application, only launched an international version. The official Blue Star Technology Group did not explain it, and everyone who was engaged in it was puzzled. It may be a problem of the scale of mobile internet users. Xu Chenghui responded, and after a while he analyzed. At present, the scale of PC users nationwide has reached 338 million. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology said at the third Mobile Internet Symposium the number of mobile internet users has reached 192 million, which is an increase of about 62.7% over last year. However, my opinion is that this is a mobile internet user in a broad sense. The true user scale is only 10 million. According to the statistics of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, those mobile phones that can be easily and practically used on the web are, to put it bluntly, feature phone users are also included in mobile internet users. But in the true sense of mobile internet users, just look at the shipments of the Cyan Coast mobile phones these years. Because so far only the Cyan Coast family is selling real smartphones. In other words, the current number of mobile internet users worldwide is just over 50 million. The internal analysis of Tencent really hit the third. Luosheng did not launch it in China because the mainland market has not yet started. Instead, it will be madly fleeced by his peers if you launch it first. If you are creative, you can do it now. The next second is a friend. The business is up. What is ? Is the enemy. Treating the enemy usually kills him. So Blue Star Technology intends to wait another year before releasing the corresponding application in the mainland, because after 2010, the environment is a sea change. Now major mobile phone manufacturers or new brands are struggling to make a big move. Around 2010, new smartphone brands like Xiaomi will launch their own products, and then the cottage will take off in full, and internet users in the mainland will explode directly. Tencsun is now suddenly feeling the situation of Blue Star Technology's trouble. Although the two sides have begun to compete for a long time, they are also in the field of social software in a broad sense. And now the other party launches WhatsApp. This thing is instant messaging software. The threat to QQ is much higher than the Blue Space. The Blue Space is just a social networking site, not an instant communication. The competition between the two parties is just about robbing users of the time to use their products. But Blue Star Technology Group's entry into the instant messaging business this time has caused a huge threat to Tencsun's hinterland. What is more helpless is that you have nothing to do. Because of the release of WhatsApp and overseas, Blue Star Technology's global business is doing very well, but Tencent's QQ is limited to the domestic. At most the Southeast Asian generation cannot go out to sea, and you have no means to threaten the other party. I can't follow you. This made Xioj can't help thinking about how YY got up. At that time, YY couldn't mix in the mainland anymore, but miraculously took off overseas, and then returned. He is very doubtful whether Luosheng is also implementing such a strategic approach, allowing WhatsApp to occupy the market abroad. build a world's most popular instant messaging application on the mobile internet, and then work in the mainland with potential pressure. By then, the ceiling of QQ had been forcibly locked by opponents, and then besieged in the mainland to gradually eat and strangle. The final decision made by Tengzun, who held a 3-day conference, was to repeatedly study what app, then find the flashpoint, and then develop functions that conform to the habits of domestic users and add them to QQ. As for the so-called WeChat, now Tengzun does not have this awareness. Even if there is Liu Sheng, there will be no panic. The scale of mainland mobile internet users is so large that it will be dead unless Tencent can make WeChat extremely perfect. What is the circle of friends, public accounts and the like elements can't be thought of all of a sudden and launched so quickly. For Tengzun, the biggest crisis is knowing that the other party is not good, but can't think of a good solution, which is undoubtedly frustrating. At present, the domestic internet company, Tencent's market value is second only to Blue Star Technology Group, reaching $49.7 billion. Which can be said to be a very successful internet company. There are two main factors that support Tencent's market value of nearly $50 billion. The first is to hold about 8% of the equity of Blue Star Technology Group. Tencent has sold a portion of Blue Star Technology's stock. Now it looks a bit regretful. For the current 8%, everything is in your hands. The other is its game business. Not so much as Tencent is a social network company, it is better to be an online game agency company. Its two big cash cows, CF and DNF, continue to attract money for it. The former claims 300 million mouse shootout dream. The latter is known as 8 million warriors. This penguin continued to cultivate quietly after he tasted the sweetness in the game field, because QQ's advertising monetization ability is really touching, and the blue space is completely indifferent to the grade, even if it is limited to the domestic market. However, QQ grabbed the student and game player groups, perfected the drainage to the game board to achieve a strong monetization ability. But this operation, the consequence is that Xiaomu is now being scolded by the majority of players hundreds of thousands of times per day, and the data is still on the rise of Liu Jun is an ordinary young Chinese, but he really likes to go to the internet. Of course, this requires scientific internet access. But Liu Jun has an irreparable shortcoming, that is, he doesn't understand foreign languages. Of course, the word starting with the F letter knows www.mentalnovel.com, but it is not useful. Want to see the international version of the BV video website? All of them are raw meat. The page text is in a foreign language, and the video is also in a foreign language, or English, or Spanish, or French, or German. Liu Jun has nothing to do today and surfs on the internet. The world is so big, I want to see it everywhere, but my wallet is not powerful, so understanding the outside world through the internet is an important way. Today he is logged into Blue Space as usual, and he also has an international version of Blue Space account. When he landed in the Blue Space, a small advertisement popped up. This kind of operation users are very annoying, but compared to QQ or other free internet products in China, there are endless advertisements. Blue Star Technology should not be too conscious. Liu Jun had to subconsciously close the small advertisement window in the lower right corner, but when the mouse moved to the upper right corner of the small advertisement window, he closed his hands in time. Instant translation. Can communicate with international friends without understanding foreign languages. Barrier-free browsing of the internet. Liu Jun stared at the small advertising window for a while, and then decided to click in and see that it was an accident. Surprise! Liu Jun suddenly felt that Blue Star Technology knew too much about himself, and he just fell asleep and sent him a pillow. He just lacked such a service to solve his troubles of surfing on the internet, so began to go through the details of this product. Chinese website. Chapter 334 Proper Divine Application. Liu Jun can see the push of this pop-up small ad. Behind it is the result of the value discovery of Blue Star Technology data mining. Different users have different small ad pop-ups, and most of them are exactly what users need. Accurate push can not only reduce the harm to the user experience as much as possible, reduce the user's resistance, and the high conversion rate is also the result of the advertiser's happy opinion. Blue Star technology can also earn more. I can say that it is a result that all three parties are relatively satisfied with, and this requires big data, cloud computing and other services to support it. Other connected products are annoying to all kinds of advertisements. They don't want to, but there is no way. Software products are free of charge and there is no strong technical support such as Blue Star technology can be pushed in psoriasis. Blue Star technology can achieve such a perfect and excellent push solution, relying on big data and cloud computing. The so-called big data can be explained by four verses, namely data volume, type variety, value density and speed velocity. These four verses can represent the four characteristics of big data. In fact, for many outsiders, although they often hear various big data statements online, most people simply think that big data it represents nothing but a large amount of data. In fact, this is only part of big data. A really useful data is not its quantity, but its completeness. Throughout human history, we have been trying to use data to find laws and find value. But before the era of big data, humans have limited and difficult ways to find laws. They have to go through a long cycle of hypothesis, verification, re-hypothesis, and verification. Nowadays, big data is quietly infiltrating all walks of life and is using big data to accurately place their products. Among them, the Blue Star Technology Group under the leadership of Liu Sheng is the deserved king in this field and the most standardized. Everyone doing this business, including those IT giants in Silicon Valley, are also focusing on Blue Star Technology Group, because they find that it is basically not wrong to just follow the blueprints of Blue Star technology. What is it? A translation software is so expensive, crazy. Even after downloading the translation software, Liu Jun found that the activation fee was too expensive to accept. The product launched by Blue Star Technology is divided into 6 gears, aimed at different customer groups. The regular version costs 60 yuan per month. The annual fee of Home Edition is RMB 549 yuan, which can be upgraded from Home Edition to Home Edition. Education Edition costs 749 yuan per year, which can be upgraded from Home Edition and Regular Edition to Education Edition. Small Business Edition costs RMB 2,979 per year. Pro version also has an annual fee, RMB 6,949 yuan. Enterprise Solution Price? For Liu Jun, even the cheapest ordinary version costs 60 yuan a month. It feels hugely expensive, but it is actually very cheap compared to other software. I think that the price is definitely too low. If the frequency is several times a day, generally daily office, is definitely very cheap. However, it is still too expensive for Liu Jun, because he is accustomed to free software and pirated software. So after falling in love with this software, Liu Jun's next operation is to open Yanj search to find pirated ones. In fact, at almost the same time, thousands of users across the country, like Liu Jun, are asking about the piracy everywhere in online forums. However, this time they found that there wasn't one at all. One reason was that the product had just come out, and the other gods of the cracking group, including the big guys from Russia, said that there was no crack version of this stuff. In fact, the software itself can be cracked, but it cannot access the cloud. Behind the instant translation is Xiaona's support for big data and cloud computing. Those folk cracking groups don't have such huge data deposits. The so-called crack version downloads and translates all kinds of garbled characters, or the translated content is unknown. It is said that the client is just a switch, but the real core is the main gate. Unless it can breach the security system of Blue Star Technology Group, but this is recognized as the most powerful security system in the global hacker community. Even Kevin Mitnick, who is known as the godfather of hackers, also the world's #1 hacker, and he has been in prison several times, and now he is already a cybersecurity expert. The security system of Blue Star Technology Group is attacked by hackers from all over the world almost every minute. Without him, hackers are a group of iron babies. The more powerful you are, the more he must break you. But so far, no hacker has completed this feat, otherwise it will definitely sensationalize the whole world. Liu Jun searched online for several hours and found no piracy. In the end, I really had to give up, but I can see the annual fee of 549 yuan and the monthly fee of 60 yuan. I still have no courage to click to activate. Nima is expensive. For users who are accustomed to piracy, let alone 60 yuan, you can't accept even 6 yuan. Finally, Liu Jun intends to give up treatment. Depressed, he launched a wave of VPN preparations for scientific internet access, but when he clicked into the international version of the BV video website, he got an unexpected surprise. As soon as I click into the web page, an annoying window pops up, and it is not the kind of small corner, it directly occupies the middle screen. The content of the pop-up window shows that the user's IP address is retrieved from Huago, and asks the user whether to switch to the Chinese page. Sync. What else? Liu Jun was surprised, to subconsciously, and then accepted the request decisively. If he wanted to switch to another language, he could make a selection. Nima is fortunate that it has not been activated, otherwise it is a big loss. Liu Jun breathed a sigh of relief and was glad that he had no impulse. For 500 or 600 a year, anyway, he was reluctant to spend this money. Next, Liu Jun began to swim on the BV video website. Except for some differences in the page text, it was almost no different from the domestic Blue Star video website, except that they were all foreigners. Now Liu Jun can finally understand the comments under the video. All of them are Chinese characters, and some will have a small tail to show that they are from that region, such as users from France, Latin America and other regions have messages. However, some do not have a small tail, because users can choose whether to hide their own place of ownership. It is indeed Blue Star technology, and the technology is too bad. Liu Jun decisively praised 5-star. Once again, he fortunately did not click to activate. After browsing the family bucket of Blue Star Technology International, I found that each product is very powerful. There is no difference between browsing the Chinese version, proper internet surfing application. Even if you do not understand a foreign language, you can communicate with foreigners smoothly. The downside of this software is that, for example, an American actually edited WTF in his message, and Liu Jun saw lie. Translations are super grounded, and there are different translations in different contexts. This is currently not possible with products such as Google Translate. However, when Liu Jun left Blue Star Technology's family bucket and clicked Google search, the surprise discovery was all in Chinese. But soon lapse. When he opened other video websites, the pages were not translated, but in English. The website for a small book was Japanese. In this case, it is right to go to Reddit. This is a website of Blue Star Technology, which has a page translation function. Liu Jun turned to the related topic post and found out www.mtlnovel.com. Some websites do not have instant translation because they did not purchase the enterprise level solution of Blue Star Technology Group. If the user who visits this website does not have a personal version, then this is the only way. If you understand, you just look at it. If you don't understand, you just stare. As for the family bucket of Blue Star Technology, the reason why users can experience the convenience brought by instant translation for free is because the website operator bears the cost here. Of course, it is a resource for Blue Star Technology. But for other third-party websites, if you want your products to achieve a better user experience and international expansion, you can choose to buy enterprise-level solutions from Blue Star Technology. Just after Zhang Bowen launched this product at the Paris press conference, almost all internet giants around the world bought enterprise solutions for the first time, including companies such as Google, Yahoo, Amazon, AOL, and even Blue Star Technology Group competitor MySpace. No exception. If you don't sell it to the other party, you will file a monopoly lawsuit against you. In addition to those large international internet companies, domestic large internet companies are no exception. For example, the e-commerce giant Ali chose to purchase a set of enterprise-level solutions at the first time. This is very helpful for opening the international market. The key is can greatly reduce IT cost investment. However, even so, the price of this enterprise-level solution launched by Blue Star Technology is not affordable for ordinary enterprises, and only large companies can afford it, because its price is as high as: Chapter 335 Profiteering. The cost of an enterprise-level solution for a year is US $23.47 million. Excluding exchange rate changes of approximately 160 million yuan. It's almost the same as stealing money. You must know that the set of ADA process software owned by Kane Electronics is even cheaper, and there is no doubt that the market size is not comparable to the ADA software industry. In a sense, the entire IT industry is a potential customer. At the same time, all internet social users are also potential customers. Obviously, there is nothing better than Mad the Wool of those IT giants. Blue Star Technology is so expensive to sell because only one company in the world can provide such an excellent product-service solution. Although expensive, global internet companies, especially well-known internet giants, have to pay for this money. Without him, compared to paying 160 million yuan or $24.37 million for Blue Star Technology every year, the benefits brought by this solution are enough to offset this expense, because it has indeed reduced IT costs. For example, Ali, who is an e-commerce company, must have the ambition to promote Alice globalization. Then the problem comes. If you want to globalize, the operating cost of building an international station yourself, don't think that the annual budget expenditure is definitely more expensive than this 160 million. Especially the subsequent development and expansion. If these big companies can't see the cost optimization, how can they choose this solution endlessly? In contrast, the solutions provided by Blue Star Technology immediately demonstrated unparalleled competitiveness. Purchasing a set of software services costs more than $20 million per year. Although it is ridiculously expensive, choosing this solution can indeed reduce IT costs for yourself. This is the best solution before you can find a lower cost solution. With the launch of the cross-platform chat application WhatsApp and online cloud translation, they have won unanimous praise from customers. The two flowering situations have encouraged Wall Street, and all of these have intuitively reflected the changes in the stock of Blue Star Technology Group. Enter late July. Blue Star Technology Group Headquarters, CEO Office. Mr. Luo, the Q2 financial report has been audited. Zhang Bowen entered Luo Sheng's office with a copy of the materials he obtained from Irene, and handed them over to the desktop. Old Zhang said with excitement, Blue Star Technology's business is now more diversified, and advertising revenue, the proportion of total revenue, has continued to decline over the years, but the absolute number of revenues is rebounding. Especially this time the launch of the online translation software business has further reduced the proportion of advertising revenue. Earlier, Blue Star Technology was nicknamed by many netizens as a high-tech company that lived on fancy advertising, develop various high-tech technologies just to sell ads better and sell more ads. For a long time, Blue Star Technology's revenue share accounted for about 70 to 80% of advertising revenue for many years. For a large multinational technology group, this kind of business revenue structure is actually very cold resistant. Too simplistic business is definitely unhealthy, and the company's ability to resist risks is relatively poor. Once the advertising business is affected, the company's overall revenue will face large fluctuations, just as it was affected by a global financial disaster in the last fiscal year. It's not that cloud computing services are driving the overall data, and the 2008 transcript will never win the dazzling results of $25.5 billion in revenue. Luo Washing picked up the Q2 financial report list. The material data is very detailed, and many of them are contents that cannot be announced. In the second quarter, the revenue reached $12.77 billion, which is similar to Wall Street analysts' expectations. The biggest significance is that this is the first time that Blue Star Technology Group has exceeded $10 billion in a single quarter since it was founded. This is a feat never before. In the second quarter, revenue increased by 87.8% year-on-year and 63.1% month-on-month. Net revenue was $100 million. An increase of 68.5%, of which net profit was $3.7 billion, an increase of 64.6%. Yes, Blue Star Technology can basically lock in the top half of the world's top 500 this year. Luo Sheng nodded with satisfaction and said to himself that in 2007, Blue Star Technology Group has been among the top 500 in the world. In 2008, due to the decline in income, some positions were dropped, but they were still in the top 400. This year, they can definitely reach the top 200. Zhang Bowen said, Q2's transcript can break the record of $10 billion, thanks to the strong growth of cloud computing services and translation software business, but Q3's performance growth rate may not be as fast as Q2. Unless the personal software business will. There was a big explosion beyond expectations. Lao Jiang made such a prediction for Q3 performance. Luo Sheng agreed. The enterprise A-level solution for online cloud translation business. At present, large internet companies around the world who have needed and have financial resources have basically bought it, and it is a year. One sign, corporate customers would like to sign 3 times a year. But Blue Star Technology does not agree. The service is currently only the world's. Blue Star Technology can provide the perfect solution. The version is updated every year, and then there is a reason to increase the price. If you know that inflation is inflated, why do you need to sign for 3 years? During the second quarter, 140 large companies from all over the world chose Blue Star Technology Group's enterprise A-level solution for online translation business, a company with a price of $23.47 million per year, which created $1 billion here. Luo Sheng can finally realize how cool the companies that make EDA software are. Synopsys and Kagan Electronics. One version of the software sells tens of millions of corporate customers, and tens of millions of families, almost lying down. They give the money here earned. The growth of the translation software business still has huge imagination, whether it is individual users or enterprise A-level solutions. At present, there are only 140 enterprise A-level large customers. It is not rigorous to say that the world's top 500 companies are all potential large customers, but also the costs of international business expansion of those large companies that have not been among the world's top 500 companies. Blue Star Technology. This solution can help these customers reduce their IT costs. In return, Blue Star Technology can lie down here and earn billions of dollars every year. Judging from the proportion of the major business segments in the second quarterly reported revenue data, Blue Star Technology Group's cloud computing services in the broad sense for the first time accounted for 60.5% of the $100 million in revenue, which was 36% of the previous quarter, which was not a slight increase. 2 points. This is all due to the strong revenue growth of the online cloud translation business. In addition to the absolute majority of the revenue of enterprise A-level solutions, the solutions of other customer groups also perform very well. The key is that there is too much in the future room for growth. Even if the general version of the translation solutions global user scale reached 3.28 million, generating $57.62 million in revenue, the cumulative global user scale of the home version is 1.12 million, generating $90 million in revenue. The cumulative global user scale of the education edition is 1.3 million, generating $142 million in revenue. Small business version has accumulated 150,000 customers worldwide, generating $65.42 million in revenue. The cumulative global user scale of the professional version is 420,000, generating $427 million in revenue. Enterprise A-level solutions won 140 major customers and generated $100 million in revenue. Taking into account a general ledger, the online translation business generated approximately $4.07 billion in revenue in the second quarter, and also accounted for a percentage of the total revenue of Blue Star Technology Group in the second quarter. There is no doubt that this business is not only a great success, but also the ability to make money even the printing machine cannot print. In addition to enterprise A-level solutions, Blue Star Technology attaches the most importance to the professional and educational editions. The sales volume here is stronger than that of the small enterprise edition, which is due to the customer community of academia and graduate students. The biggest purpose of this customer group to subscribe to the professional version is to download papers. The professional version is more expensive than the small business version because too many terms are too professional and relatively niche, which means collecting big data to update the database in real time. There is a huge cost to be invested. The biggest feature of the professional version is rigorous professionalism. This is a service specially designed for academics from around the world. Rigorous professionalism is the key to the success and failure of this service. To this end, Blue Star Technology has to continue to fund the academic community, including cooperation with those academic magazines and newspapers. Otherwise, how can people give you data? How can I advise you? It's all costs. However, the academic community is also very willing to cooperate with Blue Star Technology Group at this level. This is mutually beneficial and win-win. It can be said to be very positive. The reason is also very simple. Academia does not have as many games as more games. Most scholars hope that researchers from all over the world can break the barriers of language, culture and communication. The service of Blue Star Technology is to promote the world. Academic progress has contributed greatly. Education Edition is also highly valued by Blue Star Technology. Without him, only from a business perspective, www.mtlnovel.com, the education industry is absolutely profitable. In the domestic market, the best selling is not the small business edition, the home edition or the ordinary edition, but the education edition. Parents will not hesitate to invest in their children's education, otherwise the various tuition classes that have sprung up are fake. Xiaoba Wang Learning Machine can sell crazy, to a large extent is tied to the word learning in marketing. Parents listen to what they use for learning, then buy it, then bring a keyboard, which is actually a game console. How many of them will be used for learning? Isn't it special that all dragons, Super Mario, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are flying? There is no doubt that the commercial value of the education version has great potential in the future. It is worth digging deeper in this section, especially in the domestic market. Just thinking about the graduates of the country who graduated in the country a few years later, it can be millions or even thousands. It is this amount every year. There is no doubt that as long as it is related to the education and the child's achievement, parents will definitely pay for it willingly. Not to say that Liu Sheng's money for this student is really helpful to education, especially college students, the postgraduate party, reading some academic papers, and reading foreign academic journals are very helpful. These Blue Star Technology Group, there is cooperation. Online translation software is not a game software. Even if you buy this service product anymore, you can open up your horizons by communicating with international friends. Is that better than saving Celia in the dungeon every day? For monthly tickets, recommended tickets. Chapter 336. At the end of the second quarter of 2009, Blue Star Technology Group's cloud computing service is still dominated with a strong market share of more than 70%. Thanks to the launch of new business online translation and its success, Blue Star Technology Group's cloud in the broadest sense service revenue reached a huge $7.7 billion only in the second quarter of this year, exceeding the total revenue of cloud services for the whole of last year. Liu Washing focused on the cloud service-related content for this achievement report, but in the social networks section, he took a rough look. In 2009, the global user volume of the domestic version of BlueSpace exceeded 400 million, and the users mainly came from the mainland and neighboring countries in East Asia, as well as overseas students. The global version of BlueSpace reached 558 million. Reddit's global user volume exceeded 500 million. The number of users of Bluestar Music has exceeded 300 million, and the total number of users of the international version of MusicSpace has reached 257 million. Jinyunj Search has a domestic search engine market share of 35%, second only to Whiteness. The search engine war is about to enter a fierce heat. In the end, who can get out of the siege is also confused. The cumulative global user volume of Weibo exceeded 300 million, and the global user volume of the international version of Microblog accumulated 339 million. Bluestar Video has a global user base of 350 million, and the international version of Bluestar Video has exceeded 500 million global users. Cross-platform chat application WhatApp has 13.85 million users worldwide. In all its business segments, except for WhatsApp, which was launched shortly, the number of users of other products exceeded 300 million. No matter from which perspective, Bluestar Technology Group has such a powerful set of family buckets. The lineup is the undisputed super social supremacy in the world today. Any product is unicorn grade. Liu Washing put down the material files and laughed. The audit will be released without any problems. Our stocks should rise faster. Microsoft has already caught up with us. Zhang Bowen could not help but smile, nodded. The two sides talked for a while, and Zhang left the CEO's office. Liu Washing stayed here for more than 10 minutes, then left Bluestar Technology headquarters and went to the Azure Coast lab to check the progress of the third-generation smartphone. Entering the third quarter of 2009, Liu Washing's focus of work is undoubtedly further placed on the Côte d'Azur company. The third-generation smartphone will be launched in the autumn conference, which is almost in sight. The company has not launched a new generation of products for almost 2 years. The current situation is that major mobile phone manufacturers have been established, including overseas technology companies such as Samsung, which have also entered the field of smartphones and successively launched products. The market is the only Azure series Azure smartphones on the market are being broken, especially Huaqiangbo efforts here. All kinds of cottage smartphones are springing up like mushrooms. This industry will soon become a Red Sea. So many brands can only survive in the end. Liu Washing naturally wants to keep the Azure Coast leading all players in the industry. The next day, after obtaining approval from Liu Washing, Bluestar Technology Group's second quarterly report was officially released. Foreign Power reported for the first time that the second quarterly report of $12.77 billion has blinded the industry, which is 2 percentage points higher than Wall Street analysts' estimates. Bluestar Technology delivered an unexpected transcript for the market in the second quarter report and created the company's history. In a single quarter, revenue exceeded $10 billion for the first time. The 4 words of supergiant are well deserved. The second quarterly report disclosed that cloud computing services skyrocketed to $100 million. Thanks to the instant translation of new services shortly after launch, this quarter generated $4.07 billion. The most important thing is that for Bluestar Technology, the major multinational internet tech giants have to pay a translation tax valued at $23.47 million a year, which will equate to the rhythm of counting money. Wall Street analysts are still reliable. The only error is the sales of education editions. The sales volume in the Greater China market far exceeds analysts' expectations. Meanwhile, the performance of the other social divisions of the Bluestar Technology Group in the traditional social networking sector are in line with analyst expectations. However, The most promising aspect of Blue Star Technologies' business sector is the trend of innovation, diversification and balance. The broad cloud computing service segment leads the performance, but in fact, 30% of it is advertising, followed by social networking. The performance of the business unit is still the absolute proportion of advertising revenue. Virtual gifts are all side dishes. Another big performance highlight is the game business department. Blue Star Technology does not play games by itself. The esports business group is losing money, but it can be ignored. Its V agency, Blizzard, Take-Two, and the Poland stupid CDPR. The company's industry has performed exceptionally strongly. From last year, Take-Two also consolidated its financial statements with the parent company Blue Star Technology. At this point, all these holding game companies have consolidated their financial statements with the parent company. Blizzard Entertainment's World of Warcraft new expansion pack Wrath of the Lich King has performed exceptionally well since its release, allowing this phenomenal game to continue to dominate the PCside online game market. The mainland will be on sale next year. The performance of the V agency is quite good. Its Dota is now popular, and there are some disputes in this matter. Blizzard and Dota map maker IceFrog have a lawsuit. The latter resolutely trust V company. Since the parent company Blue Star Technology acquired the two game companies, it has been stocked, so it does not matter at all. The following major game developers operate each other, and their peers are rivals. Occasionally, they engage in quarrels with each other. Finally went to the parent company. This NEMA parent company is not easy to do. Zhang Bowen's strategy is, whatever you go to trouble, anyway, it will be mine in the end anyway, and also save the time when the parent company did not comply with the original commitments and interfere in your operations. So both sides can only fight, and such trivial matters did not even reach Liu Sheng's ears. Witcher released by CDPR is also quite eye-catching. Although it has not become a phenomenal masterpiece, it is also a best-selling work. The most dazzling is undoubtedly the R-Star of Take-Two. The fourth part of the GTA series of The Town Store's Treasure was released in early December last year. I still remember that some analysts predicted that the sales volume of GTA 4 will reach 5.8 million in the first week. Set around. At that time, most people still felt that such a prediction was too optimistic, because even the previous game, GTA San Andreas, which dominated the PS2 software historical sales list, took almost a month to break through the 5 million units sold. However, the final result was that 3.6 million units of GTA 4 were sold on the first day of sale, breaking 6.5 million units in the first week. Faced with such crazy numbers, using monster-level software to describe it may seem a bit outdated. Throughout this dazzling transcript throughout the second quarter of 2009, the gaming division of Blue Star Technology Group contributed $990 million in revenue this quarter. This is a low season when several game companies have not released masterpieces. It is not dazzling. In addition to envy, people can only be eager and sighing. At the time, Liu Sheng's acquisition of these companies was highly questioned by investors, and now it has become the super cash cow of Blue Star Technology Group, harvesting profits in the global game market. With this dazzling report card crossing the ocean, the day after the Nasdaq opened, the stock of Blue Star Technology rose sharply at the beginning of the day, up 7.5% on the day. About $17.15 billion. Afterwards trading market value innovation Blue Star Technology the group has a record high, with a total market value of US $100 million, ranking fourth in the world's top 10 listed companies. The third place in front of Blue Star Technology is the first line of the universe loved by Lage's Life www.mentalnovel.com with a total market value of $250.43 billion US. Second place is ExxonMobil, with a total market value of $337.2 billion. The first is China National Petroleum, with a total market value of $352.3 billion US. Ranked behind Blue Star Technology Group is Microsoft, With a current market value of US $226.7 billion, there is no doubt that Blue Star Technology has been regarded as a pride in the hearts of netizens in the mainland. Its status in the country is like Samsung to South Korea, Sony to Japan, Alstom to France, and General Electric, like the United States. In the past, when it comes to technology companies and the IT industry, it is no surprise that companies such as Microsoft, Google, and IBM will talk about them. These technology companies are indeed great companies. I can't be more great. That's an American company. For the people in the mainland, I can only envy. But now, your country has finally a top high-tech company that can be compared with these familiar world-class companies. This dazzling tens of billions of dollars in revenue report card is not only a series of data, but also the pride and exultation of countless people. Competitive reports from the major news media in the industry. For many fans of Blue Star Technology and Luo Sheng, although they have no substantial relationship with them, they will not benefit. But these news read with interest and heart. Chapter 337 The Oracle of Heart-Beating Microsoft. During this time, major IT giants have also released their own financial reports. On July 27, the third day of the release of Blue Star Technology Group's Q2 earnings report, Microsoft also disclosed its own performance report. According to foreign media reports, the Business Week website published articles. After Intel, Blue Star Technology, and the company have issued earnings reports that exceed investors' expectations, Microsoft has issued a very different voice from these companies, and its net profit has fallen sharply. According to Microsoft's financial report, in the financial report as of June 30, total revenue was US $16.6 billion. Net profit was US $3.05 billion. Revenue was down 17% year-on-year, and net profit was down 29% year-on-year. Blue Star Technology Group's total revenue of $12.77 billion, but the net profit exceeds Microsoft. The net profit of $3.05 billion is indeed a very large amount. But this is the second consecutive profit shrinkage in Microsoft's 23-year history. Because Microsoft's net profit and revenue did not meet analyst expectations, investors sold Microsoft shares in subsequent after-hours trading, which caused the company's stock price to fall by as much as 8.84% in after-hours trading. As of now, Microsoft's Nasdaq price per share is US $2. Down by US $2.26, corresponding to a market value of US $206.7 billion. Before the financial report was announced, there were still $227.4 billion US, compared with more than $20 billion US. Before Microsoft released this disappointing financial report, the entire securities market continued to rise due to the rebound in the performance of major IT companies. In contrast, Blue Star Technology, currently the world's largest IT-listed company by market capitalization, is at Microsoft. On the day the stock price plummeted, Blue Star's stock price rose again by about 4.27%, and Microsoft's top and bottom executives were worried. The total market value of Blue Star Technology has thus reached $256.3 billion, surpassing the first line of the universe that loves to be saved, and ICBC ranks third among the world's listed companies. And second, ExxonMobil. Luo Sheng reads 2 daily newspapers, one for the industry and one for the academic world. He has also paid close attention to the recent situation of Microsoft. Blue Star Technology has now overturned Microsoft's first throne in the IT technology giant and proudly stood out in the world with the attitude of a new king. Microsoft has opened a gap of around $50 billion. However, in Luo Sheng's view, Microsoft's prospects are relatively bright. It is expected to stimulate a new round of computer sales after the monthly release, and Microsoft has announced plans to launch a new version of Office software next year. Most people think that Microsoft's most profitable is Windows system, but in fact this business contributed only $3.1 billion in Microsoft's $16.6 billion revenue this quarter, and the most profitable is actually Office software. Villa in Kinwaimu. That night, Luo Yuosheng walked out slowly from the bathroom, holding a towel to wipe the water droplets on his hair, and almost tossed the towel to the bedroom. At this moment, Kinwaimu was sitting back to bed, and she was wearing a luxury robe from the Italian luxury brand La, which gave her high-end elegance. But Irene likes French brands. Obviously, Luo Sheng's appearance in her villa shows that today is an odd number of days in a week. Kinwaimu is holding an Azure mobile phone and staring at the screen. After seeing Luo Sheng coming in, she said immediately, "Foreign news. You might want to watch this video." Luo Yuosheng got into the bed and took a long walk. Subconsciously, Xiaona cut the video to the home screen. After I finished speaking, he looked at the LCD screen on the wall and waited, but after he finished, there was no response. A few moments later, Luo Sheng came to reflect that it was Kinwaimu's home, not the technology complex building, and her villa was not connected to the intelligent home hosting system. Cortana. I heard the sound coming from the side. Luo Sheng subconsciously leaned his head and saw that Kinwaimu was focusing with death-like gaze. Luo Shengton was sweating, and quickly explained, "Her Majesty, please listen to me first. It is definitely a big misunderstanding. Xiaona's an artificial intelligence November Nafu I developed, nickname Xiaona. Is it?" Kinwaimu stared at his eyes motionlessly, trying to see if Luo Sheng was lying, but he did not comment for too long before looking away, because she also knew that if this guy wanted to disguise, from her eyes basically, no valuable information can be seen here. Exactly. Am I so stupid about a lie that breaks at one poke? Luo Sheng said vowingly. Wu Kinwaimu turned around and stared at Luo Sheng again. So you still have a lie that can't be pierced to me? Luo Yuosheng. At the end of the day, Luo Shengxing said ruthlessly, "Baby, this is not a construction site. Shall we not raise the bar? Maybe you just move into the science and technology complex." Suddenly, she felt tired to explain such a problem to a woman. Wu Kinwaimu did not continue to be on the issue, nor was he talking about it. He threw the phone in his hand to him. Luo Sheng picked it up for a while. It was an interview video. Seeing the respondent suddenly said, "What do you want me to see? Larry Ellison's interview. I don't like this product very much." Seeing that Kinwaimu did not respond, Luo Sheng immediately clicked to play the interview video. This is a video of Oracle founder Larry Ellison's interview with Fox Radio. In the video being played, Ellison said, "I am very happy to see the recovery of the US economy, but I think it is more important to be vigilant against new competitors at this time, the Chinese. If they let their economy exceed us, if let them train more engineers than us, if we let their technology companies defeat our technology companies, our military will lag behind them in the near future, as will our economy, and we are gradually competing with them more and more fiercely." Of course I support the United States. I hope we can win. I hope we can further develop and protect our technology, and this must also be the case. I think we must strengthen economic investment. We must develop the economy. We must develop technology. They have a lot of very talented engineers have contributed a lot of intellectual property rights. There are also technology giants such as BTC Blue Star Technology and Cote d'Azur. I think it is very important that we can win in the competition with them. We must also win. We don't want to. Second place. The summary of this interview video from the founder of Oracle, Luo Sheng, can sum up in a sentence after watching. How does this work? Don't let them surpass the United States. www.intelnovel.com. The subtext is, suppress. After reading this interview, Luo Sheng put his mobile phone aside and laughed. Oracle is probably very anxious, even if the translation software and MySQL have made Ellison feel the crisis. You should be vigilant in reminding this. This product likes these wild ways. Operation Blue Star Technology's instant translation business has been a big hit since its launch. Strictly speaking, it has been madly harvesting more than $4 billion in revenue worldwide in less than a quarter. It is too crazy as a new business. Behind this is the power of big data. Of course, it is even more inseparable from the assistance of artificial intelligence. In a sense, the real-time translation business has made Blue Star Technology a global enterprise software service provider. Oracle is the world's largest enterprise software company. In addition, Luo Sheng has the MySQL card in his hand. Ellison, don't be anxious. This is the same reason that Jeff Bezos first jumped out of the United States to worry about the country and the people. Both obviously felt that his hinterland of the kingdom has been threatened by Luo Sheng, but he has not come up with reliable solutions to this crisis. Luo Sheng lay on his back watching the smallpox like chanting, "My career is too difficult. I have to compete with Microsoft, with Amazon, with Google, with IBM, with Intel, and with almost everything." Silicon Valley tech giants compete. Chi Kinwaimu ignored him and grumbled, "Shut up. Wait and sleep." Chapter 337 Heart Microsoft and Jump Oracle. During this time, major IT giants have also released their own financial reports. On July 27, the third day of the release of Blue Star Technology Group's Q2 earnings report, Microsoft also disclosed its own performance report. According to foreign media reports, the Business Week website published articles. After Intel, Blue Star Technology, and the company have issued earnings reports that exceed investors' expectations, Microsoft has issued a very different voice from these companies, and its net profit has fallen sharply. According to Microsoft's financial report, in the financial report as of June 30, total revenue was $16.6 billion. Net profit was $3.05 billion, revenue was down 17% year-on-year, and net profit was down 29% year-on-year. Blue Star Technology Group's total revenue of $12.77 billion, but the net profit exceeds Microsoft. The net profit of $3.05 billion is indeed a very large amount. But this is the second consecutive profit shrinkage in Microsoft's 23-year history. Because Microsoft's net profit and revenue did not meet analyst expectations, investors sold Microsoft shares in subsequent after-hours trading, which caused the company's stock price to fall by as much as 8.84% in after-hours trading. As of now, Microsoft's Nasdaq price per share is $2. Down by $2.26, corresponding to a market value of $206.7 billion. Before the financial report was announced, there were still $227.4 billion, compared with more than $20 billion. Before Microsoft released this disappointing financial report, the entire securities market continued to rise due to the rebound in the performance of major IT companies. In contrast, Blue Star Technology, currently the world's largest IT-listed company by market capitalization, is at Microsoft. On the day the stock price plummeted, Blue Star's stock price rose again by about 4.27%, and Microsoft's top and bottom executives were worried. The total market value of Blue Star Technology has thus reached $256.3 billion, surpassing the first line of the universe that loves to be saved, and ICBC ranks third among the world's listed companies. And second, ExxonMobil. Luo Sheng reads 2 daily newspapers, one for the industry and one for the academic world. He has also paid close attention to the recent situation of Microsoft. Blue Star Technology has now overturned Microsoft's first throne in the IT technology giant and proudly stood out in the world with the attitude of a new king. Microsoft has opened a gap of around $50 billion. However, in Luo Sheng's view, Microsoft's prospects are relatively bright. It is expected to stimulate a new round of computer sales after the monthly release, And Microsoft has announced plans to launch a new version of Office software next year. Most people think that Microsoft's most profitable is Windows system, but in fact this business contributed only $3.1 billion in Microsoft's $16.6 billion revenue this quarter, and the most profitable is actually Office software. Villa in Kinwaimu. That night, Liu Yuosheng walked out slowly from the bathroom, holding a towel to wipe the water droplets on his hair, and almost tossed the towel to the bedroom. At this moment, Kinwaimu was sitting back to bed, and she was wearing a luxury robe from the Italian luxury brand La, giving a high-end elegance. She personally loved this brand, but Irene likes French brands. Obviously, Liu Yuosheng's appearance in her villa shows that today is an odd number of days in a week. Kinwaimu is holding an Azure mobile phone and staring at the screen. After seeing Liu Yuosheng coming in, she said immediately, "Foreign news. You might want to watch this video." Liu Yuosheng got into the bed and took a long walk. Subconsciously, Xiaona cut the video to the home screen. After I finished speaking, he looked at the LCD screen on the wall and waited, but after he finished, there was no response. A few moments later, Liu Yuosheng came to reflect that it was Kinwaimu's home, not the technology complex building, and her villa was not connected to the intelligent home hosting system. Cortana. I heard the sound coming from the side. Liu Yuosheng subconsciously leaned his head and saw that Kinwaimu was focusing with death-like gaze. Liu Yuosheng was sweating, and quickly explained, "Her Majesty, please listen to me first. It is definitely a big misunderstanding. Xiaona's an artificial intelligence November Nafu I developed, nickname Xiaona. Is it?" Kinwaimu stared at his eyes motionlessly, trying to see if Liu Yuosheng was lying, but he did not comment for too long before looking away, because she also knew that if this guy wanted to disguise, from her eyes basically, no valuable information can be seen here. Exactly. Am I so stupid about a lie that breaks at one poke? Liu Yuosheng said vowingly. Wu Kinwaimu turned around and stared at Liu Yuosheng again. So you still have a lie that can't be pierced to me? Liu Yuosheng. At the end of the day, Liu Yuosheng said ruthlessly, "Baby, this is not a construction site. Shall we not raise the bar? Maybe you just move into the science and technology complex." Suddenly, she felt tired to explain such a problem to a woman. Wu Kinwaimu did not continue to be on the issue, nor was he talking about it. He threw the phone in his hand to him. Liu Yuosheng picked it up for a while. It was an interview video. Seeing the respondent suddenly said, "What do you want me to see? Larry Ellison's interview. I don't like this product very much." Seeing that Kinwaimu did not respond, Liu Yuosheng immediately clicked to play the interview video. This is a video of Oracle founder Larry Ellison's interview with Fox Radio. In the video being played, Ellison said, "I am very happy to see the recovery of the US economy, but I think it is more important to be vigilant against new competitors at this time, the Chinese. If they let their economy exceed us, if let them train more engineers than us, if we let their technology companies defeat our technology companies, our military will lag behind them in the near future, as will our economy, and we are gradually competing with them more and more fiercely." Of course I support the United States. I hope we can win. I hope we can further develop and protect our technology, and this must also be the case. I think we must strengthen economic investment. We must develop the economy. We must develop technology. They have a lot of very talented engineers have contributed a lot of intellectual property rights. There are also technology giants such as BTC Blue Star Technology and Cote d'Azur. I think it is very important that we can win in the competition with them. We must also win. We don't want to. Second place. The summary of this interview video from the founder of Oracle, Liu Yuosheng, can sum up in a sentence after watching. How does this work? Don't let them surpass the United States. www.mentalnovel.com. The subtext is, suppress. After reading this interview, Liu Yuosheng put his mobile phone aside and laughed. Oracle is probably very anxious, even if the translation software and MySQL have made Ellison feel the crisis. You should be vigilant in reminding this. This product likes these wild ways. Operation Blue Star Technologies Instant Translation Business has been a big hit since its launch. Strictly speaking, it has been madly harvesting more than $4 billion in revenue worldwide in less than a quarter. It is too crazy as a new business. Behind this is the power of big data. Of course, it is even more inseparable from the assistance of artificial intelligence. In a sense, the real-time translation business has made Blue Star Technology a global enterprise software service provider. Oracle is the world's largest enterprise software company. In addition, Liu Sheng has the MySQL card in his hand. Ellison, don't be anxious. This is the same reason that Jeff Bezos first jumped out of the United States to worry about the country and the people. Both obviously felt that his hinterland of the kingdom has been threatened by Liu Sheng, but he has not come up with reliable solutions to this crisis. Liu Sheng lay on his back watching the smallpox like chanting, "My career is too difficult. I have to compete with Microsoft, with Amazon, with Google, with IBM, with Intel, and with almost everything." Silicon Valley tech giants compete. Chi Kinwaimu ignored him and grumbled, "Shut up. Wait and sleep." Chapter 338 Becoming the second largest economy in the world. Half a year in advance. Oracle Corporation headquarters in Redwood City, California, North America. Why can't we spend billions of dollars on R&D investment to effectively curb MySQL? Isn't the engineer in Silicon Valley really inferior to the Chinese? At this moment, Larry Ellison growled at an internal technical conference. It is worth mentioning that most IT companies are now filling cloud computing, but Oracle has responded mediocrely. Even now, Ellison has sneered at cloud computing and does not think this is the future. Data is the most important intangible asset of an enterprise and the source of competitiveness for technology companies. Oracle, with its advantages in servers, database software, and storage devices, has almost monopolized the global market share of commercial database systems, becoming the third largest software company after Microsoft and IBM. In the fields of finance, telecommunications, energy, especially large enterprises, the vast majority are Oracle customers. Now that cloud computing has emerged, some enterprise customers have gradually started to choose to purchase cloud services, and then put their data banks in the cloud. Nebula Star Cloud, a Blue Star Technology group, is currently the most popular solution in the world. This is directly impacted Oracle's server and database business. However, in the field of cloud computing services, Larry Ellison's arbitrariness has not been realized so far, and he has not realized that Oracle is missing the cloud computing front. Now it is Nebula that monopolizes about 70% of the global cloud service market, followed by Amazon, Microsoft, Google, FTSE, Ali, and IBM. And Oracle's cloud services are summarized in the other category, that is, other, and the market share is not counted separately because it is too small. Who knows what Larry Ellison thinks? Maybe until now, Oracle's market share in the database still exceeds 50% or more, giving him confidence. It is no exaggeration to say that Oracle is currently at most a low-level player in the global cloud computing service field. This time Larry Ellison was so anxious that even the holidays were cancelled, mainly because of the MySQL database on the French Riviera. Small and medium-sized customers are the markets that Oracle has always been unable to enter. The MySQL database has made him uncomfortable. He had decided to drive his own luxury super yacht, which was several times larger than Liu Sheng's, and took a group of sisters to the Caribbean coast for a holiday. It is not Liu Sheng that Larry Ellison hates the most, but IBM is behind the scheme. Otherwise, MySQL will definitely not fall into Liu Sheng's hands so easily. In Ellison's view, this European open-source database vendor should have been the most perfect in Oracle's pocket. Now Oracle has also acquired Sun Microsystems. It's not overly pleasing. It is currently considering a lawsuit with Google for compensation for a huge patent fee. But MySQL's current threat to Ellison in Liu Sheng's hands is getting bigger and bigger. and Oracle's database is becoming more and more competitive in SMEs. Now for Oracle, Blue Star Technology has also risen, really moving towards a world-class software giant. The translation level of OCT software is not only Blue Star Technology spent billions of dollars to collect and update big data. We found that there is a set of AI technology based on deep learning algorithm mechanism behind the software, which is quite powerful, said the chief operating officer. Can it be deciphered? Ellison asked neatly. Online translation of the OCT software caught Ellison's attention, as Blue Star Technology Group jumped to become the world's fifth largest software giant by relying solely on this new business. Sorry for boss. Unless our technicians can breach Blue Star's security system and invade their internal systems, our engineers obviously can't do it. Isn't it possible? Nice. Listen, no matter if I borrow or steal it, even if I send someone to Liu Sheng's trash can to get garbage, I get the core technology of Blue Star Technology information. Allison snarled. It is no exaggeration to say that Liu Sheng's two companies are very popular with hackers, competitors and the CIA. The core technical information of the two companies is something that countless people want to have in their dreams, not only technical information, but also important executive meetings. A high-tech eavesdropper can eavesdrop on discussions in the other party's conference room in another building. Both the Azure Coast and Blue Star Technology have defended themselves. There are too many unknown aspects of corporate competition, especially among large groups and high-tech companies. Competitors use all available means to obtain as much as possible the business secrets of their opponents. Liu Sheng has never taken the matter lightly in how to prevent competitors from sabotaging the trade secrets of his own company. Today, Xionu is connected to the security systems of the two companies, and the overall situation is secretly monitored. The servers of the two companies are being attacked every day. Every attack is intercepted and recorded and archived by Xionu. The data shows that more than 75% of the IP addresses are from Europe and America. In addition, Liu Sheng personally encrypts important data to ensure that even if a malicious attacker has successfully intercepted the data and brought it outside the network, he can also ensure that it is not stolen by displaying a series of garbled characters. Of course, Liu Sheng's approach is to use garbled and ridicule. No one has enjoyed this gift so far. In addition, the internal employees of the two companies have established permissions. Different ranks have different permissions for operations such as read-only, modify, save, print, copy and paste content, and screen copy recording. Of course, this is not enough. More detailed rights management is needed to establish an account life cycle for employees, set corresponding permissions and access control, and change or delete accounts after the employee is transferred or resigned to protect the security of the internal network. Cortana is perfect for this task. In addition to these technologies, Qin Weimu also personally established perfect informationization processes and trade secret management for the two companies, and tailored a set of trade secret management systems. Once he discovered that his trade secrets had been stolen, he could immediately professionals assist with different legal measures to protect themselves against business espionage and business espionage employers. This is supported by a strong legal team. The content of Oracle's interview with Fox has spread across the country and has been reported in China. Many people in the mainland have also reported this. Many people on the internet are also discussing it. Now, as long as the news about Liu Sheng and his company is very topical point, of course, it is also indispensable to promote the media, who can make more traffic here. Netizens eating melons in the mainland are indignant. They have to return the Oracle name. I don't know which Chinese who broke their heads to help them get the name. Oracle is the name of a Chinese nation, but in the hands of Americans. What about Adan Baba? When he said that, he was already second. Look at what Americans say about us. Hateful. You'll be fine when you stand by him. This is normal. You are the overlord and you don't want to be overtaken by you. but the tank of Huago has already been told to drive away. No one can stop it first. He said nothing wrong. While we are awake, we must work hard. It's too real. Larry Ellison is presumably seeing Archbishop Luo threatening his core business, but there is no good way. Anxious suddenly found that Archbishop Luo is too difficult. It competes with more than half of Silicon Valley's technology giants at the same time. The most important part is the faint voltage regulation. It would be nice if there were a few more big brothers in our country. There is only one big brother and the others are younger brothers. At the end of July, the latest news released on the official website of the National Bureau of Statistics soon suppressed Larry Ellison's news, and major media around the world used the front-page headlines to compete. On Friday night, Luo Sheng and Qin Weimai had dinner at this moment, but their attention was focused on the news webcast being broadcast on the TV. Information from this station. According to the information released by the National Bureau of Statistics, China's gross domestic product increased by 10.7% in the second quarter of this year. In the first half of this year, the GDP reached 19 trillion yuan, or about $27,952 billion. In the first half of this year, China's gross domestic product officially surpassed Japan and became the world's second largest economy after the United States. Qin Weimai took his gaze back, took the goblet, shook it, prepared to take a sip, but stopped, then turned his head to look at Luo Sheng, who is still following the news, and Qi Yan smiled. It seems that I still underestimate our economy. The momentum of development. GDP surpassed Japan almost 8 months earlier than I expected. Japan's GDP in the first half of this year has already been released statistically earlier, with $2.51 trillion. With an average growth rate of about 4.3%. The mainland was driven by a large-scale economic stimulus package and rapid bank loans. In the second quarter, GDP increased by 10.7% over a year ago. In the current global economic downturn, such super-strong growth is indeed unexpected and exceeded analysts' expectations. Universal estimates. This year, the speed of the mainland's economic growth, which was affected by the global financial turmoil, plummeted from 13% in 2007 to 6%. Now the data shows that it has clearly bottomed out. At this moment, an interview from Andy Rosman, an economist at Lion Securities and Shenzhen, is being broadcast on the TV news. This is a pretty amazing recovery, and it is not only government funds that stimulate the recovery, but private companies. It is also recovering. And that is the key. Luo Sheng also looked back and took a sip of wine. In the memory of his last life, GDP surpassed Japan in next year, more than half a year earlier. Obviously because he has quietly changed the course of the world. The economic growth directly brought by his two companies will certainly not drive the country's economic growth of more than $300 billion. However, this account is obviously not calculated like this. It is said that the Azure Coast Company has now spawned a huge supply chain system centered on Azure. The BYD OEM took off directly because it got close to Luo Sheng's thigh. On the way, there was a feint overcoming the momentum of Fushikang, which stimulated employment and stimulated the economy. It is no exaggeration to say that the birth of the Azure mobile phone directly or indirectly gave birth to an industry chain of hundreds of billions of yuan. Hundreds of thousands of people became rich or got jobs by relying on this mobile phone. At the same time, Luo Sheng www.mtnovel.com especially Shengfeng Capital has contributed a part of his power to the country's investment promotion. And this force is not small, attracting more foreign capital to China investment. These benefits cannot be related to Luo Sheng with intuitive data. Qin Weimai put down his wine glass and looked at Luo Sheng and said, "By the way, today I received a letter from above." 1 week later, the entrepreneur leaders of Huimai and Huimai will hold the first Huimai Entrepreneur Roundtable in Manhattan. You are one of them, and one of the people on hand. Luo Sheng said without hesitation, "Well, go, you prepare." This must not be deduced. The national team led the delegation to participate in the meeting. As the leader of Chinese private entrepreneurs today, many things cannot be to own, has been pushed to the forefront by the times. Can only go on and on. Chinese website. Chapter 339. Squeeze out Tencent. Entering August, with the arrival of the first Huami Entrepreneurs Roundtable, the focus of the news media coverage has finally shifted from the news that China's GDP has officially surpassed Japan's to this conference. It can be said that it has attracted a lot of attention, and it is precisely this is the first time for business leaders to conduct dialogue and exchanges between the world's largest economy and the second largest economy on the earth. It is a very significant and worthy event for the entire world. On August 5th, Liu Sheng took Qin Huaimu and several other executives to a private plane to the capital, and then flew to New York, North America, with a special plane for the national team. There are 77 entrepreneurial leaders on both sides, 34 on the Chinese side, and the rest on the American side. 77. Any one of these 77 is a leader in the industry who has achieved great achievements in their respective fields. This is the first session, and it is quite attractive to the media in terms of content. Almost all major mainstream media around the world have conducted in-depth coverage of the dialogue. Liu Yuoxing arrived in New York, got off the plane and checked into the hotel already arranged to rest. In the guest room, Qin Huaimu came out of the bathroom generously, and the beauty was out of bath. A pair of snow-white long legs that formed a golden ratio with the whole body was too dramatic. But it failed to attract Liu Sheng's eyes, because he is concentrating on playing the game. Wu Qinhuaimu said in an angry manner, "I really don't understand that you still have the mood to play a game at this time. You don't prepare what to say tomorrow?" Liu Yuoxing shrugged. Do we use the draft for our speeches? Just open your mouth and relax." Qinhuaimu shook his head helplessly, and then went to the bed lazily. Squinting his head, Liu Sheng said, "It is important to read tomorrow's meeting. You don't have to wait for the palace tonight, and keep your energy right." After a while, Liu Sheng closed the computer and set it aside, and came to the bed, and then said to Qin Huaimu, "This trip to the United States has other tasks. You can arrange it." Wu Qin Huaimu also looked at him curiously. "Other tasks? What tasks?" After hearing that, Liu Sheng brought the computer over again, then opened the screen for her to look at, and said, "You buy 2 game companies. This sandbox game called Minecraft, although just released the first public version, but I am very optimistic. The developer Mojang Ab is headquartered in Stockholm, Sweden. You send a few people to buy this studio in the past." Wu Qinhuaimu stared at him. "Are you serious? Don't tell me that you just look good after you have played for a while. Just buy it." Liu Sheng nodded. Yes, how can the game be unsuccessful? I am serious. I bought it, and now I can buy this studio at around $10 million, and I may not even use it. So much money, but within a few years this return on investment is hundreds or even hundreds of times. So exaggerated. Qin Huaimu couldn't help but feel wrong. Isn't that saying that this mosaic game is worth billions of dollars? Liu Yuoxing looked at her confidently and said, "When have I invested so many times and overturned the car? Trust me correctly. Remember not to call me the banner. Buy it secretly, and get it announced." "Okay, I'll deal with it at that time." Qin Huaimu found that he could not refute him for a while, and indeed every investment made so far has succeeded without exception. In addition to this, there is also a game company to win. Liu Sheng said, comfortably lying on those beautiful legs that will not get tired after playing for N years. An American online game developer named Games, literally called Fist Game. The company was founded in 2006, raised $8 million last year, and introduced investors including Tencent, Benchmark Capital and Firstmark Capital. Speaking of which, Liu Sheng turned his head to Qin Huaimu. "As far as I know, Tencent is currently the largest investment shareholder of Games, holding about 22.34% of the shares. Well, so, merge into the Blue Star Technology Group gaming division. You think of a way to give me a full acquisition." Qin Huaimu thought, "Is it a wholly owned acquisition? I can handle this. but since wholly owned acquisition requires the hidden dangers of the founder team of the core layer to leaving them inside the fist company, the best way it's about passing the operating right to the founder team. Luo Yuosheng nodded, yes, no problem. If the founder team runs away, the value of the fist company will be greatly reduced, otherwise the investment will likely become a bad asset. Qin Weimer thought for a moment and added, the operation is simple and can be easily done with a little extra money. First, buy the stocks of Benchmark Capital and First Mark Capital, and then negotiate with the founder team of Fist Games the conditions of issuance channels and first-rate traffic entrances, and non-interference in their operation and management as conditions for repurchasing all their shares, and then convening a shareholder meeting for a large amount of financing, diluting Tencent's equity and indirectly crowding it out. Tencent currently holds 22.34% of the shares in Fist Games, and there is no special agreement such as a veto right, which means that when the last step of the shareholders' meeting is held, a major event vote with a majority of more than 67% can be passed. No more than 34%, even the veto could not be done, so I can only watch the financing happen. This seems to be meaningless for Tencent. The original intention was to get the agency rights of the upcoming League of Legends in China. Luo Sheng entered the market and certainly could not compete with Blue Star Technology, the rhythm that can be killed with money, and for Tencent, who is unable to return to the sky, if the Fist game is not listed in the future, and it does not pay dividends, it will be tethered. It is obvious that in such a situation, the best other result is to retreat, and then transfer the remaining equity in the hand. The Blue Star Technology, which is not bad, can be received in accordance with the order, and it can still sell for a good price, at least from the perspective of venture capital. It can also make a fortune. Both games are very useful for future layout and economic benefits. In Luo Sheng's last life, Minecraft was acquired by Microsoft with a huge investment of $2.5 billion www.mentalnovel.com. Now it may be $10 million, and League of Legends became a global fire in the future. The esports game, which generates an amazing $1 billion in revenue each year, can be called a cash cow among cash cows. Fist Game can jump into the ranks of the world's top game developers with this game alone. It can be seen that this game has great influence and ability to attract money. This matter is so settled. The biggest purpose of bringing Qin Weimer is to acquire these two potential game developers. She is now the CEO of Shengfeng Capital, and the Fist game is merged into the games of Blue Star Technology Group Business Department. But because Luo Sheng is the CEO of Blue Star Technology, of course, she can be entrusted as a lawyer and advisor to lead a group to acquire. The key is that you don't have to pay commission anymore. The next day, the first Huimai Entrepreneur Leadership Roundtable was held as scheduled. Luo Sheng bought two game developers along the way. This trip to North America was mainly for this exchange conference. After all, following the national team, it is the first time. Luo Sheng is the brand of a technology company in Huago. This responsibility is not to be ignored, so it is naturally a dessert. Early this morning, most of the mainstream media in the United States, including Wall Street, Silicon Valley, and the world, focused on Manhattan Island, New York. Especially in the context of the current global financial turmoil, the dialogue between business leaders as one of the world's top two economies is also of great significance, and all parties are eagerly looking forward to this exchange for the recovery of the world economy. Bring new surprises. Chapter 341 Bad News. Old beauty routine. Here is the CNN report. The first U.S.-China Business Leadership Roundtable was held in Manhattan. Business leaders from both countries gathered to discuss and share information on topics such as technology, innovation, finance, and economics. Fox Radio and TV reporters reported on the spot that this event is divided into Innovation and Globalization Forum and Science and Technology Forum. In the Science and Technology Forum, the progress of artificial intelligence in Silicon Valley is a hot spot. Global Times reporters connect, and the first Huawei Business Leadership Roundtable is held on the New York Stock Exchange. Co-hosted by the China Entrepreneurs Forum, the New York Stock Exchange and the New York Cooperative Organization, it aims to establish a solid communication platform for the development of long-term cooperation between business leaders on both sides. The theme of this conference is creating a win-win prosperity, which will focus on 1. The prospects of commercial cooperation between the two countries in the next 10 years, 2. Opportunities and options for investment in the United States, 3. How to establish a global enterprise management system. Early this morning, journalists from mainstream media at home and abroad have felt that the conference was held and are racing to report. With the passage of time, every minute and a minute, almost everybody from all walks of life arrived at the opening venue one after another. New York Mayor Bloomberg on the U.S. side, Evans, Vice Chairman of Goldman Sachs Group, etc. come out. It is worth mentioning that the era of Goldman Sachs is the most glorious era, along with the global financial catastrophe that broke out in 2008, and Wall Street has now ushered in the Morgan era. The first investment bank is no longer Goldman Sachs, but it is still the world's top investment bank. And the key point is that Goldman Sachs now holds 17.75% of Blue Star Technology Group, which can be said to be a strong supporter of Luo Sheng on Wall Street. Zai Huaguo's business leaders also came one after another, but most of them were financial, real estate, media companies, and only 2 or 3 technology companies. Fortunately, the arrival of Luo Sheng has propped up the facade of the mainland science and technology community. Around 10:11, a luxurious business seat drove into the red carpet at the opening venue. People who came down from the car attracted many media cameras as soon as they appeared. He is Luo Sheng. Reporters from various media immediately aimed the camera at this young man who still made them feel incredible. Luo Sheng was really too young. He is only 24 years old this year. It can be said that it is a miracle that cannot be copied. Almost all business leaders participating in this conference today are over half a year old. However, it is such a young man who has created 2 world-renowned technology giants in one hand. The Azure Coast and Blue Star Technology can be said to be the brand of the technology sector in the Chinese side of the conference. Just because of this, his youth makes him more legendary. Luo Sheng didn't wear his iconic big ticket suit today, but rarely attended the conference in a formal suit. The reporter who knew him better found that Luo Sheng was missing one person today, that is, Qin Weimu, who usually attended such public events. The beauty came along with the shadow. The matter was also reported in the media, and there were many gossips and gossip. Wu Qin Weimu did not come today. She went to deal with the merger and acquisition of 2 game companies. Luo Sheng had no problem holding this scene easily. I saw him with an official smile on his face, and calmly walked towards the venue. Soon after he entered, several Chinese faces greeted him. The 2 sides talked for a while, and Luo Sheng followed the other person to a room in the background, and the Consul General of China in New York was also here. Comrade Luo Sheng, we have got an inside news here, which may be bad news for you. Consul Peng bluntly said, thinking about it and adding, you can rest assured, our people here have already checked, no eavesdropping equipment. Luo Sheng nodded, and immediately asked, what news? Consul Peng, according to the reliable information we have obtained, Americans will ask you to attend a hearing on the privacy and monopoly of user data collected by Blue Star Technology Group after the conference. It seems that they have conspired on this matter long ago. As a result, if you do not handle this matter well, Blue Star Technology may face huge fines from the other party, or even worse results than this. Luo Sheng could not help but be lost in thought. Blue Star Technology Group has now almost ruled the United States in the field of social networking. It is no exaggeration to say that if North American internet users leave all Blue Star products, it will be difficult to swim on the internet. This hearing is afraid that it is necessary to go. If not, there will be an excuse for Lomai. Even if Blue Star cannot be driven out of the North American market, it must be fined. A fine of tens of billions of dollars is equal to the campaigner's non-profit year. After a short while, Luo Sheng nodded and said, I know. Thank you Consul Peng for telling me that I will handle it properly. Consul Xunpeng, haha, you are ours. What do you think? Luo Luosheng could not help laughing. Consul Xipeng added, but there is so much we can do. The specific things depend on what you do. Luo Luosheng, in fact, it has two sides. And it is also a good thing to look at it from another angle. Old American is helping me to promote this kind of advertising, and I can't get $1 billion. Consul Xunpeng was surprised at hearing this, and couldn't help laughing for a moment. Luo Sheng is very young, and looks too young to Consul Peng. He is about the same age as his university son, but he is still assured of Luo Sheng. The previous examples and the achievements he has made today are the how can such a degree be achieved without capacity. I didn't worry too much about it, and worry was not very useful. The two sides chatted for a while. Luo Sheng soon left the room and went to the opening hall together. At this moment, there are 1,000 or 2,000 people in the venue, in addition to business leaders, guests and reporters from all walks of life. Luo Sheng's appearance also attracted a lot of attention. When he went to the seating area, a young foreigner came in suddenly, but he was shocked by the staff nearby. But he was not close to Luo Sheng. It was already taken away by the accompanying bodyguards. This young foreigner is not a terrorist, but holding an Azure mobile phone and wants to take a photo with Luo Sheng. Unfortunately, it did not happen as expected. The bodyguard is very decisive. But Luo Sheng is still a smiling expression, giving the impression that if the bodyguard does not stop, he will readily accept the other party's photo. If the bodyguard didn't stop, Luo Sheng would certainly do the same, because if he behaves very arrogantly in such a public place, he will surely be reported by the media. He didn't forget that he didn't know how many shots locked him at this moment. Any behavior will be recorded clearly. However, this is only a trivial episode. Then Luo Sheng arrived at the lobby seating area without any obstacles. A young and beautiful blonde girl in charge of the welcome led him to the first row seating area. Are you here? Luo Sheng said when he saw an empty seat. Yes, sir. Thank you. Luo Luosheng immediately sat down on the empty singles sofa, and the two bigs sitting on his right could be said to be unknown. I didn't expect to be on such an occasion to meet today's unprecedentedly famous internet son www.mentalnovel.com. It's nice to meet you Mr. Luo. Luo Luosheng turned his head and saw that the other hand reached out. He immediately reached out and shook it, and laughed. Mr. Gates. The man sitting on his right is formerly the world's richest man, Bill Gates. He also attended the conference this time. In addition, the big man sitting on the right of Gates is also unknown, and he is Walter Leon Buffett. This scene was also snapped by media photographers in front of the seat. This picture is of extraordinary significance. Luo Sheng, Gates, and Buffett. It is very rare for the top 3 richest super-rich people in the world to appear in the same frame. A scene. Even Gates and Buffett have come to show the importance of this meeting, but Luo Sheng doesn't think it is too much, because China has taken off, and one of the world's largest consumer markets is exploding. People like them cannot see it. What significance does this bring? I will have a private dinner 1 week later. Mr. Buffett will also be present. Mr. Luo, you are also my key invitee. Gates launched the invitation with a sincere smile. Wow, isn't it? Very honored, Mr. Gates' private dinner invitation. I think I have something new to show off on Weibo. Can I send the message in advance? Luo Sheng joked with a smile. Ha ha, of course no problem. The two chatted in private in a low voice, and it didn't last long. So the dinner was settled. Although it was her first meeting, she was quite harmonious. At around 10:30, the first Huimai Business Leadership Roundtable was officially opened. Chapter 341 Battle 1 Fighting Method. Endless fun. Latest website. China-US bilateral trade has expanded from less than $2.5 billion in 1979 to $377.8 billion in 2008. At present, The two sides have become each other's second largest trading partners. The United States is China's largest export market, and China has also become the third largest export market in the United States since 2007. The area of bilateral trade cooperation has continued to widen, and an inch integration has deepened. A lot of facts have proved that the development of mutually beneficial and win-win economic and trade exchanges and cooperation is in the common interest of both parties. At present, the United States is also in a critical period of promoting a sustained economic recovery. Efforts to promote bilateral economic development will undoubtedly be entrepreneurs of both sides, bring huge opportunities for cooperation and development. The conference has already begun. At this moment, Consul Peng attended the conference and delivered a speech. As time passed by 1 minute, the next was Liu Sheng's opening speech on behalf of the business leaders of Huaguo. This was a bit unexpected, but it was reasonable to think carefully. A young, popular, outstanding, and influential person in both East and West. Looking for these 4 indicators, few people meet the requirements. Liu Sheng is exactly the one who meets the requirements. The performance of the Blue Coast and Blue Star Technology Group has not been greatly affected by the international economic crisis, because the new growth point is too bright, which is itself a very interesting thing for all companies participating in this business leader roundtable. The strong sense of mission and responsibility embodied in Liu Sheng also convinced the representatives of the scientific, technological, political, business and academic circles. As one of the few technology companies in the world with top core technology, Blue Star Technology's defeat of competitors in domestic and foreign markets has also inspired the general Chinese public's great pride in the world's latest technology. Liu Sheng's 2 technology companies have created new value in many fields. Previously, the Chinese have given Blue Star the honor of Huaguo's coolest company, best employer and top 10 world-class brands. Science and technology also gave Liu Sheng the honor of the most respected entrepreneur in China. At this moment, Liu Sheng on the stage spoke calmly to a big man. Huaguo is committed to economic exploration from labor-intensive to innovative. I think there are a lot of opportunities here, but in general there is still a lack of correct judgment of scientific taste. In the current market environment, first-class scientists should be involved. Investment and rational allocation of resources. My speech today is artificial intelligence. I think that artificial intelligence will rise in the future, and its rise is due to 3 important trends. The exponential growth of computing power described by Moore's law, the large scale of the Internet and the Internet of Things, massive data generated by growth, book development of intelligent algorithms. But artificial intelligence is still in the early bionics stage. At the same time, machines cannot and do not need to fully imitate the human brain. Liu Sheng said these are inevitable megatrends, but the specific problems naturally will not be mentioned on this occasion. The artificial intelligence Xiono is indeed in the early bionics stage, but compared to other technology companies or research institutions in the world, Liu Sheng's leadership in this field has almost left them more than 8 streets. The OCT translation software business is a perfect example of a major application scenario of artificial intelligence. The support of cloud computing technology alone is far from the powerful and incredible online translation capabilities available today. The speech delivered by Liu Sheng today is all about the big picture. And today's dialogue is also a big picture. It should be so. The financial turmoil is fierce, but in fact, the crisis is not terrible. Take history as a mirror. As long as you give up your illusions and focus on innovation and change, you can usher in new development. I am very willing to stand with business elites around the world and take responsibility, jointly improve leadership, and quickly cover the bad situation brought about by the economic crisis. To be able to participate in the first Huimi Business Leadership Roundtable and become the leader of the business leaders' speech, the most important indicator is leadership. In the extremely special period of the 2009 global economic crisis, This leadership was naturally given leaders break through the economic crisis. Luo Sheng can definitely afford it. Blue Star Technology Group's cloud computing services are in place. The economic crisis has brought a contribution from technological change. A large number of companies rely on the Nebula's Star Cloud solution to successfully reduce IT costs, and came down. Of course, Blue Star Technology has also obtained a rich return. It is worth mentioning that because Luo Sheng's participation in the first Huimi Business Leader Roundtable was also strongly watched by many mainland netizens, because he now has a large number of followers in the private sector, who have claimed to be IT religionists. Zhong Luosheng is the Archbishop of IT, of course, more for fun. It is indeed a big brother. The youngest in the audience can easily hold the scene. It would have been too long for me to take care of myself. It is very fortunate that there is one Luo Sheng in our country, and unfortunately there is only one Luo Sheng. Take the French Riviera, which was founded by President Luo, as an example. It is in front of everyone, but the domestic supply chain behind it cannot keep up. No joint force can be formed. Unlike Lomai, there are not only 8 IT King Kongs, but also dozens of hundreds of super strong IT giants outside of King Kong, as well as followers of Europe, Japan, South Korea and other allies. Looking at this roundtable meeting, what we can do well at the technology company side is that General Manager Luo stood out to stand up the facade, and only a single film. And the people sitting opposite, Microsoft, Google, Intel, etc. There is really a sense of self-power versus the sense of vision in Silicon Valley in the United States. Although this picture has the blood of a comic book, only one Luo is indeed not enough. The power of role models is endless, led by Chief Luo, and many high-tech Chinese enterprises will keep up. Come on. To be honest, apart from a few state-owned enterprises and 2 companies from President Luo, you can't find a few leading technology companies. You missed an act in the communications field, and this is great. The end of the plight of lack of cores and screens in our country may really depend on the Archbishop to take down this hard bone. I agree with the previous brothers that China's technology industry cannot rely on Luo Sheng alone. The old saying is good: it is not spring alone, and flowers bloom in the garden. Luo Sheng, in a sense, he is a precocious man. He started to fall in love before he was too old, so he is particularly outstanding among his peers. Luo Sheng has done things beyond the current innovation environment in China. This is the most incredible and exciting thing. What I have to say is that Luo Sheng now has a role model that inspires countless generations. Perhaps this is the reason why the country actively supports him. He needs the power of role models at any time, and Luo Sheng's age advantage is undoubtedly the best candidate for young leaders. In the following dialogues and exchanges, Luo Sheng was invited to attend 3 symposiums, which were dialogues and exchanges with business leaders in the business, trade, and technology fields in the United States. This afternoon, Luo Sheng sat down with several big IT leaders in Silicon Valley in a studio next door. Silicon Valley has Eric Schmidt, the CEO of Google, Samuel, the head of IBM, and Bill Gates. But Bill Gates did not attend this high-end forum as a representative of Microsoft. Since Microsoft was involved in the monopoly dispute, Gates had to resign from Microsoft in order to pay for his arrogance, and Microsoft has also paid a heavy price for it. Today's Microsoft is in the Balmer era, but basically it is certain that Microsoft has missed the mobile internet era. The current competitors here are 2 of the core players. It is Luo Sheng and Eric Schmidt. The company behind Luo Sheng is the Cote d'Azur and Blue Star Technology. The company behind Eric Schmidt is Google. Now several forums are starting at the same time, and Luo Sheng is sure to be the most popular, with thousands of industry participants and guests gathered, not to mention the rest. The richest man in the world today and the former richest man on the same stage are enough to attract attention. It is true that the competition is very fierce now. Luo Sheng talked and laughed naturally when the symposium was held. The boss sat in a microphone and said methodically, 5 or 6 years ago, we were in the IT industry, or my younger brother, regardless of Microsoft, Google. Both IBM and IBM are giants we look up to. At that time, everyone was cultivating in their respective fields, and then won the customer market through healthy competition. The host replied, "The problem is that there is too much competition now, and it is cross-border competition." Blue Star Technology has gone from university dormitories all the way to now become a world-class internet giant. We find that often the first and second competition, the third and the fourth is gone. You are far ahead. These remarks were obviously addressed to Luo Sheng, who said without hesitation, "It is true. I am very much in favor of the host's words. I counted that there may be dozens of places in the world that are competing. The competition includes more than a dozen Silicon Valley giants, including IBM, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Oracle, etc. It is really fierce than ever before." Speaking of which, Luo Sheng looked around and spoke English fluently. The advantage is that normal and reasonable benign competition actually promotes the development of both parties, because he will stimulate your fighting spirit. But the bad part is that the field of competition is really a test too much. Sometimes I may think every day, suddenly a material report is dumped on my desk. What is this again? This is also competing? Okay. Seeing Luo Sheng's ridiculous wry smile. www.mtlnovel.com. The people present couldn't help laughing and laughing. All plastic friendship. Luo Sheng did not forget the hello that Consul Peng had greeted him earlier. Maybe it was someone who was lobbying the North American authorities. However, I think Luo Sheng felt that the other party would take this opportunity to make trouble at the hearing and punish him with a huge sum of tens of billions of dollars. That was too self-confident. This day, he started to prevent it from entering the North American market. Luo Sheng is very willing to attend the hearing of Lomai. Anyway, this time he came along and can fight with the Emperor of the United States. It is also extremely fun. Others may panic, but Luo Sheng is happy. Chinese website. Chapter 342. Send a surprise to Lomai. The latest website, for the outside world. The Huimai Business Leadership Roundtable is a high-end dialogue and exchange event, but for Luo Sheng, it is actually sitting with the big brothers to brag about it. It's really bragging. What Luo Sheng said above is generally what he does not do, or that he will not do in the short term, or that others cannot do at all. And what he is really doing, others may be able to do, but he will never say it in public. That's what a fool does. So what can be said is that although it is enough to brag, the size can be as large as possible. It is a basic operation to look at all human beings and serve the world. And Luo Sheng wants to build a whole semiconductor industry chain, which is nothing to mention in this dialogue. However, the other side also caught this question and forced Luo Sheng to answer it, but he would play Tai Kai and say nothing for a long time. The most talked about was how much the North American semiconductor industry was madly touted. China has also been in this field for 50 years. May not catch up. It may not even catch up in 50 years. When the American heard this, he thought carefully that the Chinese people were indeed crushed by the semiconductor industry. There used to be a Japanese rival, and now he is lying down. Luo Sheng said that the 50-year gap may be exaggerated, but the gap between the two sides is obviously an indisputable fact, so the Americans thought about it again. Luo Sheng, who wants to catch up or even catch up in the semiconductor industry, is really naive. Americans do have this capital for inflation, so they are concerned that Luo Sheng's Shengfeng capital wants to toss in this field, but it has not reached the point where it is close to the enemy, and it has no fluctuations in its heart. After all, the confidence of being a world hegemony is there, far from the panic scene of 10 years later. In short, Luo Sheng's operation is to hold the US emperor in any posture, and how to float it. It also shows that both Blue Star Technology and the French Riviera want to join the North American Semiconductor Industry Association (SIA) and become an international member of them, if they can. Shengfeng Capital even wants to invest in ASML companies, because ASML has a wonderful operation. They only sell the most advanced lithography machines to companies that invest in him, such as Intel, Samsung, Hynix, TSMC, etc. This is why the United States can allow ASML companies from the Netherlands to dominate the world's top lithography technology, because the majority shareholders are Americans. Luo Sheng expressed his urgent desire to purchase advanced lithography machines, and Lomai also shifted the topic, meaning, don't think about the lithography machine, there are no doors. In the evening, after today's conference, Luo Sheng returned to the hotel. Many mainstream media in North America, including those in Europe, wanted to have an interview with him, but they were all eliminated. Luo Sheng was sitting on the sofa in the living room, with a laptop on his thigh, and his hands quickly fluttered on the keyboard. Resolving intrusion. Cortana's electronically synthesized sound was transmitted from the external voice of the laptop. At this moment, Luo Sheng was invading the CIA's intelligence network system. While Luo Sheng was concentrating, the hotel room door was opened, and Qin Weimu, dressed in old clothes, came to the living room. You named the 2 game companies you bought, and I have arranged for them to go to Los Angeles and Europe respectively. Qin Weimu saw Luo Sheng in the living room and said, by the way, Luo Sheng didn't look up and continued to focus on his own affairs. As soon as Qin Weimu came in, she took off her all outfit, took off a headgear, and a hair shawl. After a while, Qin Weimu took a bathrobe and entered the bathroom. From bathing to the living room again, it was found that Luo Sheng was still sitting in place and focused. Qin Weimu could not help but walked curiously. Codename US 984XN. What is this? Luo Sheng felt the fragrance of flowing nose, and looked down at the source, squinting Qin Weimu and staring at the screen again, smiling and saying, Prisaplan. Qin Weimu wondered, Prisaplan. Luo Sheng nodded, well, I am invading the old US intelligence network system. This is a top-secret electronic surveillance program for the world that was implemented by the old US NSA until 2007. Brother is not the one to mess with, and he has to surprise them. What hearing? Qin Weimu asked, and Luo Sheng learned about it through Consul Peng today. She didn't know that it was normal. Luo Sheng simply said. After a while, Qin Weimu seriously said, how do you plan to deal with this matter? Hearing that, Luo Sheng could not help but smile aloud and said, you may think this is a tricky bad thing, but in my opinion a backhand. Bad things can also turn into a good thing for me. Look at the above list. Speaking of Luo Sheng tapping on the keyboard a few times, an information panel fell out. These are the lists of secret surveillance projects codenamed PRISM, which can be directly entered into the center of gravity of the American International Network server to mine data, mobile information. The list includes 9 international network giants including Microsoft, Yahoo, Google, Apple, Amazon, etc. All of them are involved. Luo Sheng added, but Blue Star Technology Group is not on the list, and the Blue Coast is not on the list. Hee. The NSA has tried every way to request to enter Blue Star Technology's major service to mine data and collect intelligence and was in charge of the North American business. George Charles flatly refused. Qin Weixian held his jaw in his hands, and thoughtfully, it seems that you are already nailed in their eyes, thorns in the flesh, and can't be pulled out. It is as uncomfortable as pinching in the throat. No wonder this time it will make you difficult. Luo Sheng nodded. I estimate that if I follow their path this time, someone at NSA will come to discuss a deal with me soon. As long as I promise to participate in the Prisaplan, by then I will be a tiger and a fate's throat. Already pinched by Americans. Once participating in the PRISA project, there is a 90% probability that Blue Star Technology will be fatally hit. One of them is not to be seen by North American authorities. Blue Star Technology can't wait to eradicate it. Whether or not this plan is exposed, Americans have pinned their lives on it. If it is exposed, Blue Star Technology will inevitably be pushed to the forefront, and with the old Americans creating public opinion behind it, there is no doubt that Blue Star Technology will be immediately resisted by the whole people, and it is worldwide. At this time, Lomai can logically come to a thief to call and catch a thief, sanction and dismember the Blue Star Technology Group. As for the Prisaplan itself, Ha, that's what the US Emperor did in the past. At most, the main planner staged a blame resignation, and it was finally left. Qin Weimer thought for a moment and seemed to understand Luo Sheng's intention. Do you want to expose the Prism Project anonymously? Luo Sheng immediately slammed his fingers, tilted his head and looked at Qin Weimer. It is indeed my daughter Zhuge, right? The Prism Gate is a big surprise, and it must be enough for a beautiful pot. Qin Weimer carefully analyzed. This may be a mixed bag for us. The good news is that Blue Star Technology Group was able to stay in the mud during this shocking monitoring scandal. In addition, the sharp contrast of the hearing, in this kind of it will be an unprecedented positive publicity against the background, which should be a good thing in your eyes. Google claims that doing no evil is a face of Chigo. www.mtlnovel.com. After a while Qin Weimer said very worriedly, like you said, everything has two sides. I am more worried since then we will further become nails and thorns in the eyes of Americans. If it is found that the Prism Project you exposed is more likely to attract North American authorities' resentment, anxiety can be removed immediately. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng smiled confidently. It's up to you, and I know that you don't say I don't say. It's just a matter of heavenly knowledge, and Lo Mai wants to find out what I've exposed. Their technology is still it's too tender. Until now, they didn't even know that I was traveling and sightseeing in their intelligence network system. When Qin Weimer heard it, he felt very sweet. He could share such a secret with himself. It can be seen that his position may be 3 points higher than that of Irene. Although there is no real benefit, it is spiritual. Satisfaction is something that material cannot bring. Anyway, she thought so. Chinese website. Chapter 343. Hello, Mr. Snowden. The latest website. Qin Weimer was so intoxicated in his personal emotional world that he said, but no matter what, if you didn't know it was exposed, Blue Star Technology's cleanliness will surely make the other party more and more hateful. This is impossible. Avoid. Have you considered this? Luo Sheng turned her head to look at Qin Weimer, and she said nothing to Luo Sheng. At the end, Luo Sheng said, do you know the reason why Wei Zheng can stand on the temple in the early Tang dynasty? He was originally built by the Prince Li Jiangqing, but Liu won the world. It is logical that Wei Zheng has no allies in the temple, but he being able to stay alive for a long time and often angering Liu halfway to death. Why? Because Gang Lai is his only reliance, and he has no reliance. Luo Sheng sighed and added, although the incidents are different, the truth is the same. I haven't relied on overseas. Our motherland's national strength is not enough now. What should we do? So it must be as strong as Wei Zheng. Giving up the illusions and preparing to fight to the end. After all, my last name is Hu and not Beauty. No matter how licking the Americans can't change the hostility towards me. Clarify this, understand the truth inside, and the specific operation will be easy. First of all, understand their rules of the game, then use the rules, and finally stick to the righteousness without shaking the slightest, so that I am and they have the absolute support of two major support groups here to hedge pressure from North American authorities. Qin Weimer asked subconsciously, which two groups? Luo Sheng did not hesitate to say, of course the masses and Wall Street. Once the NSA's Prism Project is exposed, my company can withstand the pressure from the NSA without participating in evil, which is fearless in the eyes of North American users. Liberty fighters have built an unprecedented positive image in this group, and this will affect Wall Street. There is no doubt that Wall Street will support me because Wall Street capitalists have no borders. Who can bring him more? Whoever supports high profits. However, Luo Sheng laughed again a moment. Maybe the outside world thinks that the hearing in a few days will cause me great trouble, but in my eyes, this is an unprecedented publicity of Blue Star Technology. The entire process of the hearing was included on the BV Video website, and he was hung on the homepage for 10.5 months to make the terms of the user agreement universal for the users of the entire family of Blue Star Technology in the world. Believe me, users will only see I am more at ease using my products. Lo Mai is helping me a lot. Ha. Luo Sheng felt that when the North American authorities decided that their lungs would be blasted, because this incident reminded him of the behavior of the last generation. In a sense, the strongest propaganda did not come from the marketing department itself, but from the marketing department itself, North American authorities. At first, every one country didn't know that YY was so powerful in the field of communication. As a result, a series of divine operations performed by the old American, and the countries looked at it carefully, thinking about it. Even Americans are so scared. That is, it's amazing. So all countries ostensibly catered to the old United States, but they were negotiating the contract in various ways. There's no way. Who asked Lomai to prioritize policies? Then there was the Prism Door scandal. In fact, people in the world have been bitter and beautiful for a long time. I thought I should pay Lomai a $1 billion advertising fee. Correct. Lomai tried to challenge Luo Sheng with a hearing this time, and Luo Sheng had no reason not to count. Of course, this requires a prerequisite, which is the exposure of the Prism plan. This is an indispensable catalyst to achieve epic-level publicity. With the exposure of the Prism project scandal, the positive publicity of Blue Star Technology and the Côte d'Azur can be maximized. After a long time, Qin Weimar saw that Luo Sheng was still tinkering with the computer, and could not help but say, "Don't sleep yet? What are you tinkering with?" It takes a person's help to expose the Prism project, and in trying to contact him, Luo Sheng stared at the computer without saying, "Go to rest first and wait later." Qin Weimar stopped paying attention, and got up into the bedroom, leaving a sentence before leaving the living room: "Don't be too late." Observe. At this moment, Luo Sheng is invading Dell Computer's system in order to contact a key figure who exposed the Prism project. The former CIA employee, who has just left the CIA, is now working for Dell Computer. Luo Sheng wasn't sure whether he left to work with Booz Allen, but it doesn't matter. If he didn't find him at Dell, he would be okay to break into Booz Allen. At the same time, in a private house in Texas, in the middle of the night, the owner of the house woke up again from his sleep and stopped playing for the CIA. During this time, he often had nightmares. "I was awakened by a nightmare shortly after I lay down. At this moment, there was no drowsiness. I saw that he felt around the bed, found the glasses, took it, and got out of bed. He sat down at the computer desk next to him, and turned on the computer. But he did nothing, sitting motionless in front of the computer, as if he was doubting life. His recent life is really bad because he is struggling for one thing." Just then, the computer in front of him suddenly popped up a strange window to attract his attention. When he was puzzled, a text message popped out of the window made him creepy, and the whole person was petrified several times. "Hello, Mr. Edward Joseph Snowden, a former CIA, NSA employee and participant of the Prism project. I heard that you want to make the Prism project monitor confidential. I can help you." The window on the computer screen can be said to be anomalous, but the text message edited inside makes Snowden like a thunderstorm. After a long time, he finally came back to God. But at this moment, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he suddenly looked around and seemed to be searching for something. Since no longer working for the CIA and NSA, Snowden has been worried about being snooped. He blocked the door of the room with a pillow to prevent eavesdropping, and used a band-aid to seal the camera on the laptop, including the camera on the mobile phone, to prevent any hidden camera surveillance. His recent life has made him more anxious. Seeing the abnormality on the computer, Snowden thought for the first time that his computer had been hacked, and at the same time he was also being monitored. He suspected for the first time that CIA agents were law enforcement for phishing. This is most likely because Snowden knew what secrets he had and what he had done. At this moment, he was staring at the computer, but he didn't touch it. He didn't even touch the mouse and keyboard, and he would not easily reply. He forced himself to calm down, then carefully leaned against the window with the help of dark cover, opened the corner of the curtain and glanced outside. At this moment, the picture in Snowden's mind is that this large number of CIA agents, FBI or NSA agents may be hidden outside the room, and he may break into his house at any time to arrest him. But it didn't take long for Snowden to realize how ridiculous his behavior was. If the other party was phishing, then every move of his own at this moment may be under the surveillance of the other party. The reason is very simple. Even if it is dark at night, but you can't lie to the thermal imager. Doesn't this move just show that you have a ghost in your heart? Snowden returned to the laptop and sat down, his hands just reaching above the keyboard and then freeze in the air. At the same time, Luo Sheng, who was far away in New York, felt a lot of pain. The other person's computer showed that he had been turned on, but he did not respond to life and death. The camera was blocked, and he couldn't see what was happening there. Not good. Our palace is impatient. A voice came from the bedroom. This was the third urging. Wait, Luo Sheng replied, then stared at the screen secretly scolding Snowden for not responding to what computer. After waiting for a while, Snowden finally responded, and a new message popped up in the seemingly simple chat box. Please stop hacking into my computer immediately and terminate the illegal act immediately. I have already called the police. If you do not want to be arrested by the FBI, run away as soon as possible. Luo Sheng couldn't help laughing when he saw this text message. He edited a piece of content immediately. Haha, Mr. Snowden, I bet you absolutely did not call the police. When Luo Sheng edited this text www.mentalnovel.com, I subconsciously thought of the classic line of pretending to be double eagle, I bet there are no bullets in your gun. Forget it. Luo Sheng withdrew the content and edited it before sending it over. Is it, Mr. Snowden? But what I see in your text message is doubt, fear, and anxiety. Put away your tricks. If I want to harm you, the FBI has arrived at your doorstep. I am the king of the virtual world. No one in this world can be no better than me in this field, neither can Kevin Mitnick. On the other side, Snowden in front of the computer saw this message for a while. Whether the other party was bragging or not, but being able to know the PRISM plan, there were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that the NSA employee was testing him. Two possibilities may be that he is really a powerful hacker. I don't know what you're talking about. PRISM project, I've never heard of it. Hurry up and leave from my computer, otherwise I'll really call the police. Chinese website. Chapter 344 Snowden's Decision and Hearing. Latest website. On the other side, Luo Sheng couldn't help but smile when he saw this text message. This article is quite vigilant, too. After all, it is proper to be cautious when doing this business. After a while edited a piece of content and sent it over. I have something important to be busy, so my patience is very limited, Mr. Snowden. Okay, I will help you, including technically, financially and even safely. I will help you to contact the media. A secret interview with you. The Guardian is quite interested in this matter. After clicking to send, Luo Sheng, lying on his back staring at the ceiling, could not help but take a deep breath, quietly enjoyed for a while, and then brought the laptop over his chest. A message from Snowden. Who are you? Luo Sheng narrowed his eyes and quickly edited the message and posted it. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is what you think, Mr. Snowden. Being cautious sometimes is not a good thing. Okay, if you decide, I will prepare $10 million for you. Even now you can deposit into your designated account. Tomorrow or even tonight you can leave the United States, go to Singapore first, then transfer to HK, where there will be a Guardian reporter met with you secretly, where you completed a secret interview and gave them first-hand information. And then you left HK as I instructed and went to Moscow to seek asylum in Zengzi. The earth is big, but there are not many shelters in Russia, and Russia is likely to be one of the few places where you can take refuge. After a while, Snowden sent a short reply. Are you Russian? Luo Sheng immediately edited a message and sent it. Don't ask these meaningless questions. This is a waste of time. Now you just need to tell your decision and I wait for your reply. At the same time, Snowden, Texas, was struggling with a huge struggle, which was undoubtedly a thrilling decision, but he finally made it. Edit a message and send it over. I want to leave tonight. What should I do? I cannot easily be released from the United States, and I will soon be tracked by agents as soon as I leave. On the other side, when Luo Sheng in the hotel saw this message, he shouted nice excitedly, and quickly edited the message and sent it. Good. You don't have to worry about this. I will help you to avoid the security systems of major airports in Texas and the transportation hubs you pass through. You can leave the country with a big swing. All cameras, all surveillance, including satellites, will be blind. Take it off. Bring your mobile phone to ensure 24-hour communication, and 1 hour later someone will instruct you how to do it. You just need to perform as required. Seeing this message, Snowden typed 2 letters and sent it over. OK. After a while, he found that this strange window had closed automatically, and he had regained full control of his computer. Sat in front of the computer for a while, he was thinking, but in the end he didn't want anything. Since it was decided, he can only bet on his destiny, and it doesn't make sense to want more. Now I can only trust each other completely. Suddenly, Snowden got up to pack and put all the important information and evidence in a backpack. At the same time, Luo Sheng contacted The Guardian through hacking techniques and other means. To be precise, he contacted the reporter who exposed the PRISA project in the previous life. This is the relatively safest option. Sure enough, the other side was almost as excited as the chicken blood, and immediately flew from London to HK with his partner. After solving this problem, Luo Sheng finally stopped paying attention to this matter. Then, in the secret interview and meeting between Snowden and the Guardian reporter, he authorized Xiona to navigate for them. And I just waited a few days to watch the show. On the second day of the first round of business leaders roundtables, Luo Sheng received a letter from North American authorities asking him to attend the hearings of the North American Senate and House of Representatives the day after tomorrow in order to discuss the issue regarding Blue Star Technology has been questioned about the data security, user privacy, and monopoly of Internet users in North America. As early as the first day of the round table, Luo Sheng had already learned the news in advance, so he was not surprised at all. However, the outside world is different. Once the news was disclosed, it appeared on the front page of the major mainstream media in the United States. The popularity surpassed the first round table and spread to the world in less than an hour. The global mainstream the media are racing to report. Naturally, it also returned to China, causing a sensation in the mainland, and it caused a stir on the internet. The news from Global Network just said that this time the US Emperor suddenly broke out. Blue Star Technology may face a federal Justice Department ruling if it is not handled properly. Once this happens, it may face a sky-high fine of up to $10 billion US. Fuck. Tens of billions of dollars in fines? Isn't this a half-hour job? Made in Emu is a hooligan. Shameless. Can't afford it. What's the penalty? Is this a monetization suppression? Or is it a bit too old for him to do this during the round table? No way. Who makes a fist big? At this point in time, Mr. Luo happened to be in New York, and it must be an old conspiracy. Oh, this round table is too nasty for the face, and the Americans are too abominable. For a while, the news became a hot topic on the entire network. Global news on this day focused on this topic. After all, Blue Star Technology is currently the world's top IT-listed technology company. It also ranks among the top 3 in the list of global listed companies. Blue Star Technology Group's users in the bucket are located in hundreds of countries and regions around the world. Great power. In a sense, in terms of global influence, today's Blue Star Technology and Microsoft are not too much to give in. At the same time, sensitive markets immediately responded to the emergency. Blue Star Technology Group's stock fell, and afterwards trading was maintained at US $240.9 billion, and US $17.2 billion evaporated in one day. The world's third listed company fell to 4th place. If you look at it from the bright side, no matter how you look at it this time, It will be a major public relations challenge for Blue Star Technology Group, and the market is obviously not very promising. At the time when major media were racing to report, industry rumors were spreading that Snowden had secretly arrived in Singapore and made a smooth transition to HK. The Guardian reporter had already reached his destination in advance. Consulate General in New York. I don't know if this young man Luo Sheng can handle it, and we can't help him at this point. Consul Peng, who was sitting next to him, sighed. At this time, we can only look at his resilience. We must not come forward, otherwise we will help. Yes. Oh, don't worry too much. This young man is extraordinary. From the day before yesterday, we can see that we don't have to worry about it. The focus of this roundtable meeting is the key. Luo Sheng has now taken his team from New York to Washington, D.C., and has not contacted the local embassy. At this time, the country must not be allowed to come forward, because to avoid suspicion, Lo Mai will definitely use this as an excuse, but instead help more. After Luo Sheng and his team arrived in Washington, they took a break at the local Hilton Hotel and went to the Old American Senate to attend the hearing the next morning. At around 10 o'clock, a large group of reporters had been gathered at the hearing site for a long time. As a business team arrived, the reporters at the scene suddenly swarmed up. When the person in the middle of the luxurious business car came out, the reporter present was pressing the camera shutter frantically. Out of the car is Luo Sheng, the protagonist of the hearing. Fox and other major mainstream media broadcasters and television stations in North America have covered the whole process of today's hearing. They are all very excited. Not only that, it is also being broadcast live on the streaming media BV video website of Blue Star Technology Group, and major upmasters can also play it, which has a great sense of self-relaxation. At this juncture, many people are surprised by this processing method of Blue Star Technology, but they do not control the spread of public opinion on their own platform and let it ferment. The current situation is that the hearing was also strongly watched by netizens from all over the world. The Reddit forum is also hotly discussing this matter, and the keyword search index pushed to the homepage www.mentalnovel.com is also among the best. A series of data shows that this is the hottest topic at present, and the attention has exceeded. The business leaders roundtable ended yesterday. At this moment, Luo Sheng is present in his iconic IT suit today. You must know that he was wearing a formal dress at the roundtable a few days ago. It stands to reason that today's situation should be attended in a serious formal dress, but he came to the hearing wearing a shirt plus jeans. This was a silent attitude, saying that he took the roundtable far more seriously than the hearings that were about to take place at the moment. No big deal. Facing the camera shutter that kept flickering, Luo Sheng entered the hearing site unsmilingly, and the media reporters all rushed to follow, but kept up to a certain distance to keep up. Chinese website. Chapter 345 Question Latest website. Around 10:44, the hearing officially started. The first old man to ask a question, Richard, was a senator from Illinois. Before I get to the topic, I want to ask if you would like to share with us the name of the hotel we stayed last night. At this moment, the ongoing hearing is a global live broadcast. The mainstream media television stations in Europe and the United States are reporting live, as is the internet. When people saw Luo Sheng holding a long ending A, many people thought he was a little nervous about the scene. In this situation, some people worry about him, and some people feel secretly excited about it. When watching Luo Sheng on the TV station finally said no very decisively, those who were worried about him could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. But that's all. In fact, many people are sweating for Luo Sheng's next hearing. At the same time, there was a burst of laughter at the hearing. This question seemed strange, even a bit naive. In fact, the moment when this old man named Richard Senator spoke, he was on the subject. This question is actually an indirect question about privacy. Staying at a hotel represents personal privacy. If Luo Sheng's answer is yes, it means that he has no sense of privacy. This is a pit, and this is just the beginning. You said in 2004 that blue space was always free. Do you still think so? Luo Sheng replied with little hesitation. Yes, Blue Space will always provide a free version. If so, how do you maintain a business model where users don't pay you? Many people were stunned at the scene, but the netizens who eat melons on the internet were constantly arguing, ridiculing that this member did not understand the internet at all, and even felt particularly naive. At the same time, Luo Sheng replied methodically, "We rely on selling advertisements." At this time, a Hawaiian lawmaker asked along the way, "So if I email in what app, will your advertisers know?" Luo Sheng responded affirmatively, "No, we can't see the content of what app. This is encrypted." Congressman, I want to say that if I send an avatar trailer on what app, will I receive a banner advertisement for Avatar? Luo Sheng, our Blue Star system cannot see the content of the message from what app. Member, yes, I know this, but I'm not asking this. Will these systems communicate with each other? No human involvement is required. Luo Sheng, I think the answer to your question is that if you send an avatar message to someone on what app, it will not notify the ad. From the perspective of many professionals in the internet community, and even in the eyes of most ordinary melon-eating netizens, the questions raised by the senators questioned at the hearing were a bit silly, as if they had no knowledge of the internet. However, Luo Sheng's response was very powerful and received unanimous praise from many people. Facing the questioning and inquiries from one senator after another, he was patient and actively explained and introduced it. Can you please tell me to whom did you share my data? Facing this question, Luo Sheng replied without hesitation, we had given you a list of the apps you use, the apps you log in to yourself, and provided clear consent options on the terms of the user agreement. As I said, we do not share or provide data to third parties. Senator, can't you let me ban you from sharing my data? Luo Sheng responded, I think you can already do this. The hearing lasted until now that Luo Sheng felt quite good, and he was ready to continue to accept the other party's inquiry. On the contrary, most of the lawmakers present were tired, and most of them were old men. How could they be as young as Luo Sheng in his 20s? Young is the biggest capital. On the way, some members asked compassionately for Luo Sheng to take a break. Well, it is only compassionate. Luo Sheng said that he did not have to, and could continue to accept questions. Don't you want to ask? Then ask, until you want to vomit. Members were helpless and had to keep asking. Richard asked again, how many types of data do you store? What kind of data does Blue Star collect and store? Luo Sheng responded, can you explain what data category means? Richard, it has been reported before that Blue Star technology collects 169 data categories for hundreds of millions of active users. We think this will generate 61.8 billion data points. They come from users around the world. So you store how much data is there? Have you saved it? Luo Sheng answered seriously, Mr. Congressman, I don't quite understand what you are talking about. The hearing has continued to the present. Everyone realizes that this young Chinese is also a stubble. On the surface, Wen Yu, a modest gentleman, is actually so robust that he will not lose his temper. Well, why isn't it tripping? We protect data very well. Underline, we do not sell data and do not violate user privacy. Blue Space makes money by selling ads. Underlying words, we don't sell data and do not violate user privacy. We are high-tech IT companies. Unspoken words, we did not sell data and did not violate user privacy. Users can voluntarily use and control accounts. Underline, we do not sell data and do not violate user privacy. We have a responsibility and an obligation to raise awareness and management. Underline, we do not sell data and do not violate user privacy. Our mission is to freely link all humanity. Underline, we do not sell data and do not violate user privacy. Luo Sheng's strong heart and calm response skills made all the interrogators and those behind the scenes expecting him to roll over at the hearing completely lost his temper. Unconsciously, it was the afternoon, and everyone was hungry and dizzy. But Liu Sheng said for a long time that he was in good condition and could continue to answer any questions. Reporters are almost unable to stand up, let alone the old senators over there. No choice but to keep asking. Only one senator named Kendi said, "First of all, I'm not here to trouble you." As soon as this word came out, everyone in the audience laughed. Liu Sheng was sitting tightly and smiling, and he said, "I believe you are a ghost." Kendi continued, "One thing everyone wants to tell me today, let me say it gently, the terms of your user agreement are terrible." The crowd laughed again, and the hearing was not serious enough. "Kendi, I think you can give me 80 points from your IQ, you know. I think you understand. The purpose of your user agreement clauses is to cover up the blue space scandal, not to inform your users the right to worry." Liu Sheng calmly, "You reading www.uukanzu.com replied, "I admit that most users will not read the privacy agreement. To protect privacy issues, the user agreement is not critical. For the user's privacy prompts, we have subsequent reminder mechanisms, and we are in the interaction prompted. For example, if the user decides any shared action, it will remind you of the shared object. This is for all users, your friends, or your specific group of friends. For example, when using each third-party service, it will remind you again what kind of information your app needs to get." As soon as this answer came out, all the members of the audience did not come up. Finally, the hearing ended after nearly 7 hours. By the 6th hour, most members of the parliament were snoring. The question was no longer the point, but everyone was thinking about quickly ending the hearing. Right. Shortly after the end, major media reported one after another, and many people in the industry commented on their own media accounts, including some Silicon Valley technocrats. Most people in the scientific and technological circles are praising Liu Sheng, especially the Silicon Valley technology giants, who are very tacit in this matter. Chapter 346 Super Fierce Material, Perfect Setting for Peers. The latest website, among them, the first richest person to comment is the former richest man in the world. Gates posted a Weibo post on his microblog and commented, "Looking at Liu Sheng at the hearing, it seems that he saw himself 11 years ago. If the 1998 Justice Department hearing, he could be as mature and smooth as Liu Sheng. If there is no such tough confrontation and arrogance, there may not be a subsequent spin-off decision and resignation, and Microsoft will have a different development trajectory later." Gates posted a Weibo post that was not fun, and then posted another. Liu Sheng performed very well in the face of questions from lawmakers, and I believe he will make consumers satisfied with Blue Star's privacy issues. There is no doubt that Gates' two Weibo posts praised Liu Sheng's performance in the hearing between words and thought that they were handled very well. Gates is a victim in this regard, and the two comments feel a little regrettable, at least on the surface. Then it was unexpected that after Gates jumped out and stood up, big names such as Google and Yahoo also publicly commented on this matter, and they all supported Liu Sheng. Silicon Valley big guys actually supported Chinese. This has made the Chinese people who eat melon look aggressive, which is unscientific. There are still a large group of competitors from the Blue Star Technology Group. So generous? Liu Sheng didn't know yet. He didn't follow the latest information. He left after the hearing. If he knew that the Silicon Valley bosses were competing to support him, he would surely smile. All of them are guilty of thieves. All of them appear in the list of prison project. It's no surprise that he jumped out to support Liu Sheng. The outside world is already calm, and major media are reporting on Liu Sheng's hearing. Undoubtedly, Liu Sheng's clever words made color discrimination easy to answer one question after another, and did not find anything cheaper from it. Originally, the major media thought that this was a very difficult PR crisis for Liu Sheng. However, he did not expect to achieve his personal success. Instead, the major members of the United States became the object of ridicule. The next day, Liu Sheng went to attend a private dinner that Gates invited him to, as it was convenient for him to return home the next day. With this experience, Luo Sheng felt that it would be better to come to the US Emperor's site in the future. I often walk on the side of the road. There will always be the day of wet shoes. Maybe it will be fun for you to get an East Brother package. Still a little bit better. Just as Luo Sheng's front foot returned home, the North American side suddenly asked the NSA to investigate Blue Star's database, arguing that it cannot rely on Luo Sheng's honest-sided words to determine that Blue Star's data security and privacy issues are safe. As for the monopoly issue, this matter is secondary, because it is relatively more difficult with Microsoft in front. The outside world thought Luo Sheng would agree. After all, during the hearing, he felt easygoing and very good at speaking. For this reason, there are some well-known in the country, and Big V used this matter to say that Luo Sheng was resolute when facing Americans. However, the facts were ruthless again, and then Blue Star Technology officially responded, first emphasizing that the company did not sell the data to any third party, and indeed did not. At the same time, it decisively rejected the opening of the NSA database for Blue Star Technology Group. One word is just. Luo Sheng's response made many industry people secretly admire endlessly. The period of the hearing was extremely soft, but the actual action was unequivocal, and it could be described as rigid and flexible and impeccable. The Blue Star Technology Group is so disobedient, NSA can really be described as a hateful itch. The most hateful thing is that there is no reliable way to solve this problem for a while, because there is no reasonable reason to enforce it. Everything of Blue Star Technology is in compliance with local legal standards. It is said that the game is played in full accordance with the rules of the game established by the old United States. The negative impact is even greater. It will only arouse the anxiety and fierce opposition of more North American domestic companies, because it will impact the old American own elite. When the first mortgage crisis broke out, Paulson hoped that the major banks in the United States would come out to save and support the market. But Wall Street was exceptionally resistant, and Paulson was helpless to those bankers, and in the end it was nothing to do with it, because it would appear to be suspected of interference in the free market, which is inconsistent with local laws and principles. The truth is the same. Luo Sheng dares to be so rigid and has the bottom of his heart. He is not afraid of the NSA's prosecution. He is not afraid of lawsuits because everything is played within the framework of the game rules they have formulated. The outcome of the lawsuit will either win, and the worst will certainly not lose. It is no exaggeration to say that in the eyes of the NSA, Luo Sheng is just a nail in their eyes and a thorn in their flesh, which is as uncomfortable as rubbing their throats. However, after 3 days, Lomai had no time to take care of Blue Star Technology, because a shocking monitoring scandal instantly exploded the world, especially in Europe. The Germans were even more angry. The original author was an exclusive report from the British The Guardian. The NSA's PRISM project was unveiled to the world. Luo Sheng and Blue Star Technology Group overnight passed. The PRISM Gate scandal became the head of the mainstream media in the world. Headline News. These shocking insider. The PRISM door scandal blasts the world. Many North American IT giants participate in the NSA PRISM program. The Guardian unveiled the scandal exclusively. PRISM program, PRISM program, PRISM program. On this day, the mainstream media around the world focused on an event, that is, the PRISM project or PRISM Gate. Listening to the scandal, almost all the media have covered the matter in an overwhelming way. On the same day, the PRISM project keywords entered Google search terms, and the heat index directly topped the list. It has also triggered discussions among netizens around the world around the monitoring of the scandal, and directly broke the news. Edward Snowden became famous. This kind of super big news also makes the global media in a state of extreme excitement. Lomai is now in dire straits, revealing the inside story of such a terrible scandal. No matter how you care about the privacy issue of Blue Star Technology, now it will only make the public more convinced that Blue Star Technology rejects NSA is a wise choice. The North American National Intelligence Director urgently held a press conference to express his views. Snowden's reckless disclosure has caused significant false impressions in the global media. The NSA applied to the United States Department of Justice for a criminal investigation into Snowden's behavior. If the PRISM project is the most explosive material of this emergency, it is very wrong. Only 1 week after the PRISM project scandal was exposed, The Guardian once again disclosed even more explosive content, which directly caused the world to fry pans, including thousands of melons-eating netizens. The Guardian once again zoomed in, and the exclusive unveiling of a plan codenamed by Snowden. This is a top-secret monitoring project of the NSA. The plan is expected to become the most comprehensive plan to steal network intelligence around 2013. It covers almost all the behavior of an average user online, including email content, network access and search, and related elements. Data. To support the operation of the project, NSA plans to set up more than 700 servers in 150 locations around the world. Agents only need to enter simple information such as email of the object and they can eavesdrop on it in real time. This matter was so incredible that it got the NSA and North American authorities trapped, struggling to deal with the angry public. That's the thing. A new operation is popular all over the world overnight. Network users, especially business users, have a small wound sticker on the camera on their laptop. Manufacturers of band-aids and tapes made a fortune. To make matters worse for NSA, the WikiLeaks website also disclosed a file of up to 10 terabytes provided by Snowden at this time, pushing the surveillance scandal to a peak. The 10 terabytes of eavesdropping evidence is circulating wildly on major networks around the world. It cannot be sealed at all. A series of fierce news have been exposed one after another to make the NSA caught off guard. Among the disclosed 10 terabytes information, a recording from an NSA internal meeting made Blue Star Technology angry. According to the recording, NSA was very dissatisfied with Blue Star Technology because the NSA had always refused to collect data from the database of Blue Star Technology Group information, and clearly stated in the recording content that Blue Star Technology, as a globally influential internet giant, is an indispensable part to ensure the integrity of the plan to eavesdrop on data. Also made it clear that if Liu Sheng were not to be submissive, he would have to take special measures to yield to him. The NSA's first instinct was to wonder if Blue Star was doing it, because after the scandal came out, Blue Star became the first beneficiary. But skepticism can't produce evidence. Even if the evidence is presented, it can't do much. For the worst result of Blue Star Technology, at most, it will withdraw from the North American market. This data was exposed, and Wall Street and the market reacted immediately. www.mtnovel.com. The stock of Blue Star Technology Group rose sharply by 9% on the same day, and it rose sharply in the following days. Not only did all the previously evaporated market value eat up after coming back, the total market value was pushed to a new record of $278.1 billion, ranking third in the world in the ranking of global listed companies. Netizens who eat melons in the mainland are so happy to see such a result, and use a word circulating on the internet to describe it. It all depends on their counterparts. No one expected that the biggest winner would be Blue Star Technology Group. In contrast to the super fierce material that broke out now, compared with Liu Sheng's attending the hearing before, a righteous image has been established in front of people all over the world with a sharp and unprecedented attitude. Now ordinary users are more trusted and assured to use the products and services of Blue Star Technology Group. The stock market has risen sharply, and there must be another place that will fall sharply, not elsewhere. Google, Yahoo, and several other Silicon Valley technology giants. This is undoubtedly an unprecedented publicity for Blue Star Technology Group. It is more effective than any advertisement and can be called an epic advertisement. Chapter 347. Silicon Valley giants throwing water at the scene. Blue Star Technology Group headquarters, CEO office. Zhang Bowen entered Liu Sheng's office and reported, "General Liu, news from North America. The NSA requires us to immediately delete all negative content that is being spread on online platforms such as BV video sites, Reddit forums, Blue Space, microblog. Do you want to follow? After hearing this, Luo Sheng thought for a moment and then made a decisive decision. Let the company's legal team comprehensively study the old American legal provisions, including local laws in each state, and then formulate plans according to their rules of the game, as long as they do not violate local laws. If you can refuse, you must refuse. Blue Star Technology Group currently has 80,000 formal employees worldwide, including more than 3,700 legal teams in North America alone. It has such a strong legal team lineup. Fake? Lao Jiang hesitated for a moment, and said with a hesitant expression, "Is this too tough? In this way, I am afraid that the company will completely become a nail and a meat thorn in the North American authorities. I wish I could get rid of it immediately." Luo Sheng grinned, leaning back on the boss chair. Yan Qingwen said lightly, "It is already. And no matter how much you lick, the end result is the same. He will try his best to kill you, so give up the fantasy. We are strictly guarding the red line, and if we don't play beyond the scope of their game rules, we can't hurt me." Zhang Bowen was sweating in his heart and completely convinced. Anyway, he was ashamed. Spreading this kind of thing, I might be paralyzed for another person. But Luo Sheng is so rigid. Anyway, Zhang feels that he certainly doesn't have such courage. Luo Sheng added, "We need to study the opponent's rules of the game and judge the opponent's bottom line. At the same time, we must also judge ourselves. To what extent can we accept the biggest loss?" Speaking of which, Luo Sheng looked at Lao Jiang. "So the worst situation we can accept is nothing more than exiting the North American market. Then we will retreat. Starting in the middle and later part of the first half of this year, the company's strategic focus will shift to China. The company's business has been diversified one after another, and its ability to resist attacks is not the same as it was 4 or 5 years ago. The times have changed, and the mainland market is the future. So the North American market is lost." Luo Sheng smiled. "This is only the worst plan. In fact, I don't think it will be so easy to lose it. If the old American Railroad wants to help me out, it is only a matter of amending the law. This almost exists in the theory. This is not a matter that affects 1 or 2 interest groups within Lomaya's own family. How do you think the probability of the bill passing? We also have friends in North America. Before we do it, we must figure out who is the enemy and who is the friend." Lao Jiang could not help but analyze. Wall Street is our friend, and our enemies are mainly concentrated in some IT giants in Silicon Valley. Luo Sheng snapped his fingers and said indifferently, "It's easy to figure it out. Lao Jiang, go and host Blue Star Technology Group's second large-scale issue of 3A corporate bonds. We and Wall Street friends, the connection of feelings can't be achieved by pulling home and drinking, but by green paper tickets, and using banknotes to firmly tie Wall Street friends to the chariots of Blue Star Technology Group." In this regard, Zhang Bowen did not have any objections. Luo Sheng's words were light-hearted and easygoing, but no one in his authority in the company can replace it now. Zhang asked decisively, "How much are you going to send?" Luo Sheng did not hesitate to say, $20 billion. Blue Star Technology Group is really super rich now, and its free cash flow has exceeded $24 billion. The decision to issue large-scale corporate bonds this time is definitely not because the company itself is short of money. In Luo Sheng's words, it is to connect with friends on Wall Street to send gifts and gifts. If this $20 billion debt is released, it means that Blue Star Technology will owe Wall Street as much as $30 billion in huge debt. There is a ridiculous saying that when you owe the bank $3 million, you are a grandson before the banker, but when you owe the bank $30 billion, you are the grandfather before the banker. Because the bank is afraid that you will go bankrupt along with the bankruptcy, the debt you borrowed will eventually lose your money. Luo Sheng not only decided to issue $20 billion of debt, but will continue to issue debt in the future. The amount of money depends on actual needs. Of course, Issuing bonds is also risky, and it will also face the possibility of forcing debts from Wall Street, which may give Wall Street short Blue Star technology and annex Blue Star technology. This is possible. Of course, Luo Sheng thought of this potential hazard. The question is that the times have changed. The Greater China market has taken off. It won't take long for 3 or 4 years. By then, Blue Star technology can only maintain the world with a single market in the mainland status of the first-class technology giant group. The market is guaranteed, the technology needs to be guaranteed, and the capital is also guaranteed. Blue Star's free cash flow now has reached $24 billion. These 3 guarantees Luo Sheng dare to be so confident. With these guarantees, then in the face of Wall Street forcing debt, the possibility that Blue Star technology will be annexed because of this also exists in the theory. NSA Headquarters, Fort Meade, Maryland. NSA is the abbreviation of North American National Security Agency, also known as the National Security Agency. It is the center of the U.S. Imperial Intelligence Agency. Its headquarters area is 15 hectares, which is larger than the CIA headquarters. It is called Mystery Labyrinth. The previous plan to try to set Luo Sheng was led by the NSA, the CIA and FBI assisted it, and a rare joint operation of the 3 major institutions. However, this plan ended in bankruptcy. It can be said that the NSA is the world's largest employer of hiring mathematics doctors, computer doctors, and linguists. It is also the most mysterious intelligence agency in North America. Because of its mystery, its abbreviation NSA is often nicknamed NOSAC. These days, the NSA has encountered a big trouble without any preparation at all, resulting in a sudden, and the response is busy. At this moment, in a conference room in this mysterious headquarters, the heads of several NSAs gathered together, all watching a video. This is the latest content of the interview with Snowden. The only thing I saw in the video is that Snowden said, "I know that my actions will make me suffer, but if the federal government's secret decree, unequal pardons, and I will be very satisfied when the resistance to execution and these dominate the world I love is immediately exposed. Xiet. He is treason. He should be caught on a gallows when he is arrested." The NSA's head suddenly growled angrily after the PRISM project was revealed. The Guardian, which was revealed exclusively at the request of Snowden, disclosed his identity and acknowledged responsibility for the matter. Snowden's name was known almost overnight. The focus now is not on the arrest of Joseph Snowden, but on how to calm the current negative public opinion as soon as possible, said another participant. For the NSA, calming down the current negative news is the most important thing, and Snowden has secretly left North America to seek asylum in 20 countries. In addition to Luo Sheng's secret help, Julian Assange, the founder of WikiLeaks, also answered he helped and obtained Ecuador's security pass for Snowden, but in the end Ecuador could not withstand the pressure of North American authorities to withdraw. Assange is also being investigated by the FBI. At present, only the Russians have agreed to the Snowden's request for asylum without fear of the United States, and the $10 million subsidy provided by Luo Sheng secretly is not too miserable at present. However, it is unknown how his mental life is. He must be very dissatisfied. Blue Star Technology Group has refused to request the removal of video, audio and related negative online news. Another member of the meeting said, speaking of Blue Star Technology, the NSA's teeth were itchy. This time, the NSA's request was extremely decisively rejected. The reason is quite good. The people of the world have the right to know. This is very angry. Of course, the NSA thinks about the method of prosecution. It can be carefully studied and found that the other party's handling method will not have any effect in the end. The most annoying is that they did not expect Luo Sheng to be harmless to humans and animals on the surface, especially the performance of the previous hearing. But in a blink of an eye, it was too tough when it came to specific issues. Simply hard and hard to eat. There is only one thing North America can do, and that is to declare the entire country into a state of emergency. But this is obviously a bit unrealistic. It seems that this problem can only be solved through foreign affairs. A participant said, but this approach is really not wanted. If you negotiate with the other party, then the other party will definitely sit down and talk about the conditions. The Chinese savvy has long been taught. Because of this, I do not want to solve this problem through foreign affairs channels. But at present it seems that only this way can balance Blue Star Technology and Luo Sheng. No way, Luo Sheng is not an American, and besides, he is not in the United States anymore. Otherwise, some means can be used. For the bankruptcy of Luo Sheng's previous plan, the NSA is now very distressed. Otherwise it should not be too simple to settle this matter. And the influence of Blue Star Technology Group on the internet is absolutely not to be underestimated. With rigorous calculations, the total number of users of Blue Star Technology's family bucket has exceeded 1/3 of the global population. Global users of a single product. The number is over 300 million. And even the new social product cross-platform chat application just launched has now accumulated more than 20 million users. So Luo Sheng didn't hesitate about his handling and coping style. No matter how you lick the feet of the emperor on such a scale, he will keep trying to kill you. Hot face sticks to cold butt. Luo Sheng is not so boring to do such things. Will the North American market lose Luo Sheng's fear of packing tickets? But with the exposure of the surveillance scandal, other overseas markets will definitely outweigh the disadvantages for Blue Star Technology Group, especially the European market. The monitoring scandal can definitely provide a cloud computing service for Blue Star Technology Group www.intelnovel.com including other services. The European business expansion has received a major boost. The monitoring scandal can be said to have caused a stir in the European Union. This will inevitably lead Europeans to prefer the solutions provided by Blue Star Technology Group. Now here's a tricky question. Let's take a look. In the conference room, an NSA attendee opened the document. At first glance it was even more angry. This information comes from Silicon Valley giants such as Google and Yahoo. They will soon announce that the NSA invaded the data centers of Yahoo, Google and other companies to obtain user profile information in secret. Obviously, the internet giants in Silicon Valley are about to dump the pot. The purpose is to restore the confidence of market investors and users, and this pot can only let the debt-free NSA all back. If the NSA refuses, these internet giants have also made it clear that there will be no further cooperation in the future. Chapter 348 Latest negotiations with Qualcomm. The NSA has no problem with this. If the North American internet giants refuse to cooperate in secret, they will not be able to deploy in the future. Obviously, even with such a big scandal, Lomai never thought about ending it. Instead, start to summarize the lessons and find out the reasons, and then do more secrets next time. This time, the NSA had to choose to compromise in the face of the joint threat of the Silicon Valley internet giants. Although they were very dissatisfied with these giants, the next best thing was that Blue Star Technology and Luo Sheng were the real nails in the flesh. In the following days, people eating melons all over the world saw a big dumpling. Internet giants such as Yahoo and Google have held press conferences to indicate that the NSA has invaded their data centers and is not actively involved. Well, to put it simply, we are victims. The NSA also sullenly shut up and did not jump out to respond, which is tantamount to default. As time goes by, the platform of Blue Star Technology Group is still spreading the news of the monitoring scandal. NSA is okay, because whether it is secret trading, threatening, intimidation, Blue Star Technology does not eat a whole set. Without pinching any of the braids of Luo Sheng and Blue Star Technology, the rules of the game that you have set up to put you back, have never encountered such a rigid one before. except that the itchy tooth is really nothing. Only then did I realize the horror of new internet media platforms such as Bluespace and Microblog. It is no exaggeration to say that this is equivalent to grasping the power of a large network of media outlets worldwide. Its influence may be greater than that of traditional media. However, 3 days later, the major internet platforms of Blue Star Technology Group began to limit the spread and fermentation of the monitoring scandal. Although there were still many netizen users paying attention, the popularity had dropped significantly. Because the old American communicated with MyRabbit through Foreign Affairs, and paid a certain price, finally, the relevant department went to Luo Sheng to talk. Luo Sheng, of course, borrowed a donkey from the slope, and the matter so calmed down. However, it is very important that Luo Sheng did not acknowledge that the incident subsided at all because the relevant departments came to him to talk about the results. In short, what did you talk about between me, Luo Sheng, and Blue Star Technology? Those who do not know have not obtained any vested benefits from it. This is very important, otherwise Lomai will use this as an excuse, and you will have no reason to speak. In fact, Luo Sheng did not want to listen to events to continue to ferment, and has always occupied the current news hotspot. Because the next September is the launch conference of the latest generation of mobile phone products of the Azure Coast, your breaking point has always occupied the front page headlines of the global news media, which will affect the enthusiasm of the new launch of Azure mobile phones on the Azure Coast. Eventually, will affect sales. In September 2009, the scandal of the worldwide monitoring scandal has gradually decreased. At least the public has gradually reduced their attention to this matter, because there is no more explosive material out. The popularity in the public group, the decline is very normal. It's just that the surveillance scandal is still shaking in various countries, especially in the EU. Luo Sheng has not paid attention to these matters. His focus in September has shifted to the launch conference of the Azure 3 third-generation smartphone Azure 3. The conference is now under preparation and will be released on September 27 as scheduled. In early September, Paul Jacob, the then head of Qualcomm, came to China in person and came to Sioux City to meet Luo Sheng. The purpose is very simple. The cooperation agreement signed between the French Riviera and Qualcomm in 2004 has a term of 2009, and a new contract needs to be signed in 2010 next year. Qualcomm not only learned the lessons of the previous contract blood, but also did not mention any business betting agreement. Not only that, this time it was Qualcomm CEO Paul Jacobs who came to the door to talk. No way. The profits of the Azure mobile phone are too attractive. According to the necessary patent licenses for the 3G and 4G brand devices sold, Qualcomm will charge a 7% patent fee for multi-mode 3G 4G devices, and for 4G that does not implement CDMA or WMA network protocols but includes 3-modal tech. The equipment charges a 5% patent fee, and each fee is based on 65% of the net sales price of the equipment. At this moment, Luo Sheng and Qualcomm's head Jacob, sitting in a reception room, looked at each other. In the face of this condition proposed by Qualcomm, Luo Sheng refused without thinking. Mr. Paul, these conditions only made me feel deeply malicious. You want to take the latest business gambling money from the latest 6 years ago. Back up the contract. No. I don't accept the agreement. Luo Sheng is of course unacceptable. This cannot be described by the lion's opening. Take an Azure mobile phone sold to the European market as an example. The most expensive tax is €700. At the current exchange rate of about 6,853 yuan, the net sales the price is 65%. Which means that this phone has to pay 6,853 times 65% times 7% equals 311.8 yuan for Qualcomm. If sales were 50 million units, then Qualcomm would make $2.28 billion while lying down here. Paul Jacob shrugged and said calmly, on the wireless communication baseband field, only Qualcomm can provide solutions for mobile phone terminal equipment vendors. The meaning of this statement almost confessed that he had to back the blood that had been lost before Qualcomm. Frankly, Luo Sheng was unhappy. The question is, Mr. Paul, can your company's 4G network protocol standard pass the International Telecommunication Union standard in the next October or two? And how many years will it become popular in the end? There is no guarantee for anything, and you want me how many more years to pay the patent fee? Luo Sheng said indifferently. If your company insists on buying and selling, there is no need to continue talking. Luo Sheng knows that it is no accident that 4G technology should start to be fully popular around 2012, which is 3 years later, which is equivalent to giving Qualcomm more than $10 billion in profits. There are no doors. Moreover, Luo Sheng did not want Qualcomm's 4G solution at all. He thought that the communication baseband was being secretly killed. It can be said that it was dead at all costs. The research and development of 3G technology was completely used for technology precipitation and would not be sold. Yes, to avoid Qualcomm nervousness. The beginning of the turnaround in baseband is pinned on 4G, which will completely end the dark Qualcomm era in the communications field. But in the 3G standard, Qualcomm's patent barriers are really not bypassed. Okay, Mr. Luo, what is your company's demand? Paul Jacob asked. In fact, the conditions he had just offered were just sky-high prices. The 4G standard is still competing with the International Telecommunication Union. Of course, Qualcomm is confident. However, it will take several years from the establishment of the standard to the final popularization. This is an indisputable fact. Luo Sheng said succinctly, I only need a 3G network protocol and talk about 4G later. As for 3G equipment, I can only accept 3.3%. Jacob shook his head upon hearing, as long as 3G equipment is okay, Qualcomm will charge a 5% patent license fee. Obviously, Qualcomm has full confidence in its technology in the field of wireless communications. 3G has patent barriers. If you want to make a mobile phone, you have to pay Qualcomm a patent fee. In fact, since the definition of smartphones was redefined on the French Riviera in 2006, 3 years have passed, and traditional mobile phone manufacturers that are unresponsive will be really anxious. But the times are so cruel, and you will be abandoned by the times when you are not a bird. Motorola, Nokia, and other major international mobile phone manufacturers have already begun to show signs of decline. In the eyes of Qualcomm, the Azure Coast is actually the first major customer. Next, both parties revolved around patent fees. Luo Sheng took a step back to increase the ratio to www.metalnovel.com. But Qualcomm still did not agree. The first negotiation was collapsed, but Paul Jacob did not leave Sioux City, did not talk, rest after a while to continue talking. Negotiation, to put it bluntly, is the art of compromise. When compromise is reached and it is acceptable, it is negotiated. Otherwise, the talk collapses. By the time of the third negotiation, a consensus had finally been reached, and Qualcomm had also retreated. The final ratio was set at a base of 3.95%. That is to say, from 2010, the smartphones owned by the Côte d'Azur company, such as a mobile phone with a retail price of 6,853 yuan, are calculated based on the base times 65% times 3.95%, and Qualcomm will take away 176 yuan if 50 million units were sold. Qualcomm would make 8.8 billion yuan while lying down. Chinese website. Chapter 349. Buffet also shot. In mid-September, Luo Sheng and Qualcomm today officially signed a 3G standard license contract with a contract period of 2012. Paul Jacob left with a very satisfied winner, and lay down for the next 3 years to make money. For Qualcomm, the establishment of 4G patent barriers as soon as possible in these 3 years will be a cycle, and the royalties can certainly be higher. Qin Weimu, who was also in the hall, was sorting out the contract materials. As soon as Qualcomm's people left, He and Liu Sheng were left. Seeing his unhappy face, Qin Weimer could not help laughing. It turned out that you have today, but some time ago, the NSA was alive and abused by you. Look at the way you eat, and you also taste this taste. How uncomfortable. Liu Sheng glanced at her helplessly. Hee. I don't think you are jumping more and more for 3 days, right? After sorting out the materials, Qin Weimer skipped the topic decisively and talked about the right thing. It's too ugly for Qualcomm to charge double patents. Now the rise of major smartphone brands can be foreseen. The next few Qualcomm will earn a lot of money. Now even the Azure Coast has no good way to take Qualcomm. For Xiaomi, these newly established domestic mobile phone brands, is even more bargaining power in front of Qualcomm. Liu Sheng smiled and said faintly, Qualcomm is also jumping in the 3G era, and we have the 4G communication baseband as this substitute player. At that time, I will see if the goods of Jacob can be in front of labor and management like today. Yao is prestigious. Liu Y knows of course that he can view all the secret R&D plans of Lancy Semiconductor, and YY has begun research and development in the wireless communication baseband field since 2004. That is, after the establishment of Lancy Semiconductor. A very important time point, because as your phones are selling well, YY is just as excited as playing chicken blood. Since 2006, the communication baseband has been killed at all costs. The bottom line is the strategic partner of the French Riviera. As long as the product technology is in place, it can immediately obtain a high-quality global large customer. From 2006 to this year, in the past 3 years, the R&D investment in the communication baseband field has burned nearly $7.5 billion. It is really a desperate loss of money. 3G technology is completely used for technology precipitation because it's true that Qualcomm cannot be done here. So we set our sights on the future 4G era. At this time, Liu Sheng suddenly said, by the way, this must be laid out in advance. Once a series of troubles faced with Qualcomm, such as the blockade in North America, the chip foundry becomes a key link. Huaxin International is completely unavailable now. Design has Lancy Semiconductor. Here Liu Sheng does not have to worry too much. Industrial software has been laid out. He is now more worried about chip foundry. No matter how good your design is and how great your product is, if no one helps you make it in the end, every link in the semiconductor industry is important, and you can't play without it. As for the problem of lithography machine, it is a hard bone that must get it last. Anyway, the West will not sell the most advanced lithography machine to Chinese people anyway. Qin Weimer thought about it, and immediately looked at Liu Sheng. Do you mean the layout to carry power? Liu Sheng nodded his head. SunPower is now one of the key tool people in our hands. Under the premise that our own semiconductor manufacturing industry chain has not entered the world-class premise, SunPower is fate. If they don't do OEM work for me, it's troublesome. Qin Weimer said briefly. What are you going to do? Liu Sheng snapped his fingers and said, simple, let the Azure Coast invest in the accumulation of electricity, with this prerequisite, and then sign another 5-year foundry contract with the Azure Coast, and after 5 years, carry the electricity of the tool people have little use value, but they can be discarded at any time. For 5 years, Liu Sheng has the confidence and the ability to do it independently in the field of chip foundry and lead the world. Qin Weimer asked in a concise manner, how much? Liu Sheng thought for a while and said, it's about more than $10 billion, which is almost an eighth of the current market value of R&D, but I only need about 7% equity. Simply rudely smashed the money to the bent legs and walked softly. In fact, there is no financial crisis in TSMC, but who cares more about money? Still, the money delivered in person. The thing that can be settled with money is definitely the easiest thing for Liu Sheng here. This recruit learns the operation of ASML. ASML sells the lithography machine to its customers, and the customers are their own shareholders. Sheng Jidian is one of the shareholders of ASML. At this time, it can only use the money to stabilize the instrument. Kinwaimu, okay, it'll take care of the product, and it'll let you know. After entering September, the NSA was absolutely relieved, because at least the global netizens and the general public have not paid much attention to the Prism door, and the news media reports have gradually shifted elsewhere. Among them, Luo Sheng's two technology companies have once again appeared in the news media and the public. Although the NSA is very unhappy about this, relatively speaking, Luo Sheng can attract the attention of the media and the public in the past. It's good to keep taking pictures. After entering the Blue Star Technology Group in September, the market value has continuously broken its own record and continued to reach a record high. Today, the total market value has exceeded $280 billion, and the future is expected to exceed the $300 billion market value mark. It can only be said that after a series of monitoring events such as the Prismgate scandal came out last month, the whole world suddenly saw who the righteous messenger is and who is really evil. Another factor worth mentioning is the takeoff of the market value of Blue Star Technology Group, which is that Warren Buffett, who has always been less interested in internet technology companies, has shot. The stock Buffett has shot, and Berkshire Hathaway, under his command, suddenly held a heavy stake in BTC. This is the first time that Buffett has bought in a large scale among internet technology companies. The reason for Buffett's external response is that Luo Sheng, the helm of Blue Star Technology, is a person who is willing to do long-term business and likes projects that can make big money 10 years or more later. This has a certain idea in common with Buffy, and it seems to explain why he shot. Indeed, compared to other internet companies that like to make quick money and cash out, Blue Star Technology insists that it won't make any money for 3 years even if it can make money in its early development stage. Be regarded as an alternative at that time in the internet community. Also in mid-September, Zhang Bowen, the global executive vice president of Blue Star Technology Group, held a media conference and officially announced that the group company once again issued 3A corporate bonds with a denomination of up to $20 billion. The interest rate is the same as last time, and it is also 5 years. Of this amount, US $2.2 billion, or approximately RMB 15 billion, were issued in the mainland. Another $17.8 billion was issued overseas, with Europe accounting for $3.7 billion, and the remaining denomination was for Wall Street's Capital Consortium. Once this matter was disclosed, it caused a sensation in the capital circle, and many netizens who eat melon expressed no understanding of Luo Sheng's operation. Didn't Blue Star Technology have a free cash flow of $24 billion? As a listed company, these are disclosed, so it is normal for ordinary netizens to know. Now that you are so rich, how can you still issue bonds madly? This is incomprehensible to the public, and it is $20 billion. According to the issuance interest rate, $1.5 billion in interest for 1 year alone is undoubtedly sky high. In the eyes of ordinary netizens, this is no different from spreading coins. That's right, that's how to throw coins. The purpose of Luo Sheng's move is to gather people together, because Blue Star Technology is really not short of money at present, and its free cash flow can still have a large balance while meeting the expansion of the current business plan. In addition, the company's net profit has been soaring towards 30%, and it insists on not paying dividends. It can be said that the accumulation of assets is better than 1 year. The purpose of loose money is to wear a thicker protective clothing for yourself. It wasn't long before the news of the second large-scale corporate bond issuance was announced. Today, the world's largest investment bank, Mo Chase & Chase, announced that it had contracted $6.5 billion of corporate bonds. Goldman Sachs announced that it had contracted $2 billion. And Deutsche Bank announced that it had contracted $2.2 billion. And many more. The $17.8 billion corporate bonds were divided up by the world's major capital consortia, which is a feast. This has made small and medium-sized enterprises around the world angry and dissatisfied, but they have no choice but to curse the group of dog-day bankers in the back to vent their dissatisfaction. These bankers only like to lend money to large companies that are not short of money, while small and medium-sized enterprises that are really short of money are refused in various ways, and grandfathers will not easily lend money. It is natural for capital to be profit-seeking. It is normal for this phenomenon to occur from the standpoint of a banker. Lending money to a large enterprise that is not short of money is not afraid that the other party will owe it or not yet. The probability of becoming a bad asset is extremely low, and the risk is very low. Of course it is low. On the contrary, the SME ghost knows if you will go bankrupt that day. When that time comes with you, the bankers will not be stupid, knowing that the money is more and more stable. It is worth mentioning that Luo Sheng's personal wealth now continues to increase with the rising market value of Blue Star Technology Group. Among them, he holds about 25% of Blue Star Technology Group's stock. On the bright side, according to the current market value of $280 billion, its worth has exceeded $70 billion. This value alone is already the world's richest man. In addition, the family fund holds 9% of Blue Star Technology stocks, and its current nominal value has reached $25.2 billion. It was bought for more than $10 billion. Today, the value has more than doubled in about a year. The original principal and interest were paid to Blue Star Technology www.mentalnovel.com and also netted more than $10 billion. Of course, the principal will not be paid to Blue Star Technology now. According to the agreement, Luo Sheng's family fund will pay interest regularly every year. In the 5th year, the principal and interest will be delivered together. By then, the market value of 9% of the stock may be doubled again. It can be said that the next step is to earn as much as possible. This matter has also been brought out by the media to say that Luo Sheng lost his investment for the first time. If he did not sell the repurchased 9% of the treasury shares, he could earn more than $10 billion for the company. In this regard, Luo Sheng was of course smiling and not talking. The shareholders of Blue Star Technology have a pain, but there is no way. After all, they agreed a year ago, and they are very happy. They have made a lot of money in absolute numbers, but they have made a lot less money than today. Chinese website. Chapter 350 Azure 3 press conference. New headquarters on the French Riviera. On the morning of September 22, Luo Sheng came to the company's new headquarters, Xing City. This is the latest landmark building in Sioux City, and it is located across the lake from another big landmark, Blue Star Technology's new headquarters Mobius Ring. Hope. Both have a close relationship with Luo Sheng, and the two major building complexes and technology complex buildings are also produced by the master Zaha Hadid. The city of Xing is at the end of the year when it is fully put into use, but it is already available in some areas. The new product launch conference of the Côte d'Azur will be set in a large indoor party venue in the city of Xing. General Luo, in terms of ticket sales at the press conference, more than 7,500 tickets were sold out within 3 days and made a small profit. The accompanying Yao Jianhong laughed. This time the press conference is no longer choosing free, but the way to sell tickets. Today's Côte d'Azur companies have been recognized globally as the leader of the smartphone field, and their popularity is not comparable to 3 years ago. Luo Sheng laughed. The site maintenance fee is also very expensive. If you can make a little money, you can make a little money. You should make a little money. You should put a lot of money on it. Only then can the company become bigger and stronger. Let's go and see inside. The headquarters of the Galaxy City can be said to be spectacular, and a lot of related pictures can also be found on the internet. They were taken by netizens or tourists in Suzhou. With the money of Sioux City, a new bigger and more complete airport is also being planned, and the infrastructure facilities of the entire city are being upgraded. It is said that it was also a list taken by Zaha Hadid. The master of deconstructionism is highly productive. Secondly, The three major landmark buildings in Sioux City were originally produced by her. It is also a potential advantage to conclude this list. Yes, well done. Rehearsal in the next 3 days. Luo Sheng came to the conference site to investigate and was generally satisfied, and the staff at the site was still busy setting up the venue. The third generation Azure smartphones are still contracted by BYD Flute. With the takeoff of the Azure Coast, BYD has faintly competed against Fushikang on the way to Foundry. This time, the first order of the third generation Azure mobile phone is 75 million units. The company's internal performance outlook strives for an annual shipment of more than 70 million new products, accounting for about 6% of the total global mobile phone shipments. It should be known that when the Azure mobile phone was first launched in 2007, the company's market share expectation was only satisfied if it reached 1%. That is the shipment of 10 million units. From today on, there is only one countdown to the last week of the product launch. The eyes of the technology community are all focused on this, including users of consumer electronics products worldwide. It should be noted that the French Riviera has not released new products for 2 years at the moment. In the last week, the promotion has started as scheduled, and it has started to warm up globally. On the internet, the autumn conference of the new products of the Côte d'Azur company has been hotly discussed, which has aroused the appetite of countless consumers. On September 27, the Côte d'Azur company, hailed as changing the world in 2006 and redefining smartphones, finally ushered in the moment of launching its latest products today after 2 years of silence. The global media focused on this conference. The domestic version of Blue Star Video and the international version of Blue Star Video were broadcast live. The official website of the French Riviera also prepared a professional English translator to facilitate users who follow the product overseas to learn about the conference. Details. As for other languages or something, wait for the subtitles on the media or some video up hosts. In addition, other manufacturers' executives are also very concerned throughout the process. People like Xiaomi's Rebus, Vivo's Shenhua, and Coolpad will not be mentioned, as is the case with large foreign manufacturers, such as HTC, Samsung, and traditional mobile phone manufacturers. It must be said that there are already some copycat machines in Huiqiangbei, and the industrial design is almost imitated to more than 95%. It is really difficult to tell whether this is a genuine Azure mobile phone or copycat from the appearance alone. But unfortunately, the internal operating system and hardware are absolutely uncertain for Huiqiangbei, especially the chip, which cannot be copied. In fact, no matter whether it is a mobile phone CPU or a computer CPU, when it comes to high-end chips, there is basically no fake and inferior goods. At most, only second-hand goods can be packaged as original goods in the market. The complexity of the semiconductor manufacturing process lies in the depth of global collaboration. Suppose which copycat company can imitate a CPU with the same performance, whether it is incorporated by the state or various venture capital companies waving banknotes, and still use the name copycat. Early this morning, at dawn, the staff behind the scenes were already busy. At around 8:40 am, the audience who bought tickets entered the Galaxy City. Of course, some media guests were invited directly, but about 70% of the audience were consumer users and fans. For the first time, ordinary Melaniating people entered the new headquarters of the French Riviera City of the Star River, and it was also Luyes look into the Grand View Garden. The building has an obvious hardy style. That is, no obvious edges and corners can be seen, but at a glance, it is full of the sense of sight of the geometric structure, which then brings a sublime sense of technology and perfect sublimation. This is the new headquarters of the French Riviera? Truthfully, I'm super envious of the staff of the Côte d'Azur. It's not such a great place to work in such a place. No wonder everyone wants to recognize Lord Luo as the boss. and they want to enter Blue Star Technology or the French Riviera. The best employer is worthy of its name. The benefits are so good that people are jealous and jealous. Even employees who buy houses have subsidies. Who doesn't want to work with Mr. Luo? Well, the leader successfully redefined the technology company in my mind with the new headquarters of the French Riviera. This is the real technology company. At first glance, it is high-tech and high-end. The audience who entered the conference venue talked a lot along the way, and the media reporters who came here were also capturing the scene. The new headquarters of the Côte d'Azur company was also the subject of the report, which is also worth a close-up. However, the new headquarters has not yet been formally put into operation. This time, the conference venue was the first to be put into use because it is of great significance. At 9 o'clock, the press conference was overcrowded, and there were no seats. Looking around, people were throbbing. When Luo Sheng walked from the backstage to the stage with his classic high-tea styling, he immediately detonated the atmosphere of the audience as soon as he appeared. The warm applause lasted for a long time, and some enthusiastic analysis shouted. In this situation, at this moment, many friends and businessmen who are paying attention to this conference are all envious. They are really envious of Luo Sheng's influence and popularity index. He broke the national border with amazing and excellent products, and made it popular among consumers around the world. Good morning, it's really nice to be here with everyone. On the stage, Luo Sheng added with a smile, "Thank you for your support." Foreigners at the scene all brought translators and professional staff to translate on site, but only English translation. Foreigners who came to the site can understand English. After all, this is the current international language. Today our press conference has prepared super exciting content. We have made great efforts to this end. I am very excited because today's attendees have reached more than 8,000 people. This is already the limit of the conference venue. They come from in 70 different countries and regions. The tickets for the conference were sold out within 3 days. We apologize for those customers who did not arrive because there were no tickets to buy. Here is the largest room we can arrange. The venue is up. Luo Sheng turned around and laughed. But you can watch it through online broadcast channels such as Blue Star Video or Blue Star Video, and the conference will be broadcast live worldwide. Those in the industry who heard his words had nothing but excitement and emotion. Blue Star Technology Group, the world's highest value technology company, was also created by this man. On the stage, Luo Sheng held a small wireless remote control in his hand, and the big screen behind it also appeared. Before introducing the new product, let me say a few very important good news. As of last week, we have exceeded 300,000 apps in the iOS App Store and exceeded 7 billion downloads, which has exceeded the total population of the planet. But I prefer the following set of data. Everyone knows that 70% of the revenue of the iOS application store belongs to the developers. So how much have we paid developers so far? Having said that, Luo Sheng pressed a small remote control and looked back at the giant screen. Just a few days ago, this number reached $3.01 billion. There was a burst of applause immediately after the voice fell, and there were a lot of third-party developers at home and abroad. Although the Blue Coast company took 30% of the share, it is very important for the management of the iOS application ecology on the Blue Coast satisfied. This is much better than Luo Sheng's previous iOS ecosystem. Many ordinary developers have tried it in the iOS ecosystem, and have made a lot of money, and have great confidence to continue to cultivate in it. For users, the experience is much better than open source ecology such as Android. At least not there will be a variety of advertisements that will make you feel irresistible to give up treatment. Luo Sheng on the stage said, "This is why the iOS ecosystem can become the most dynamic development community in the world. A good ecosystem not only has a better experience for users, it also creates more for developers. More revenue. This is a two-way positive cycle, and we hope to continue." Next we talk about Azure. The media is full of various third-party data, market statistics reports, etc. Some are reliable and some are nonsense. I have prepared 2 sets of data for your reference. As a result, Liu Sheng pressed the small remote control in his hand, and once again turned his attention to the screen behind him. The first set of data is the market share report of North American smartphones in the second quarter of this year. BlackBerry has a 35% share, ranked first. The second is Azure mobile phone Azure, with a share of about 33%. Windows mobile phones ranked third with 19%, Android mobile phones with 9%, and others. Liu Sheng turned back to the audience. You need to know that RIM is 1 year older than me, and the French Riviera was only 5 years old. It has been more than a full year after entering the North American market, and the Azure mobile phone market, the share is 3.6 times that of Android. There was warm applause at the scene. After a while, Liu Sheng pressed the small remote control to look back at the big screen. The second set of data is also from North America. This data is a mobile browser usage survey report. Azure accounts for 68%, and is the second largest, Android 22%. This is more than the latest data report. It is simply the display of Chiguoga to stimulate the majority of friends and merchants. Now the major mobile phone manufacturers in the country that have just been established soon will not release the first product until next year. One is waiting for the release of the open source system WOS on the Côte d'Azur. The other is that dry manufacturing does not mean that it can be done. Supply chain, payment, research and development, talents, etc. must be prepared. Unlike internet companies that can immediately launch products, we need to know that the French Riviera is full of energy, and it takes 3 years for Liu Sheng to release the first product. Other friends do not have the financial resources and research and development capabilities. We're back to the phone itself. Liu Sheng's voice resounded through the audience again, only to see him methodically said, "Today in 2006, the release of AzureX changed everything. In 2007, we added 3G support. In 2008, blank. This year we did not release a new product, in order to be today in 2009. In order to take the biggest step forward since the first generation of products today. So today, we launch Azure 3. If Azure was redefined in 2006, then Azure 3 was redefined today. If the launch of the first 2 generations of products meant interpretation, it is the success of the participant role www.mtnovel.com. Then the positioning of Azure 3 launched today belongs to the industry disruptor. Liu Sheng's words spoke loudly throughout the audience, with a sense of confidence and pride in the lines. Immediately after the speech was heard, there was endless enthusiastic applause. Oh, the fans were screaming and screaming. It seems that they are super idols in their hearts, speaking arrogantly. In Liu Sheng's tone, the products released today will subvert people's imagination. Consumers are looking forward to the explosion, people in the media circles are watching, and industry and friends are a little bit surprised.